The annual spend on data analytics is about to reach $180 billion as companies scramble to make sense of this wealth of information. This data-driven approach is transforming industries across the board. Just take Amazon or Netflix for example. They have mastered advanced analytics. They have developed an ability to predict what products or shows you will want to buy or watch even before you know it yourself. They use this to attract millions of users worldwide. If you go over to Google and do a simple search about data analytics jobs, you will see 131,000 plus data analytics jobs that are available on the LinkedIn job board, that too just in India. Now think about the other job boards such as Naukri, Indeed, etc. Numbers will be off the charts, right? That being said, hello everyone and welcome to the Data Analytics Full Course by Intellipaat. This course features our 4 industry experts from Google, Meta and Microsoft, guiding you from beginner to advanced concepts. Watch the entire video and grasp the in-demand trends that will help you ace your job interviews. So without any delay, let's move forward and discuss agenda for this session. So this data analytics course will cover the fundamentals of data analytics. You will learn the basics of Python, including object-oriented programming, to streamline data processes. Further, you will be introduced with Excel's powerful dashboard creation, formulas, text, functions, and data validation techniques. After that, you will get familiar with statistical concepts like probability, distributions, and inferential analysis to uncover meaningful patterns. By applying these skills, you will go through real-world projects, analyzing COVID-19 data, Netflix trends, and census income factors. Finally, the course will prepare you for data analytics interviews by covering common questions and key strategies. Now, there's a big announcement to be made. Recently, we have achieved a huge milestone of 10 million YouTube subscribers. Thank you for your continued support. To celebrate the same and make this video interesting for you, we have come up with a super rewarding quiz challenge. If you answer the quizzes correctly in the comment section, you can be one of the top 10 lucky champions to win a 500 rupees Amazon voucher. Along with the voucher, you will also receive a special recognition certificate from Intellipaat, which you can share with your colleagues and friends on LinkedIn or other social media channels.
What is data analytics? Data analytics is the buzzword you would have heard a lot about in the recent years. To put it simply, it's the process of analyzing raw data to get insights and find patterns about the information. Using various techniques and processes, the raw data is transformed into a format which could be further visualized and be made human readable. To understand the definition in an even clear way, let's take a look at this example. John, who is a digital marketing professional, is running an online advertising campaign to promote a new smart television. John starts by targeting the group of people who might have bought the previous versions of the smart TV in question. As said campaign runs, data analytics comes into the picture through the data generated whenever people clicked on the published advertisement. Now, by inspecting the data about these users' interest and their buying patterns, you might come across that many of them are interested in streaming 4K UHD video. The reason behind this might be that the new smart TV has a better streaming quality than the previous versions. Using this information, you could tune in your advertisements to focus on users who bought the previous version of the smart TV and are interested in getting 4K streaming quality. This data can also be used to attract new customers who did not go for the previous version of the smart TV but are very interested in a better version of the TV. Why is data analytics significant? Businesses use data analytics to optimize and grow by making better business decisions and finding more efficient ways of doing business. The company can build new and better products with the buying patterns and better understanding what the customers need. So how do data analytics work? The data analytics process has some components that can help a variety of initiatives. By combining these components, a successful data analytics initiate will provide a clear picture of where you are, you have been, and where you should go. Generally, this process begins with the descriptive analysis. This is the process of describing historical trends in data. Descriptive analytics aims to answer the question, what happened? This often involves measuring traditional indicators such as return on investment. The indicators used will be different for each industry. Descriptive analytics does not make predictions or directly inform decisions. It focuses on summarizing data in a meaningful and descriptive way. The next essential part of data analytics is advanced analytics. This part of data science takes advantage of advanced tools to extract data, make predictions, and discover trends. These tools include classical statistics as well as machine learning. Machine learning techs such as neural networks, natural language processing, sentiment analysis, and more enable advanced analytics. This information provides new insight from data. Advanced analytics addresses what if the question. Data analytics affects every aspect of our day-to-day lives. You may not even realize it, but you probably use data analytics almost every day. Here are some of the everyday applications of data analytics. Social media stats instantly register anytime there's a visitor or a post to a page. Cell phone bills can pull up months of calling data to show you patterns of usage. Sensors monitor the changing weather and report the data to you instantly on your smartphone. Sports fans collect statistics on their favorite athletes and often use the data to form the term of fantasy leagues. Schools across the nation are involved in high-stakes testing that generates voluminous data on each student's progress. Educators then utilize data generated from extensive reports to drive their instruction. Data analytics is a growing field and will always be a top domain to get into. The average salary of a data analyst in India is 7 LPA and in the US it's $70,000. There are 27,000 plus data analytics jobs available only on LinkedIn, and there are very few skilled professionals to fill that gap. That's all about data analytics.
We've all heard this term somewhere. It pretty much rings a bell that every time we think about it, right? So analytics with respect to data. Well, what are we trying to analyze is what we need to know here, right? So the formal definition of how it goes, it's basically extracting meaningful information from raw data. It's as simple as that. So we have data, right? So consider anything to be data. If that is not useful to you at that point, it is considered as data. But then if you perform some operation on this data and make sure that it is useful for your organization, this is when the data becomes information. And this information is what is usable for you, right? So the process of pretty much converting raw data into information by performing certain analysis on it can be termed as data analytics, guys. I mean, this is just a very rough definition of what goes in the industry. To give you a better insight of what that means, basically it is the pursuit of extracting meaning from raw data using specialized computer systems, guys. And then these systems, they transform, they organize, and they model the data. End of it is to basically draw the conclusions from all of the data. So you'll have, again, as I've mentioned with the raw example, our goal here is to basically draw conclusions, to identify patterns, to make use of this raw information in a better way. I mean, sure, data can just be used in its raw form, but then not with every case, right? And to give you an example, so think of the data probably you understand. So let's say you're looking at a huge data set which contains thousands of values. Those are just numbers, right? So having these numbers, sure, as a data analyst, you will understand what you're doing. But then let's say you need to explain it to a person who doesn't know what data analytics is, or you need to explain it to someone, probably your peer or someone above you as well. Let's say you have a business meeting where you have to explain this. Giving the numbers will not really be that great, right? It will not make a very good presentation. So converting all of these numerical data, making it into graphs, making it in a way where everyone understands the data, and showing out graphically whatever insights that you can generate from the data, that can be considered as data analytics as well, guys. Again, today basically the field of data analytics is ever so growing rapidly. And why is it growing so rapidly? Well, because the market demand for it is that much. So we have pretty much every startup companies these days have a requirement for big data as well. So big data, to dumb down the definition, it pretty much means a huge amount of data that cannot be handled by just one machine. If you're stretching out your data across multiple nodes, you have data coming in from various sources. Then you need a method to handle all of this big data that's coming in, to process the data and then to perform analysis on it, guys. So this has been in demand in the market for a while, and for the last couple of years, data analytics has been in the boom, and then it's providing a very straight answer to all of the questions being raised about how all these can be handled, guys. And of course, we're going to need the people who have the skills which is needed, skills which are needed to manipulate all the data queries, to translate all these numbers into graphs, and to make insightful analysis on it, right? So that's what is the main key role of a data analytic person. What is the need for data analytics if you have to break it down into 3 steps, guys? So again, we already know that it is on the rise, right? So I can pretty much go about to step out into the open and then tell you that it is not soon that it will be an integral part of an organization. It is already an integral part of every organization there is, guys. So the first important need is, again, we already know that it is a top priority for all of these organizations, ranging from the small organizations all the way to the big guys. And then this is needed to make very good decision making. Well, with respect to you being confused to, let's say, take a decision for you, then looking at this analytics will make your decision making skills and decision taking skills a little bit easier, and it'll be more validable as well, guys. And it'll be more validated as well, guys. And the second thing is to we require new revenue, right? So let's say you have the data which pretty much only a couple of people can make sense of understand. Let's say your market is very niche. In that case, sure, you'll be still making revenue, still be making money on it. But then at the end of the day, if you have to reach out to a broader audience, you need to make sure your data is understood by this broader audience, right? So that forms the second very important need for data analytics, guys. And the third one is to obviously decrease these operation costs for every organization. So this can be a very demanding task if you have to convert raw data into information, process the data, and make out very good visualizations out of it as well. But then if you have the workforce for it, then sure, you can do it. But if not, again, since it's probably a manual task, and until a couple of years ago, it surely was a manual task. And these days you can implement machine learning and data analytics to pretty much automate itself and make your job easier as well. It speeds up your work. It keeps you very efficient in such a way where your data is being visualized, processed very effectively. So again, time is money when it comes to big organizations, right? So on that note, pretty much it helps decrease all of the operational costs with respect to, either waiting in the data pipeline, or waiting to process, waiting to publish, waiting to do some analytics, waiting for visualization. All of these waits, you need not consider them anymore, because they will pretty much be reduced to null, guys. So on that note, you might be wondering, who are data analysts, right? So data analysts are the people who sit at the end of the chain. I'll just explain the chain in the next slide. So these guys form a very good workforce for the company, where they basically, deliver the values by taking in all the data that data scientist might give it to them, a data engineer might give it to them. And then he uses this person, data analyst, uses all of these to answer a couple of questions and then communicate all of the results back. And all these results that he just gives back is basically used to take very good business decisions, guys. It might include analytics of past trends, it may be prediction of what the future looks like, and so much more. And then the common tasks done by data analysts are data cleaning, performing analytics, and then creating visualizations. Well, data cleaning, to come about it, is basically simple, guys. So again, data is raw information, right? To make sense out of it, to pick out information that we only require, and to make sure that, again, efficiency is the game here. If you're pretty much processing data that we pretty much will not require, then it's just a waste of time and resource. So cleaning the data, making sure that your data is just perfect enough for processing, that's a very important first step, guys. So this is the spearhead of a data analyst's role. And then the second one is, obviously, as soon as your data is clean, you need to perform some very good analytics on it and create very good visualizations, guys. So these 4 designations you see on the screen right now is basically the designations a data analyst is also known by. So the first is a business analyst. So data analyst is also a business analyst. He or she can be an operations analyst, a business intelligence analyst, and a database analyst as well, guys. So coming to the tasks that they pretty much do, the first important task that we already spoke about was cleaning and organizing raw unstructured data, right? So this is again a very overlooked concept in today's world. Unless you get your hands dirty with the data itself, when you start to go about doing that, you will realize that cleaning and organizing the raw data is extremely important, because at the end of it, your data might be unstructured, your data might be semi-structured, or it might be a structured data. This will not matter if the data you're processing is of no use at the end, guys. So cleaning and organizing raw data is very important. And then the second thing is the analysis of all of the hidden trends found in the data. So making sense of something, again, maybe predictions in the future, or looking at past trends, generating this sort of an information which you cannot figure out upfront just by looking at the data. This is pretty much the umbrella under which the hidden trends function of a data analyst's work. So you'll be looking at a data, you'll find something very interesting. So let's say you find a trend in your data where pretty much you can access a new side of the market with respect to your sales in the next 5 years, 10 years. And then you were not told this, but then your data was telling you this. So you making sense of the data in which this trend was found, which was not upfront, then this is again a very important skill of a data analyst as well, guys. And the third important thing is pretty much the big picture view using descriptive statistics. At the end of it, sure, we know what the past trends of the company are, we know how the company is going on now, but then if you need to just summarize all of this and say even add some predictions for the next 5-10 years, getting this big picture view of what's happened, what's happening now, and what will happen in the future, not just using very simple statistics, but using descriptive statistics, where we'll be picking up each aspect of what's going on and then perform analytics on it and find out what's going on. If we are right at this place, if we are wrong at this place, how can this be improved? How can this concept be checked? How can we reach the clients better, and so much more. So getting this big picture view is again a very important task a data analyst goes about doing, guys. And the fourth one is probably the most important thing a data analyst does, is pretty much the creation of dashboards and visualizations, guys. So as I already told you in the introduction part of the video, where we're starting out with raw information, again a lot of numbers, but if you have to show these numbers at a business meeting, numbers are numbers, some people like them, but a majority of the people who they might not understand the numbers. So making these numbers as your input, creating very good visualizations, giving them a user interface, and giving your customers, your peers, your superiors, your business meeting members, giving them a very good user experience with all of this data. Again, at the end of it will add up to very good business methodologies, and then it will help you take better business driven decisions again. And again, the same goes for presentations of results to your clients and your internals as well, guys. So coming to the chain of how the data moves around in a firm, I have 3 important things that I just want to walk you through, guys, in a quick gist. So the first person who is the spearhead of the data for an organization. By spearhead, I mean he's the first one who look at the data, or he'll be responsible for bringing in all of the data from various sources, guys. So data coming in from the various sources, right? So think about all the data you can get from Twitter, or if you're performing any sentiment analysis, think of all the data that can come from all of the big data sources. You can have data coming from your various nodes from Hadoop, so much more. You can have your data coming from your own network, away from your network, and so much more, guys. So the data engineer is the spearhead who handles bringing in the data and making it understandable by the organization, guys. And then as soon as the data engineer finishes his part with the data moves on to the data scientist. The data scientist, he's responsible for working on all of these raw data, converting it into valid information. But then we already told this for the data analyst as well. Well, the data scientist pretty much uses machine learning algorithms. He uses deep learning. He uses, let's say, binary classifications, naive bias. He makes use of so many concepts here that a data analyst might not know. And he uses a lot of machine learning and deep learning, as I've already mentioned, to convert this raw data into valid information. And 99% of the time, the information which is being converted into are numbers, guys. So after the data scientist pretty much goes about doing his magic onto the data, and then we have the data analyst who steps in. This person, again, as we've already been mentioning, he is responsible for the prediction of what happens in the future, that is finding out trends, and then the presentation of all these informations to your peers customers, to your clients, to your superiors, and so much more. This is the basic gist of how data moves around. So the data is first seen by the data engineer. He does his job, comes to the data scientist. The data scientist works his magic via all these fancy algorithms and whatnot, and then pushes the data to the data analyst. The data analyst performs predictions, sees trends, visualizes the data, makes it presentable for everyone to understand, and then eventually goes about analyzing the data, guys. So on that note, we can come check out the type of data analytics that can be done in today's business, guys. There are a couple of types of data analytics, and I'll be walking you through the same. So the first type of data analytics you can go about doing is the descriptive analytics. With respect to descriptive analytics, again, the quick one phrase answer to what descriptive analytics is basically picking out data from a source, summarizing your data, making sure your data can be understood by everyone, that is picking out very good insights from your data, from all the past events, doing some predictive analytics on that as well, and then keeping it ready so your data is descriptive at the end of the day. And a question which goes by to understand the descriptive analytics is what happened in my business. So the answer to this question, what happened in my business, is given to by the descriptive analytics, guys. So most of the time the data which is generated by descriptive analytics is very comprehensive, it is extremely accurate, and the visualizations are very effective as well. So here's a very simple scenario that you guys can consider. So consider a scenario where an e-learning website decides to focus on a trending course according to the analytics of the search volume of the course content, which pretty much the users go on searching, and all of the revenue generated by the course in the past few months as well. So there are certain technologies, again, we live in a world full of trends, right? So let's say data science is in the boom right now. So pretty much any e-learning company, or any company for that matter, they're going to find these trends. They're going to know that, hey, data science is sitting in the top tier and we need to do something about it. If they have students in data science, then most of these companies are aimed at making the students' life better, right? So even as a firm here in Intellipaat, that's exactly what we do as well. We get this amazing insight from all of our learners for any particular course, and we use all of those insights, all of the feedback that we get, and what's trending in the market, what's latest in the market, and we use all of these to perform analytics, and then pretty much all of these helps us to put out a better course as well, guys. So at the end of it, you can already see how the descriptive analysis is already helping our business, right? And then the next type of data analytics we can check out is the diagnostic analytics, guys. So we already checked out what is happening to my business with respect to descriptive analytics. With respect to diagnostic analytics, you will check out of why this particular thing is happening to my business, guys. To simplify it again, it basically gives you the ability to drill down to the root cause of why something is behaving just like how it should, guys. So drilling down the data to identify certain set of problems which are present in your data or in the trends that the data shows is a very vital part of diagnostic analytics, guys. And then it basically helps in answering the question for us about why the issue has occurred, So it just takes one look towards the data, towards the analytic result of the data, to understand what the cause behind a problem, if one should exist, as guys. So again, to give you a very simple scenario of how diagnostic analytics would work, let's say consider a company where the sales went down for a month. So let's say they weren't doing as good as the previous months. So to diagnose this particular problem, you will let's say consider the situation where the number of employees were quitting their job and they weren't bringing in a lot of sales. So this could pretty much, this number of people quitting the company could directly impact the sales that they brought into the company. So the sales went down this month because they did not have the company right. They did not have the sales right. So finding out why this is happening and hunting for that root cause, which is basically a treasure hunt with your data, where you go on finding something and taking insights from your data. Finding out that why part of it is extremely important, where you'll be finding out what's happening to the data and why it's behaving this way, guys. So this again is a very vital part of diagnostic analytics. And coming to the third type of data analytics, it is predictive data analytics, guys. And as the name suggests, the quick question you'll be asking is what will happen in the future based on the past trends, guys. So hunting out historical patterns that are being used to basically predict all these specific outcomes using, let's say, machine learning algorithms, using deep learning, and using so many more concepts to predict something in the future based on the data we have now is again a very important niche of data analytics, guys. So predicting the future trends and the possibilities in the market based on the current trends, self-explanatory. And then it helps in optimizing all of the business plans for the future, because now your business has a direction to head to, right? So you're predicting certain aspects in the future and you know which path leads to better business strategies, right? And this will give you an edge over all of the other businesses as well. To give you a very nice example, think of the Netflix recommendation systems, guys. So this will basically use statistical modeling to analyze all the content that it's being watched by the audience across the world. So let's say there are a couple of TV shows which are very famous in India, but then there might be a couple of TV shows which is trending in the United States, and let's say Australia, United Kingdom, so much more. Making sure that the right users in the right geographical area get to know the right recommendations are extremely important for Netflix as a business, right? So this again, predictive analytics will just do them good there, guys. Again, it will provide us with the prediction of all of the upcoming content and the shows that must be watched by all the different class of audience as well. So let's say someone sitting in the United States is very interested in watching an Indian trending television series as well. So knowing Netflix, finding out that this person exists and to recommend an Indian TV show for this person sitting in the United States to watch. Again, this is another very good business opportunity for Netflix. And then if they go about nailing their recommendation system for everyone, it just makes them a better business model, and then it just makes a better user environment for the users to go about watching videos there, guys. So the next type of data analytics is prescriptive data analytics. So as soon as we think of a prescription, again, we think of a doctor, we think of something, a medical appointment or something, right? Here it's again something similar. The question which will be asked here is what should be done? So applying advanced analytical algorithms to ensure that you make very good recommendations, you make sure you're punching out very good strategies that help the business, and so much more is a very vital part of prescriptive analytics, guys. So it basically involves breaking down all of this complex information into a very simple set of steps. And these steps are like the prescription we handed out when we visit the doctor, right? And these are the prescriptions which are precautious as well, let's say. They're the precautions basically used to remove any of the future problems that might occur, and it will also help in performing predictive analysis. This will basically help to predict outcome, and eventually that will help us optimizing business as well, guys. So this again demands the use of artificial intelligence and big data, and then the data analyst person will always be in touch with the data engineer as well and the data scientist as well, because he's going to need all the help he can get with respect to artificial intelligence from the data scientist, and help with respect to big data from the data engineer as well, right? So all these three guys working in correlation make up a business, and I've already told you that. So again, to give you a common scenario of how this would happen, consider the prescriptive data analytics that Google Map goes about doing, right? So every day we are commuting from our office to our homes, or let's say we're going on a vacation and then we need to get out of the city as quick as possible. So Google Maps has a wonderful API where they map out the best possible route considering live traffic conditions, weather conditions, road closures, and so much more. It considers your distance, traffic constraints, and again, as I already told you, it even considers if it's raining, if you're walking, what's the best route that you can take to walk, what's the best route to take if you're in a car. And now they've come up with the bike route as well. So if you're in a moped or a bike, you can take a different route compared to the person who'd commute with the car, and so much more. So knowing this kind of a prediction into the future, and giving you the sort of a prescription to ensure you don't run into any problems along the way is a very important part of prescriptive data analytics, guys. So on that note, let's quickly check out what the life cycle of data analytics is like. So the data analytics lifestyle, it basically defines the analytics process and all of the best practices which goes on from the discovery of the data or the project till the completion of this project, guys. So there are a couple of steps involved in this life cycle process, and the first one is business understanding. At the end of it, again, understanding the purpose and all of the requirements that come from your business, and understanding it from the business viewpoint is very important and vital for the functioning of a business, right? This also consists of a very good introductory plan. It consists of a decision plan. It consists of a formal to-do list, let's say, for the business to go on to achieving the target. So the first important thing about the life cycle is the understanding of what's going on around you, and the second one is the data understanding, guys. With respect to data understanding, again, this mainly involves the process where we're collecting the data and we're processing the data in a way which leads to analytics. And then after the analysis of the data is done, we need to pick up some insights that we can go about using from the data. So extracting all of these meaningful insights from the data, again, is a very vital step in the life cycle of data analytics through data understanding, guys. The third part of it is data preparation. So data preparation is the let's say converting the data from an unstructured form to a structured form, and this involves constructing, let's say, a data set as well. And then this data set will be provided and fed into a model, and then this model will be used by a machine learning algorithm to train, to understand, to see what's going on, to perform predictions, and then it will be given to the data analyst to be visualized using Tableau or any other business intelligence tools, and so much more. So data preparation, again, is a very important phase where the data is actually being transformed, and even at the stage the cleansing of the data is pretty much performed as well, guys. And then comes modeling. This step is very important because it involves the selection of various modeling techniques, applying all of these modeling techniques, making sure the parameters are right and all of the readings here are right to ensure that your data being converted into the information, raw data being converted into the information is of the optimal, let's say, it's of the optimal tolerance that can be used for your business usage. And then as soon as your modeling part of it is done, as soon as the techniques are applied and all the parameters are marked, then comes evaluation, guys. So evaluation is a very important phase where, again, the model which is being built, it will be built very rigorously, tested very rigorously based on what you've built in the initial stages, and then so many tests will be performed on this data as well. So evaluating something that you have generated, performing various tests on it, is extremely important. Most of the time this is overlooked, but then these days everyone knows the value of evaluating your data, guys. So this again involves reviewing all of the steps that are again needed to carry out to construct this particular model and to perform tests on it is very important. And with evaluation, that's exactly what we do, guys. So the next life cycle concept I want to tell you guys is deployment. Deployment is the last step in the data analytics life cycle, because deploying is when you're sending out your model into the world, for, let's say, by the world I mean, let's say, for your team, for your peers, or let's say even for your client and customers as well. So making your data go from just you seeing it all the way till spreading the data and performing spreading the data to your clients, to your peers, or anyone else. If you can perform more tests on these as well. So after deployment, you can have after deployment tests. If something is wrong, again, you can go back to modeling, perform more evaluation, perform more deployment as well. So the thing you need to know here is that deployment pretty much goes about to be the final phase of the data analytics lifestyle, guys. And on that note, we can check out very quickly what are the roles of analytics in various industries around us, guys. Again, data analytics has an amazing insight and impact when it comes to the telecom industry, because, again, if you've been observing, all the prices of, or let's say, the calls, the messages, or the internet packs these days have been coming down and down. And there was a time when they were being exorbitantly high as well. So again, the telecom industry realized that if you keep the prices very high to make more profits, then eventually your customers will not come. They will not buy the internet packs. So to keep this in mind, probably they decided, let's say we're having a bad impact right now, so let's drop down our prices to see if it works. And it is, I guess. And this has helped the telecom industry in bringing better business. And for us as users, this has helped us just make it a bit economical and efficient on our side with respect to money as well. And then the retail banking industry, data analytics has a huge impact in the retail banking industry as well, to know what their customer wants. Because again, with telecom industry as well, they have a huge amount of customers to play with, right? So they need to understand the view of each customer, the requirement of each customers, and then to find out if all of the customers are actually in the common chain of what's being supplied by the bank, or if the customers are against something that's being sent by the bank. So that again is a very important thing that you need to check here as well. And then with respect to the e-commerce industry as well, to perform again some analytics in the e-commerce industry, it might be ad recommendations, or there are very big sales which are run by some of the big names in the industry such as Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, and so much more. So these guys will have to perform extremely heavy analytics on the data that they see based on the products that they sell, and based on the places, based on the city in which the product sells, or if the people are unhappy with the price. Again, performing analytics has just changed the e-commerce industry, if you may, guys. And the last most important industry where data analytics has touched is the healthcare industry. This has had the most impact with respect to analytics in the healthcare industry with respect to so many things. Mainly it is with respect to finding out what medication is required by what countries, what amount of medication is working for what population, and so much more, guys. I can probably talk about just the roles of analytics in these industries for days together, and we can still be going on and have a very good discussion of how important analytics has become these days, again with respect to insurance as well.
Let's start with our quiz question, guys. The question is, which of the following is not a benefit of using data analytics? The options are A. Improved decision making, B. Enhanced data privacy, C. Identifying patterns and trends, D. Cost reduction. Hope you have written your answers in the comment box. So now let's move on to our session.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertech. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
What geographical location requires insurance, what the audience are, and so much more. So again, as I've said, we can go on talking about this, but then to keep it to the scope of this tutorial, we can just quickly brief through each of these guys. So with respect to the healthcare industry, this is the formal way of going about analytics. The first one is to again analyze all of these disease patterns, analyze all of the disease outbreak that pretty much goes out. We had a disease outbreak a couple of years back, which is Ebola, and so much more. We had H1N1 and so much more, right? To keep a track of all of these outbreaks, this basically again improves the surveillance with respect to health, and then this gives out good responses to the emergency sectors as well, guys. And then development of better targeted preventive techniques, obviously, and then with the development of vaccines, making sure your vaccines again reach your customers, and all of these where you need to reach your customers, or let's say in this case the patients are very important, guys. So identifying the consumers again in this is the greatest risk of business. So identifying certain customers or patients who are at the greatest risk is again, because they might be developing some adverse health outcomes, and then developing welfare programs to keep a track of their health, to track their health on a daily basis, even a weekly basis, monthly basis, to perform analytics on all of the aspects and the parameters that you're tracking with respect to the patients. Again, that is a very important thing. And lastly, to ensure that they can reduce readmissions, because they might know what the cause of an adverse effect is, and if there are 10 patients with very similar symptoms, then you can perform analysis, and you can at least filter out and find out that all of these 10 patients might have this one common symptom associated with them, and this might be the cause of that. So mapping that for every patient is again very important, guys. So coming to the telecom industry, again, telecom industry pretty much goes about using predictive analysis to gain all of the insights that they need to make better decisions, to make faster decisions, and to make more effective decisions. Again, as I was talking about the internet pack example, again, this was very key in that. And then by learning more and more about their customers daily, and the preferences and the needs, these telecom companies can be more successful in this extremely highly competitive industry as well. well. It's good for them with respect to business, and it is good for us as customers by bringing down the prices again. So it is used for analytical customer relationship management. It is used for fraud reduction. It is used for bad debt reduction. It's used for price optimization, call center optimization, and so much more. So now that you're looking at data analytics in this way, you realize that data analytics eventually has a big play or has a big say when it comes to any of these business models, right? So again, coming to banking, as I've already mentioned, analytics is making banks become very smart day by day, guys. So it is managing all of the plethora of challenges that the bank faces, and then again, while pretty much going about doing some basic reporting all the way till descriptive analytics, and this is all a must for every single bank, right? Even performing, let's say, advanced prescriptive analytics or so much more, and all these are starting at this age. Banks have started to realize that this will again help you generate very good insights, and this will result in extremely good business impact, and it will help the banks as well. On that note, we need to check out how data analytics is helping in the banking industry as well, right? So it is used to acquire and retain customers. It is used to detect fraud, which is again extremely important with respect to banking. It is used to improve risk control, find new sources of growth for the bank, and to optimize all of the product and generate their portfolio models as well. So as soon as we check out the banking sector again with the e-commerce industry, right? So this is a market which is exploding for the last couple of years. I can say even the decade, right? eBay came up, Flipkart came up, Amazon is again taking over everything, Myntra, Nika. Guys, there are so many e-commerce portals today, and to make sure we perform very good analytics on these e-commerce industries is very vital. So how is data analytics used? Again, it is used to improve user experiences. It is used to enhance customer engagement, customize offers and promotions, maintain effective supply chain management, optimize pricing models, minimize the risk of frauds, provide them very good advertisements that pretty much help them pick up products, good recommendation systems where they'll pick up another product after the first product, guys, and so much more. If you've just bought an iPhone, again, you will pretty much be recommended with a couple of cases that the people have bought as soon as they bought another iPhone. So you might be that person, you might like the case and you might pick it up. At the end of it, you have the case to protect your phone. The business just created more money out of it, right? So again, the analytics, the role of analytics in e-commerce industry is extremely vital. Let's say the people in the e-commerce industry have known this for a while, guys. So coming to the analytics in the insurance industry, again, here as well, guys, this is basically used to enhance your customer engagement, acquire new customers, retain the existing customers, make sure the customers don't leave, prevent the frauds, at the end of it, reduce the frauds, prioritize all the claims that need, because you'll have medical insurance, you'll have again health insurances, you'll have life insurance, you have so much more that you need to take, and all of these directly impact the user, right? So making sure you take the feedback from the user, work on it, and then create some analytics out of it is again very vital, guys. So on that note, we can quickly come to our case study which I was talking about, and this case study is a very famous one. It's basically the house price case study, and here all we'll be doing is predicting house prices, guys. So we'll have a certain set of data which we will use to predict the prices of the houses. So basically, how can we predict the price of a house? There are so many things that you will need to know, right? You'll be looking at the locality in which the house is present. You'll be looking at the amenities. You'll be looking at the number of bedrooms, the living space, the number of floors in your house, or the number of cars that can fit in your garage, the size of the garage, the quality of the construction of the house, if it has a swimming pool or not, if it has a spa or not. I mean, so many things. If we have to list down this particular use case, then it will be extremely tough, because each one of us has our own judgment of how we can validate a house, right? Because house is something that's very personal to us. Again, the materials of what was used to go to build the house, the style of the house which is built in, the number of if the house has an elevator, how convenient is the house for disabled people, guys, so much more. So basically, we'll be performing exploratory analysis on this, guys. So exploratory data analysis, again, is used to find a hidden trend in your data by performing analysis on it. And then at the end of it, the trends will be shown as numbers. But since we already know visualization, we're going to be pretty much using these numbers to visualize all of the data for us. And we'll be doing it step by step. So we'll be finding correlation between the data as well. So again, correlation is basically to check how one variable is linked and how the changing of one variable directly changes the other variable as well. So how these two variables are pretty much hung up together, how changing one variable changes the other can be known using correlation as well, guys. So a couple of steps that pretty much is generally followed in the case of performing exploratory analysis. First, we'll be visualizing all of our data, finding the missing values, and we'll be looking for correlations, guys. And then after this is done, we'll be cleaning the data to check if any issues are fixed, or if we'll be checking out if the data that we have is pretty much being used fully or not. And then we'll go about building a model which is used to visualize our result. It'll give us the diagnostic, it'll give us the residual diagnostic, ROC curves, charts, graphs, tabs, tables, and so much more. Guys, I do not want to basically overwhelm you with the use case. So to keep this use case very simple, we'll just perform exploratory data analysis at this stage to find out correlations between the data. And as soon as we go about progressing with respect to our data set and to work with, you will understand how beautiful data analytics is, guys. So let me quickly jump into Google Colab, which is basically a Jupyter notebook hosted on the Google Cloud. And here we can go about performing our data analytics on the use case that I just walked you through. So we're going to need a couple of files to run our use case. We'll actually need one file, which is our training dataset file. Let me just quickly add the file to our Google Colab, and then we can go about proceeding performing our analytics, guys. This will just take a second to upload the file. Give me a second. We just actually need one file from out here, but then it doesn't harm to upload it and keep it in your runtime. But then you just check the message, right? So pretty much all of your files are recycled as soon as the runtime is pretty much changed. So the first step for our use case is to load all of the necessary files in the libraries that we require, guys. So the first, again, we'll be using pandas to handle all of our data. We'll be using seaborn and matplotlib to perform plotting operations on all of this data, to perform visualizations on all of this data. And the style that we'll be using is pretty much called as the BMH method. And with respect to the BMH, again, BMH is nothing but the Bayesian method for hackers. And this is just a type of a graph visualization method, which gives us graphs which look nicer, and then it helps us to perform analysis better on linear data sets, guys. So the second thing we'll be doing is, again, loading all of the necessary files. One of the important files we need is the training data set, which is this. And here you have the ID of the houses, you have the subclass of where the houses is present, you have the zone in which the house is present, what is the area of the frontage that you have, what is the area lot of your house, what is the street, it's what is the alley, again, lot shape, lot contour, what is the year the house was built in, what it was remodeled in, what is the size of the roof, again, so many conditions out here. What is the foundation made of? How is the quality of the basement, condition of the basement, the exposure to the basement, again, finishing type of the basement. Guys, just look at how expansive this data set is. This is, again, a data set which is extremely popular among us analysts, where we pretty much like to work on this because it consists of everything, and you can perform so much on the single data set and so much more, guys. So on that note, let's quickly find out the information of all the variables that are present. Again, since I was just working, if the housing has heating, how is the quality control of the heating, does it have centralized air conditioning, how is the condition of the electricals, what is the square footing of the first floor, square footing of the second floor, what is the low quality finish, that's and how many square feet of that do we have, what's the living space area, how many full bathrooms do we have, how many half bathrooms do we have, kitchen quality. Guys, this will go on, right? So all these data is what we need to check out. Again, if you see here, all of these are the values that are present which will help us map something. But then alley, again, doesn't have many values. You can check out here itself, right? So alley, it's NaN is basically not a number. So there are not many, alley or details which we can make analysis out of. So we will not require alley. Again, coming down, not much of fireplace quality as well. We do not have pool quality control at all. Miscellaneous features are very less. Again, even fencing is very less. So the average is somewhere around 1400, right? So to make sure that are cleaning up our data, very important part of it is to basically how we go about doing it. Again, we'll just remove all of these data which are less than 30%. So less than 30% of, again, 1460, and then we can have at least 70% of the data to give us some accurate results, right? So as already checked, alley ID, not every house has an ID, so that's removed. Not every house is mapped to an alley. Pool quality control is not there, fence is not there, miscellaneous features are very less. So we have dropped all of these columns, and we'll not be using these to perform our analytics, guys. And so again, to describe what goes on to do a distribution, I hope you guys know this concept about normal distribution. And with respect to all of the details that we can get out of it when we perform the math operation, guys. So basically we can count the total number of data that's present, with respect to all the individual data. What is the mean sale price of the data? What is the standard deviation? Let's say the mean of the normal distribution is right at the center somewhere here, guys. So the mean is somewhere around 18,000, right? I'm sorry, this is 180,000. If you just keep tracing from the center point down, this is somewhere where 180,000 exists, guys. So again, what is standard deviation is basically the deviation from the mean. So what is there are house values which deviate from this mean as well. Again, 25% deviations, 50% deviations, 75% deviations. And then what is the maximum sale price of the house as well. So all of these can be found out from this particular graph, guys. And if you can already observe, and even if you're not exposed to a normal distribution, this starts out as a very steep curve, but then it ends out with respect to a lot of data here as well, right? It goes on until 800,000. So basically probably from 5,000 or let's say even 400,000 all the way till 800,000, we call these as outliers. These are called outliers because these are very far away from our normal distribution, and then these actually might not be useful for us with respect to our mean or whatever, and these will impact a lot when we are performing analytics with respect to the mean or the standard deviation or anything for that matter. So we will have to actually remove them and not consider them to basically perform very accurate analysis, guys. So on that note, we can pretty much go on to finding the type of the data set and the type of the data that we'll only consider, because in this particular case, since we're playing with numbers, it has to be the numeric data type, right? Again, as you can check out, we have integer numbers, we have floating numbers, and so much more. So let's pretty much go on to print what it looks like after we have dropped the values where we're not using id, we're not using alley, we're not using so much more, right? So these are all the numerical values that we'll be using to pretty much consider. Again, year built is a numerical value, 2003 is a date, a year, overall condition, overall quality, all these can be rated from a particular scale, right? So again, a square footing is a particular number as well. So the second floor of this particular house has 854 square feet, so much more. So on that particular note, as soon as we check out all of these numbers are present, we can start performing an analysis, guys. So before that, again, we need to just plot all of these to just check what it will look like on graphs, because seeing numbers are one thing, seeing graphs on the other hand are something else, right? So pretty much we'll be developing histograms and we can be checking out, guys. So let me just scroll down a little. Yeah, perfect. So with respect to first floor square footing, the mean is somewhere around here, right? So it's around, let's say 500 square foot, 1000 square foot. And again, look at second floor square footing, look at the bedroom average, basement finishing qualities, garages, so number of cars that you can park in the garage, and look at the value here too. So the majority of the houses here have 2 spaces to park your cars. The year that the garage was built in. Again, the ground floor living area, how many half bathrooms? So you can see 1 half bathrooms. Again, at this point of time, you have certain values at 0 as well. Well, sure, we can consider values of 0 if it's very important, but then since we're talking about sale price, what is present is more important than what is absent, right? We need to have something descriptive for our analytics methods to work. So in that case, we'll have something called as the golden features list, and this variable will basically contains all of the features that we'll be associating with respect to why our sales price is as high as it is, guys. So this variable called as the golden features list will have all of the features, guys. So basically we're creating a variable where we're finding out the correlation, and then we can already check out the top 10 correlated values which are strongly correlated. By correlated, again, let's say let me give you a quick impact. Basically, we have described this in the descending order, as you can already check out. So the first thing here is overall quality. Again, to transcribe this into literal terms, overall quality of the house, whatever the rating that was given in our data set, is mattering the most of how the houses is being priced. Again, the living area of it, the number of garages you can park is having almost 64% impact of with respect to why the price is like that. Garage area is having a 62% impact. The basement square footing has a 61% impact. And then the year it was remodeled and changes made is having a 50% impact of why the house price, the sales price is like that, guys. So looking at a couple of linear relationships, you can pretty much find out that a lot of values are zeros that I just walked you through a couple of seconds. And look at that. With respect to our, again, the ground floor living area, we have a very little number of zeros. With respect to the sales price, again, check out the basement surface area again. With respect to the total basement surface area, again, even here as well. So look at all these tiny dots which are sticking
taking up to 0 with respect to sales price. So these have no impact for our sales price because they're not giving us any valid linear data. Look at this again with 0. Oh, it is raised up to a lot, about $600,000, right? So all these are not adding any meaning to our data. So if x is equal to 0, again, this might indicate that that house does not have that feature at all. So if this is 0, this house does, like, I mean, a lot of houses do not have pools here. So pool area is 0. So in that particular case, we need to remove all of these zeros so that we can go on to finding more correlated values that we can actually use to go about working with it. Guys, again, here's all of the correlated values that we found as soon as we ran this command. Basically, we are sorting it again in the descending order to find out what helps most. And you can see that it's almost 80% of the total quality of the house, which matters when you're buying because of the price of the house, and people are actually preferring this. Living area, second floor surface area has a 67% chances of affecting the price, and so much more. And check out what the golden features list looks like with respect to all of the strongly correlated values we just found. Again, you're remodeled, you're built, so much more. So total surface area, again, number of full bathrooms, the first floor surface area, the garage area, total basement square footing, the number of cars you can park, the square footing of the second floor, the living area, and the overall quality. Again, in this particular order from the least to the highest is exactly what we're trying to find out with respect to exploratory data analysis, guys. So just looking at the data set, you could never figure out why the list price of a house was so much. And once we break it down into simple terms like this, we can find out that there is an 80% impact from the overall quality of the house, which the user is checking out to just consider the house or not. If the quality is very less, he will not pick up the house. If the quality is higher, then sure, he will pick up the house. So 80% of the reason why the price is set like that is a very important aspect of why the house price casing study is important, guys. Again, this has been a very important, very nice data set to work with, and you will get a lot of analytics that can be done using this particular data set as well, guys. Next up, I want to discuss the skills of a data analyst with you guys. So a data analyst is a person who pretty much works with and creates a lot of beautiful visuals, guys. So to do this, you need to understand the basics of mathematics, because if you have to have knowledge of statistics, mathematics is the foundation to go. And after you understand the foundation, you will build a step-by-step growth, a career path for yourself, where learning becomes the most important thing, because again, having the knowledge of statistics will help you play with a lot of numbers at the same time. And keeping the math part aside for a second, you need understanding of languages such as Python and R programming language as well. Guys, at this point of time, my goal here is to not overwhelm you. If you do not know statistics, if you do not know Python or R or any of these technologies mentioned on your screen, well, fear not. Make sure to stick with me till the end of the video, and I will guide you on a fast track path to become a professional data analyst, guys. And then the next point we have is data wrangling. Data wrangling again is to have an idea to play around with data, throw the data which is not needed, keep the important ones to know that you can work with. Because if you're working with inefficient data, your visualizations will be really bad. It's like, again, if I bring back the food example, adding a little less salt or adding too much salt is bad as well. And to give you a more clarity of data wrangling, let's say you're preparing noodles, but then if you just put the noodles in, fine, it's working. It's working because you're just making use of the part you'll eat. But what if you throw the entire packet of noodles along with the packet, right? It doesn't make sense if you try to boil the packet as well. Here is where data wrangling makes so much sense in the world of data cleansing and pretty much data processing, guys. So you need to understand your data before you do this. And then coming to a little bit of big data concepts, you will require a little bit of knowledge about Spark, a couple of components and tools of Spark. One of it is Pig, and another one is Hive as well, guys. Well, to break it down a little bit simpler for you guys, let us talk about each skills. The first thing I want to talk about is the analytical skills, because data analysts will work with large amounts of data at every point of time. So what is this large amount of data? It can include a lot of facts, it can be a lot of numbers, it can be a lot of figures, and so much more, guys. This if it is structured data. If it is unstructured data, they can work with images, they can work with audio, video, and much more at the same time. So basically what they'll do is they need to go through this particular data, they need to understand the data and analyze it to pretty much find some sort of conclusion. So that is a very important skill to have. And then coming to the communication skills, well, again, as I told you at the start of this presentation itself, a data analyst will have to present his or her findings to a non-technical person. So having the communication skill where you can convey all of this really well is extremely important, because at the end of the day, you'll be translating your data, which could be meaningless to someone because they cannot understand it at this point of time, into understandable documents, very good looking dashboards, or again very nice looking reports at the same time, guys. Because again, having a good communication skills will ensure that you can convert a complex idea into something which is easily understood by a lot of people. And this brings us to the skills, next skill set, which is pretty much very important, and this is one among the important skills to have, which is critical thinking skills. Because at the end of the day, again, you'll be looking at thousands of numbers, right? So you need to know where to look, you need to know what to look, what your numbers can do for you, where are the trends, how can you get to those trends, what is your process benchmarking, how can you get to the goal that you set, and so much more, guys. And why is all of this done? Well, all of this is done to make sure that you can have a conclusion to look up to, right? So to simplify it, again, to give you an example, let's say you go shopping for all the food that you have to pretty much cook at your house. So you're going to need vegetables, you're going to need seasonings, you're going to need so many things to cook with, right? You're going to need oil for some dishes. So you will plan, right? So most of us pretty much go out once a month or twice a month to bring out all the groceries and store it. So if that's the case, then you need to understand how much of groceries you need every single month, how much you're consuming, right? So you have to set a goal saying, hey, you know what, this is the amount of vegetables that I'm going to need for this month, and then you're going to plan it and pick it up weekly, daily, or whatever your schedule is. So how do you set that duration of when you should go pick your vegetables? That is exactly why you need to formulate conclusions to understand how you can go from nowhere to there, guys. And then coming to the most important communication skill is that it'll again work together with the critical thinking skill, which will basically enhance the output of you guys. And then the most important thing I want you guys to contemplate about and think about is that data analysis is an art, guys, because you'll be working with numbers, you'll be working with graphs, visualizations, and everything can look its best, it's most beautiful if you know how to create it, right? So contemplate on that for a second, guys. Again,
when we talk about Excel is nothing but a two-dimensional data set or two-dimensional worksheet. When we open Excel in Office 365, only one sheet get opened. Okay, now this is here you can see the name of the book, and in the book there are number of worksheets. Okay, and when you open a new file, new Excel workbook, the book name is always book 1 and the sheet name is sheet 1. Okay, and each sheet consists of number of cells. Now what is cell? Cell is nothing but the combination of row and column. Each cell is having the address, and the address of the cell can be seen in the name box. This is called name box. This is called formula box. Okay, now rows are numbered as 1, 2, 3, 4 and columns are named as A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, when you press Control right arrow key, right, you can see the last column name, which is XFD. There are total 16,384 columns in your Excel. 16,384 columns in your Excel. And when you press Control down arrow key, there are total 10,48,576 rows into your Excel. And the intersection of row and column is a cell. Now when we talk about cell, each cell is having a distinct address, and the address of the cell in Excel is column name followed by row number. That is, if my cursor is here, my column name is A and row is 1 and my cell address is A1. Clear up to this to everyone? Okay, now I had given the introduction, what is workbook, what is worksheet, what is column, what is row, what is cell, what is formula bar, and what is name box. Now, to rename or to copy the sheet, right? You can right click the sheet and there is an option of rename, delete, insert, okay, move or copy. Various options are available into your worksheet to rename, insert, delete the worksheet. Now, as far as shortcut keys are concerned, I'll be telling you the shortcut keys while I'll be taking the session. Okay, but some of the shortcut keys, like if you want to insert any new worksheet, instead of going to right click and say insert, then say worksheet, then say okay, this is a long process, right? Those who works in Excel, they generally use the shortcuts. I had given you the shortcut keys text file, but I'll be telling you also the shortcuts during the session. To insert a new worksheet, the shortcut is Shift F11. Check it. Shift F11 whether a sheet get inserted. Check the shortcut key Shift F11 whether the sheets get inserted into your workbook. Let me know. Yeah. Now, Control F12 and Control only F12 and Control F12. These 3-4 keys are important because whenever you want to save, when you press F12 key, you can see save as dialog box appears and you can save your document where your workbook wherever you want to, giving the name. F12 is the shortcut key to save as. Check it whether the box of save as opens when you press F12. Control F12 to open any worksheet and open any workbook. Control F12 to open any workbook. Done everyone? If done, type Y in the chat box. Right, good. Okay, now if you want to create a new workbook, not the worksheet. Creating worksheet is Shift F11. And if you want to create a new workbook, in that case, Control N is the shortcut key. Control N, N for Nagpur. Yeah, now if I want to go to any cell, right? What we generally do, if I want to go to suppose E12, we generally move our cursor like this and then we go to particular cell, right everyone? Or we generally go and click. But if your cell is far away, like suppose I want to go to AA10, I have to scroll my cursor and then I can go to that particular place, right? Short, what you can do, a shortcut key to go to a particular cell. In the name box, you can type the cell name where you want to go. Suppose I want to go to the cell AA10, and if I press enter, my cursor will be onto the cell AA10. Check it. Okay, now to go back to your original AA1, I can press Control Home key. Control Home key so that my cursor will be at the first cell. Chalo. Now, this is called your QAT. No issues. This is called your QAT, Quick Access Toolbar. Some commands are by default over there and we can add the command also to Quick Access Toolbar. Okay. Again, one more, if you require a more space to work on, in that case, onto your keyboard, you can press Control F1 key. Control F1. It hides your ribbon. It is a toggle button. Control F1. Once you press, it goes off. Another time you press, it comes in. Check it now. Okay. When you are entering any data in your Excel, right? If I am entering any number, and if I increase the size, right, it is right align. If I am pressing any text data, it is always left align. Okay. Now, depending upon your system's date format, right? If you enter the date in any cell, like if I am entering date, it is going to be right align. The data numeric and dates are right align, while the data text is left align. Type it, check it, let me know. Okay. Now, if you want to change the data type, in the home menu, in the number tab, you are having the option to change the data types. Okay. Now, come down to the sheet number 2. which is introduction. Come down to sheet number 2, which is introduction. Now, within the data, keep the cursor within the data, press Ctrl A, your data will get selected. 2 times Ctrl A, your sheet will get selected. If your cursor is outside the data, Ctrl A will select the complete sheet. If your cursor is outside the data, complete sheet will get selected. Okay. Now, if you are anywhere in the data, if you press Ctrl Home, it will be on the first cell. If you press Ctrl End, it will be last used cell of your Excel sheet. Control Home, HOME, there is a key onto your keyboard. Control End, there is a key onto your keyboard. Both are the keys for going to the first cell and going to the last cell of your sheet. Done, everyone? Okay. 2 more answers, please. Yeah. Now keep your cursor in the data anywhere. Keep your cursor in the data anywhere. Now, generally, if you want to insert the column, what we do, we select the column and say insert. If you want to insert a row, we select the row and we say insert. And if you want to insert a cell, row or column on any cell, right click and you are having insert option. You can insert left, right, okay, insert cell left or right, down, right or down, or you can insert entire row or entire column. But this requires a lot of time, and for this purpose we are having a shortcut. Keep your cursor anywhere in the data and press shift spacebar onto your keyboard. Shift spacebar to select the row and control spacebar to select the column. I am telling you first selecting and then I will be telling you other things. Control spacebar to select the column, shift spacebar to select the row, and control shift spacebar to select the entire data, which is Control A. Control spacebar, shift spacebar, control shift spacebar. Done, everyone? Okay. Now, if your row is selected and if you press Control plus, now those who are having the number pad onto their laptops, they can press Control plus from the laptop, from the number pad. And those who are not having the number pad, they should press Control shift and equal to sign, which is Control plus ultimately, right? So if you press Control plus, a row will get inserted above. Control minus, row will get deleted. Okay. Now control spacebar will select a column, and if I say Control plus, a column will get inserted depending upon your selection. Okay. If your column is selected, in that case it will be column insertion, and if row is selected, it is row insertion. Shortcut key is same, Control plus, and to delete the column or row, Control minus. Am I clear to everyone? Okay. Now, if you are not selected anything and if you are pressing Control plus, that dialog box will appear whether you want to insert the cell, whether right, down, entire row or entire column. If you are on a cell and if you are pressing Control plus, it will have dialog box whether you want to insert a row or a column. Right? Now, if you are in any cell and if you are typing anything, right, you are eligible to enter the data. Now to edit the data, either you double click in the cell, and if you don't want to use the mouse, in that case you can press F2 key onto your keyboard so that the cell will be in the edit mode. F2 key onto your keyboard to edit the cell. Okay. Now one more thing, if your cursor is on any cell, down you can see on the status bar, you can see this ready. That means I am ready to enter the data in the cell. Now when I enter the data in the cell, it is enter. Okay. And when I press enter, it will be onto the another cell. Now onto any cell, if I press F2, you can see over here is a edit. Okay. So there are 3 cells mode: ready, edit or enter. Clear to everyone? Good. Any doubt till now? No, I suppose. Okay. Chalo. Come down to fill. Now I want to repeat the number 1. So I am writing 1 over here. Okay. Now after writing 1, you can copy and paste in all the cells, or the down corner you can drag down so that you will have all 1. Clear? Do along with me now. Type 1 and drag it down so that you will have 1 in all the cells. The next one is I want to generate a series from 1 to 12. So I am writing 1, I am writing 2, I am selecting both the cells and I am dragging it down. Once done, let me know. Okay. Now I want to generate the table of 6. Right? That is why what I did, I wrote 6 over here, I wrote 12 over here, I selected both the cell and then I drag it down. Whatever was the difference, that got repeated. Okay, it's repeating 6 and 12. Now previously we were in the last 2 we were typing 2 cell, but months and weeks, this series are already generated or already there in your Excel. In that case, even if I write only Jan, okay, and I'll drag it down, I'm getting all months name. Same for the week. If I write Sunday and if I drag it down, I'm getting weekdays. Okay. Now date, be careful for the date, right? When you are writing the date should be right aligned, otherwise these all 3 will not work. Okay, here I am writing today's date 06/08/2022. okay, it is right aligned, and when the date is right aligned and if I drag it down, I'll get this plus ka sign, and when I drop it down, I'm having the option whether I want to fill days, weekdays, months, year. Okay, if I say days, only the date will get changed. Clear? Depending upon your system format, please enter the date accordingly. Okay, fill the dates. Now copy this date beside. Okay, this time I want to fill the months. Okay, so I am dragging it down. Here I am saying fill months. Now see, months got filled, but the date are same. Done everyone? Chal. Same thing, you can have the year. Now date will be same, month will be same, only year will get added. Now if your data is present in the left column, Excel knows that how much data has to be copied down, and that is why if you write anything and here at the right down corner, till now we were dragging that, right? But if I double click this right corner, all the data will get copied downside. Data or formula, whatever it is. If I write anything and write down corner, if I double click, okay, the data will get copied downside. Done everyone? Okay. 2 more answers please. Now one more shortcut is if I want to fill down the data in the number of cells. I had selected the cell, I wrote 1 and I press Ctrl Enter. The data will get filled up in all the cells. Yes, Ctrl D also. Done everyone? Now everyone or anyone, let me know if you want to create a series of thousands, 1 to 1000. What will you do? Anyone? Generally what we do, we write 1, we write 2, and picking both we go down up to 1000, right? Okay, now see what can I do. No need to go for, I'm writing 1, I'm going to home menu. In the home menu there is a fill option. In the fill option there is a series. Okay, now I want to fill the column, that is why I'll select column. Now step value is how much difference you want. Now in the series, whether you want to fill up the row or you want to fill up the column. I want to fill up the column. In the same column I want all the values. Okay, then step value, the meaning of step value is whether you want in the series 2 car difference, 1 car difference or 3 car difference. If you want odd value, we'll say 2 car difference, 1 3 5 7, like this it will get generated. Okay, in case you want even number, you will write first number as 2 and then difference of 2, so that even series will get generated. At this moment I want to have 1 to 1000. I wrote 1, the step value is 1 and this is 1000. Clear everyone? Okay. Now if I say okay, you can check the series of 1000 gets generated. No need to drag down. Check it, try it and let me know. Okay, 2 done. One more done please. Okay. Chal. Now Excel, why we use Excel generally? We want the work to be done dynamically. The meaning is, if I write equal to 2 plus 5, this is always constant. Tomorrow if I want to change it, I have to change both the numbers and then I'll get the answer. Instead of that, what can I do? I can write in a cell 2, in the another cell 4, another cell 4. Okay, and I can write equal to this plus this. Okay, now tomorrow if I change this number to 8, my sum will get changed automatically. And this is why we use Excel, so that when we write formula or the function, at that time the things will get changed automatically if we change the figures or the cell value, right? This everyone might be knowing. Okay, chalo, no issues. Now Excel is either you are writing the formula or you are writing the function. Now what is the meaning of function? If I write equal to, and if I write, suppose I want to do the sum, if I write sum, okay, you can see sum in the drop down box because these are the functions available in the Excel. Now you can manually write the bracket or you can press tab key whenever you go to that particular function. Now your function demands always the parameters. What is the meaning of parameter? In the bracket, whatever you can see, number 1, number 2, number 3, right? These are said to be the parameters or arguments. Okay, if I say 4, 5, it will give me the sum of 4, 5. Okay, if I write this cell, this cell, it will give me the sum of these two. But in Excel, there is one more option which is called range. Now when I say range, it is collection of number of cells. Collection of number of cells is said to be a range. Now I can write equal to sum of, right, these two. Now when you are writing the range, it is a separator. The colon is a separator between the two range. Or
Let's see our quiz question, guys. What is the best way to format data in an Excel dashboard to make it easy to read? First option is use small fonts and lots of colors. Second, increase font size and use colors strategically to highlight key information. C. Include complex charts with many data points. D. Use bold and italics for emphasis throughout the dashboard. Now let's move on to our session.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertech. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
to cell, whatever cell you select as a range. Clear to everyone? Yeah. Okay, so it is 8 plus 4, 12. Tomorrow if I change this to 15, it will be 15 plus 4, 19. So this is called your formula. This is called your function. This is called your formula. This is called your function. Now I can refer any cell using equal to and that cell reference. I press enter. It is reference of that cell, means the value in this cell will be of this cell. Now tomorrow if I change this cell to, I am getting MMM over here. That means cell reference is always dynamic. Clear to everyone? Now in Excel we work on to references. Now you have to understand the basic working of your Excel first, and then we'll be going for some difficult one. Okay. Now come down to referencing sheet. Come down to referencing sheet. here if I am giving equal to B2, right? When I come down, see my references are B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, B9. Clear what I said? When I copy the data downside, my references are getting changed automatically. Okay, and since I copied the data downside or copied the reference downside, right, it is increasing the row number. Clear? Okay. Now, when I copy this formula beside, you can see the reference got changed from column C to column D. Here it was B2. Now here it is C2. That means my column number get changed automatically. Clear? Okay. Now when I copy down this, it will be C2, C3, C4, C5. Clear to everyone? Okay. This type of referencing is called relative referencing in Excel, and this is the by default referencing. We can change this using the dollar sign. Many of you might be knowing. We'll be looking after within short time what the dollar referencing is. Okay. But this is the relative referencing. Clear to everyone? Anyone, if not clear, let me know now only, because referencing is the base in your Excel. One more answer please. Okay. Chalo. Now what this table says, this is item, this is quantity, price, total amount, discount. Now I want to calculate what is the discount amount. I'll be writing the formula directly, equal to this into this. Okay. And I'll press enter. Now when I copy this downside, you can see in the first cell it was D5, E5, D6, E6, D7, E7, D8, E9, right? But what happened? I have to write everywhere 2%, 2%, 2%. Tomorrow, if I want to give the 5% ka discount, in that case I have to write 5% in one cell and it should be copied down to other cell. Yes? Do you agree with me? Okay. Now, what I want, instead of writing in the all cell, I'll write 5% in the one cell or 2% in the one cell, and I'll drag the formula downside. But when I drag the formula downside, what will happen? This like this wrote everyone. Write it, complete this table. Okay. Now come down to this table. I'm writing 2% over here. Right. Now what I want to do? I want equal to this multiplied by this cell. But when I copy this formula downside, what will happen? M3 will become M4, M5, M6 like this. Do you agree with me? This we had seen over here. When I copy down, the cell references get changed automatically. Right? Yeah. So for this purpose, what have to be done? I have to tell the system that every time consider M3 only. Right? Now, to consider M3 only, dollar has to be put before the column name and before the row number. Okay. And to put the dollars, instead of putting manually, I used to press F4 key onto my keyboard. See, once I press F4, it will be both dollar. Second time I press F4, the row will be dollar. Third time if I press F4, the column will be dollar. And when I press again F4, it will be plain. Clear to everyone? Do you agree with me? If I write L2, L5 into M3, when I come down, what will happen? M3 will become M4, M5, M6. Right? I do not want to change M3's reference. And for that purpose, I have to put the dollar sign. Okay. Now dollar, there are two parameters. One is column name and second is row number. I do not want the row number to be changed as well as the column name to be changed. And for this purpose, I am pressing F4 key onto my keyboard. Shortcut to put the dollars. Clear up to this? Yeah. Now, to what you can say, shift the dollars. To shift the dollars, you have to press the F4 key repeatedly. Now, one more time if I press F4, it will be $3. Where to use? I will be coming down soon. Don't worry. One more time if I press F4, it will be $M3. Okay, the dollar will get shifted to M. One more time if I press, it will be both dollar went off. Clear? Yeah. Now I'm pressing one time F4. Okay, I'm pressing enter. Now when I come down, my answer will be, now you can see over here. I'll put the formula over here. You can see everywhere. This is M3 only. Right? Yeah. Now what I have to do? I will just change in one cell. My calculation will get changed automatically. This is where the Excel's beauty is there. Check it, work onto it, let me know. Now hereafter do not use manual dollar, try to use $M $3, and this type of referencing is called absolute referencing. One more answer for done please. Okay. Now I forgot to give you this table. Okay. I'll just tell you, write this 10 to 50 and write this 500 to 2000. Keep the intersection empty. I do not want this to be written. Okay. I just want this to be there and this to be there. Now, if you write the plain formula equal to this into this, and if you copy it, it will give you the wrong result. What I want? I want 500 into 10, 1000 into 10, 1500 into 10, 2000 into 10. Then downside 20 into 500, 20 into 1000, 20 into 15,000. This table should be multiplication of these two, right? Everyone, am I clear what I am saying? Yeah. Now suppose this table is a large table. Will you write the formula for one cell or one column? It will be time consuming, right? So what I want only once the formula to be written in this cell, and that formula has to be copied all over so that my calculation will be right. Clear? What is the objective? I want to write the function or formula only once, and then I want to copy it to other places, and my answer should be correct. Okay. Now, do you agree that there are two parameters? This is one parameter and this is another parameter. Yeah. Now, when I write P5 and when I am coming down, it is taking 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 correctly, right? But when I copy this beside, it is taking wrong. Why? Because P becomes Q. What I want? The P should not get changed, right? Are you getting my point? In your case, it will be empty. You can see what the formula is over here. See, it is Q5, right? So in this parameter, what I want? I want P to be fixed, right? So that when I come down, my row number will get changed, but my column number should not get changed. Check now. I do not want to change the column reference. That is why I put the $sign before P. Okay? Yeah. Now, your second parameter was this 500 wala cell. Okay, so into this cell. Now, when I come down, 4 should not become 5. 5 should not become 6. 6 should not become 7. What to do? I'll put the dollar before 4. Right? I want at least 4-5 answers, because this is the base to work in your Excel. Okay, good. Now if I copy the formula anywhere, I am getting the proper answer. And this type of referencing is called mixed referencing. Either row has to be fixed or the column has to be fixed. Am I clear to everyone? Don't hesitate. See, we are there to learn over here. Fixing column. See, equal to this cell, right? When I come down, what will happen? It will be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But when I copy this formula beside, I'm writing here formula, copy, okay, I'm pasting over here. What happened? It has taken Q5, right? It is taking Q5 because it is a relative referencing, right? So what I want to do, instead of taking Q5, what I'll do, I'll write over here column fixing. Column is before the column name you should have a dollar. Now I put this over here. Now in the formula bar you can see CF2. It is P5 only. This is also P5 only. That means I fixed the column. Okay. Then the second parameter is this 500 wala cell, which is Q4. Now when I will copy it down, what will happen? Q4 will become Q5. Q5 will become Q6. Do you agree with me? Yeah. So what has to be fixed? Row number 4 should be fixed. Yeah. So I am fixing the 4. Clear with the formula now? Try it. And then copy it all across so that you will get the right answer. Once done, type DDDD in the chat box. Okay, done everyone? Now, you might have seen I was using some shortcut key to show the formula and to show the calculation, right? And the shortcut key is onto your keyboard. You can see a key above the tab key and before the 1 key. Intersection of tab and 1. That key is called grave key. Grave key. You can see a single quote like sign over there. Okay. When I press Control and that key, it is the formula mode. And when I press it again, it is a calculation mode. It is a toggle key like your caps lock key. Control grave is the shortcut key to see all the formulas and to see all the calculations. This is calculation mode. I cannot see the formula. This is a formula I wrote over here. Okay. And when I press Control grave, I can see what is the formula written in the column. Got everyone? 2 more answers please. Okay. Good. Button is onto your keyboard above the tab key and before the 1. You can see a single quote like sign. Press Control and that key below your escape. Got the key? Okay. Good. Done everyone with this sheet? Okay. Say whatever you had done once so that even if anything goes wrong, your data up to this will get saved. Okay. Now come down to statistical function. Okay. Now in this particular worksheet, the data has been given of certain item of certain category with subcategories state, region. Okay. The sales amount, then tax, then freight, okay, then some other charges and the total amount. Okay, try to understand first the sheet and then we'll do the calculation. Okay, now in this particular worksheet we have to perform certain operations. Okay, and that operations what to perform we'll be performing in the column N. Okay, here we'll be performing the operations. Okay, now I want to find out the total amount. Total amount is written in column J. Okay, and from J1, now when you press Ctrl Shift down, you are at the end of your data. It is 101. Okay, so my data is present from J1 to J101, which I want to sum. Okay, now choice is mine whether I want to select using the keyboard, select using the mouse, or I can directly write the cell reference. Okay, so I am writing equal to sum. Now what you want to sum? You want to sum the total amount which is written in J from J1 to J101. Clear? I'll get the total amount. For your reference, the formulas are written beside also as soon as I write the formulas. Okay. Now, second thing is I want to sum the amount wherever the amount is greater than 10,000. So, right, greater than 10,000. First done everyone. I'm going little bit slow today because you have to match my frequency. Once you match my frequency, I'll be going somewhat faster. Do you feel that I'm going faster today? There are 13. So, at least 3-4 answers are required. Okay. Now what I want to do? I want to sum where the amount is greater than 10,000. Okay. Now for conditional sum, we have to use sum if. Okay, so I'm writing, understand first, I'm writing sum if. Okay, now in the open bracket, what is asking? It is asking range, criteria and sum range. Now if you see this sum range is given in the square bracket. The meaning is it is optional parameter. Now when to use and when not to use, I'll be guiding you. At this moment, the range on which the criteria has to be given and the sum. Now the range on which the criteria has to be given is written from total amount. So total amount is written from J1 to J101. Okay. Now I am selecting from J1 to J101. Okay. Now to go back to the formula, you can press Ctrl backspace key. Now my cursor is in the formula, or I can write in the formula bar also, comma. Now what is the condition? Condition is greater than 10,000. Now try to understand. If I write 10,000 like this, it will consider equal to 10,000. What I want? I want greater than 10,000. Okay. So I am writing in the double quotes whatever is the operator and the amount and double quotes complete. Am I clear? Now, the column which I want to sum and the condition on which the condition given on the same column, that is why I am not writing the third parameter. See, the same column is the conditional column and same column I want to sum. That is why I am not giving the third parameter. I am just closing the bracket. I am getting the sum of amount where the amount is greater than 10,000. Clear? Clear to everyone? Okay. Write this function. Let me know. Type D if done, so that I can take the third one. You can select also. You can type also the range. Okay. Done. Okay. Now the third question is total amount for South region. Now where is the region written? Region written is in the column E. Okay. Now see, the condition is on the column E, but I want to sum the column J. The condition is on the column E and I want to sum the column J. One more thing, the columns which are text data cannot be summed, that you might be knowing, right? I'll be writing again sum if, but now I'll be using the third parameter. Okay, so I'll be writing equal to sum if. Okay, now the column on which I want to give the sum will be E1 to E101, comma, the condition is, now the condition is text, that is why I am writing in double quotes. It should be South. Now it is not case sensitive, so you can write small, you can write init cap, you can write capital also. Okay, now what I want to sum? I want to sum J1 to J101. Clear to everyone? Okay, type in, check the answer. Now one more thing, let me tell you one more thing. See, if I am selecting any range from 1 and ending at 101, whatever ranges I am using in the column, that means the buffer, or what you can say, the total number of cells in the range should be same. The meaning is, if I am writing E1 to E101, this should be written as J1 to J101. If I am writing E2 to E101, it should be E2 to E101. If I am writing E1 to E105, this should also be J1 to J105. That means the total number of cells should start and end at the same place. The range should start and end at the same place. Am I clear what I said? Good. Done the third one, everyone? Okay. Now, total transactions. Now, to get the total transaction, I will be writing equal to count. Okay. Open the bracket and select the range. Any range I can select. Okay. Now, keep in mind every time, please. Whenever I am writing count always counts only the numerical data. It does not count this text data. That is why I am getting 100. Otherwise, total sales are 101, right? So, count always counts the numerical values only. Once done, let me know. Okay. Now, again, I want the count transactions for the west. That means I want only the transactions which belongs to the region west. Okay, so I'm writing equal to COUNTIF. What is the range? E1 to E101, comma. What is the criteria? Should be west. Okay, I do not want to sum, I want to count. Count doesn't require the third parameter. It asks what is the range and what is the condition, and given the range and the condition both. Understood? Done? Okay, now total amount for category office supplies of central region. Now the conditions are more than one. I want the category to be office supplies. No, criteria is not case sensitive. You can write capital W, you can write capital WEST, you can write small WEST. Anyhow you can write, criteria is not case sensitive. Got the answer? Okay. Now, if there are more than one condition, okay, I have to use COUNTIFs or the SUMIFs. Now it has been says total amount. Okay, total amount. Okay, so I have to use SUMIFs. Do not be in hurry, please. Okay, now it is reverse. In the SUMIFs, it is asking what you want to sum first. In the SUMIF, what you want to sum was the last parameter. But in SUMIFs, what you want to sum is the first parameter. What I want to sum? J1 to J101, comma. What is the criteria? Category. Now category is written in the column B, right? So the category should be B1 to B101. Now what should be the category? Should be office supplies. Please remember, in the office supplies there is a space, comma. What is the second condition? Region should be central. Where is the region written? In E. So E1 to E101 should be central. Do not do the spelling mistake. You will get the answers. Okay? Understood? Yeah? Now, another is total transaction for category office supplies and central region. Now I want to count. I want to count. Again, the count is on more than one category, more than one condition. So it will be COUNTIFs. Okay. Now, one more thing. If you want to copy the formula, what happens if I copy the formula and paste downside? My references will get changed from J2 to J102. Okay. B2 to B102. I do not want to change the reference and copy down the formula. In that case, what can I do? I can copy the formula from the formula bar. Okay, and I can paste it downside. Now you can see the references did not got changed. Now what I want COUNTIFs. COUNTIFs. What is the condition? B1 to B101 should be office supplies and the region should be central. Clear to everyone? Okay, write it. Let me know. Done? Can you find out average for central region and average of total amount for category and office supplies? These three, can you complete? Next three, 10, 11, 12. Can you complete? Check whether your answers are matching with mine. Okay, wait. Find the average for central region. Okay. Sorry, I had copied the formula, that is why it went wrong. Okay, and this one is for also central. Office supplies, central region, central. Now it's okay? Okay. Chalo. Till now, what we are doing? We are writing the condition for the amount in hard coded manner. I am writing that double quotes greater than 10,000 in the hard coded static. What I want in a cell, if I write 5,000, it should consider 5,000. If I write 10,000, it should consider 10,000. Clear with the objective? Okay. Now, to combine the data with the cell or two cell, if I write K over here and if I write M over here and if I write equal to this cell, I'm getting the cell combined. The operator is AND operator to combine the two cells, and that is what is the logic I'll be using when writing the function. So I'm writing equal to sum if, okay, it has been asked total amount more than cell Q9, okay, Q9. So what I want sum if, what I want to sum, J1 to J101, comma, what is the criteria? I want greater than to be combined with this cell. Clear? Is it clear to everyone? What I want? See, what we were writing, we were writing equal to sum if, okay, what I want to sum, J1 to J101. What was the and what is the on which data the condition is J1 to J101. Now I was writing greater than 5000, right? Now this 5000 is hard coded. I do not want this 5000 to be hard coded. Okay, so what I did, I had combined greater than ka sign with 5000 ka cell. That is why I am deleting this 5000 and I am combining the cell Q9. Yeah, what is the benefit tomorrow if the amount is 10,000? If I say I want the greater than 10,000 wala sum, right? In that case, and I have not to edit the formula. I'll just change the amount over here. See now, I'm getting this answer, right? I'll write this here only. Okay. Now if I change this to 10,000, I'm getting the different answer. It becomes more dynamic, right? Everyone? Done, everyone? One more answer, please. Okay. Now, I want the sum ifs for, see here I had given how to create the drop down. That will be in the third session or the second session depending upon your speed. Okay, but at this moment I had created a drop down over here, and I can select the category from in the first drop down. I can select the subcategory in the second drop down, and I can select the region in the third drop down. Okay, now if I change this amount should get changed. Okay, so I want the sum to be for category to be office supplies, subcategory to be bookcases, and region to be south. Now tomorrow if I make this region to be west, my figure should get changed. If I change it to central, this should get changed. If I change bookcase to anything else, this should get changed. Okay, there might not be transaction for the bookcases. Okay, phone there is a clear. Now what is the function? More than one condition. The function will be sum ifs. What I want to sum? J1 to J101. Above I wrote J2. Doesn't matter. But the range should be same. J2 writing, B2 writing, C2 writing, E2 writing. Or J1 to J101. Okay, this I want to sum. And what is the criteria? Category should be whatever is written in N17. Now where is the category written? In B1 to B101. Okay, should be equal to N17, comma, where is the subcategory written? In the C cell. So C1 to C101 should be this one, comma, E1 to E101 should be this. Am I clear with the logic? Okay, so this becomes completely dynamic. Whenever I change the things, this will get changed automatically. Write it, let me know. Okay, now in a single sum if and you can write around 32 conditions. No one is writing 32 conditions, that is why generally we won't tell, but up to 32 conditions you can write in your sum if, count if, sum ifs, count ifs, average ifs. Okay, so you can write around 32 conditions in the functions. Done, everyone? Shall I continue for the next sheet? 2 more answers, please. Okay. Come down to the next sheet. Okay. Do you feel that selecting the range every time, if I want to refer to the same range, like in the previous sheet we were selecting J1 to J101 every time. Do you find that this is somewhat difficult to select every time the cell range? Specifically, if you want to refer it multiple times or if the range is larger. Do you think that it is difficult? Yeah. For this purpose, what can I do now? Okay. Just wait for a second. Now see what I will do. I'll select this complete range. And in the name box, do not write a space in between and do not start with a number. I'll be telling you the rules. Okay, I'm writing TOT sales. Okay, first I'll write equal to sum of these all cells. I'm getting the sum. Okay, now what I'm doing, I'm selecting all the cells, going to name box and writing TOT sales. Okay, now here I can write equal to sum of TOT. Can you see this TOT cells? Right? What I did? I had given the name to the range, and that range name I am using in the formula. Clear to everyone what I did? Yes. See now I am in the logical sheet. I am writing equal to sum of TOT in a complete workbook. Yeah. Understood everyone? Okay. Now see, there are certain rules to give the name to the range. First thing, okay, it should not start with a number. There should not be a space in between, and it should not be a valid range. What is the meaning of valid cell name? It should not be a valid cell name. What is the meaning? My cell are starting from A1 and ending on XFD 10,48,576. Okay, so this reference, any cell reference should not be there, because I told you that if I select any range and if I write over here A810, what will happen? The cursor will go to A10 cell, which I had given you in the very first sheet, that if you want to go to any cell quickly, right, the shortcut key is write that cell name into name box. So I cannot give the valid cell reference. Am I clear? Okay. Second thing, if a range C1 to C101, if I had given the name TOT sales, okay, second time again if I give to 101 as, it will consider only this. Okay, it will not consider this. So to a range you should not give the another name again. Now if I made the mistake while creating the range name, okay, shortest way to create the range name is this one. Or you can go to formula menu. In the formula menu you can see this name manager. If I click it, I'll get a dialog box. Okay, and in this dialog box I can say new and I can say TOT sales. Okay, and the range is this one. Clear to everyone? This is another way to give the name to the range. Okay, now if I made the mistake, what can I do? I can go to formula menu, name manager, okay, and in that edit, or if you want to delete, just wait for a second, let me explain, then try. Okay, or delete. Okay, so you can select and you can delete also, and whatever range names you will create, that is always present over here. This is one way. This is one way is write the name over here. After writing the name you have to press enter, otherwise name will not get assigned. Second one is this one, and third one is you can define from here also. Define name. A small dialog box which was in the name manager will appear and you can define it. Now how will you know that I had defined, or whether it is getting defined or not. If I press Ctrl Shift down, here you can see the name. That means the name has been defined. Okay, now you try it yourself. Give the name TOT cells from C1 to C119 and write the function equal to sum and try to write TOT cells. And let me know whether it is working. Now, one more thing, there is a select create from selection. Okay, now for this purpose, what can you do? Here I am writing TOT space salary. Okay, not necessary you should write space. As I told you that space should not be written while giving the name to the range. But if you are creating from the selection, in that case, if you are giving the space, it will convert it to underscore. Okay, now how to create? This is TOT salary return, and these are the suppose salaries. Okay, you can copy any figure from there. Now I am selecting all these things and I am saying create from selection. And my top row is having the name of the range, and I am saying okay. Now see, if I select from here to here, it is TOT underscore salary. That means your space got converted to underscore when you are creating from the selection. Am I clear with? Okay. Now, one more rule is it should not be more than 255 character. No one writes, I know, but still you should know the rule that it should not be more than 255 characters. Okay. Done, everyone? Any doubt to anyone for this particular thing? Enjoying today's session? Are you finding this session to be useful? Learn something new? Am I going with a good pace? Okay, chal. Now, you all know this rule. Yeah. Okay, your Excel also works on to BODMAS rule. Means, whenever I am writing the function in the formula, brackets multiplied by, then sum, then like this, BODMAS rule is applied in Excel also. Now, generally we are having only 4-5 operators. So, we know what is the, what you can say, rule to apply, or what is the operator precedence. In Excel, operator precedence is like this. Range is having the highest precedence, then percentage, then exponential. Okay. Now, how to calculate exponential? See, 7 to the power 2. It will calculate 49. Okay. So, that is what is your exponential operator. Then multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. Then I had just now taken this one, ampersand. Okay. And then your comparison operator. So, this is how your operator precedence is there in your Excel. Okay. Generally, we require for the calculation purpose only. And these are some type of the errors, okay, which you get. And if you get this type of error, what is the meaning that is written over here? Okay. Doesn't matter. You when you work in Excel, you will get the things that how the errors are coming and how to rectify that errors. Okay. Now, come down to logical functions. Okay. Now, I'll take first very simple. I'll explain you and then we'll be doing the rest of the things. Now see, if I'm writing 4 and if I'm writing 5, okay, and if I write equal to this cell greater than this, it is coming out to be false. But if I write 6, it is coming out to be true because 6 is greater than 5. Okay, so these are your comparison operator, but when you compare any two things, the answer should be true or false. And when you are getting the answer to be true or false, that means I am using the, what you can say, logical. When you are getting answer of any function as true or false, that means you are getting the, you are writing the logical functions. Okay, logical function always returns true or false. Now, very first, if I want to check the marks of the student, okay, now if you all of you know this, that if the marks are greater than 40, the person is greater than equal to 40, the student is pass, otherwise the student is fail. Now I want to check whether the student is pass or fail. So what I'll be writing, equal to if, open the bracket, this cell greater than equal to, sorry, greater than equal to 40, right? Now what your logical if says? Logical if says logical test, comma, value if true and value if false. Now what I'm writing? I'm writing greater than or equal to 40. What should be the value equal to true? Anyone? Right. So I want to write pass, and it is a text, that is why I'm writing in the double quotes, comma, fail. Right. Now if I change this to 20, this is fail. Why? Because W67 is less than 40. Now if I reverse this condition, here I should write fail and here I should write clear with the function if. Everyone? Okay. Now if I want, instead of this pass and fail, I want to write 1 or 2. Okay. Or I want to write certain calculation. Suppose if I want to give the commission to anyone. Okay. If the sales has been done above 10,000, 5% ka commission has to be given. Okay. So what I'll be writing? I'll be writing equal to if this cell is greater than equal to 10,000, comma, this cell ka this percentage, otherwise 0. I'm not writing anything in the double quotes because I want to write the calculation. Clear to everyone? Okay. Now come down over here in this 2, I and J. Okay. Now write the commission in the column J if the amount is greater than 10,000. Okay. In I it should be. In I. Okay. So what has to be done in J? 5%. Chalo. Can you write in I? If the total amount, this cell, is greater than 10,000, then write commission. In the I, write if the amount is great. Do not write whatever is on my cursor. Okay, please. You have to write if wala cell, if text wala. Okay. How to write? If H2 is greater than equal to 10,000, in the double quotes write commission, comma, in the double quotes write no commission. Once done, let me know. Done? Okay. Now in the J, if the total amount is greater than 10,000, give the 10% commission, otherwise 5% commission. Check whether you are able to write this one. If the amount is greater than 10,000, give 10% commission, otherwise give 5% commission. Second also done. Now everyone, please copy down the formula downside as also by using the double click at the right down corner, so that your table will be completely filled. Otherwise you will not understand. Now see, here it is calculating 10%, but here it is calculating 5%. Why? The amount is less than 10,000. That is why it is coming out to be 5%. Here it is 10%. So copy down the formulas so that you can understand, depending upon the cell value in the H column, I am getting 10% or 5% commission. Everyone done? Okay, no issues. K is AND condition. Okay. L is OR condition. L is OR condition. M is AND and OR. Now everyone, others done. Let me explain you the AND and OR. Okay. Now see, if I say 50 and 60, Control 1 is the shortcut key to get this particular dialog box. Control 1 is the shortcut key to get this dialog box. Okay. Now see, what I want to do, I want to check AND condition. Okay. Now if I say equal to and this cell greater than equal to 50 and this cell greater than equal to 60. If both the condition are true, then AND will return true. Okay. At this moment, it is greater than equal to 50 also true and greater than 60 also true. Okay. So when I say A also should be true and B also should be true, I should use AND condition. Now if I make it change as 40, this is false. If I make this as 50, this is false. And if I make both, in that case also it is false. That means when only both are true, or whatever are the conditions given in the bracket up to 32 conditions. In that case, if all the conditions are true, then only your end will return true. Am I clear to everyone? Now, what is the meaning of or? Equal to or, okay, this cell greater than equal to 50 and or this cell greater than equal to 60. At this moment it is true because both the conditions are true, right? But now even if I make this false, this is returning me true because it is checking either this or this is true. Am I clear with or? Yeah. So even if I make either of the condition false, only the thing is it will return false when both the condition are false. Okay. And it will be true when either of the condition is true. Clear to everyone? Now, if you see equal to if allows you only one logical test. What if I want to check the number of conditions, right? In that case, I can make use of and an or to have the number of conditions depending upon requirement, whether I want all the condition to be true or any of the condition to be true. Am I clear? Okay. Now, if you go up, here it is written, calculate 5% commission in column K on total amount where the category is office supplies and region is central. That means I want necessarily the category to be office supplies and the region to be central. What I'll be writing? And condition. Okay. Now, how to combine your and with if? Okay. So, see, this is and condition. Okay. A2 should be office supplies and sheet. Now, if this condition returns true, I should give the total amounts ka 5% commission. Otherwise, 0. Clear with the function over here written? Everyone? Okay. Can you write? This is what you have to write. If and of A2 equal to office supplies and C2 is equal to central, H2 ka 5%, otherwise 0. Once done, let me know. Okay. One done. If you understood the logic, you can write or wala also. What it is? Calculate 5% commission in column L on the total amount where the category is office supplies. Same with change in and. Instead of and, you have to write or. And done with the formula then. Okay. Now see. What I did for your understanding purpose where you will get the answer. Right. I had marked. If you see, this condition has been marked. Okay, in your case, in your sheet also it is marked. You can check. See, this is office supplies and central. That is why you are getting the answer. Here, this is office supplies and south. That means both are not true, but this is true. And that is why you are getting the answer. And that is why I marked it. And here, if you see, this is central, but this is not office supplies. Even though you are getting the answer. Sorry, I told by.
Let's see our quiz question, guys. The question is, which function allows you to copy the value from another cell in a spreadsheet? Option A, fill down. Option B, copy. Option C, reference. Option D, equal. Hope you have written the answers in the comment box. So now let's move on to our session.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertech. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
I mistake the third one. I am talking about first two, K and L. Done everyone? Let me know whether you had done up to L. One done. Okay. Everyone understand the logic and then write, because what happens today I am there, but tomorrow if you have to write your own function and the formula, you must understand how to write. Okay, otherwise there is no use of sessions. Okay, now if you see the next one is calculate 5% commission in column M on the total amount, where the category is office supplies. Okay, that means office supplies is compulsory. Okay, and from the region either should be central or the south. That means I have to make the combination of and, or, and if. Are you getting my point? Yeah. So office supplies is compulsory and region should be either central or south. Okay. Now if you see this function, see this, and of A2 should be office supplies and comma, or of C2 should be central or C2 should be south. Okay, or ka bracket complete, ands bracket complete, then calculate the commission, otherwise 0. Understood everyone? Done everyone? Understood? Now see, now I am not having any one condition, I am having number of conditions, and instead of checking and or, I can write nested if. That means if within if. If any function is written within any function, that is nested function, and if is written within if, it is nested if. Okay, now you should always remember that when we are writing nested if I am starting with the less than ka sign, it should be less than only everywhere. Otherwise it should be greater than, everywhere greater than. It should not be the combination of. Now how to write the nested if? Okay, what I want to check, equal to if, what happened, equal to if. Now what I want to check, I want to check the total amount. Okay, now if H2 is less than equal to this cell, according to the table I want to give the commission rate. Okay, so if it is less than W11, it should be 3%. If it is less than 5,000, it should be 4%. Less than 10,000, it should be 5%. And if it is less than 50,000, it should be 6%. Am I clear what has to be done? So equal to if H2 is less than equal to this cell, comma, H2 ka, do not write, H2 ka this percentage. But now what will happen when I go down, this W11 get changed to W12, so it should be fixed. This X11 will be X12, so it should be fixed. That means if H2 is less than equal to W11, which is 3000, then H2's 3% has to be given, which is written in X11, comma, if H2 is less than equal to this cell, then H2 ka this percentage. Clear what I am writing? Okay. The third one is if H2 is less than equal to this, then otherwise, I can write otherwise. Directly I can write otherwise. Otherwise H2 ka. Here it is not needed, because if it is more than 10,000, it should be, and up to 5 lakh, it should be 6%. Other slab has not been given. That is why I can directly write, if these three conditions are not getting satisfied, make the fourth condition to be true. That is why I am not writing the another if. Clear? More than 5 lakh, it is not there, I suppose. Okay. Now, last if bracket complete. You can see the colors. Red color got completed. Sorry, you are right. I forgot to write if. Is it right now, everyone? Am I clear with? Okay. Now, how it works? It works onto this basis. It makes the band of 0 to 3000 when I write less than equal to 3000. then it makes the band of 3001 to 5000 when I write it the second condition. Then third one, because I wrote less than equal to, if I write less than, in that case it will be band up to 3000 only. Okay, and from 3000 to 5000 it will be 4%. Now at this moment I had made less than equal to, that is why it is taking 3001 to 5000. Okay, so it automatically considers what is written first, what is written second, and it makes the band of that particular thing, and it will give me the answer. Okay, can you write into your sheet for the column M, I suppose? Column N. Write in the column N. Try to write on your own. Do not copy mine. If you are getting any error, in that case, copy mine. Try to write on your own. Once done, let me know. And check whether it is coming out to be right. Okay? Chalo. Now, in the next column, you are not to multiply. You have to just cross check whether the percentage is coming right or not, depending upon your condition. And check depending upon your amount whether the calculations are right or wrong. Same formula, copy paste using the formula bar. Okay, and then check whether the percentage are right or not. Done, everyone? Now those who are working in 2010 and those who are working in 2013, I suppose, the last two functions are not available. Actually the ifs is not there in your curriculum also, but last two batches asked me for the ifs, that is why I wrote ifs also. And the function XOR, okay, this is also available 16 onwards. Before that this function was not available. Okay, so XOR is true when the odd number of argument evaluates to 2. I never in my what you can say curriculum or in life used XOR anywhere. I don't know where to use it, but since it is in your syllabus, it has to be taken. Okay, so true when an odd number of arguments evaluates to true, and false when all the statements are false, or when the total number of true statement is even. Okay, now here you can write XOR. Okay, now in this condition, A2 should be office supplies and C2 should be central. Both the conditions are false. That is why I am getting false. Okay, in this office supplies and central, this one, office supplies and central, both were true. And when both were true, that means even number of true are evaluated, and that is why it is false. Am I clear what I am saying? Yes. So, and the next one is or is true, that means either of the condition is true. Okay, this was both the condition was true. Okay, that is why it is false. Okay, write or condition XOR condition and check your answer. If even number are true, then it is false. If both are false, then it is false. Otherwise it is true. Once done, let me know. Okay, now see, in the if condition there is no else, so you have to check for all the conditions. Like see, if H2 is less than W11, what has to be done? If H2 is less than W12, what has to be done? If H2 is less than W13, what has to be done? Okay, and if H2 is less than W14, what has to be done? All the conditions which are there should be written, because there is no else. Like in the previous case, what we had done, this X14 wala we had written in else after 13, right? But here, as there is no else condition, whatever are the conditions to be written, all the condition has to be written in the ifs. Clear with the syntax of ifs? Okay. If you want, you can write this syntax using the single quote. Write a single quote anywhere if this function is not available. Single quote and write ifs. Equal to ifs. The condition will not get evaluated, but you will have ifs, syntax of ifs with you. Okay. If you want to write, you can write it anywhere or here only, but do not just write a single quote before this. so that this function will not get evaluated, you will not get any error. Okay, if you want you can write it. Done. Okay, chalo, tip for today. Write any number greater than 30,000 in the cell. Write any number greater than 30,000 in a cell. Press Ctrl Shift 1 and see it is number. Ctrl Shift 2, it is time. Ctrl Shift 3, it is date, currency, percentage, exponential. Write any number which is greater than 40,000 and press Ctrl Shift 1. Shift 1 of your keyboard, not of the num keypad. Okay, shortcut keys to convert the data from one format to another format. Generally we go over here and then we change it, right? Everyone, is it right? We go over here and change, right? Instead of that you can press Ctrl Shift 1. It is number. Okay, Ctrl Shift 2. It is time. Actually, in my case, it is custom, but it is time. Ctrl Shift 3. Ctrl Shift 4. Ctrl Shift 5. Ctrl Shift 6. Easiest way to change the data format. Okay, or as I told you, you can change it from here, or you can press Ctrl 1. This dialog box will appear, and here also you can change it. Choice is yours how you want to change. Chalo. Now, to paste, there are various options. What we want to paste it. Okay, the very first we can see paste special all. Now, when we say paste special all, am I audible clearly? Okay. When we say paste special all, whatever the data I am having, I want to paste all the things. Okay, so I am copying this data. Okay, Control C. Now you have to paste over here. I am pasting downside. Okay, so that you can understand. Now the shortcut key to launch the paste special dialog box is Alt ES or Control Alt V. Anything you can have, or you can right click and here you are having paste special and paste special dialog box. Now in this dialog box, if you see, the letters are underlined. For all the underlined letter is A. For formulas the underlined letter is F. For values the underlined letter is V. For formats the underlined letter is T. Okay, so those who are habitual to keyboard, they can use Alt ESV to paste special values. Am I clear what I said? Now I am saying all, I am saying OK. Everything got pasted as it is. The second one is paste value. Okay, so if you see in the commission there is a formula which is D2 into 5%. Okay, now if I paste the formula, it will take the reference of left cell. But I am not pasting the formula, I am pasting the value. That is why it will take the it will not take the reference, it will just paste the values whatever are available into this cell. So Control C, Control Alt V, okay, and values. See now, it is just pasted the values, not the formats, not anything, but there is no formula. Clear to everyone? You have to do along with me, or if you want, I'll wait for a second. Now, here again it is a formula, and formula says D2 into 5%. Now, when I copy this formula to other place, it will take the reference of left of that particular cell. That means instead of D2, it will be the other cell where I am copying the formula, and accordingly the calculation will be get done, because your Excel works on to relative referencing, right? So I copy this formula. Okay, if I am pasting over here, Control Alt V and the formula. Okay, you can see it has calculated differently. This calculation and this calculation is different. Why? Because here the formula becomes I24 into 5%. That means this cell's 5%. That is why your answer is different. Am I clear to everyone? Done, everyone? If done, type D in the chat box, please. Okay. Now, the next one is, I'm copying this again. Okay. And here I am pasting only the format. See, nothing has been done. Only the thing is format has been pasted. So if you want to have the format to be pasted anytime, in that case you can use special dialog box to paste the formats. Okay. Now, here if you see, there are certain comments written. Okay. From where to write comments? In the view menu, in the review menu, you are having new comment option. You can type the comment, and that comment you can paste anywhere, wherever you want to. Now here I am copying this, okay, and pasting comments. Only comment got pasted, not any values. Done, everyone? Okay. Now here I am copying, I had data validation applied onto all these cells. Okay. I do not want to copy the data, but I want to copy the data and paste validation. See now what happened. Just wait for a second. Let me check. Okay. I'll copy one cell only. Okay. And here Control Alt V, validation. Okay. Validation got copied. Okay. Now, this is a bonus tip for you. I had copied the data validation over here, but there is no sign unless and until I go to that particular cell. Right? I cannot recognize where is the data validation applied. And if I want to find out where is the data validation applied, okay, what can I do? I can press F5 key onto my keyboard, onto that spatial, and say data validation. I'll say okay. See, wherever is the data validation, that cell got marked. Paste formula and number format. And can anyone tell me why the answer is 000? Copy the column E, the commission, the formula in the commission cells. Okay, and paste the formula and the number format in the N wala data, N wala column. Okay, and check whether you are getting the answer 0000. And why 0? Anyone? Right, very good. Because the reference is M column and nothing is written in F column. That is why we are getting the answer as 0000. Now, in the next cell, copy again commission and paste value and number formatting. Value and number formatting. Done? Now, copy the data of column A or column C, whatever. Copy. Okay. And here, Control Alt V and paste link. What will happen if you see the cell? That cell will have the link to equal to the reference of the cell what I had. You can write equal to that cell number and you can drag down, or you can have a link to that particular cell. The thing are same, only the thing is how to paste the link. Done, everyone? Okay. Anyone who is working in Excel, when you import the data from any other software or any other place, you might get the data which is mixture of text and numbers. Might be the mixture of text and numbers. Okay, you can see over here, this is a text data and I had aligned that data to the right side. And it looks to be that it is a number data. Okay, here the calculation will be done, but generally when you import the data from the other places, okay, the calculation you are not able to do calculation on the cell where the data is number. Do you face this type of problem anytime? Those who are working in Excel, or no one is there today who is working in Excel? Let me know please. Yes. Now the best way, you never face that problem, Vipin. Okay, okay, no issues. But you are understanding everything what we are doing, right? Okay. Now see, if you want to get this data in the new number format, right? At this moment it is showing general format, right? Now what I am doing, I am copying this one. I am writing 1 in any cell. Copy this. Come down to all this cell. Control Alt V and multiply. Your data got numbered. That single quote wala sign went off, if you see. Okay, it is not showing number, but it is number now. Yeah, so to convert any text data, text numerical data, okay, do not confuse with ABCD. Text numerical data, you can make use of multiplication. Am I clear to everyone? Okay. Now, if you have wrote something 2, 3, 4, 5, and if you select this and if you convert it to percentage, it is taking 100%, right? Suppose I want to convert this data to percentage, okay, but when I go this, it is giving me the wrong answer. What to do? Write 0.05, 0.18, 0.06. Time consuming? Is it Sunday mania to everyone today? What to do? Anyone? Am I audible? Divide by 10 and then convert to percentage, right? Divide by 10 and divide by 100, I suppose. Right? Instead of that, what can I do? Copy this 1%, okay, and Control Alt V, paste special, multiply. Good? Done everyone? 1%. See now, I had copied this. Okay, that means this is copied, and when I say multiply, okay, this number got multiplied with this, and that is why it is giving you conversion into percentage. Is it easy rather than dividing by 100 and then converting it to percentage? Done everyone? Now, suppose you are having these many records, okay, and you want to replace only certain values. You want to replace only certain values in this particular records. What will you do? Manually going to that particular value and then replacing, right? Suppose this value, instead of 10,830, I want 10,530. This value I want 9,400, and this value I want 17,000. And there are so many values like this which are to be replaced, but not all the value has to be replaced. What to do? Anyone? Find and replace. 50 values has to be found. See, what can I do? I can copy this. Okay. Select this. Control Alt V. Skip blank. Check whether the value got replaced or not. Easier than find and replace? Do it. Let me know whether you are able to do. You don't have the data there in the sheet. Copy any data. Copy any data, na? Copy this data. Paste special. Copy any data and paste special. That is the copy of that particular cell only. This particular cell only it is copy. Copy, paste, and then try to replace. Check whether you are able to replace. Once done, let me know. How did you do the selection? Okay. See, here I wrote the data which I want to replace. And I had copied this. Okay. Now, here I am selecting the data. Control Alt V and skip blank. Clear? Check it now whether you are able to do. Once done, let me know. Type D if done. Okay. Now, if the row data has to be converted to column or column data has to be converted to row, we have to use Control C, Control Alt V, and here you are having transpose option. Transpose is to convert the row data to column data and column data to row data. Okay, that is a formula. Sorry. That was a formula. You can take this data. Copy. Control Alt V. Transpose. Done, everyone? Okay. Now, open text sheet. Text function. Open text sheet. Okay. Now, you all know that we can combine the data using equal to this cell, this cell, this cell. But what will happen if I just press enter? There will be no gap in between. Why? Because the gap has to be given specifically. Now, if I give the space like this, it doesn't work. What I have to write? I want to combine A2 along with a space, then B2 along with a space, and then C2. A2 along with a space, B2 along with a space, and then C2. Same way, I can write the function equal to concatenate A2, comma, along with a space, comma, B2 along with a space, comma, C2. Clear to everyone? You have to write and drag. Both of this. Okay. Now, there are certain functions which are lower, upper and proper. Lower is converting the lower case. Proper is converting to proper case. And upper is uppercase. Upper, lower, proper. Now, if I write equal to lower of this equal to upper of this and equal to proper of this. Done, everyone? Let me know, please. Okay. Do not be silent. Please active in the chat box so that I can understand whether you had done or not. Okay. Now, can you write this email ID then? What I want, the cell A1 to be converted to lowercase with the @gmail.com. Check whether you are able to write it. If yes, copy the formula what you wrote and paste it in the chat box. And please give the cell reference. Check it whether you are able to write email ID which is first name along with @gmail.com. Done? Done, everyone? Shall I continue with the next sheet? Okay. Come down to conditional form sheet. Okay. Copy this basic salary one more time beside. Now, depending upon your data, you can apply the different type of conditional formatting. Now, why the conditional formatting is required? If I want to highlight the data onto certain condition, in that case, I can give what is the condition and I can highlight the data. Am I clear with the objective? Okay. Now, select basic salary. Do not select it from the basic, select it from the data. Why? Because many times your basic also will get colored and I do not want to have that. Go to home menu. In the home menu, in the conditional formatting, you are having highlight cell rule, top bottom rule, data bar, color scale, icon set. Now, if you had applied the rule, in that case you can clear the rule, and if you want to change the rule, you can go to manage rule if you had custom rule or whatever rule you had applied. Okay. Now highlight cell rule. Now what I want to do, I want to highlight the cell which are greater than equal to greater than equal to 30,000. No, greater than 30,000. I will take greater than 25,000. That will be better. Okay, greater than 25,000. Now there are standards given, but I do not want to go with the standard. I want to have my own color for the formatting. So custom format, in that field and select whatever color you want to have as a background. Now this will highlight the cell wherever the amount is greater than 25,000. Done. Now when you are having the text data, okay, you can conditional formatting. Now what I want highlight cell rule. Now once you had understood greater than, you can understand less than, you can understand between, you can understand equal to, right? Between is between two range. Now what I want text that contains. Okay, now I want wherever MUM is continuously written, that has to be highlighted, and the color for the highlighting should be any light color. You can see wherever continuous MUM is there, that got highlighted. Once done both of this, let me know. Okay, one more answer please. Okay, now in the gender, conditional formatting, highlight cell rule, duplicate value. Okay, and duplicate value I want any color, whatever are the duplicate, not case sensitive, whatever are the duplicate that got highlighted. Can anyone search for unique values? What I want in the department, whatever is the unique value, that has to be highlighted. If you see, admin is the unique value. Okay, so admin should get highlighted. Check where this option is. Done for the unique? Okay. Anyone not done for the unique? How to do? You will go into conditional formatting, highlight cell rule. In that duplicate value, and here there is an option of unique value, and unique value has to be colored with a different highlighting. Okay, now instead of marketing, if I write XXX over here, that is also unique. Okay, so it will get highlighted. Done everyone? Okay, now in the date, highlight the date, go to the conditional formatting, highlight cell rule, a date occurring. Now you are having number of options over here: yesterday, today, tomorrow, last 7 days, last week, next week, last month, next month, this month. Okay, now there is a date which is yesterday. Okay, so I am saying yesterday, and I am selecting the data with a color. Yesterday got highlighted. Now there are more options, like if I select the data. Now there is a difference between when we talk about top bottom rule. Okay, top 10 item, top 10% item. Okay, so from 100 top 10, okay, from 100 top 10%. Okay, so depending upon what you write, your data will get highlighted. Now there are 10 records, and if I say top 10%, only one record will get highlighted. Okay, when I say top 3, I'll copy this again. Top 3 items instead of 10. Okay, copy this, paste special. Now select the data, go to conditional formatting, data bars, okay, and select any data bar. Now depending upon the value in the cell, okay, the size of the data bar will be there. See, 60,000 is the highest, that is why the bar is longer one, and rest of the bars are smaller one. Done everyone? Understood basics of conditional formatting? Now come down to this sheet. Come down to this sheet. Now what I want to highlight the cell which are between these two values, and the highlighted should be column depending upon column B's data. Now if there are number of columns and I want to consider only the column B, right, in that case I must write dollar before D. Okay, now I'm clearing the conditional formatting from this table. Okay, now I want to highlight the data between these two values. Okay, tomorrow if I change these values, it should get changed. Now how to define the new rule? I am selecting the data from A5 to C1159. I am going to conditional formatting, going to new rule. Now my rule should be formula based. My rule should be formula based. So I am writing formula. Okay. Now there are two conditions. What to write? Anyone? One is it should be greater than this amount and another is less than this amount. What to write? Anyone? Anyone? What to write? Very good. Equal to and. Now the cell B5. Now when I come down, my 5 should get changed to 6. But when I come in the column should not get changed. That is why it should be $B5 greater than equal to this cell. Now this cell should be fixed. The second condition is again the B5 should be less than equal to this. Equal to is necessary because we are writing the formula. Okay, and $B5, why? Because I want to consider only the column B. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8 it should consider. That is why there is no dollar before 5. Otherwise every time it will consider only the cell B5. I want B5, B6 all cells to be considered, and I want to format the cell with any light color. I'll say OK and I'll say OK. You can see whatever are the amount between these two amount got highlighted. Tomorrow if I change it to OK. So this is how the conditional formatting is working. Be careful, if you are selecting the data from B5, then the first cell reference should be B5. If you are selecting the data from B6, your first reference should be B6. Otherwise, your conditional formatting will be wrong. Once done, let me know. Shall I show you the rule or you will do? And if you had applied any rule, in that case, first delete the rule. Okay. Control A. Okay. I am clearing the rule first. Okay. Now, everyone select the data from A5 to the last cell C1159. Are you doing with me? Okay. Go to the conditional formatting. new rule, use formula. Okay, now I am writing equal to and of B5, which should be dollar, greater than equal to A2. Second condition is B5 less than equal to B2. Is it right? Yes, right. Select any one color and say okay. Let me check whether I am doing any mistake or it is right. Yeah, it is right. Now, if you had applied the rules, generally it is suggested that you should delete the rules whatever you had if you are having number of rules on the same sheet, unless and until you want to apply number of rules. Okay. Okay. Understood how to apply the conditional formatting using the formula or the function? Okay. Now, come down to this sheet. Which is weekend. Okay, this column is not there with you. I suppose this is not there with you. Yeah. Now, I want to find out if there is any transaction on Saturday and Sunday. If there is any transaction on Saturday or Sunday. And for this purpose, I have to find out whether there is a Saturday or Sunday. Whether there is a Saturday or Sunday on the particular day. Okay. So, equal to weekday, okay, of this cell. By default, it considers Saturday, Sunday as a. Now, your 7 is Saturday and your 1 is Sunday and 7 is Saturday. Now, how to find out whether it is Saturday or Sunday? I can write equal to text of this cell, comma, 4 times D, bracket complete. Now, it was Tuesday. Now, see, Saturday is 7, 1 is Sunday. Clear up to this, everyone? Both the formulas clear to everyone? Okay. But what happened now? I do not want to waste these 2 columns. Okay. This is just for the cross checking that Saturday and Sunday is 7 and 1. Right. What I'll do? I'll use this column only to get the conditional formatting. Okay. So that is why I am not selecting this data. I am selecting only this data. 1, 2, down. Okay. Now what the condition has to be checked? Weekday of the date is either 1 or 7. In that case, we should have the highlighting. Right? If the weekday is 1 or 7, it should be highlighted. What has to be right in the conditional formatting then? Conditional formatting, new rule, formula, equal to, what to write? Anyone? Very good. Or of weekday of this cell. Now this cell should be again, or it should be B1. B1 because my data has been selected from 1. Okay, $B1 equal to 1, comma, weekday of $B1 equal to 7, then format. Okay. Color is your choice, whatever color you want to have, and check whether Saturday, Sunday got colored. Check whether it got shifted. Done? If done, let me know please. They are going very slow today, I suppose. No issues. One more D please. Okay. Now, this is project status. the next sheet, which is project icon, which is conditional icon. This is a project sheet. Okay. Now what I want to do, if the project status, this completion, is above 85%, then there should be right ka sign. If it is above 45, it is going on, and if it is below 45, it should be cross. That means it is not in the satisfied condition. Am I clear with the objective? Yeah. So go to conditional formatting, icon set, more rule. Go to conditional formatting, icon set, more rule. You will have this dialog box. Select formula, format all cells based on their values, and here select the icon set and select this icon set. Okay. Now what is the target? If the value of the cell is greater than equal to 85%, then there should be right ka sign. If it is greater than equal to 45%, it should be exclamatory. Otherwise, it should be cross sign. Check whether you are able to do. Now, many times what happens, you do not want the values to be there. You want only the icons to be there. So, you can check in this so that only icon will be there, but not the values in the cell.
Let's see our quiz question, guys. The question is, which of the following is not a function used to manipulate or search data in Excel? First option is A, concatenate, B, Vlookup, C, Hlookup, D, pivot table. I hope you have written the answers in the comment box. Now let's move on to our next session.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertech. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Okay. Now, what I want to do, I want to find out the position of admin into complete data, then finance into complete data. That is why I am writing equal to match A5 from A5 to A9. Now, why it is fixed? Because when I go down with the formula, my 5 should not get changed to 6 and my 9 should not get changed to 10. That is why it is fixed. Now, your match says the third parameter. Now, if you write equal to match, it is asking you lookup value. Why, what you want to look for, where you want to look for, and match type. Now, if I write, I want to look for admin into this particular data, okay, comma. Now, your match demands either 1 or 0 or minus 1. The meaning of 0 is I want the exact match. Generally, we say whenever you are searching for the data which is text data, in that case you should go for exact match, or if you are looking for the exact match, in that case you go for the exact match. Am I clear with the third parameter 0? Okay. Why we are doing this? I will be explaining you in the next sheet. Okay, so that you can understand the basic of VLOOKUP, then how to use VLOOKUP with the match. Write this formula, drag it down. Okay, now copy this and transpose over here. Now, not necessary that your data should be vertical. Your data can be horizontal also. Only a thing is it should be one-dimensional array. Now, what I want to do, I want to find it equal to match, okay, admin into, sorry, I'll say A2 only, this one, so that my data will not get disturbed. Match A5 into this data. See now, instead of giving vertical, I had given horizontal, comma, 0, bracket complete, enter. You are getting the right answer. Position of admin, then position of finance, then position of HR, position of marketing, and then position of production. Now here if I write production instead of marketing, and here if I write instead of finance, and here I write finance, what happened? FINANCE. What happened? HR, marketing, admin. What is this? This is A9. A9 is production. Spelling is wrong. I am getting the answer. Clear to everyone? Match function clear to everyone as far as exact is concerned? I want to find out which value are this. See, what is the position of admin in this particular data? 1. What is the position of HR in this data? Right? I want to find out the position of particular data into my given data. And for that purpose, I am using match. Am I clear now? Okay. Now, if I write finance over here, okay, and if I say find the finance in this data, the position of finance is 2. That is why I am getting this 2. And if I write over here admin, what I will get? I will get 1. Okay. So here I am finding this value only. This value into this array. Or what can you do if you are getting confused? You can write over here finance, marketing, okay, HR, production, and then admin. Now if I write equal to match this value into this data, comma 0. Now this is finding the position of this into this data. Now finance is at 2, marketing is at 4, HR is 3, production is 5, admin is 1. Got it now? Position of particular data in my provided set. Now, you might get confused that it should be always vertical. Not necessary. The data can be horizontal also. Okay. Now, I can write equal to match this data into this data, comma. Okay. Everyone done with this function? Everyone done with the above one? Type D if done. Okay. One more D please. Okay. Now, 0 is exact match. The ascending list gives the match for the less than value. Okay. And the descending list gives the value for greater than value. The meaning is, now see here. I want to find out 20. Sorry, I want to find out 25. Okay. Is 25 available in this data? No. But I want to find out the nearest value, which is less than. Now, when you say less than, your data should be sorted in the ascending order. And when you say greater than, your data should be sorted in the descending order. The meaning of ascending descending is increasing and decreasing order. Okay. Now, if I want to find out 20, I am having the option of exact match. But if I want to find out 25, what I am writing? Match B25 into A20 to A23, comma. Now exact value is not available. I should go for greater than or less than. Since this data is sorted in the ascending order, I should go for less than value. That is why I am writing 1. Am I clear? Two more answers, please. Didn't get this? What I want? See, is 25 available in the data? No. I am having two options. I should either find out the value which is greater than 25 or which is less than 25, right? Now, if you want to find out the value which is less than 25, your data should be in the ascending order where you want to find out. The meaning is this data should be sorted in the order of increasing order. Okay. Now, if I write equal to match, what I want to match? This 25. Where I want to match? In this data. Clear up to this? Now 25 is not available, so I am having option of either less than or greater than. But for greater than, the data should be sorted opposite. At this moment my data is sorted in the ascending order, so I can find only the value which is less than the given value. Okay, that is why I am writing 1. What is the value which is less than 25? 20. What is the position of 20? 2. Second is the position. Okay, so I'll get 2. See now. Clear? Okay. Now here the data is in the descending order. Again, this 25 is not available over there. Okay. Now the data is in the descending order. That is why I can find the value which is greater than. Okay. So I'll be writing the match with -1. And -1 is for greater than. And for greater than, the data should be sorted in the descending order. Clear, everyone? Okay. Write the formula over here for match. Write the formula for third parameter as 1 and write the formula for third parameter is -1. Now you can cross check if you want. See, I wrote over here. I am finding the data in B22, B23, which is B25. I am getting #NA. Why? Because the data is sorted in the opposite order. So you can try for this also, that whether I get the data if it is in the descending order as 1. The third parameter is 1. You will get error. Once done, let me know. Okay, one more answer for done. Now, come down to this sheet. Everyone. After completing this particular formula, I'll be giving you the break. Okay. Now, this data is sales order data. Item number, quantity has been given. I want to find out the product name. I want to find out the category. I want to find out the price. And I want to find out the total. The total is nothing but quantity into price. Now, this is the data given to you. Right? Now, I want to find out this number into this data and want to get the product name, want to get the category, want to get the subcategory and want to get the price. Clear with the objective what has to be done? What will you do? You will write Vlookup. Right? Now, your Vlookup is nothing but vertical lookup. It searches for the value in the first column of the array. Okay. One more thing. See, I wrote 2 lines in a cell. I haven't wrapped it. Even if I increase this, you can see this is 2 cells. 2 rows. Anyone how to write? Anyone how to write this? It is Alt Enter. It is Alt Enter. With Alt Enter, you can write number of lines in a cell. Okay. Now it searches for the value and it always returns the first occurrence from the array. Is this 3 points understood by you? I'll be explaining while explaining the VLOOKUP also. Okay. Now, what your VLOOKUP says? VLOOKUP says equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value. What I want to look for? I want to look for this value. Comma. Where I am looking for? This data. Right? Comma. Now, in this data, which is from M3 to R24. In this data, which is from M3 to R24, which column the product name is written? Anyone? Understood? Okay. So, in the second column, the product name is written. Okay, column N. Thank you. But column N, you cannot write column N over here. So, you have to write in the array where I am searching for. The product name is present in the column 2. That is why you are writing 2. Okay. Comma. I want the exact match. When to use approximate, I will be telling you. Don't worry. Okay. I am searching for, see, this is not the rule, but generally we say that if you are searching for any text value, go for the exact match. I am getting the electronic clock, right? Yes. Now what is the problem over here? Let me explain you the problem now. Okay. See what happens. Here I want to copy this formula beside, and I will copy this formula beside. Okay. See now, I am writing equal to VLOOKUP. Okay. This data. Now I am shifting towards right. So I will be writing B4. $B. Why $B4? Every time I want to use the same column. So $B4, comma, M3 to R24. This should be F4. This also should be F4. Okay. Comma 2, 0. Now first time I got the right answer. Now when I drag this function, even if I fix the column, I am getting the wrong answer. Why? Because category is present in the column 3. Electronic clock is present in the column 4. And price is present in the column 6, I suppose. I have to change it manually. Is this require a lot of time if you want to copy if you want to get the data for number of columns? Are you getting my point what I said? Yes, and this is where we have to use the match. At this moment, copy this formula. Okay, using this, write the formula, drag beside and change 3 to 4 to 6. So that you will get the answer and copy it down, and this cell is nothing but multiplication of quantity into price. Write it. Let me know whether you are getting the right answer, why we had put the dollar, whether you had understood or not, and why we are putting 2, 3, 4, 6. If you understood all, okay, if you are getting the answer, type DDDD. If done, type DDDD in the chat box. Understood? Okay. Instead of writing 2, 3, 4, 5 manually, what can I do? See, if I say equal to match, okay, this into comma 0, I'll get the product name. I'm getting 2. Okay, what can I do? I can write VLOOKUP this value into this complete data, comma, this will become my third parameter, and comma false or 0. Choice is yours. You can write 0 also for the false. Okay, now where to put the dollar? At V5. this completely. This should be $D4, $4. Okay. Everyone understood how to use VLOOKUP with match? Okay. Okay. So write the function, drag it, and get the values of all 4 columns. Get the values of all 4 columns. Okay. And this is multiplication. Do faster. Once done, type DDD in the chat box. Now, come down to VLOOKUP approximate. Now see, I want to find out the tax slab for the salary. I want to find out the tax slab for the salary. Okay, and tax slabs are written over here. Now, this exact salary, is this available over here? No. That is why the VLOOKUP का 4th parameter will be approximate match. The VLOOKUP's 4th parameter will be approximate. See now, equal to VLOOKUP, this salary into this complete data. I want the second column value and I want the approximate value. You can write 1 also or 0 also. 1 for true, 0 for false. So even though the salary is not available, I'll get the salary. Now you have to just change it to Ctrl+Shift+5 in the percentage. Now, how this particular approximate works? 0 to 4,999 will be 0%. 5,000 to 14,999 will be 1%. 15,000 to 24,999, 3% will be there. Am I clear? Write the function so that we can go for the next one. Now, the function is Hlookup. Now, Hlookup is nothing but searches for the value in the first row and gives the value of the corresponding row. In the VLOOKUP, we are searching in the first column and getting the value of corresponding column. And in this, we are getting the value of, we are searching for the value in the first row and getting the value of the row provided. Okay. Can you write Hlookup? Generally what people do, they won't like Hlookup. They copy this data and they use Ctrl+Alt+V and transpose. And then they write VLOOKUP instead of Hlookup. But you must know that we can write Hlookup also. That is why the function introduction is there. Clear to everyone? Done? You can convert your horizontal data to vertical data and you can write VLOOKUP or you can write Hlookup. Choice is yours whether you want to write Hlookup or VLOOKUP. Okay, one more done please. One more done please. Now see, what I want to do, find the category, computers category. Now computer is written in 1, 2, 3. Okay, and its category is technology. So manually if I want to write the function, I will write equal to index. Now What you want to index? You want to index the complete matrix or array, comma, which rows value you want? You want the third row ka value and fourth column ka value, right? Now, those who are using Vlookup, for them, we generally suggest instead of Vlookup, write index. Index is easier to write and index is faster for the execution than your Vlookup. Clear to everyone how to write the basic index? Clear to everyone how to write the basic index? What I want to find out here, the question is given, find the computer's category. Find the computer's category, right? Now computer is written in column C, okay, which is third column. 1, 2, 3 and third row, right? If I want to find out computer, I will write 3 by 3. But what I want to find out? I want to find out computer's ka category. Now index function, if you write, it demands equal to index. What it demands? Row. Sorry, it demands array. Now in the array, what is the row number and what is the column number of which you want to get the value? Now my array is this array, comma. Computer is written in third row. Product name, electronic clock, then computer, right? So 3. Now what I want to find out? I want to find out the category. The category is written in column number 4, right? That is why I am writing 4. I am completing the bracket. I am getting the technology, which is this answer. Computers ka category name. Clear? Okay. Now, if we write like this, every time, if I want to find out any value, I have to write what column and if you want router category, where is router? This one, right? So router is at 11 number. Okay. So 11 ka column 4, I suppose. Let me check. We want automation. No, this is not very specific. I am coming down to automation. Don't worry. I am coming down to automation. Wait. That is what I am telling you, that I cannot write every time 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 5. If I write like this, there is no use of this function, right? I am making it dynamic now, one by one. Okay. Now see, what I want to find out technologies subcategory. Technologies subcategory. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll write equal to index, comma, match this technology into this data, comma, 0, comma, technology is written in column number 4. What happened? Column number 5. I am getting gadgets. What I did? I use one index, one match. Right? Everyone understood this one match? More answers, please. Okay. Now, making the complete automation. I am writing equal to index of this all data, comma, match this electronic clock into this data, comma, 0, and for this I want to find out the subcategory. So second match, okay, this comma into this comma 0, match complete. Am I clear? VLOOKUP also will work, right? But instead of VLOOKUP, how to use index? Okay. Now, answer is accessories. Now I want to check which row is getting returned and which column is getting returned. Now if I select this, electronic clock, what is the row number? 2. And for subcategory, what is the column number? 5. So I cross check my answer whether it is right or wrong. Yes? Yes. Okay. Now, your question should be how you had arrived at answer of this. Anyone? Okay. If once you had done, please press escape key. Otherwise, your answer will be there instead of the function. Okay. I had selected the match completely. Onto my keyboard, I pressed F9 key. F9 key. Okay. Again, I had selected the match and I had pressed F9 key. Okay. Once you cross check, please press escape. Otherwise, your function will go off. Your answer will be there only. Means 2 and 5 will be there instead of match. Shall I show you the function? I am purposely not showing so that you should be able to write. Okay. Okay. Those who has done with. Show me. Okay. Now come down to Hlookup match. Sorry. Now try to find out price using the index function. Try to find out the price of the product in the table from G1 to G24 using index. Try to find out the price of the product using the index function. Try to write, otherwise I'll show you the formula. Done? Let me know please. Shall I show you the formula? Okay, once done, let me know. Type DDD in the chat box so that I can take the next things. Okay, good. Now, I suppose no one requires Hlookup, no one has demanded, is not in your curriculum. Okay, now come down to the sheet of data validation. Hlookup is like your VLOOKUP, but in VLOOKUP, what happens? You are giving the column reference 2, 3, 4, 5. In case of Hlookup, there is no need of giving the column reference. You are returning array will be your column reference. See now. Hlookup A3. A3 is this salary. Sorry, A3 is Lalit Kumar Kant. Okay. Where to look? Instead of the complete data, I am looking into M3 column only. The restriction to VLOOKUP was in the data should present in the first column. Okay. Which will overlook into our index also. And in Hlookup, it is more easier. Okay. So look for the value in M wala column. Okay. And return the value from the L column. Got it? Very simple. Again, if you are not finding if you are not finding, generally in VLOOKUP you are writing if NA, right? Here you can directly write. If you see the parameter, see lookup array, return array. If not found, what you want to write? Okay. And in the match mode, you can match for what you can say greater than, less than, both. Okay. And exact match also, I suppose. And then search mode is whether you want to search from the downside or you want to search for the upside. Like this, these functions are. This function is very easy to understand, not found. See, then here I am writing -1. What is -1? See, exact match or next smaller than item. Then 1. No, this function is not there in 2010, not there in 13, not there in 16 also, I suppose. 16 it is there, I suppose. Okay. But as I told you, if you want, you can have this function written with a single quote into your data if you want to have. The sheet is, if you want, you can write this function so that in future, if you're having 365, you can use Xlookup instead of Vlookup. Do you want to write? Okay. Shall I continue? Others, please answer. Yeah. Now what I want to do, I want to restrict the entry in the cell. Suppose these many cells, I want to restrict the entries. Okay. The value should be between 0 to 100. The user should not be able to type less than 0 or more than 100 in these all cells. Okay. So I am going to data menu, data validation. Now here I want to have the whole number, and the number should be between 0 and 100. If I say OK, here if I try to write 200, it is not accepting. Clear? But if I write 100, you have to do on these cells. Okay. I am doing beside because I already had applied the things over there. Okay. So data validation, and this is your data validation. Once done, let me know. Data menu, data tools, data validation, again data validation, and in that this dialog box. Once done, type DDD in the chat box. The second one is date should be between 1st April 2019 to 31st April 2019. Okay. So going to data validation. Okay. Date, start date should be 01/04/2019 and end date should be 31/03/2020. Done. Now one more thing, I'll be explaining over here so that it will be easier for you. Okay. If I write any wrong value over here, it is giving me the error, this value does not match the data validation restriction denied for this cell. Okay. One cannot understand what is the value to be entered in that particular cell. So I can customize this error message. I can customize the input message also. What I'll be doing, I'll be going over here. Okay. Data validation. Now in the input message, I'm writing input, and here I'm writing please enter value between 0 and 100. Now see, if my cursor is here, it is giving me the what value has to be entered. Clear to everyone? Now here data validation again. Now error alert. Okay. Now in the error alert, title is error, and here I am writing please enter correct value between 0 and 100. Now see, if I enter the wrong value, one thing input message I can see, and if I enter the wrong value, it is giving me my message what I wrote. Clear to everyone? Okay. Now one more thing. Okay. I am again selecting this, going to data validation. Now here there is a stop. What happens if I stop the person will not be able to make the entry. So what I want him to do the entries and I want to rectify the entry. So I'll say information, I'll say okay. Now if I write 500 over here, it is giving me please enter the correct value, but it is accepting. It has accepted 500. Till now it was not accepting, right? Now I am writing 10,000 or 1000. I am saying okay. I am writing 700. I am writing okay. Now I want to find out within this entry what are the entries which are wrong. Okay. I am going to data validation, circle invalid data. Clear to everyone? Okay. Learn something new in today's session? Good. Okay. Apply all the setting to this data validation. Apply all the setting to this data validation. Again, I had given the data validation over here, right, which is not allowing me to write the values apart from this range. Okay. Once done, let me know. Okay, one done. Two more done, please. Okay, chalo. Now, in this particular thing, what I want to do, I want to find out. Suppose I want to restrict the user not to enter more than 20 characters. Not to enter more than 20 characters. Right? In that case, the function is readily available in your data validation. But how to find out the length of a cell? How to find out the length of the data in a cell? The function is alien. Alien. If I write over here only 3m, it is 3. If I write 4m, it is 4. So whatever is the data in the cell, okay, the function is alien. Okay. Now onto this cell, I want to have the data validation. So data validation. Okay. Here text length should be less than or less than equal to, depending upon your choice, and the length should be 20. Okay. So that more than 20 character it will not allow. If you know VBA, Visual Basic for Application, you can write. What I want the data to be selected from these departments only. I do not want to allow anything else. So I want to have the data validation, and in that data validation I want this value to be as a drop down. You might have seen in the second sheet, count if samifala, statistical, we had that drop down. How to create that? Okay, go to data validation, list, and now the source of the list is this, and say okay. Now see here from the data validation you can select whatever is the department of that particular employee. Okay. Once done, let me know. Now what I want in my company I am giving the employee number as EMP and 3 digits. So I want to check whether the EMP is written before the employee number in the cell. Now I want to check for the left 3 characters. Okay, so equal to left of this comma 3. Okay, it is EMP. Now what should be the condition? Left of EMP left of 3 should be EMP. Right? If this returns true, then my data validation will be working. Otherwise, it will not be working. Okay? Clear? Yeah, so this is what I want to write in the data validation. So I am selecting the cells, going to data validation. Now how to custom, and the formula is equal to left of this cell comma 3 should be equal to EMP. Okay. If you type anything apart from EMP to the left 3 characters, it should not allow you to type. Understood? Now, I suppose I had told you equal to today gives us today's date, right? I have told you this. I suppose, yes, I don't remember. No? So equal to today, equal to now. These are the functions which gives me date and time. Okay. And the shortcut is control semicolon for the date and control shift semicolon for the time. Okay. Now, what is the difference between today and control semicolon? What is the difference between now and control colon? Okay. This is dynamic. This is also dynamic. Clear? The meaning is when tomorrow I open the system, this will get changed to 8. This will also get changed to 8 and the time, latest time. But this will be, you can see now, the time got changed over 43, but here it is 42 only. Okay, so these are static. These are dynamic. Clear? Yeah. Now, suppose I want to have the date of joining. The employee has joined the company. So, if the employee has joined the company, the date of joining will be less than equal to today. Will be less than equal to today. Yeah. So, if I want the date of joining to be validated, that it should be less than today's date. Can you do? Check. I want this 4-5 cells to be less than today's date. Check whether you can do it. If done, let me know the formula what you wrote. Tomorrow if I open, that should be 8. Day after tomorrow if I open, that should be 9. It should not be static. Like if you are writing 0708-2022, it will not work. Because whenever I open the system, it should be less than that date. Let me know how you are defining. The last for the today. Protection. Good. Chalo, next. Do faster, please. Okay, I want to protect the sheet. I want to protect the workbook. And I want to protect the cell. Okay, very first, if you want to protect the workbook, go to review menu, protect sheet, give the password as ABC. Now, when you protect the worksheet, what happens? Your cell insertion, cell deletion, cell format, these are not allowed to you. Okay. So, I'll say OK. Now, you can see it is asking the password again. I'm giving the password again as ABC. Okay. Now, if I try to write anything, it is not allowing me. Okay. But this got locked completely. The complete worksheet got blocked. Generally, what we require to give the access to particular cells and the rest of the cell are not allowed to edit. Right? So I'm unprotecting the sheet, typing the password ABC. Now, everyone, please be careful. I'm selecting the complete cell, complete workbook, complete worksheet. I'm pressing Control 1. Okay. In Control 1 in the protection, I'm removing all the locks. By default, your Excel come with locking of the cell. And I say OK. Now what will I do? I'll select these cells and I'll lock this cell. I'll say OK. Now if I protect the sheet, here it is not allowing me to write anything. What happened? Protect the sheet. Wait. Okay, I had locked this cell. Sorry, I had locked this cell. So it will not allow me to write into this cells. See, this cell are not allowed to type. Yeah, you cannot make the changes to this cell. I had locked by mistake these cells. Okay, whatever you want to lock, that you have to select and say lock. Okay, I had locked this cell, that is why it is not allowing me to type in this cell, but rest of the 4-5 column it is allowing me. Done, everyone? Understood what I did? Understood what I did? Yes? Okay, good. Now I am unprotecting the sheet. Now one more thing, I am again locking all the cells. Format cell, protection, lock. Okay, now many of you might be knowing I am writing alt equal to over here, this is sum. Okay, I do not want this formula to be visible in the formula bar. I do not want this formula to be visible in the formula bar. I want to hide what the formula is written. Okay, I am pressing Ctrl 1 or format cell. I am saying hidden. I say OK. Now, if I protect the sheet with the password, see the formula is not visible. Good thing, na? I do not want to show my formula to any other one. Okay, now you can protect the complete workbook by giving the password. Okay, when you protect the workbook, insertion, deletion, renaming the sheet, hide and hide the sheet is not allowed. Okay, this is one way to give the password to your workbook. Second one is file menu, info. Here you can protect the workbook, encrypt with the password. Okay, and third one, if you want to give the password for open and password to modify, there are two passwords. One is password to open, another is password to modify. In that case, you can say save as. Okay, browse for the place. Here in the tools, you are having this general option. There are two passwords now. One to open, another is to modify. I want the person to open the workbook, but I do not want the workbook to be modified. In that case, I can use these two passwords. Clear to everyone? Protection of the workbook, protection of the cell, protection of the worksheet. Okay. Now, to do the analysis of certain data, pivot is used. Now, pivot is nothing but the analysis of your data as per the requirement. Pivot is always based on a base data. That means if I want to change anything in the analysis, the base data has to be changed. Clear? Now suppose I want the analysis to be state and category. Okay, now state is I will say region. Okay, here the region will be south, north. Okay, and here the categories, right? Category will be furniture. Okay, then technology, then office supply. What to do if I want the values over here? You can use sum if, right? No, I want the sum of profit or revenue, right? But tomorrow, if this get changes to state, I have to write the state names over here, right? Then sum if ka formula will get changed. Am I clear what I am saying? Vlookup match is possible. Only the thing is, tomorrow suppose there is a column got added subcategory. Okay, and I want region ka data with subcategory. I have to change. See, you are not understanding my point. If I write sum ifs. Okay, what I want to sum? I want to sum suppose revenue. Okay, comma, control back, revenue, comma. This column should be this and this should be this. Should be this, comma, this column should be this. Understood the formula? I had converted to table, don't worry, this is a range. Pivot revenue is a range, category is a range, state is a range. Okay. Now tomorrow, if instead of revenue I want the profit, I have to change this formula. Am I clear what I am saying? I have to change this formula because instead of profit revenue ka range, I have to have profit ka range, right? Again, if I want data to be month wise, I have to change the countiful condition. In this particular case, we can use pivot table. Okay, now let me explain you first the table and then the pivot table. Okay, now I suppose I had given you in the table format only. Check it. How will you check whether it is table format? Let me check what I had given. Convert this data. Right click. Go to table. No, this is not in the table format. This is not in the table format. Okay. How will you know whether it is table format? There will be a context menu over here. Table. Control T is the shortcut key. Another is Control L, and third is insert table. Insert table. Okay, it will ask you the table data and whether your table is having the heading. Two shortcuts, Control L, Control T, and the third is insert table. Am I clear to everyone how to convert your data to table? Okay, now when I say okay, first thing is there is a table design. This is what it is shown that your data is converted to table. Again, back if you want to have, now here there is a table name. This is table 2. Okay, now I want this data name to be given as pivot data 1. Okay, convert your data to table and give the name as pivot data 1. Once done, let me know. Okay, now one advantage is you are not this data, keep your cursor, go to insert menu and set table, or press Ctrl T onto your keyboard. Okay, whatever data is there, that will be, see now if I press Ctrl T, my data is from A1 to G5000 and I'm having heading to the data, category, state, region, say date, revenue, profit and month. I'll say okay, your data got converted to table. Now table design. Okay, you can use a default name also, but I do not want default name. I want this data to be, I might have same name now, pivot data 1. Done everyone? Okay. Now, when your data is in the table format, you are having filter added automatically to your data. Filter to your data now. Right? Now, filter can be to the filter by color. Okay. Text filter if your data is text. Okay. Now, I can select from the menu also that I want only the furniture. Okay. Same thing as if your data menu filter. I suppose everyone knows filter and sort. Yeah, now see one more thing. See, I am having this. I will copy this over here. Okay, now this is not the table. This is not the table. Okay, date, revenue, profit. Okay, and month. Heading can be anything. Now I had selected my data. I went to filter. Okay, now I am having this filter option available with me. Okay, now this option again, like conditional formatting, depends on your data type. Depends upon your data type. Okay, if data is text, this will be text filter. If your data is a number, this will be number filter. And if your data is date, in that case it will be date filter. Clear? Yeah, one more thing. Suppose I had given the color to this data. I am going home menu. I am giving the data to be color. Now here I am having filter by color option. I can filter by. Clear to everyone? Okay. This utility can be used, filter by color, when you are having conditional formatting and you want to sort onto the color. Clear? Okay. You can add the data to table. Na? You have to just write something over here. I am writing See, this got added to your table. See, I will write over here. See, I am writing over here. Suppose this is cost. This is cost. Okay. Which is revenue minus profit. Now, what will happen? If you type this formula over here, you are not to drag the formula. It will be copied automatically to all the cells. I had copied from this and I can. Rows also you can. If you add the row, you can paste it. Yeah, you can. There is no problem in pasting the data downside or in the column. It's not the problematic. Okay. Understood the table concept? Okay. Now, and sort, you are having data menu, sort option. Yeah. You can add labels up to 64 in the sort option. Okay. Now, if I want to sort on category, whether I want Z to A or A to Z, I'll say okay. This will be sorted onto the column I had selected. Okay. Clear filter. I do not want to have sort. Okay, now again sort is having number of options. See, depending upon your data type, the sort will be. Okay, now if you are having any color into your data, in that case you can sort by color also. Okay, am I clear to everyone? Now this is table, that is why it is not asking my data as header. Otherwise it will ask you whether your data is header. Otherwise what will happen?
Let's see our quiz question, guys. The question is, what is the main purpose of using pivot tables in data analysis? Option A, to validate data accuracy. Option B, to sort and summarize large data sets. Option C, to create charts and graphs. Option D, to remove duplicate data. Now let's move on to our session.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertech. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Control V. Now this is not table. And if I say sort, if I won't say my data has header, it will ask me column LMNOP. But if I say my data has header, it will ask me, it will there. Okay. Okay. Chalo. Now what I want to have the pivot table. Now pivot table can be inserted into another sheet also, can be inserted into this sheet also. Now whenever you are inserting the pivot table, please careful that there should be sufficient space to expand your table. Okay, now what I want, I had selected this complete table. I am going to insert menu, pivot table, from range. Okay, now it has taken the table name automatically, or you can select the data whatever you want to have. Now I want in the existing sheet, it is asking me the location. I am giving this location. Clear up to this, everyone? Okay, I had selected this data. I went to insert menu, pivot table, from range. Okay, it has taken the data table automatically because my data was converted into table. Otherwise you have to select the range. Existing sheet. Now it is asking where you, in this sheet, where you want to have. Okay, I am selecting this particular cell to insert the pivot table and I am saying okay. Clear? Now when you insert a pivot table, you are having this option available with you. Is it there with you? Is it clear, everyone? Is this dialog box coming to you, everyone? Okay, now what I want state wise revenue. See, it is giving you state wise revenue. Clear? Now I do not want revenue, I want profit. Easier than writing the function? Okay, now it requires practice. Definitely Excel requires a lot of practice. Okay, now see, please be careful. See, many times what happens, suppose it is for the analysis purpose. I am doing analysis state wise, what is my profit, state wise, what is my revenue. Yeah, now suppose instead of numerical field, if I had selected the numerical value, it will take count. In this state there were 44 transactions. Am I clear to everyone? Okay, At this moment, I'm not taking anything. I'm just taking the profit. Now, it may be the case that you won't require the profit ka sum. You want profit ka average or anything else. Now, if you down click this, you are having value field setting and you are having these many options over here. Okay, up to this, do it. Let me know if done. Select the table, insert pivot table, this sheet only. Shall I continue if done? Okay. Okay. Now, if you want anything like count, average, maximum, minimum or product, in that case, you can use this option, drop down and value field setting. This dialog box will be there, and this dialog box you can change what you want, standard deviation, variance, whatever you want. You can have that particular option. Clear? Now, anyone, if I want to calculate what is the percentage of profit for this particular state, if I want to calculate what is the profit percentage from the total profit for this particular state, how can we do? Anyone? I want both profit also and percentage also. Total then divide. Check whether you can add the column to your table. Check whether you can have the column to your table. Pivot table. I am asking about pivot table. Right click and pivot table. You are not allowed to have any column into your pivot table. Everyone, please look at my screen what I am doing. I am dragging the profit again. Okay, and to this profit, value field setting, show value as percentage of column total. See now. Instead of state, take the region. It will be easier for you. Take the region. Check it now. Clear to everyone what I did? Definitely. Excel needs a lot of practice, and Excel is, as I told you, it is an ocean. There are a lot many things in Excel. Yeah? Understood? Done everyone? This one? Okay. Now, I want on the same data, the different analysis. What I'll do? I'll copy this. I'll paste it beside. Okay. Now, what I want category to be in the column. Now, see, it is region wise, category wise, category wise data. Second analysis onto the same data. Am I clear? I copied the pivot, pasted beside. Okay, now in this pivot, I do not want profit percentage. I want category, and in the row, I want region instead of state. Clear? In the row, there are four options, filter, column, rows and values. Okay, so depending upon your requirement, how you want the analysis, you have to have the data in column, row or values. Now in the values, you are having the option for the calculation, how you want the calculation to be there. Okay, anyone else, any doubt for these two pivots? Understood? Okay, now copy this pivot. Now take a larger space and then paste. Take wherever the space is more. Okay, now in this, I do not want anything in the column, but I want hierarchy. Okay, this is region wise sum of profit. Okay, and I want a hierarchy as category. See now, in the central region, for this category, what was the profit? What was the revenue? Am I clear? Okay. Once done, let me know so that I can have another one. 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. Now, I may require the data to be viewed in the format of year, quarter, month and then day. Year, quarter, month and then day. Okay. So, again I am copying the first. You can copy any. I am copying first one because first one is smaller one. So, I have to remove the less things. Okay. Copy this. Go beside. I am purposely going beside because I require a lot of space. Control V. Okay. Now, in the pivot, what I want the data to be date wise. Put the date. Now, those who are working in 2010, they might have to group again. Okay, everyone done like this? This plus sign, if minus it, you are getting quarters. If I minus it, you are getting months. If you minus it, you are getting dates. Okay, expansion. Now many time we don't require all the things to be, so I can say ungroup or I can say group. Now in the group I just want month wise, I do not want month, day, month, quarter, year, I just want month. And if I say okay, see your data got monthly, only monthly. Okay, so you can group ungroup according to your choice. Group. Okay, now I want all three. Clear to everyone? Right click, group, ungroup. When you group, if it is date field, in that case you can group according to month, quarter, year and days. Okay, clear to everyone up to this? Okay, understood basics of pivot table everyone? Okay, one more exercise for the pivot. Come down to pivot days sheet. Pivot days sheet. It is there in today's data, not in the last data. Now, I suppose you might heard about aging analysis. Everyone, aging? No. Okay. No issues. How many days are over from the bill date and the payment is not received? Generally, we give the credit of 60 days or 90 days or 30 days for the payment terms with the vendors, right? Generally, we give the credit period to our vendors that in 30 days you have to make the payment, 60 days you have to make the payment. This varies company to company, right? Now, see, I had purposely taken the data which is overdue. Okay, 16/7/22 is the date. Okay, and this is the bill date. I want to calculate from bill date to today's date how many days are over. From bill date to today's date, how many days are over. Am I clear up to this? Okay, now convert your date. It is in the table format only. Check it whether it is in the table format. Do you have this table design and aging written into your database, into your sheet? Check it. Okay, I had converted this data to table. Okay, this is also there, due date wala formula. Okay, now understand due date wala formula. See, some dates are of August 22. If you go to bill date, right, in the 22 I am having some bills which are August, so these are not yet overdue, right? It is not done actually, but for some extent I just want to explain, that is why I have taken August bills also. Okay, now what I am writing over here, max of L1 minus E2 comma 0. That means if the values are negative, like for August bill, these values will be negative. See, if I write over here 22/08/2022, and if I calculate equal to this minus this, it will give me, sorry, why? It should be minus, no, sorry. It should be equal to this minus equal to this minus this. This gives me a negative value. I do not want negative value. That is why I wrote max of L1 minus E2 comma 0. So whenever it is negative, it will be 0. Clear? This formula clear to everyone? Use of max. See, I am writing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 25, 27. If I write equal to max of this data, whatever is the maximum value that it will give. Clear? Okay. So I want to calculate the maximum. It is not in case of date. It is date minus date comma 0. So what it will give me? This will give me a number. L1 minus E2 will give me a number. Like this, 37. I'll write equal to this minus this. And this should be number. See, it is giving me these numbers, but there are negative numbers also. The max will not give you the get rid of minus values. Here you can have the minus values also. See now, let me explain you. See, here you are having this minus values also. Can you see these minus values? Okay, now see. If I say equal to max of 20 comma minus 18, it will be 20. Yes, comma 0. What it will be now? 20, right? Now, if I say over here, max of L1 minus bill date, max of L1 minus bill date, comma 0. So, wherever it is negative and 0, what is the value? If I say max of a negative value, comma 0, 0, right? So wherever there is a negative value, I want 0. Clear to everyone now? Yeah, so that is why I had used that particular option. Clear? Now, I want to insert a pivot table into the existing sheet at the location this one. Clear up to this? Now, what I want, due days, okay, and count of anything you can have. I will take region, that is better. I'll take region. Clear to everyone what I did? I took due days and count of any field. Now, I do not want this. What I want, in the 0 to 30 days, 1 to 30 days, how many bills are there and what is the bill amount. Okay, change this to bill amount. Sales amount. What is the sales amount? I want what is the sales amount, okay, and what is the sales count. Okay, that means for the 0 days, what is the sell and what is the number of bills. Okay, but I do not want like this. What I want, 30, 60, 90, 120 days, like this I want the count. Okay, so I am selecting the first column. I am saying group. Now see, this is number field. That is why group is like this. When it was date, that time the group was month, quarter, year. But it is number in the first column. That is why we are having. Now I want 1 and I want 30 ka slab. Clear what I did at this moment? How your pivot will be, that is apart. But at this moment, is it clear what I did for the number formatting? Okay, I'll say okay. Now see, your pivot got changes to easy. Instead of if number of days is this, what is the sum? If number of days this, what is the sum? Okay, this analysis is easier. Am I clear to everyone? Okay, good. Yeah, actually, aging is nothing but how many days are over for the billing, right? Generally, what happens now, if I had given the credit of 60 days, I have to call the person that 60 days are over and you had not given me the payment. So, please make the payment. Okay. So, if the days are more, right, I have to be behind the person that please make the payment. So, I want to calculate. See now, if you filter this data for this number of days, here, if you see number filter, see what I did. I double click this and I got a different sheet where I got the details of this. Okay. Yes, now see in the grouping, right click, group, yeah. Whatever are the maximum that is over here. What is the minimum, that is 0. Okay. What you can do? You can have 15 days ka. Depends how you want to have. See now, I'll have that particular option. Clear? Grouping is your choice. Generally what happens, we used to do for the 30, 90, 120 days. Credit is generally given to vendors, or when we purchase anything, we get the credit of 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Now I want to check how many bills are there which are overdue. Okay. So looking at this, I can directly see. Clear to everyone? Pivot. Everything in the pivot till now. Let me know please whether it is clear to everyone, whatever pivot we had done. Okay. Now come down to this pivot sheet. I don't know how many of you knows this particular thing, but let me explain you one more thing. The pivot wala sheet, the previous one. Everyone, are you there? Okay. Now, suppose I want to see the data for the central region, or I want to see the data for furniture only. Okay. What we do generally, we go over here and we apply a filter. Not here. We can apply the filter, right? Now, instead of this filter, I am having one more option. I am keeping my cursor in the pivot. I am going to insert menu, slicer. Now, slicer is nothing but the filter to your pivot. Okay, I am saying category. I'll say okay. Now, just look at the figures in every pivot. No, not every pivot, only this pivot. Sorry. Okay, I am saying furniture. Where it was? Sorry. I do not want this filter. I want the filter to be on the region. See now, if I say central, this data will be only for central. If I say east, it will be only for east. Easier than filter? Now to clear the filter, this sign is there, clear the filter. Now if I want 2, so I am pressing central, with control I am pressing another region, so I will get the data of 2 region. Am I clear to others what I did? Okay. Now deleting this, keeping the cursor into the pivot, going to insert slicer on the region. I'll say okay. Yes, you can. If you want, I can show you in 1 second. Okay. Now see, this slicer is controlling only this pivot. Okay. Let me tell you how this one slicer can be connected to all the pivot tables. Okay. Now see, I am selected this slicer. I am going to slicer menu, report connection. I'll say pivot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll say okay. Now see, check the figures. Check the figures downside. This figure. Keep in mind this figure. Okay. Keep in mind this figure. Now I am saying central only. All the pivots got controlled by a single pivot table, a single slicer. Clear, everyone? Okay. This is how you can connect your slicer to different pivots. Okay. As far as pivot is concerned, the last one. Okay. See, my cursor is onto the slicer. I had selected a slicer, went to slicer menu, report connection, and here whatever are the pivots in the sheet, that all pivots are visible. Just check in all and say okay. Now when I click East, I'll get all the figures for East in all the tables. This is how I can connect one slicer to all the pivot tables. Clear? Okay. Done with the pivot. Any doubt in the pivot to anyone? Analysis is very easier when you use the pivot table. This you might have understood till now. Okay, very good. Chal, come down to charts. Charts are nothing but the pictorial representation of your data. Charts are nothing but the pictorial representation of your data. Okay. Now, I am selecting the data. I am going to insert. In the chart, there are number of charts. Okay. I am inserting a line chart. Once done, let me know. Now, there are, see, column charts are used when you want to compare the different values vertically side by side. Line charts are for the trend. Okay. Pie charts are for showing the values as a percentage to whole. Okay. Bar charts are flip of your column chart. Okay. And area chart is nothing but your like line chart. Only the thing is area under the line got filled up. Okay. Now, this is what is the definition. When to use which chart. Okay. There are so many chart types, but let me have first the charts which are basic charts. Okay. Now, repeating for you, I am selecting the data. Okay. Going to insert menu. In the insert menu, line chart. Okay. Now, if you see at a time, what are the chart types? Here you are having all the chart types over here. Okay. This is called dialog box launcher, and through this you can see all the chart type whatever is available. Okay. Now, onto this chart, I want the data value and the pointers. Where are the values? Am I clear what I want to have? So this plus sign and data labels. I can get the data labels onto the chart. Select the line, this plus, and you will have the data labels. Now, select the line, right click, format data series. Right click, format data series. This marker option. In this brush, this is a marker option. Can you see this marker option? Others, please. Okay. Now I want the markers, and markers should be built in, and I want the marker to be star, and the marker size should be save it. Now when I say okay, you can see these markers. This is the point for this particular. Done everyone along with the marker. Okay. Now onto the same data, I want the column chart. Now when we talk about column chart, okay, there are 3 type of column chart in 2D. Okay. One is comparing side by side. Second is stack column. Stack column means the total value, and for each value, like this. Sorry, I cannot have this, I suppose. I have one more sheet. Onto that I can explain you that one about the other. Not here. Okay. Onto this, go for area chart. Go for area chart. You can see the shape is same. Only the thing is area beneath your line got filled up. Clear? Okay. Now third one is again data, insert, column chart. Now everyone knows what is column chart. Now see, I want this scale to be changed. Instead of 5000 ka difference, I want 10,000 ka difference. Am I clear what I want to do? Okay. Right click, format axis, right? Minimum value, maximum value. Instead of 5000, I will write 10,000. See, the scale got changed to 10,000. This is how you can change the scale. Am I clear? Okay. One more thing. This columns, I do not want the same color. I want the color to be varied. These are same color. I want the color to be varied. So select the column and here vary color. Select the column, right click, format data series, and in that field, and in the field vary color by point. Done everyone? Understood? Okay. Now this chart title. Okay. I do not want, in that case you are having option over here that you do not want the chart title. And if you want to change the chart title, you can click this, and in this you can write sales for the year 2022, suppose. Clear? Now along with this chart, you want the data table, short table, that what is the data for this particular chart. Okay, so here you can have this data table. Okay, now if you want data label, okay, and data label where you want. Okay, so depending upon your requirement, you can format the chart how you want to have. Clear this one, everyone? Now, can you have the bar chart for the same? Difference between the column and the bar is, in the bar, the values are on Y and the categories are on X. And in the bar chart, the values are on X and the categories are on Y. Create the bar chart for the same. Once done, let me know. Type DD in the chat box if done. Okay. Now see, if you had done the chart by mistake anything, you can have chart design or you can have the format. Okay. In the chart design, you can change the chart type. Okay. Or you can come down over here and you can select the style of the chart how you want to have. When you had selected the chart, you are having the option for the chart design to be how you want to have the design. Okay. Now this chart, I want the background color to be light one. Okay. Now again select this data, insert pie chart. Can you see the pie chart over here? Now onto this pie chart, I want the values and the category both. First we'll see the percentage. Okay. From the whole, what is the percentage of particular month? Okay. So go to the data label. In the data label, more options. Here you can have the percentage. I do not want value. I want only the percentage. And the color for the percentage should be, okay, I'll extend this. Okay. And if I select this and if I go to home menu and if I say the font color to be white. Clear to everyone? Okay. Understood the charts, basics of charts? Okay. Now this legends, these are called legends. Okay. This legends, I want where? I want at the right side. So this will be like this. Okay. So every element of the chart can be formatted. Am I clear? Okay. Now come down to column chart. Actually for the trend you should always use any chart you can use. Only the thing is the things should be clear, whatever you want to show onto the chart. So generally for the trend lines are used. For the comparison purpose, columns are used, and pie charts are used when the categories are 5 or 6. If there are many categories, in that case you should not use the pie chart. Always use the column chart. Okay, so depends upon our choice. There are stock chart also available. There are so many type of charts available. Okay, so depending upon our requirement, how we want to depict and whether the depiction is clear. Now see, if I go over here, choice is yours whether you want to have like this or like this, whatever is more clear to you. Sometimes area chart is not clear for the back side. It gets behind. You cannot see what is behind. Okay, in that case you should not use that type of chart. Okay, so it is not specific, but whatever you want to depict, that should be clear. That is what is the motto of the chart, or that is what is the, what you can say, depiction. Okay, so it is up to you how you want to show. Now see, if I show you like this, nothing is clear. So it depends how you want to have. Okay, now come down to column chart wala sheet. Okay, select this data, insert. Now I want you to select these three, then this. Have all the charts, all 7 onto your sheet. This is one. Okay, copy, paste, chart. We will see it is actual value. That is why it is up to 160 or 120. Okay, now if you do not want this grid line, okay, now grid line, again your choice whether you want to have the grid line or do not have the grid line. Here there is option of grid line, this one, inside grid lines. Okay, now you might have seen in my data there is no backside line. Okay, so in the view menu you can off the grid line, so your checks will go. Done everyone, all 7 column chart. Now bubble chart. Till now we had seen there are only 2 values which we can depict. Now I want to depict the 3 values, these 3. Okay, so and one value on the x-axis, another value on the y-axis, and the third value is size of the bubble. Am I clear what I said? First value on the x-axis, second value on the y-axis, and third is size of the bubble. Okay, this is how we'll be creating the chart for this. Okay, I had selected these 3. I went to insert. There are ways to insert, but I am going through this way. Okay, I am saying without selecting the data, I am going to bubble chart so that it will be perfect what I want to have. Now I'll right click this chart. I'll say select data, add. Now in the x value I want quantity, in the y value I want cells, and in the bubble size I want this. Am I clear what I did? No issues. Delete. I went to insert menu and I had inserted a bubble chart. This is plain. Now right click, say select data. Now in the legend entries, add. Now series name I do not want any. In the series X, on the x-axis I want quantity. Anything you can have. Okay, now in the y-axis I want this data, and the size of the bubble should be this percentage, suppose. Clear what I did now? I'll say okay. Now what I want, onto this bubble you can go to chart design and you can have any chart, anything how you want to have. Yes, you can use this process for anything. Actually generally scatter charts are used for 2 numerical values. क्या बोलते हैं उसको, data science में you are having lot of things like your what you can say, correlation point, उसके बाद में वो K means clustering. I don't know all the terms, but clusters वगैरह हाँ predictions के लिए generally use किया जाता है. हाँ, regression also you require that 2 line where they are intersecting to each other, right? For your x0 and x0, right? So that is where these charts are generally used. And whenever you want to have more than 2 values to be depicted, that time also you can use this particular type of charts. Okay, now on to this chart. Okay, Actually, I am not what can I say for data science, but I know that this type of places you can use this particular type of chart, intercept निकालने के लिए, for intercept in your regression. There you can use this particular type of chart. I was formatting this chart, right? Now I am going to data label. Now see, if I keep cursor over here, I cannot understand anything for what region this particular dots are or this particular depiction is, right? For this purpose, I am going to data label. Now in the data label, sorry, data label. Now here in the data label, what happened? In the data label, wait, I'm going somewhere wrong. I'm not getting the labels. Size of bubble to be reduced, यहाँ पे है कहीं तो भी option size of bubbles का. Right click, data series, हाँ, size of the bubble size to suppose 20% or 50%, right? You can. Okay, I'm making 100% at this moment. Okay, right click, go to data label. Now in the data label, what I want, I do not want, I want value from the cell. And which cell I want to have the value? I want to have the values from, now see, if you don't have any, in that case also you are getting that this is for which region. Am I clear? Done everyone with the chart, or anything has to be done? Understood basics of charts? And I suppose you have learned a lot of things in Excel, even though it is for the short duration. Yes? Okay. Now see, how to make use of Excel's this data menu and this cities and this data type. Okay. Now, there are so many restrictions over here. So that is why I'm taking only the basics over here. Now, these are the states of India, right? Everyone select this data and say geography. This will require certain time. This much time. It will locate that onto the geographical place where it is. Okay. Now, here you can see this plus ka sign. Okay. Now, depending upon what you had selected. If you had selected different countries, right, in that case, country ka population, country ka, what you can say, there are so many things. Okay, now here I'll take population. Every population will get inserted for this particular state. Okay, now I can select this data and I can insert map. Now these colors are lighter to darker. Okay, 2010, this option is not available. Neither 13, I suppose. It is 16 onwards. Check it for 13 if anyone is in 13. But 16 and 365, I suppose it is there. Anyone in the 16, check it whether it is there. Once done, let me know please. Type DDDD in the chat box if done. Okay, shall we proceed further? Do you have all the solved files with you? Whatever we had done till now? Everyone? Okay. You are having this data with you. This one. In the conditional advance, this data is there with you, and last Sunday we had done this. Okay, now what I want you to copy. Okay, now you have to do it faster if you want to complete this particular concept. Okay, now select your data, go to home menu, conditional formatting, new rule, and apply this rule. Faster please. What you had missed? You have to apply the conditional formatting. Now, this is applied conditional formatting. If I change this data, this conditional formatting will change. That is what we had done that day. Right? Now, what I want this data to be, every time if I change the amount, I want the data to be filtered. Now see how to apply filter. I'll select this. I'll go to data menu and filter. Now what I want the data to be filtered on the color. Okay. Now every time if I want to see this particular thing, yeah, it requires filtered, unfiltered, filter, unfilter like this. Everyone, let me know please. For the automation, we use macro. I am giving just introduction to macro. Okay. Bear me for 5 minutes if it is required for the completion of this particular concept. Okay. Now, what I am doing, applied the filter. Here, come down over here, select this and say filter. Up to this only you have to do. Okay, done everyone. Now do not press anything else Go to view menu. Everyone, go to view menu. Go to this macros. No one will be missing because I'm not having time to explain this again. Go to macros. Record macro. Macro 1. Key will be F. With me everyone. With me everyone. Okay. And select this as this workbook and say okay. Now select this. Filter by color and this. Macro. Stop recording. Okay. Now done everyone. What about the others? Okay. Now see what can I do? What can I do? I can have a shape. I can have a shape. Suppose star. Where is star? This one. Right click. Assign macro. Macro 1. Okay. Now see, if I defilter this, if I click this button, this is filtered. If I defilter this, if I click this, done. Okay. Now I am changing this to. Now see how your automation works. Clear to everyone? Okay, so this is how you can make use of macro. Now what I'll do, I'll apply this filter. Everyone, please. Okay, because time is very less now. Star repeat. Okay, no issue. Insert, illustration, shape, and this star. Okay. Right click, assign macro and this macro and say okay. Now when I click this button, this will be filtered. Like this is a button. This is just button to make this automation, nothing else. Assign the macro to this, so macro will get run behind. Otherwise what you have to do, you have to go to view menu. You have to go to macro and here you can say view macro and then you have to run this macro. Okay, instead of going this way, I had star. Star is not for automation. Star is a button to assign to the macro. Macros are for the automation purpose. The work you have to do daily. Okay, that you can have recorded. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll keep it like this only. I'll record one more macro. Yeah, you can use anything. No, bottom is not assigned. Star got assigned. This star only got assigned. What can I do? I can have one more macro. Okay, and that macro will be macro 2. And here I'll say clear filter. Now I will have one more button. I had done nothing. I had just sent I'll say this option. Okay, right click, assign macro 2. Okay, now see, I'll click this. Done everyone. Okay, now one more macro I had done, which is for defilter. Okay, I'll give the another name to this. Okay, record macro 3, control N suppose. Okay, and I'll say clear filter. Okay, now I'll say stop recording. Now I'll have one more button. Right click, assign macro 3. Okay, now see, this is filter, this is defilter, this is filter, this is defilter. Change this figure, filter, defilter. Okay, everyone, is it clear? Good. Macros are whatever you can record the macro, you can write your own macros also. Okay, only the thing is how to record, that I had given to you, that how to record the macro. You can record the macro whatever are your daily steps and then you can save your file. Okay, now if you want to save your file with the macro, file menu, save as. Now if you save as XLX, it will not be enabled. You have to save the file as XLSM. Then only your macros will be there in your file. Okay.
Data is nothing but any information that can be translated into useful information. The data can be collected through various sources and accumulated in different formats. The analysis and statistical methods are used to make sense of unstructured and structured data to gather useful actionable insights for decision making in domains such as healthcare, policy making, sports, finance, etc. And now that we have a slight idea about what data is, let's go ahead and understand the various types of data that is available to us. There are mainly two types or categories of data. There are two types or categories of data that can be translated into information: qualitative and quantitative data. So when we talk about qualitative data, It is the kind of data where we cannot express the measure of the information in terms of numbers. Qualitative data expresses the quality of certain features. For example, the data collected through questionnaires, surveys, and similar sources gives the qualitative perspective of information, like what is the qualification of a student, how many schools did one person change during their educational life, etc. Moving on to quantitative data, this type of data gives the exact information in terms of quantity. A simple example would be, what was the revenue for the third quarter of a fintech company? What was the average temperature in the month of January for the city of New York, etc. To understand the difference between the two, let's take a look at some of the key points that can help you differentiate between qualitative and quantitative data. The very first distinguishing point is that qualitative data will describe the quality of the information and the quantitative data will describe the quantity. After that, we can distinguish between qualitative and quantitative based on how the data is collected. In qualitative data, the information often is categorized into various categories, and for qualitative data, the information is gathered based on numerical significance as discussed in the examples in the previous section. Another distinguishing characteristic would be to just observe. Let's say in an event, if the information gives answers to why and how of an event, it is qualitative in nature. As for quantitative data, the event answers the information in terms of how many. The next difference is qualitative data is subjective in nature and contains unique information, while quantitative data describes a fixed information. Last but not the least, the analysis of qualitative data is done by grouping the data into categories, while quantitative data is analyzed through statistical tests and measures. The types of data are further divided into discrete, continuous, categorical, and ordinal data. So let's take a look at each of them one by one with examples. Discrete data is a type of quantitative data that contains finite information which is countable and non-negative in nature. Only a limited number of values are possible in a discrete data. The most common example would be how many students are present in a class that only teaches mathematics. There can only be a finite number of students that will be present in the class and cannot be further subdivided into categories. Another example would be the number of companies that sell healthcare products in a state, or a customer purchasing information in the last quarter, etc. And now that we are done with discrete data, let's take a look at what is continuous data. Continuous data, on the other hand, is the complete opposite of the discrete data. In this type of data, any numerical infinite value can be present in the given range. For example, the daily average temperature of the city, or the revenue of a company over the last 3 quarters. Or another example could be the measure of height for the adult males over the age of 25. And now that we are done with continuous data, let's take a look at categorical data. The categorical data is simple to understand. It is qualitative in nature, first of all, and it contains data that is classified into categories. These categories can be binary or nominal in nature. For example, gender of a person, educational qualifications, species of a virus mutation, etc. The significance is that there will be a finite categories in which the data can be categorized. And now that we are done with categorical data, let's take a look at ordinal data as well. Ordinal data, despite being qualitative data, has some numerical significance. Although there are numerical categories involved, the data is still going to be confined in a categorical state. A simple example would be the world rankings of football players, or the data that describes the shoe size of an individual in a given standard unit of measurement. It will always fall in certain categories that will also be numerical in nature. So that's all for data and different types of data, guys. The significance of learning different data types is to understand how our analysis is going to be orchestrated, since different types of data has specific properties and the statistical analysis uncovers insights in the most efficient way. If the data presented is aligning with the statistical method that is being used. For example, if we have to perform an 80 Fuller test of stationarity, we must make sure we present the time series data for the test in order to get efficient results. Another example would be a chi-square test of independence, which only works with categorical features. So we're going to start with the basic introduction to statistics, and moving further, we are going to discuss the importance of statistics in data science, and then we will cover the various concepts like mean, median, mode, standard deviation, variance, etc. So let's go ahead and discuss statistics in data science. So what is statistics?
Let's see our quiz question, guys. Which of the following best describes the median in statistics? Option A, the most frequently occurring value. Option B, the middle value when data is arranged in order. Option C, the difference between the highest and the lowest values. Option D, the average of all values. I hope you have written your answers in the comment box. Let's move on to our next session.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Statistics, in a nutshell, is the study of data where mathematical calculations are used to create assumptions that are backed by statistical evidence and help in understanding the data better. To understand to which extent the analysis can be beneficial, let's understand how data science is driven by statistics in real-world scenario. Data science is nothing but a fancy term that incorporates advanced statistical techniques that draw rigid insights and conclusions about your data. Used in predictive analytics, in machine learning algorithms, the basic idea is maximizing the potential of a statistical problem and quantifying the same in terms of data science. Statistics being the core of any machine learning algorithm, it helps in identifying the trends and patterns in the data for further analysis. Statistics goes on to help in feature selection, for model building, and feature engineering as well. And these are just some of the ways statistics has shaped the data science ecosystem. Now, let's go ahead and learn a few basic statistical measures that define the data. So first of all, we have the mean. So what exactly is the mean of any data? Mean of any given samples is nothing but the average value of the sample. The mean is calculated by adding all the sample values or summing all the sample values and dividing the same with the number of observations in the given sample. In Python, NumPy and statistics modules provide a simple function that will calculate the mean of the sample as shown in the example. Here we have a sample which has the numbers 1, 4, 2, 6, 8, 3, 1, 5, 7 and 9. So to calculate the mean, we're just using this function which is on the back end, summing up all the values and dividing the same with the number of samples. So that is why we are getting the sum or the mean as 4.6. Now that is all about the mean of the data. Let's move on to the median. So coming to the median of the data, the median is nothing but the middle value of the data. In the example shown here, we have 10 observations in the sample and we will measure the median by putting the formula to work, where the sum of the fourth and fifth element of the sample in a sorted setting will be added and divided by 2. Otherwise, if the number of observations were odd, the median value would have been n plus 1 divided by 2, which is going to be 11 plus 1, that is 12 by 2, that is the sixth position in a sorted setting over here. And in this case, if the observations, let's say for example, were 11, the median would have been the sixth element in the sorted sample. In our case, it would have been 5, I think. Alright, so now we'll move on to the third concept over here, which is the mode of the data. So when it comes to the mode of the sample, mode is nothing but the most occurring value in the sample. For example, if a sample had 1 occurring the most number of times, the mode of the sample will be 1, as you can see over here in that example. Let's say we had 4 written 3 times over there in the sample, the mode would have become 4 over here. And when you say if we have a distinct sample where all the sample values are distinct observations, the mode of the sample will not be defined and will not exist. And now that we are done with mean, median, and mode, which are basically the central tendencies of any data when we describe it in any problem, for example, for exploratory data analysis or for any statistical problem, mean, median, and mode will give us the central tendencies of our data or the sample. And now that we are done with these, let's go ahead and learn about variance and standard deviation. So when we talk about variance, in simple terms, variance is nothing but a measure of how far the data point lies from the mean of the sample or population. To calculate the variance of a sample, we will follow the formula shown in the picture over here that we can see. To calculate the variance, we will subtract the sample mean from the actual value and divide it from the number of observations in the sample, the square, and we are going to square the outcome, and we will perform this for all the values. So that is how we calculate the variance of any sample. Now coming back to standard deviation, when it comes to standard deviation, it is calculated by computing the square root of the variance. It also gives the estimation of how far the data is dispersed from the sample or population mean. But the difference between variance and standard deviation is that the standard deviation is calculated in the same unit as original values. Therefore, it can give us a more rigid explanation of how the spread of the data is distributed. So when we have to check the spread of the data, we make use of standard deviation and variance. So for central tendencies, we are using a mean, median, and mode. For the spread of the data, we are checking standard deviation and variance. So these are two measures that are used in any statistical analysis for our data or any sample or population. Now let's quickly take a look at an example where we calculate variance and standard deviation using Python programming. So from statistics module, we have the same sample again, and we are calculating the variance using sample statistics.sample repeat. And we are calculating the variance using the variance method over here, and that is giving us the value 8.26 and so on. Now if we square root the same value, we are going to get the standard deviation, which is 2.87. So that is how you calculate the standard deviation and variance for any sample. And now that we are done with the basic statistical concepts, so let's quickly take a look at the agenda for this session. So we're going to start our session with a basic introduction to sampling, and then we are going to understand the difference between population and sample. And in the end, we are going to discuss various probability based and non-probability based sampling techniques with examples. So let's go ahead and start with the introduction to sampling. So what exactly is sampling? Sampling is a technique in which a small subset from a very large set of data is taken for analysis or for performing statistical tests. Now on these samples, we can draw conclusions based on our analysis and deduce the same for the entire data as well. This kind of sampling method saves a lot of computation time since the entire data is converted into smaller samples. To understand this better, let's take a look at what exactly is population and what does it mean to get a sample from a population. To understand the difference between sample and a population, let us consider an example. So let's suppose there is an organization with 1,000 software engineers. Now the sample from the population will be a small set of individuals who are working in the organization. It could be 30 individuals, it could be 50 individuals, and so on. But the entire workforce in the organization consisting of software engineers will be called the population. And we can perform various statistical tests to draw consistent conclusions about the entire workforce. But to know how we have sampled the entire sample with those 30 to 50 individuals, we must understand various sampling techniques that can be used to sample the data for big populations. So let's go ahead and understand the various sampling techniques. The types of sampling can be divided into two groups: probability-based sampling and non-probability-based sampling techniques. Here we have four sampling techniques for each probability and non-probability based sampling, and we'll be covering them in the session. So first of all, let's talk about probability based sampling. So the probability based sampling is a random and it presents strong statistical findings. On the other hand, non-probability based sampling takes sample observations in a not so random manner is it is rather motivated based on convenience and other criteria that we will learn about in the next section. Now let's go ahead and learn about the probability based sampling techniques. The first one that we have is simple random sampling. In simple random sampling method or technique, it is easier to understand, or we can say it is the easiest to understand among all the sampling techniques. In this technique, the probability of an observation from the population is the same in order to make it to the sample. For example, if we take the same organization from the example that we have discussed over here, if we were to make a sample of 20 individuals from the population, the chance of an individual from the pool of 1000 individuals is going to be equal for everyone, meaning every individual has an equal chance of making it to the sample, since the entire process is going to be random. And this is it for simple random sampling, guys. Next up we have systematic sampling, and in this technique it is quite similar to simple random sampling again, but there is just one catch. So we have specific intervals that are decided for the entire population, and the individuals are picked from those specific intervals only. For example, if we were to get 20 individuals for the sample, we will create an interval of, let's say, after 50 individuals. So after every 50 individuals in the pool, the individual will be picked for the sample. It is similar to random sampling in a way where the intervals can be random. Therefore, an element of randomness is always going to be there in the sample. Next up, we have stratified sampling. In stratified sampling, the entire population is divided into subcategories, and the final sample is taken from each of the categories. For example, we will create subcategories based on years of experience for the individuals in the organization. Now, based on these categories, let's suppose we have taken experience level from 0, 1, 2, 3 until 5 years and so on. So we will pick individuals at random from each of these categories to make up the sample of 20 individuals. So that is how stratified sampling technique works. And next up we have a cluster sampling. This one is a little trickier to understand. In the cluster sampling, we do create subcategories, but each of the subcategories will have a similar attribute with respect to the entire population. Now, instead of choosing individuals from each category, the entire subcategory is chosen as a sample. So this type of sampling can create some sort of sampling bias and cannot represent an entire population. For example, we will create subcategories of individuals that work in IT sectors, but the employer for all those individuals in those subcategories will be similar, which is kind of a similar attribute for all the individuals in the population, and then choose any of the subcategories at random to be our entire sample for the population. I hope this is clear to you guys. And now that we are done with probability based sampling methods, let's learn about the non-probability based sampling as well. So in non-probability sampling method, the first one that we have is convenience sampling. Convenience sampling are highly prone to selection bias and sampling bias. And because there is no randomness while selecting the observations for the sample, that is why it has bias in it. It is called convenience sampling because the samples are formed quite conveniently. For example, let's say if we have to create a sample of 20 individuals from the entire population of 1000 individuals from the organization, we will just pick the first 20 individuals that we can get. How convenience sampling works, because it is in purposive sampling, the sample observations are taken out after an expert provides a useful insight about the sample that must be collected. For example, there is a stakeholder or the expert in this matter who is going to inform the analyst to only choose the individuals between the age of 18 to 20, because that is what the sample needs to be for the analysis or the survey. And all those sample observations will be drawn according to the input given by the stakeholder. So that is how purposive sampling works. And next up we have snowball sampling. This is also a little bit trickier when it comes to understanding. So when it comes to snowball sampling, the access to the exact observations that are required might not be present in the sample. For example, if we want to conduct a survey on school-going students under the age of 12, but the population only consists of individuals who may or may not have children. In this case, what we are going to do is we will rely on the information collected from the individuals from the sample. And the sample will have individuals who might or might not have kids below the age of 18, or in this case below the age of 12. I'm sorry about that, repeat, below the age of 12. And that is why it is called snowball sampling, because we snowball to our sample observations from one sample to another. And last but not the least, we have quota sampling. And in this type of non-probability based sampling, we have to keep the similar population attributes in the sample as well. To understand this, let's take a small example. So let's suppose our population has 40%, or in this case we have population consisting of 50% individuals between the age of 18 to 25. So this means that in quota sample, the sample will also have the same percentage of individuals having ages between 18 to 25. Let's take another example. For example, let's suppose that our population has 40% of females and 60% of males in the entire population. So when I'm making a quota sample, or when I'm doing the quota sampling technique, the same proportion of males and females are going to be present as well in the sample, which is in a sample of 20 individuals, if I'm taking for this population 12 males, which is going to be the 60% of the entire sample, and 8 females, which is going to be 40% of the entire sample, are going to be present according to the quota sampling. And with this, we have come to the end of the session for sampling techniques. And now that we have learned about sampling techniques, we will move on to learn about probability and how it helps in data science. So we're going to start with the basic introduction to probability, and after that we will discuss the various types of probability problems. Moving further, we will cover conditional probability, and in the end we will cover Bayes' theorem with an example. So let's begin with a simple introduction to probability for data science. Probability in data science help the data scientist gather useful insights about the data backed by evidence that in turn helps us evaluate the likelihood of events in a given problem statement. When it comes to probability, a simple definition is that it is the certainty by which an event or outcome is likely to occur. For example, if we roll a dice, what is the probability of rolling an even number if we draw, or what is the probability if we draw a card from a deck? What is going to be the probability of drawing a face card? These are the sort of problems that we have in probability. And now these probability problems can be of various types, and we have summarized a few types of probability problems that we can assess. But before that, let's also take a look at some of the common nomenclature that is used while addressing problems related to probability. So the first one that we have is experiment. An experiment is an event where various outcomes are possible. For example, rolling a fair dice is going to be an experiment. Now, event is something which is the favorable outcome. For example, rolling a 5 in the experiment is going to be one event. And outcome is the result of the experiment is the outcome. Basically, when, for example, when a fair dice was rolled, 3 had come, that is the outcome of the experiment. And probability again is the likelihood of an event occurring, that is called the probability. For example, drawing a red card in a deck of cards has a probability of 1 by 2. Because we have 52 cards and 26 cards are red cards, so drawing a red card would be 1 by 26. Repeat. So drawing a red card would be 26 by 52, which is 1 by 2. Alright. Now let's try to understand the various types of probability problems. So when we talk about types of probability problems, they can be further divided into marginal, joint, or conditional probabilities. So when we talk about marginal probability, the marginal probability of an event can be explained as the unconditional probability of an event occurring. It means that the event does not depend on any other condition that can be seen with joint or conditional probability. A very simple example would be, what is the probability of drawing a red card from a deck of 52 cards? Here, the event occurring does not depend on any other event. So that is going to be the marginal probability. Now when we talk about the joint probability, it is the intersection of two events happening simultaneously. Now to understand this, let's take another example. What is the probability of drawing a red card that is also a 4 from a deck of 52 cards. So here two events are there. One is drawing a red card and one is drawing a 4 that is also a red. So these are two events that are happening simultaneously. Then we are conducting, or we are calculating basically the joint probability of an event. Now when we talk about conditional probability, it's a little trickier to understand, but it is the probability of an event occurring given that another event has occurred. Now for example, what is the probability of drawing a 4 when the card drawn was already a red card? So here just a little bit of conflict here when we talk about joint and conditional probability. In joint probability, the events are happening in tandem, but in conditional probability we have to calculate the probability of an event knowing that another event has occurred. And now that we have a fair understanding of types of probabilities, let's go ahead and understand conditional probability in detail. So when we define conditional probability, we understand that it is given as the likelihood of an event A occurring given that an event B has already occurred, and it is given as or it is written as a probability of A given B, where it equals to the probability of A and B, which is A intersection B, and the probability of B, which is we are going to divide it by. To understand this, let's again take a very small example. So let us take an event A where a fair dice is rolled and 5 is drawn, and an event B where an odd number is drawn. Therefore, what is the probability of A given B? So here if we check the probability of event A, only one outcome of the 6 outcome is favorable. Therefore, the probability will become 1 by 6. But if we bring in the event B that has already occurred, the sample space can only have one outcome out of the 3. Therefore, the conditional probability of the event A given B occurs becomes 1 by 3. Now to understand this, let's just for a number to be odd in a sample space, we only have 3 values, which is 1, 3 and 5, and we know that it has occurred. Then the probability of A happening will become 1 by 3, because in the sample space the intersection is just 5, and that is how we have come to the conclusion the probability of event A given B will be 1 by 3. Now to understand the practical implementation of conditional probability, let's take a look at Bayes' theorem and how it can be used in probability theory. So in probability theory, Bayes' theorem is used to explain the likelihood of an event in a conditional probability where the information about the other event is also given. So the conditional probability of an event A given B according to the Bayes' theorem is given by probability of B given A multiplied by probability of A and divided by probability of B. As you can see in the formula over here, we have mentioned A and B are events, then probability of A given B is true, then probability of B given A is true, and the independent probabilities of A and B. So these all information we need to calculate the conditional probability using Bayes' theorem. Now to understand this again, let's take a simple example. For a school, 10% of students failed all subjects in the examination. Out of all those students, 5% of the students failed in mathematics. Out of all the people who failed in all subjects, 8% of the students failed in mathematics. So if a student fails in mathematics, what is the probability that she will fail in all subjects? So here we will use the Bayes' theorem to get the results. First, we will compute the probability of event A, which is given as 10%, that is 0.1. Because we are going to check the event A is going to be what is the probability that he or she or the person will fail in all subjects. So probability of that is already given, that is 10%, because 10% of student has already failed in all the examinations, and we are going to take it as 0.1. Then the event B, which is failing in mathematics, is given by 5%, which is 0.05. That is the probability of event B. Now probability of B given A, that is person failing in mathematics, given that he has failed in all subjects. that is given by 8%, that is 0.08, I'm sorry. And finally, we will put the formula to the test. So our conditional probability for the given event will be 0.16 approximately, and that is how you use a Bayes theorem. According to Bayes theorem, basically we have concluded if a student fails in mathematics, the probability of student failing in all subjects is going to be 16%. Hello everyone, in this session we are going to learn about the probability distributions, which is very helpful concept when we are working for inferential statistics. That will be covering in the next session. So let's take a look at the agenda for this session. So first of all, we are going to start with what are probability distributions, and then we are going to check what is a normal distribution. After that, we will cover various types of probability distributions, and then we will cover probability mass function, probability density function, and in the end, we are going to sum up this session with central limit theorem. So without any further ado, let's start probability distributions. So what exactly is a probability distribution? As you can see in the picture over here, it is often depicted using graphs or tables, or probability distribution is just a function that is going to portray the probability of different possible values of a feature or a variable. What it means is that, say we have a feature or a variable, it has values in intervals, or it could be any specific value. The probability distribution will tell us what is the probability of a value in that particular distribution is going to be. Normally depicted using graphs. Let's take a simple example to understand how we can use probability distributions. So here we have the graph, the frequency distribution of revenue for a company, and here we can see the distribution is kind of in normal distribution, like a bell curve. That we'll also cover later on in this session. So what we can do here is, let's assume that this is a normal frequency distribution, and then we can create inferences based on some statistical evidence that a normal distribution also provides. So we can assume we can assume characteristics of a normal distribution, and create inferences like what is the standard deviation going to be, how many values or how many percentage of values are going to fall within certain range based on our analysis. So to understand how we can create those inferences, let's take a look at what exactly is a normal distribution and how we can use it to create inferences. Now, a normal distribution, or it is also called as Gaussian distribution, have the frequency of the data distributed in a bell curve, as we have already seen, and the majority of the data is distributed in and around the central region, as you can see over here. The centroid, or the central point of the normal distribution, is going to be the mean, and the data will be distributed below the mean and after the mean. So that is how the data is distributed in a normal distribution. So some of the properties of a normal distribution can be the mean, median, and mode of a normally distributed sample is going to be always same. For example, if let's say we have a distribution of 1,000 employees salary, and the mean is 20,000, for example, the median is going to be the same, and the mode is always going to be the same for that distribution. If there is any discrepancy in that, there might be skewness in the data, and that is how we can differentiate between a normal distribution and any other distribution. Symmetry is always going to be present in the data, where half of the data is less than the mean, which I already discussed, and the other half is going to be greater, which is on the left side or the right side of the graph. And mean and standard deviation are two deciding parameters of the normal distribution curve. The curve you see over here, it is going to be thicker or leaner. That depends on standard deviation and the mean itself. The other properties includes 99.7% values in the sample are 3 standard deviation away from the mean, and 95% values are going to be 2 standard deviation away from the mean, and 68% values in the sample are going to be 1 standard deviation away from the mean. So as you can see over here, the segments that are given, the first 2 segments are going to be 1 standard deviation away, then we include the other ones, and then the other ones. So that is what computes the 68% values, the 95% values, and the 99.7% values. So these are some of the characteristics of a normal distribution. Now there is another term called standard normal distribution, which is the standardized version of normal distribution, where the mean and standard deviation will have the values 0 and 1 respectively. A standard normal distribution is also known as a Z distribution. So let's say if we have a mean and standard deviation as 0 and 1, we can say that the distribution is a standard normal distribution. And it is basically a standard for all the normal distributions, and it varies for peak and stretches in the curve when the median and standard deviations vary. The mean will always going to be 0 and 1 for a standard normal distribution. Moving further, let's discuss z-score as well. So z-score measures how many standard deviation away the values are from the mean. As we have discussed, in a normal distribution, it can be given, like we can generalize, 68% values will be in the first one standard deviation away from the mean. But what if the distribution is not a normal distribution? How do you calculate? So how will you calculate the values or the interval, or basically how many standard deviations away your score lies? So that is where a z-score comes into the picture, and we can use z-score to calculate this. As you can see over here in the formula, z-score is given by x minus sigma by standard deviation, which is z-score is associated with probability, that's for sure, where the p-value for each z-score will tell us the likelihood of values below this z-score. And the p-value or the critical and the p-value can be calculated or can be tallied from the z distribution table, where we can go and check the z-score whatever we have calculated, and for the corresponding z-score we will get the p-value as well. Now to understand z-score, let's just take a simple example and we'll know how it works. So let's say for a sample we need to check the probability of a value being less than 1150. But to get the z-score, you also need to know the mean and standard deviation. So the sample mean over here is given by 1000 and standard deviation is just 100. So we'll put that into the formula, and we will have 1150 minus 1000, that is 150 by 100, which is 1.5. So for the corresponding z-score, that is 1.5, the p-value in the z distribution table is 0.93. So we know for sure that the probability of value being less than 1150 is going to be 93%. So that is how z-score can be used in normal distribution or any other distributions where we know the standard deviation and mean of the sample, and we can get the probability of or how much or how many values are going to be within a specific range. Now that we are done with the z-score, let's also take a look at some of the types of probability distributions. So as you can see over here, we have two types of probability distributions. First one is discrete probability distribution, and a discrete probability distribution is for categorical or discrete variables. Now if you remember or you recall, in the first session itself, we had discussed types of data. In that we had discussed categorical, discrete, ordinal and continuous variables, and that is exactly what we are referring to here. And for discrete probability distribution, it uses probability mass function to describe the discrete probability distribution. So that is one of the other differences between both of these probability distributions. For continuous probability distribution, it is only used for continuous variables, and it uses the probability density function to describe the continuous probability distribution. Now we have two different terms, or the new terms over here, which are probability mass function and probability density function. So let's go ahead and talk about these two. So first of all, we will discuss probability mass function. To understand probability mass function, we are going to take a simple example where a fair coin is going to be tossed twice. The number of times it's going to be tossed is twice, and let's say x is the number of heads that we observe, and we want to find the probability mass function of p of x. So when we are using probability mass function, probability of x of number of times k is given by p of x is equal to k, where k is the Rx which we have mentioned over here, and it is nothing but the range of a random variable. Alright, so in our case, the sample space we have, if we are tossing the coin twice, we have heads, tail, heads and tails, and both are tails. So these are the four possible values that we'll get. Now the range of random variables for our event is if we get a head or not. So first event would be we are getting no heads, So that is 0. Then we can get a 1 head in our sample space, and then we have another one which is 2 heads. So 0, 1 and 2 for r of x. Now the probability of or the probability mass function will calculate the probability for each of these events. Now the solution would be when the number of times it is 0, the number of heads, this is 1 by 4, and if we have one number of heads, then we have 1 by 2. If we have 2 heads, that is also 1 by 4. So that is the probability distribution using the probability mass function. So this is a very simple example. Now let's go ahead and discuss the types of distributions that come under, or basically discrete probability distribution that we calculate using probability mass function. So the first one that we have is binomial probability distribution. Alright, so a binomial distribution summarizes the likelihood of a variable that will be having one of the two independent outcomes. So another thing, a binomial distribution is obtained by performing Bernoulli trials. So Bernoulli trials will have characteristics like there are only going to be two possible outcomes. As we have an example that we have just discussed, tossing a coin will only have two outcomes, either a head or a tail. So that is there, and each outcome has a fixed probability of occurring. So if I toss a coin once, the probability of getting a head is 1 by 2. The probability of getting a tail is 1 by 2 itself. Alright, and each trial is independent of the other. So that is always there. If I am tossing the coin twice, thrice, 4 times, every time the trial is independent of each other. We do not know, or basically we know what the probability of an outcome is, but we're not certain enough. So let's just understand binomial probability distribution using a simple example. So let us understand this by implementing example using Python programming, where a discrete random variable will only have two outcomes. Now in this random experiment where a biased coin is tossed 10 times, if the probability of getting a head is 0.4 in all these trials, we have to find the binomial probability distribution of the entire event. So to do that, we are going to use Python programming. So in this, we have a SciPy module in Python where we can use this binom function in the stats module. So the key or the main important things that we have to consider here is the number of trials, that is 10, that we already know, and the probability of the event of getting a head is 0.4, and obviously if the probability of getting a head is 0.4, the probability of getting a tail will automatically become 0.6. And then we are taking the sample space basically where we have the number of favorable outcomes. So we can, if you're doing 10 times the coin toss, we can get head 1 time, 0 time, 2 time, and so on. So that's why we are taking a list of range, and mean and variance we are calculating. After that, we are just creating a distribution using this binom function, and if you see over there is a PMF function, which is nothing but the probability mass function that Python provides, and here we are calculating probability for each of the outcome. And then when we plot it, as you can see, it's kind of forming a bell curve, but you can see for each outcome what is the probability. For 0, it's closer to 0, and then it is the highest for getting 4 number of heads in the in a trial. So the highest probability is getting heads 4 times, and then it goes down towards 0 again. For when it reaches 10, the probability is less than 0 times. So probability of getting tails for all the outcomes is more than probability of getting heads, because we already know that probability of getting heads is 0.4 in those number of trials. And that is how you implement a simple binomial probability distribution using Python programming. Now moving ahead, let's discuss Poisson probability distribution as well. So a Poisson distribution is nothing but a discrete distribution. Now what we have done is we have taken binomial distribution, which was just we can say it was a categorical data where we had only two outcomes. Now for a discrete distribution, we will create estimates, or basically calculate the likelihood of an event in a given time duration. Alright, so we will have intervals in a Poisson distribution, not specifically just values like how we had a sample space where each outcome was there in the binomial distribution. Here we are going to have intervals or time duration. So it is given by this formula, as you can see over here, where lambda is a mean number of successes that occur during a specific interval, k is the number of successes, and E is basically a constant that is equal to approximately 2.71828. Now you don't have to worry about this formula per se, because we already have Python programming modules that will work for us. You just have to understand how you can create a Poisson probability distribution and what kind of data it supports. So let's again take a little example to understand this. So we are again going to implement this using Python programming. So let's just suppose, what is the probability of number of schools in the range 0 to 5, where the mean number of schools in a 10-kilometer radius is 3. So we already know the 10-kilometer radius is going to be our interval over here, which is going to be time duration as well for some of the examples, but here it's just an interval 10 kilometer, and we already know the mean values for that. Alright, and we are going to calculate the probability of how many number of schools can be present from 0 to 5 over there. So using Python programming, we're just going to plot the Python probability distribution. So we're going to use again a SciPy module where we have a stats module, and inside that we have a Poisson function. So using that Poisson distribution, we have the number of the sample space, basically 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, how many schools are going to be present, and yeah, the probability of that is presented over here using the plot. So 0 schools having since the mean is 3, the probability of having a 0 school in that radius is going to be very low. And then again, since we had a mean 3, the highest probability of a school in that region is 3, and then for 4 and 5 again it reduces. So that is a very simple example of using Python programming for Poisson distribution or Poisson probability distribution. And now moving ahead, let's discuss the probability density function. Now probability mass function was for discrete variables. For continuous variables, we use probability density function to create the probability distribution. So probability density function, on the other hand, is used to calculate the probability distribution on continuous random variables that I've already told you. And we have given over here the density function for a normal distribution, which is given by f of x is equal to 1 by this entire repeat. So the probability density function of a normal distribution is given by this formula, where x is the value of the variable or data that is being examined, and then we have the mean and standard deviation. Since we already know, let's say if there is a standard normal distribution, we already know that mean and standard deviation is going to be 0 and 1. Alright, so let's just see how we can plot this Gaussian probability distribution using Python programming. So Gaussian probability distribution or normal distribution is based on sample mean and standard deviation that we already know, where the probability density function calculates the likelihood of a point in the distribution, because we cannot have categories or intervals here like we had in binomial or Poisson distribution. Here we have continuous values, so for each point in that data we are going to calculate the probability, and that is how the distribution will be calculated. So this is the function that we can use. And here again we have the mean, the standard deviation and the input value. Also again, we don't have to worry about this because Python already has the density functions that we can use to calculate the distribution. Now again, we are going to take a simple example to create a probability distribution for a sample that has 1000 random variables. We know the mean and standard deviation. Now we will calculate the distribution table. Alright, so to calculate the normal distribution, we again have this statistics module from SciPy, where we have the normalization or the normal distribution function as well. So we have the mean, the standard deviation. We have created a random sample within the range -100 to 100, which has 1000 values. So that is our sample, and we are creating so we have this normal distribution, and then again we are getting the probability distribution using the PDF probability density function for the sample. And when we plot this, we are getting this bell curve, which is nothing but the normal distribution or any Gaussian probability distribution would look like. Here the mean will have equal number of values, or the probabilities on the left hand side, on the right hand side, which mean less than mean and more than mean. And that is how you can plot the Gaussian probability distribution. And we can also assume the same properties that we have for standard normal distribution, 68% of values of being one standard deviation away from the mean, and so on. So that is all about the probability distributions. Now let's go ahead and understand central limit theorem. So a central limit theorem states that if we take several random samples from a population that has a finite variance, the mean of the samples will form a normal distribution. Now this is a little trickier. We are taking, let's say we have a population which has 10,000 observations. Now we are taking 1,000 let's say we are taking 20 samples or 50 samples from that particular population, being 1,000 observations each. The mean of those 1,000 observations for each of the sample, if we plot them on a graph, it will create a normal distribution. That is what the central limit theorem says. So there are a few limitations, or we can say assumptions, that we have to take. So the sample should not exceed 10% of the population. So if, let's say, if the population has 1,000 observations, the samples will only have 100 or less than 100. And sample itself or the population might not be normally distributed. So that is also there. It does not necessarily mean that your population is already normally distributed and then the mean of the samples will be distributed when we calculate the sample means. So that is also not there. Now to understand this, the central limit theorem, you can plot the same for a random sample. So here what we have done is taken sample means for each of the sample. Like we have created almost 1,000 samples where we are taking values from -10 to 10 and 100 observations. And when we plot these sample means, basically we are getting a normal distribution that is close to a normal distribution. So we can assume it's a normal distribution, and according to central limit theorem, it is always going to be a normal distribution for the samples. First of all, we are going to discuss what exactly is inferential statistics and how it is used in data science, and then we are going to discuss confidence interval. Moving further, we are going to take a look at what exactly is hypothesis testing, the various types of errors that we have in hypothesis testing, and after that we will be taking a look at t-test, f-test, z-test, and chi-square test, and finally ANOVA. So without any further ado, let's understand what is inferential statistics. While descriptive statistics describes the data, inferential statistics is used to draw conclusions about the population based on statistical findings on sample analysis. So this has a very simple meaning. We have a sample taken from a population. Now if we want to draw conclusions about the population, we will perform some sort of statistical test, and then we'll create inferences based on the findings. So that is what inferential statistics is all about. Now moving further, let's try to understand what exactly is confidence interval. Confidence interval assumes certainty of population parameter falling in the given intervals. The intervals could be 95 percentile, 99 percentile, etc. Normally, in most of the problems, we take the intervals as 95%. The alpha value will be 0.05. For that, we'll be covering that later on in the session. And to understand confidence interval, let's take a very simple example. So if a point estimate 10.0 from the sample statistics for the confidence interval 95% falls into 9.5 to 10.5, then we can infer that there is a 95% certainty that the true or population estimate will fall in the same interval. Now to understand this, let's say for a sample we have calculated the confidence interval, which is 9.5 to 10.5. Alright, and a point estimated, for example, is mean of the sample is 10.0. So we can conclude, or we can take an inference that if we take the population mean, it is going to fall in this particular interval, and the certainty of happening that particular event is going to be 95%. So that is how we can understand confidence interval. Now to plot or basically implement confidence interval, we have taken a small snippet over here which we have implemented using Python programming. We have taken a random normal samples of size 100 and calculated the lower confidence interval and upper confidence interval with the interval value 95%. Now if you take a look at the snippet over here, to calculate the confidence interval, we have taken the sample mean, the sample standard deviation and the standard error. So these things are very important when you're taking confidence interval for any sample. And then we have calculated the Z value as well, which is nothing but the Z score, where we use the sample mean and the standard deviation divided from the value itself. And using that Z value and the standard error, we have basically computed lower confidence interval and upper confidence interval. If we take a look at the example I was talking about earlier, the lower CI was 9.5 and the upper CI was 10.5. Now using those lower CI and upper CI, we can plot the confidence interval over here, and that is basically saying or telling us the sample mean is falling within this particular interval that we have calculated, the lower CI and the upper CI. Now according to our analysis, we can certainly say that there is a 95% certainty that the population mean will also be in the given interval because we have done the same thing on the sample. So that is how confidence interval works, and we can create inferences based on this. And this was a very simple implementation using Python programming, and we have normally used SciPy for statistics and statistics module as well to calculate the sample standard deviation. And to plot this, we have used the distplot with that can be used using Matplotlib or Seaborn. So now that we are done with confidence interval, let's move on and discuss hypothesis testing. So hypothesis testing is the analysis where the plausibility of an assumption for a population parameter is tested on the sample, and statistical evidence is used to verify the hypothesis. So I'll give you a very simple example here. So whenever we are working on a time series data, if we are using an ARIMA or a Serimax model, that is seasonal ARIMA, we have to be certain that the time series data that we are going to analyze is stationary or not. A test of stationarity where we use the AD-Fulham method. Now in the AD-Fulham method, what we test is if our data is stationary or not. Now that particular test gives us this test statistic and the p-value. So based on the p-value, we reject or fail to reject the null hypothesis. So what it actually means is, using a statistical test that is I am performing on any sample, I can give an inference with an evidence that is backed by evidence or statistical finding that I've done from the test that will negate or accept some kind of hypothesis that I have given to that particular problem. That we'll cover later on in the session when we are performing t-test, sample test for means, and sample test for proportions and test of independence. The example that I've given you is a little advanced one. Whenever you're working on a time series, you will be using that. Now talking about the steps involved in hypothesis testing. So the first one is you have to formulate two hypotheses for your analysis. The first one is going to be the null hypothesis, and the other one will be the alternate hypothesis. And based on your findings, you have to reject or fail to reject your null hypothesis. The second step is drawing samples from population for analysis. So this has to be very efficient, in a way where you have to be very certain of how you're doing your sampling for your analysis. Most of these tests that we do for sample means we need random sampling, that we have discussed in one of the sessions where we are using sampling techniques. So the sample has to be random, taken independently, and that we have to figure out before doing any of the tests. So that is also a very important step when we are performing hypothesis testing. After that, we have to perform appropriate statistical test. For example, samples that are less in number, let's say less than 30 or 30, we will be using a t-test for means. But if the samples are more than that, then we move on to z-test. So that is one of the difference, one of the basic points which we have to consider. For each test, we have to keep in consideration what kind of data we are analyzing, or what kind of result that we are seeking. And last but not the least, there is a step where we are accepting. Basically, in statistical terms, we do not say accept, we always say fail to reject, or reject the hypothesis based on the evidence. That is our any test statistic and the p-value. P-value basically is nothing but, let's say if I have taken the alpha value as 0.05, and if it does not fall under that, I can say with a certainty that the statistical finding is not going to support a hypothesis, because that's what the p-value says. So now that we are done with the steps involved in the hypothesis testing, let's take a look at what exactly is a null hypothesis and what exactly is alternate hypothesis. So null hypothesis states that there is no effect on the population mean. Certainly, or in most of the time, whenever we are taking null hypothesis, we go with the statements like it does not have any effect, the sample means are the same, or if we have to give any other alternate hypothesis, we basically go with statements like there is going to be an effect on population mean, or the population means are not similar. So that is how we formulate the null hypothesis and the alternate hypothesis. There is just one example that we can have for null and alternate hypothesis. And when we are talking about errors in hypothesis testing, there are type 1 error and type 2 error. The type 1 error is the false positive error, where we have rejected the null hypothesis, but it is indeed actually true. And type 2 error is where we have given a false negative conclusion, where we have not rejected the null hypothesis, but it is actually false. So these are the type 1 and type 2 error that we have in hypothesis testing. And these are very basic concepts that we must consider while working with hypothesis testing, because this is quite significant. And talking about the p-value, it is nothing but a statistical measurement that is going to validate a hypothesis against observed data. In simple terms, it basically tells you how likely it is that your data could have occurred under the null hypothesis. All right. So if it falls under the alpha value, that is 0.05, then we can reject the null hypothesis. If it's more than that, then we accept or basically fail to reject the null hypothesis. Now when I say fail or reject, let's say for example, if the p-value is greater than 0.05, where we have taken the alpha value as 0.05, which means 95% certainty, is the probability that the null hypothesis is true. And for a statistically significant test result, p-value has to be less than 0.05, which means the test hypothesis is false or should be rejected. And a p-value greater than 0.05 basically means that there was no effect that was observed using that test. And now that we know about all this, let's take a look at the first statistical test that we have, which is t-test. So t-test is a parametric test that compares the means of two samples. And ideally, a sample for the t-test should have less than 30 values that we were discussing before. And there are a few other assumptions also that we have to take before we can conduct a t-test. So obviously, whenever you are conducting any statistical test, you have to make sure that certain conditions are always met, which basically means you have to check what kind of data that is supported for this particular statistical test. So the assumptions that we have in t-test are the sample has to be independent. That is,
Let's see our quiz question, guys. What is the probability of getting a 3 when rolling a fair 6-sided die? Option A, 1 by 6. B, 1 by 3. Option C, 1 by 2. And option D is 1 by 4. So now let's move on to our session.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Taken at random. The homogeneity in the sample variances, if we are taking two samples, the variances should be equal, and if those are not equal, for unequal variances we have a Welch test, Welch t-test. And the third assumption is the data is assumed to be normally distributed. So we assume that the distribution is going to be normal. So these are the three assumptions that we have for t-test. Now let's just take a look at what kind of t-tests are available for us. So we have one sample, two sample, and paired. So for a one sample t-test, we are comparing a sample against a standard value. So let's say if I want to check for my sample if the mean has changed or not, for a standard value. For example, let's say it was observed that the number of people that passed their SATs in the last year were 50% of the people who appeared. So that is a standard value that I have. Now I want to check it on my sample that I've taken, the 30 values, if the sample is same for those people or not. So that is comparing the sample against a standard value. So that comes under one sample t-test. And then we have two sample t-test, of course, in which both the samples that we are comparing, the means of, are coming from two different populations. And if we take those two samples from the same population, then it becomes a paired t-test. So these are the type of t-test available to us. And then again, the type of test that you are performing can be one-tailed or two-tailed. So this is a very simple yet interesting concept over here, one-tailed and two-tailed. So let's say if I want to check whether the population means are greater than or smaller than the standard value in that one sample t-test, I'll be using a one-tailed t-test. Alright, so if it gives me the value in the negative, the test statistic, I will know that it is less than. If it's in the positive side, I will know it is more than. So that is why I will use a one-tailed t-test. For a two-tailed t-test, I just want to check whether the population means differ significantly. Alright, so we will just use a t-test. So the null hypothesis will be like both the sample means are equal. The alternate one would be both the samples are not equal. So that is how two-tailed and one-tailed t-test works. And computing the statistics for that is also easy. We just have to divide the confidence interval by 2 because we are using one-tailed and two-tailed t-tests. Alright, so now let's just take a few examples and implement them using Python programming so that we can understand this better. So the first one is one sample t-test. Okay, so the average height of Indian adult males is 165 centimeter. So that is our standard value. So we have taken a standard value which is 165 centimeter for all the Indian adult males. We are taking this. Now we have to check or compare the mean of our sample with this standard value. So our null hypothesis will be the average height is 165 centimeters. The alternate hypothesis will be the alternate height is not 165 centimeters. Alright. So here we are using Python programming to perform the one sample t-test. Then again, scipy.statistics, we have a t-test one sample which is used for one sample t-test. And we are using random sample to get randomized samples for our statistical test over here. So first of all, we generate a random sample to get the heights, the randomized heights, and we calculate the sample mean because we also need the sample mean for one sample test. And our population mean we already know, it's 165. That is the standard value that we have for our test over here. And we use the t-test one sample, and the statistics are minus 2.06, and the p-value is also less than 0.05. So what we can say about this is, since the p-value is less than 0.05, we will reject the null hypothesis and we will conclude that the average height is not 165 centimeters. Alright, and if I wanted to perform a one-tail test, let's say if I wanted to check if it is less than or greater than 165, then I would have used the test statistics over here, which is given in minus 2, which probably, now since we were not doing one sample t-test, this test statistic in minus or negative or in positive does not create any significance. We just wanted to know if the means are basically different than the standard value that we are comparing it to. And with our finding over here, we can say that that is not true for our sample at least. So that is how one sample t-test can tell us a few things about your sample. And same thing you can infer for your population. Let's say if we had taken these values from a population, we can conclude that this particular standard value is not true. Alright, so let's take a look at the next one that we have, which is the two sample t-test. So here we have to check whether the mean of or the mean height of adult males in both the schools is same or not. Now schools in this case are two different populations. Alright, so this is a two sample t-test. If we had taken the samples from the same school, which is the same population, let's say, then it would have become a paired t-test. Now our null hypothesis is the means are equal, and the alternate hypothesis is the means are not equal. Then again, this is a two-tailed t-test, and here again we are going to check the variances of each groups. We have to make sure that the variances are equal, and if the ratio is in the form 4:1, then we can basically assume that the variances are equal, and we can go ahead with the two sample t-test. Otherwise, we will compute Welch t-test. So when we have calculated the variances, it almost seems like in the same ratio. So we will conclude that the variances are equal, and using that SciPy stats, we have a t-test independent IND basically. So that is going to be used for two sample t-test, where we are giving sample 1, 2 and the equal variances. We are giving it as true because that is what we have concluded. So the statistic and the p-value is more than 0.05. So we can say we have insufficient evidence to reject the null hypothesis. Alright, so we have to conclude that means are equal because we fail to reject the null hypothesis, and this is a very simple and basic example of how you can perform a two sample t-test. Now moving further, for a paired two sample t-test, what we have to check is if the mean of heights of males and females are same in the school. So here the samples are coming from the same population. So the null hypothesis is going to be the means are equal, and the alternate hypothesis is going to be the means are not equal. Alright, so we have a paired sample t-test for us where we have two samples. Basically the sample for all the heights with female and all the heights of male. And we have taken again the random module for creating the sample. And we have no repetitions in this because we're using sample over here. But if we had used choices, we could have had repetitions as well. So this is kind of a sampling bias that will be present in our samples, but just to demonstrate how you perform and just to demonstrate how you can perform these tests, we have taken these random samples. Now we have a SciPy statistic module or a function which is t-test underscore rel, which we can use to perform paired t-tests. And here again you don't have to give anything, just your samples, and it will give you the test statistic and the p-value, and p-value is much less than 0.05. so we have sufficient evidence to reject the null hypothesis and conclude that the means are not equal. Alright, so this is all about the t-test, guys. Now moving further, let's discuss f-test. And f-test is a statistical test that is used to compare the variances of two populations. Now this is something different. First, in the t-test, we were comparing the means, basically the average values of the samples, and we were using that to conclude or make inferences about the population. But now we are testing or basically comparing the variances of the two populations. So this is a different kind of test, and then again we have to make several assumptions about the data before we can begin with the f-test. So the assumptions are basically the data has to be normally distributed and the data has to be independent. So we have to take random samples basically independently and make sure that the data is normally distributed. So even if it's not, we'll just assume for now that the data is normally distributed so that we do not have any shortcomings while we are performing the statistical test. But this is just for demonstration, guys. If you are doing it for your project or some very important task that you have to analyze, please make sure that these two assumptions are met before you move on with the f-test. So here for this example, we have to check if the variances of the two populations where the groups are taken from are equal or not. This is a very simple problem statement where the null hypothesis is going to be the variances are equal, and the alternate hypothesis is going to be the variances are not equal. Now again, we have this code snippet where we are just calculating the variances of the two samples and computing the F statistic and p value. So to do this, we are using this statistics module. So we have already calculated the F value, which is calculating the p value from CDF function over here, where we are using the degree of freedom and the F statistic. So that is how we are calculating. So the F value for our statistical test over here is 1.03 and so on, and the p value is 0.46 and so on. So since the p value is not less than 0.05, we have no sufficient evidence, or we can say we do not have enough evidence to reject the null hypothesis, and we will have to conclude that the variances are indeed equal. So that is a simple way to perform an F test. And then again, we have analysis of variance. So analysis of variance is basically a statistical test that compares the means of two or more groups to find significance, or either groups on one another, or how different they are from each other basically. So in the F test, what we were doing was we were comparing the variances of just two populations. Alright, if we wanted to compare two or more groups, we would use ANOVA. Also again, here we have to take a few assumptions, which is first of all, independent samples. So sampling has to be random, and the populations will have common variance, and samples are going to be drawn from normally distributed population. So this is quite a lot of prerequisites that are required for analysis of variance, and we have to make sure that these are met. Only after that we have to proceed with the statistical test. So then again, we have two kind of ANOVA, which is one-way ANOVA and two-way ANOVA. So let's understand one-way ANOVA and two-way ANOVA with a few examples. So let's say we have to check if the effect of 4 different performance enhancers on an electric vehicle is same or not. So as you can see, we are checking the effect of 4 different performance enhancers. So these are 4 groups. Earlier, if you wanted to compare the variances or the means or anything, we were checking just the 2 groups. If you want to check it for more than 2 groups, we are using analysis of variance. So the null hypothesis is simple. The performance averages are equal, and the alternate hypothesis is the performance averages are not equal. Now let's see how we can implement the same in Python programming. So we have taken 4 random samples that hypothetically, let's just assume that these are the performance values for so and so groups that we are basically testing, and we are going to calculate the test statistics and p-value. So we have a function from statistics, again the SciPy module, that is called f1way for one-way ANOVA, where we are just putting the 4 samples, and using that we are getting a one-way result where the test statistic is 3.10 and so on. The p-value is again less than 0.05. So since it is less than 0.05, we can reject the null hypothesis, which says, or our conclusion would be, the performance averages are not equal. So this is a very simple example of one-way ANOVA. Then again, let's take a look at what does two-way ANOVA look like, and how do you perform a test regarding that. So for two-way ANOVA, basically, let's say we have to check how 2 factors will affect the response variable. There are going to be 2 factors. Now here, only the performance enhancers were there. We will add one more factor for that, and both are going to be the categorical factors that we are going to use in this. So we have to check how is it going to affect the response variable. Null hypothesis is that there is no significance of the 2 factors on response variable. The alternate hypothesis is there is significance. So we have kept it very simple for you to understand. Now, first of all, what we have done is we have created a data frame which has lectures, tuition, and marks. So we have to check how lectures and marks are affecting the how lectures and the tuition, the frequency of that is affecting the marks of an individual. So here we have 2 factors. So that is why it is called two-way ANOVA or 2-factor ANOVA, and we are performing it using an OLS model over here, which is stats model formula API module, And this is a rather advanced concept. So if you haven't covered, linear regression and all those things, I suggest you do a little bit of research on that before moving on, to just avoid a little bit of confusion. So here what we have done is calculated the model over here, where we have marks, lectures, tuition, and etc. So, and then we are fitting it into the model. Now to perform the two-way ANOVA, we are using this stat models API again for ANOVA LM, which is calculating the statistics. So if you see in the picture, we have the degree of freedom, the F statistics, and the p-value. For lectures and tuition, it is not less than 0.05. For combined also, we do not have less than 0.05. So there is no significant evidence to reject the null hypothesis. So what it actually means is there is significance of the two factors on the response variable. So as you can see, the p-value for the lectures basically is 0.29. The p-value for tuition is 0.29. And the combined p-value is also 0.18, which is not less than 0.05. So we have no evidence to reject the null hypothesis, which basically means that there is no significance of the two factors on response variable. So that is how we have calculated the two-way ANOVA. And let's now move on to the Z-test over here, in which Z-test is basically a statistical test to compare the means of populations where the variances are known and sample sizes are considerably larger compared to t-test. For t-test, the sample size was less than 30. That was the ideal sample size. If we have samples more than that in size, then we go for Z-test, which is also a statistical test comparing the means of populations. We also do that for proportions. We'll see how we do that later on. And then again, we have assumptions for Z-test again. So first one is standard deviation and variances are known, and population should be 10 times as much as the sample size. And the third one is samples are drawn at random from the population. Then again, independent samples. So these are the assumptions you have to keep in mind while doing a Z-test. Let's go ahead and understand what one sample Z-test for means. How do you perform that? So let's say the average weight of the high schoolers pre-pandemic was 55 kg with a standard deviation of 8. And we just have to check, has it changed post-pandemic? Then again, we are just testing it against a standard value. All right. So the null hypothesis is the average weight is same. The alternate hypothesis is the average weight is not the same. So we have kept it very simple. Now, to implement this using Python, we will use a one sample Z-test that we can get using stats models .stats.weight stats, and that gives us Z-test. We don't have to do anything. We have just taken a random sample over here, and we are using the sample. The value basically is the standard value that we are comparing it against, that is 55. Now our test statistic is 0.24 in the negative, and the p-value is 0.80, which is not less than 0.05. So we do not have enough evidence to reject the null hypothesis. So we'll have to accept the null hypothesis, which says the average weight is same. And this is just to demonstrate how it works. Also, obviously, there is sampling bias over here, because we have just taken a random sample that does not come from our population. So we're just explaining how you can perform a one sample Z-test for means. And after this, let's take a look at how you can perform a two sample Z-test for means. So the problem statement is the average height post-pandemic for high schoolers going to school A and school B is same, given that the standard deviation of the populations is known. All right. So let's say the mean difference is 0. That is our null hypothesis, because we are comparing two means from populations. So if we take the mean difference, it was always going to be 0 if the means are equal. And the mean difference is not 0 for alternate hypothesis. All right. So how we implemented it in Python, we have taken one sample from each of the populations with 50 individuals each, because it has to be more than 30 for a Z-test, and then performing a two sample Z-test using Python. Then again, we are using the same method, or the same function that we had used for one sample Z-test. So here we have taken two samples, sample 1 and sample 2. For value, we have taken 0 because we are supposed to take the mean difference is equal to 0. That is what we are testing. And here we have this p-value 0.61, which is not less than 0.05. So we do not have sufficient evidence to reject the null hypothesis. And here again, we will have to accept or fail to reject basically and conclude that the mean difference is 0. So that is how you calculate two sample Z test for means. And also this is just to demonstrate. So whenever you're performing statistical test for samples that come from real populations, the test statistic and the p-value are going to be very significantly important, and you should know how to evaluate those. And sometimes the values will be so drastically fluctuating with each sample because of the sampling bias, or sometimes you must have taken wrong samples. So those things also happen. This is just to demonstrate how you can perform it using Python. Moving on to one sample Z test for proportion. Now this is a rather interesting one. So let's say it was observed from a purchase case study that 35% of women spend more than 10,000, all right, on a purchase. And we just have to check that is it true for the population in the analysis. All right. So the statement, this 35% of women spending more than 10,000, is a vague statement where we are going to base our null hypothesis, which is saying the proportion is same for our population as well. And the alternate hypothesis is the proportion is not same. So here we perform the Z test for proportion. So here we have used a sample data which has a lot of information regarding the purchase values of different individuals within age groups. And here we have basically taken the number of women in the sample, the number of observations, the hypothesized value, which is 0.35, which is 35%. And to perform the Z test, we're using the proportions Z test function from stat models. So here the important factors are the count, basically the number of women in the sample. All right, we have to take the number of observations, basically how many observations are there where we are taking only the women, the proportions, because we have to check they might be males also. Then the value, the hypothesized value, which is 0.35. The alternative, two-sided, because we do not want one-sided. We are just checking if it's same or not. All right, and the proposed variance is false because we are assuming that the variances are equal, the population variances. Now we print the Z statistic and the p-value. The p-value is 0, which is less than 0.05. So since the p-value is less than 0.05, we can reject the null hypothesis, and we can say the proportions is not the same for our population. Moving further, we have the two sample Z test for proportion. So in this, we're just going to check, is the percentage of men who have spent more than 10,000 same for the ages of 18 to 25 and 26 to 35. So here we have two samples, the men in the age group 18 to 25 and the men in the age group 26 to 35. So the null hypothesis is the proportions are same. The alternate hypothesis is the proportion is not same. Then again, to perform this, we are taking the two samples again, the age basically and the purchase. They should have bought more than 10,000. These are then again we have sampled those people, just taken a random 1,000 samples from that. The count we have conducted for each of the samples, because we have to know those have to be men, those could be women also. And the number of observations again. And then we have the proportion Z test, where we have the number of counts and everything else remains same. We are checking the statistic and the p-value. So if we take a look at the statistic and the p-value, the test statistic is 0.5 and the p-value is 0.6, which is not less than 0.05. So we fail to reject the null hypothesis again, and we have to conclude that the proportion is same. And I think in the one test sample, the p-value was less than 0.05, so we had rejected. All right. So with this, we have come to the end of our Z test again, and now we have to move for chi-square test. So chi-square test is for categorical data itself, and it can be used to check the goodness of fit or the test of independence. So in our session, we will go through the test of independence. And then again, we have to take a look at a few assumptions that we have to take before moving forward with chi-square test. So the first one is the features are categorical in nature. The features are going to be categorical in nature. The samples are going to be taken at random, and minimum of 5 observations are expected in each group. All right. So when we perform the chi-square test of independence, so this is also taken from a case study, the same case study where we were performing, the proportions test. So we just want to check if purchase, a feature from that particular data of the population, is independent of product category 1 or not. So these are two features that we are testing, basically testing the test of independence. The null hypothesis is going to be purchase and product category 1 are not related at all, and the alternate hypothesis is purchase and product category 1 are related. So that is how we move forward. Now, to perform the test of independence, we have to take a cross table for each of these two variables or features, and then we are using the chi-square contingency function over here for the cross table that we have completed. Here we have the p-value is equal to 0.0 and the degree of freedom is 19, and we have a test statistic also. So we can check the test statistic in the distribution table, and for the degrees of freedom, if it is less than or equal to base our conclusions. Also, the p-value tells us that it is less than 0.05, so we can reject the null hypothesis, which basically says that purchase and product category 1 are related. So that is a simple example of how you can perform a chi-square test of independence.
Fine. Okay, now let's begin with our this thing. Okay, we'll discuss the agenda also, which is the aim. Agenda we have discussed, but we'll discuss the aim of this project. Okay, but before that, I want to show you the data set, how the data set looks like. Okay, let me explain this thing. Once we get the data right, because without data you won't be able to understand what exactly we have to do. Let's get the data, let's import the data, and then we'll discuss what are the requirements of the project. Okay, let's have it. So here you can see in the here very firstly, guys, now listen carefully here. So pandas I have imported so that I can manipulate the data. Matplotlib and Seaborn in case so that I can do the visualization. Okay, any of the normal plots, like bar plot, scatter plot, any of the plot if you want. So you can include any of the library. One is also fine, but if you want both, it can. Okay, and apart from that, we have the third most also library, that is Plotly. So how many of you have heard of Plotly, guys? Yes, guys, have you heard of Plotly? Amit, you are not able to see screen is visible to everyone, right? Exactly. So basically Plotly is just like similar to your other visualization libraries, but what extra things that Plotly is having is like more dynamic plots. Okay, yeah, you might have heard of it. Okay, let's use it today, Rakashok. So Plotly is basically one of your advanced visualization library. Okay, it helps me and allows me to create my visuals with more dynamic visuals. Okay, like I can also interact with my visuals in between once I create the visuals. Okay, more customizable, more dynamic, more interactive plots. If I want to plot, I will take the help of Plotly. Okay, now, so these are the libraries I have imported. Now let's do one thing. Let's import the data here first. Okay, like the data that I want to use here, that is your COVID-19 clean data set. Okay, so here I'm having see pd.read csv. I'm doing that is what I'm storing in a df itself. COVID-19 clean data set. Okay, I'm using, and here just a second, the parse date I think I can give. So have a look here. So here, this is the data set I'm having that I have shared with you guys, right? Now, if you see, guys, which all column, let's have a look into the columns, guys, first. Okay, what are the columns we do have, and then we'll discuss what is the requirement and what is the aim of our project. Okay, so here if you see, let me write here. Yeah, so first one is the state itself. Okay, see right now if you remember, guys, everyone is I think already familiar. Everyone is already familiar with the COVID-19, right? Everyone, can we drop? Yes, we'll discuss about that also. Check up. Okay, wait for it. Yes, guys, everyone is familiar with the pandemic that we have faced in 2019 to 2021, and still it's there, but in very less. Pratyush, you're not aware of COVID-19? Jacob is saying 4 years and still counting. Okay, Pratyush, where are you from? No, guys. I'm not saying sarcastically. No, definitely not. I'm sorry, Pratyush, if you feel like that. No. I'm just asking about like, are you from which area actually? Maybe in that area, maybe the COVID cases were not that much prone. That's why I'm asking. Under a rock. Okay, Pratyush. Okay, just kidding. Okay. Fine. Yeah. So I think everyone is familiar with the COVID because we have suffered a lot, right? In these past 4 to 5 years, right? So definitely. So remember at that time, right, when we have the extreme extent of COVID, at that time we used to get the information from the newses, right? We get the news like we have that much of confirmed cases in that particular country, death cases in the country, recovered cases, how much active cases are there, right? Everyone remember, whenever we turn on the news channels, we used to see these kind of newses, like the number of confirmed cases has been increased, the number of death cases has been increased, right? People are recovering or not recovering, what are the active cases, right? These are the important columns over here in this data set, right? These are the details that we usually get in that time, right? So if you see in this data set, what kind of things we do have, we have a state. Okay, it's like worldwide data I'm having. Okay, it's not like a particular country's data, it's a worldwide data. You can see a country is there. Okay, a country, let's say Afghanistan or Albania, whatever country is there. In that country is which state I'm talking about. Right now it's NN, so which means it's not mentioned about the states. So we cannot, either we can drop it or we cannot analyze it. Mostly it's NN. We have some values maybe, but mostly it's NN. Okay, so definitely let's not consider it. It is a kind of a state, in which state we are talking about. Okay, then we have a country, then Afghanistan, Albania, India, China, Pakistan, whichever country it is. Okay, then latitude and longitude, these are some geographical aspects that we don't need as of now for an analysis. Okay, these are some geographical aspects in which we see the longitude and latitude of your particular area. Okay, after that we have a date column, which is the most important column here. Okay, so date is basically I'm having the daily data. Okay, I'm having the daily data of a particular what I can say, uh, in the entire world, in different states, daily how much cases I was expecting. Okay, so if you see, I have the data from 2020 January 2022, sorry, 22 January 2020 till your I have 27th of July 2020, which means how many months of data I'm having right now, guys? Okay, exactly. Yeah, definitely, Jacob. That's really nice coincidence. 22nd January, that is tomorrow itself, right? Okay, so almost, yeah, almost 7 months, I guess, if I include January also. So it would be 7 months, I guess, or 6 months. Yeah, around 6 or 7 months data we are having, right? So now till 6 and 7 months, in each date, okay, in each day, what number of cases I was expecting in different countries, basically, that is what all about our data is about. Okay, and we have another column, WHO, that is which WHO region it belongs to: Europe, Africa, and Eastern Middle East, and all the things. Okay, fine. So I think now everyone is aware of data now. Okay, now what is our task here? Okay, as I said, we do have two tasks here in our project. One would be the analysis part. Okay, one would be the analysis part, second would be the forecasting part. Okay, so in the analysis part, we have to do the analysis how the trends are being changing from 22nd July, 22nd January 2020 to your 27th of July 2020. Till these dates, how my patterns, how my cases are changing basically in each country, right? Based on the dates, right? How the patterns are changing basically. And that analysis I have to do based on these confirmed cases, death cases, recovered cases, and active cases. Okay, that is about the analysis. Later on, for the forecasting part, what number of cases I can expect in the confirmed cases, what number of confirmed death cases I can expect, what number of recovered cases I can expect, right? These forecasting also we have to do based on the any forecasting algorithm. Someone is saying to explain the problem statement again. Okay, we do not have a problem statement right now. We have not any other what I can say, any problem statement or PDF, but I have explained you here the problem statement is that there will be two steps here. First is the analysis part, and second would be the forecasting part. Very firstly, we have to do the analysis of these things: confirmed cases, death cases, recovered cases, and active cases, that how these values are changing with respect to time. And then we have to do forecasting of these things, like how much cases I can expect in the future itself. So this was all about the data set. Okay, so now let's just discuss how we can do the analysis part first. Tomorrow is COVID-19 anniversary. No, it's not anniversary, Ekta, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow is Pran Pratishtha, Sahil. Definitely hope everyone is excited for the Pran Pratishtha of Ram Mandir. Okay. Okay, anyway, we'll discuss that by the end of the session. Okay. Okay, guys. let's discuss first the project, right? Okay, so here what I said is, okay, let's do one thing. Very first thing, as I said, we don't need this column. If you want to remove this, you can, but you know, the thing is, for the analysis part, we don't need it. Okay, if you want to remove, you can, it's totally up to you. But the thing is, whenever we are doing analysis, we'll take the separate column individually itself. Okay, so we don't need to remove that itself. It's totally up to you, because we are not considering it. Whenever I need to do analysis, I will be selectively choosing these columns itself. Okay, so definitely I don't need that also to remove it. Okay, it's totally up to you. Now what I will be doing, very first thing that I want to do here is, okay, I want to rename these columns. Okay, why? Just for the two things over here. Okay, the first thing over here is, here you can see we have a country name, country slash region, right? Every is having capital L, and first letter is capital L. So every time I'm typing it, it will be a little bit of trickier for me to capitalize each word and write country slash region. It's totally optional step. Okay, but I am performing at my end. It's like, what I'm doing is, date I'm changing to small date, province state I'm changing to state, country slash region I'm changing to country, lat I'm changing to small lat, long I'm changing to long, and confirmed answer. Okay, so basically I'm just just making it to another name, so that easy to access. Okay, but otherwise it's not compulsory step. Okay, it's totally up to you. Now after this, now what I want to do is, as I said, this is analysis project, so we'll be doing the analysis on it. Okay, now tell me one thing over here, guys. Okay, see, can you verify the data right now here? If I just say, here you can see, if I have the data, okay, this data, can you verify whether the confirmed cases, what are the confirmed cases, what are the death cases, what are recovered cases, active cases? We cannot confirm that exactly, but active cases we can. Okay, yeah, it looks right, definitely, but I cannot verify that whether it's correct or not. But at least I can do a little bit from my side, that active cases I can see that it should be verified, it can be verified. Okay, how active cases can be verified? Just tell me, if I can I see like that. See, confirmed cases are like, in the day, how many confirmed cases are there, right? After, out of that confirmed cases, some people died and some people are recovered, and whatever the remaining are there, that are active. Correct? So can I say that, guys, confirmed cases minus death cases minus recovered cases, that would be the active cases? Can I say that, guys? Yes, guys, because definitely out of the confirmed cases, some people died, some people recovered, whatever the remaining people are there, that is my active, right? So that is the logic I want to make sure to check the active cases. Well, it's already correct, but I cannot confirm other things, but this thing I can confirm from my side. So I'm doing my best to make sure about it. Okay, so here you can see also, so these are the confirmed cases. 8, 6, 5 are the confirmed cases. If you subtract 14 from here, so that would be 9, 5, 8. If you subtract 743 from here, 734, sorry, so that would be almost 6. Okay, it's coming a little bit, 1, maybe around, it will be coming this much only. Okay, so just for that, let's make sure to we can use this if it had any row and difference. Yes, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing here. You can see. Okay, cases started on 27th of July 2020. Then why dataset started from 22nd of January? No, it's not. See, okay, that was in India. Okay, no, like that. See, it's the entire worldwide data, right? In the worldwide, how many cases I was having, you can see in 2020 January. Okay, and it's till your 27th of July, like this. Okay, it's not like that. We are not talking about the region wise. Okay, the entire world. You can see, right? If you remember, guys, if you remember, then this pandemic is called as COVID-19, right? But the initial phase of COVID-19 was in 2020, right, everyone? Am I right, everyone? Correct? In 19, it was started in the China itself, but worldwide it started spreading after 2020, in the initial phase of 2020. And even in the initial phase of 2020, it was not prone to most of the countries. It's only to some country. That's why you can see, guys. See, if we check about Afghanistan, the first countries with that data is Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, we were having 0 cases of COVID. Correct? In Afghanistan, we were having 0 cases in that date. But when we'll move ahead with the date, maybe in the Afghanistan also we have the cases. Okay, so that is the thing. So that's all about this data. So now let's have a look into it. Okay, let's analyze the data here. Okay, so okay, as I said, what I can write over here is, now I can write here like this thing. See, that DF of active cases will be equals to DF of confirmed cases minus death cases minus recovered cases. Okay, so I am putting this thing, I'm actually evaluating this thing, and I'm putting it inside the active case itself. Okay, it's like I'm updating the value of active cases. Well, that is, there is no change definitely, because if I subtract these two values from here, it will be definitely giving you 117 itself. Okay, but just for the confirmation, I'm updating it actually here. Okay, well, this step is also not required, but if you want just a confirmation of active cases, you can apply this step. Okay, if I perform this and then I show you the DF, and here we go to DF. The next step is, as I said, okay, now you know one thing, guys, one thing, whatever analysis are doing, okay, in this case, you can see right now we have 4 parameters. See, if you see, we have 4 parameters on the basis of which I have to do analysis. That is confirmed cases, death cases, recovered cases, active cases. Now, whatever analysis, whatever forecasting we are going to perform, we have to perform for each of the cases individually. Okay, getting my point? If I'm checking what are the confirmed cases worldwide, if I'm analyzing the confirmed cases, I also have to analyze the death cases, also have to analyze the recovered cases, also have to analyze the active cases. Okay, if I'm doing the forecasting, let's say if I'm doing the forecasting of confirmed cases, how much confirmed cases I can expect in the future, I have to do forecasting for the recovered cases, death cases, and the active cases also in this project. Okay, so definitely that is the repetition of same steps we have to do again and again. Whatever steps we are repeating for confirmed cases, we have to repeat for deaths, recovered, and active. Okay, what is the last column? Active. What is last column? Active is 4. See, active, Siddesh, is like active number of cases, right? If we have, see, whatever the death cases are there, see, total of confirmed cases is, let's suppose in a day in India, let's suppose 100 cases are came. Okay, 100 cases recognized, out of which, let's say, your 10 people are recovered. Okay, they are recovered from the COVID cases, and then after that, let's say 10 people deceased. Okay, they are died, which means right now how many people are left? Which means 80 people are left. So this 80 people is basically your active cases. Okay, okay, this one active you're talking about. Okay, that is a duplicate one. Okay, what you can do, okay, it's fine. What I'll do here is to make it go better. Okay, okay, this one you understand, right? Sweet. So let me do one thing. I think I haven't run this column first because of that issue. See, wait. See, we do not have the extra active column because earlier I was not renaming. I missed that active here. Okay, just because of that only it was showing extra column. Now it's fine, right? Okay, so now what I was saying is, okay, Jacob, I'm going to repeat as Jacob told me to repeat this thing. So basically what I was telling here is, as I said, whatever analysis we have to do, whatever forecasting we have to do for this, all these 4 parameters. Okay, so that is same steps we have to repeat. If I'm whatever analysis I'm doing for the confirmed cases, the same analysis I have to do for death cases, for the recovered, for the active. Okay, if I'm forecasting what could be the number of possible cases of confirmed cases in future, I have to check the number of possible cases of death cases, number of possible cases of recovered, and number of possible cases for the active also. Okay, one by one we have to repeat the same steps for all the things. So that definitely I won't be doing is, now what I can keep it, I can keep something for your homework. Okay, I will be doing for any two. Either I can do for the confirm or recover, death and active you have to do, or maybe I can do death and active, you have to do for the recover and confirm. Okay, because it's the same steps you have to repeat for the rest of the things also. Okay, so let's discuss this now, how we can do the analysis. Okay, so this is the active cases we have created the column for the active cases. Now, next step we have to do, let's see that which is the most recent date over here. If you see the most recent date here, which is the most recent date, guys, this one, correct? In this data set, right, everyone? If I see the most recent date, the date is starting from 22nd of January, right? What is the most recent date? It's a 27th of July, correct? So let me choose that. What I'm doing is I'm doing analysis, per day data. Right now, my next analysis will be based on the 1 day data. In the most recent day, I want to compare the cases, how the cases are changing in the most recent day. Because if I choose the first day, tell me, if I choose the first day, can I do the analysis? No, right? Because in the first day, very few cases were there. Okay, so I want to do analysis based on the countries, based on this particular 1 date. Okay, so what I'm doing here is, see, I'm choosing a recent day, df of date. Okay, where date should be this. Okay, I'm fetching all the rows wherever the date is this. If I print that data, so here you can see I will be getting the data of different countries in that particular date. So it's like I have the data where different countries within the countries, different states, okay, that are definitely NAN right now, but their occurrences are still there, right? Now, in the different countries, different states, what are the number of confirmed cases, death cases, recovery cases, and active cases on the date of 27th of July? Okay, on the 27th July, what are the confirmed cases, death cases, recovery cases, active cases in the different regions of my world? Okay, so that data I'm getting. So total of how many areas I'm having? Total of 261 rows I'm having, which means 261 areas or regions I'm having, in which from which I got the data. Okay, now the next thing that we have to do is, now I want to see based on the country, which country is having I want to compare it basically, which country is having what number of confirmed cases, death cases, and all the things. Okay, so I want to analyze my data country wise in the most recent date. Okay, so what I'll do here is I'll perform here the group by. Okay, so I'll perform here the group by. Okay, but what is my task, guys? Task of this analysis, this first analysis, I want to see, guys, which country is having much more number of cases in my most recent day. I'm choosing any random, you can choose any random day also. I am choosing the most recent one because I'm expecting in the most recent day I might have the maximum number of cases. Okay, so I'm choosing the most recent day to analyze that which country. I'm comparing the countries. My purpose here is to compare the countries based on their confirmed active and death cases and the recovery cases. So what I'm doing, guys, in the recent day data, I'm having the records wherever the date is this recent most. Okay, now what I want to do is I'm storing it in a data set world. From that data, I'm performing a group by based on the country column. Okay, if I do the based on the country column, which means I will have the unique occurrences of the country. Doesn't matter, that belongs to same state, so that will be added down. Okay, because right now we cannot sort it based on the state because state is not there. Okay, so my purpose is to group the data based on the countries itself. How to decide what is analysis doing with it? It's totally up to you, Jyoti. It's totally up to you. Analysis is something, guys, like it cannot have a problem statement. Analysis is like something, if you have a problem statement, how you will be doing it, the way to analyze to get that problem statement, it will be like totally up to your requirements. Okay, so it's totally up to you. I'm randomly doing it based on the country. I want to see. It's like suddenly a question coming to my mind out of the curiosity, like how the cases might be varying based on the country. That's why I'm just performing here analysis based on the country. Okay, so here it is. Now let's have a look here. Okay, so here we'll do this thing. Yeah. So here you can see what I'm doing is I'm performing a group by here, group by according to countries. Okay, after getting a country, I'm getting here, I'm putting here four columns, because rest of the columns I don't need, right? This latitude, longitude, I'm performing here indexing. I only want confirmed cases data, active cases data, death cases data, recovered cases data based on the each country. Okay, I'm performing here sum. Also, I'm performing reset indexing so that their indexings will be new. Okay, this thing, see, Jyoti, that is the thing. Now, see, that will come by experience, Jyoti. Once you will be performing such project, right, you will be automatically getting the inference from the data, like this thing I can infer. Okay, that is the thing that cannot be learned. It will be coming by experience itself. So here you can see, guys, after grouping the data based on the country, what I get the grouped country. So total of how many countries I'm having data here? I'm having 187 countries data. Okay, right now each row is representing the each unique country and total number of confirmed cases in that country. Doesn't matter whichever state it belongs to, but all the values are summed up. If you see, I have applied here the aggregate function sum, which means the values or the cases of all the states of Afghanistan will be added and it will be reflecting here. Okay, because I have performed the group by country. So in Afghanistan, what number of confirmed cases are there? These are the confirmed cases in Afghanistan. If you see, these are the confirmed cases in the Afghanistan, active cases in Afghanistan, death, recover, and so on. Okay, so I have data where each country is telling its confirmed cases, active cases, death cases, recover cases. Okay, now which is a better way, guys? Okay, if you want to see this thing right now, definitely I cannot see the middle values. I cannot compare each value one and one by. So which is a better way to analyze the data, guys? If you want to analyze the data quickly and you want to just look into it, and by just looking it you can get to know, like you can compare the values easily and all the things. Describe, okay, that is fine, but yes, definitely Smita, Harish, the visualization and the graphical methods are the very good methods to analyze the data in a more quick manner, right? By just looking into it, we'll get to know, okay, this is the thing. Okay, so now to visualize here, if you remember, we have plotted here an advanced library plotly, right? So let's do one thing. No, line plot can also be do, but what I'll just show you something different. We have taken here the help of plotly here. What is this plotly? That I told you to create an advanced dynamic visualizations. Let's take a help of this plotly and create one advanced visuals. Okay, so you will be amazed to see this. Let me just show you this thing. Okay, I'll explain you this code first. Okay, no, it's already clean data set. It's already clean data set, I show. We don't need to check the nulls and duplicates. It's already clean. Okay. We have the nulls. Okay. We actually have the nulls only in this state columns. Okay. That we don't need. That's why we are not checking it. Current data is latest snapshots across the countries, right? But we cannot understand how it got varied over 6 months. Yes, it can vary because the thing is, right, Ranjan, in the real life itself, the data, the cases are varying, right? That much. It's not all, see, it's the entire cases in the entire Afghanistan, okay, entire country it is, okay, in the most recent date. It can sometimes increase and sometimes decrease, okay. So here you can see, guys, I'm taking the help of Plotly. Can we use Plotly for the previous project also, or there any criteria for using the libraries? No, definitely not, Pritashni. It's like totally up to you. If you are aware of different plots in the Plotly, you can use anywhere, any of the project or any of the hands-on, wherever you want to use. Okay, there is no such criteria. Okay, so I'll explain you this code, guys, within few minutes. Very firstly, just let's have a look into it, what exactly this plot will be giving. If you see, I have imported the Plotly as px. So px, I'm using a chloropath. What is this chloropath? Let's have a look what is the output of it, and then we'll discuss each parameter. So if I run it, so as it is a worldwide data, so I have, with the help of Plotly, I can see, compare which state, which country is having what number of cases. Here you can see, even if you want to see, right, okay, now you will be able to see, like, this is just a plot. This is just a basic plot itself, right? Let me show you something more. That is dynamic, how dynamic it is. See, I can scroll this plot in the entire world. I can see wherever the cases are there. I can zoom it, right? And if you more things you can see here. I want to know in India. This is India, right? How many cases are there? See, it's India. These are the cases. Let's go to China. Let's go to Russia. Let's go to any other country. And if you want to move just like a globe, see, this is US. US is having too much of active cases. You can see, right? Isn't it interactive, guys? So that is the purpose of Plotly here. Whenever you want to create dynamic plots, that you want to interact with the plots while you have run it already. Okay, it's not like just a picture. It's like entirely dynamic plot. You can scroll it, you can zoom it, just like a globe in your hand. Okay, so here you can see, we can see the cases. Okay, clear? So here you can see, guys, if you see here, we have the here scale also. How would I recognize the cases are high or not? Just like your heat map, guys. So here I have the range. So if I have the darkest blue value, which means in that particular region, I have more than 10,000 cases. Okay, if you can see based on the color range, I have the number of cases itself here. Okay, so let's have a look now. Okay, I think everyone is fine with the plot now. Let's have a look how we have plotted this. Okay, so let's have a look here. Now here if you see, we have taken here the help of chloropleth. Okay, so in the Plotly, we have a plot which is the name of chloropleth. So purpose of this chloropleth is just to create a mapping function. If you see here, see in chloropleth map, each row of the data frame is represented by the colored region marked on the map. Okay, so specifically whenever you want to get this world map kind of thing, you have to use this chloropleth itself. Okay, so here you have to give the data first. So where I'm giving the data, the first thing is the data world. If you see, I have given this world. I have created this data, right? In this data, yes, I'm repeating this, Subro, this plotted part also I'm explaining. Okay, see, this world data is having the name of different unique countries. Based on it, every country is having how much confirmed cases, active cases, death cases. Right now, I have plotted this based on the active cases. Okay, you can plot the same thing for the confirmed cases, for the death cases, for the recover cases. I have plotted this for the active cases right now. Okay, so here you can see world data I have given, location equals to countries. Okay, I'm saying the location will be countries. This column name I have to pass countries. Okay, now after that we have location mode, the country names. Okay, I want the country's name. Whenever I want to see here, you can see in the heading over here. Here you can see, right, a heading is coming. So heading is the country name I want to give. Okay, so also here color. Okay, this is the important point. Okay, this is very important, guys. Listen carefully here. So color. So color here, we don't need to give the red, blue, green or something. Color is like based on which parameter you want to colorize your entire plot. I want to give it based on the active parameter. Okay, so we have here the active cases. This parameter I have to pass it the color. Mostly people get confused here. The color is like blue, green, red. We have to give. No, the color is like the color you want to vary based on which parameter. I want to vary the color based on active cases parameter. Okay. Hover name, like after hovering, which name you want to show. I want to show the country name. Okay. Range color. Okay. So here is the range you have to give. Okay. Range of the color, like for the scale. If you see here, we have the scale in the right hand side, right? So for this scale, I have to give the value from where to where. So from 1000 to your 10,000 scale I want to give. If you want to increase the scale, you can. So maximum value, how much maximum value you're considering, that beyond that will be the higher cases. Okay. So it's like you can see, I have taken till 1 to 10,000. You can increase this also. Okay. And then color continuous scale will be blues, like what shades of color you want to take. Either you can take blues, you can take greens, right? It's totally up to you. Then we have title is like what title you want to give to this particular plot. That is country with active cases. Okay, so this is about this plot. What is the key combination to see the chloropath data syntax? See that here, guys, Venkatesh, what you can do is in Jupyter, you can click Shift tab. Okay, in Jupyter, you can click Shift tab. In Collab, you just need to hover on it. Okay, if you'll be just hovering on it, it will be automatically giving you, the details about it. See, like this. Okay, so like this. If I want to, no, two parameters we cannot give, Subho. We have to give here one parameter. Okay, both, because it cannot show the color based on the two parameter, right? It's like one parameter you'll be taking active parameter. If you want to show that for the other column, let me do one thing. The same code I'll copy and paste here. See, I'm pasting it here. Now instead of active, I want to see this thing based on the recovered cases. How many people are recovered in each country? Based on that recovered cases, I want to show. Now let's see. This is a graph of recovered cases. And let me change here the title also. Instead of active cases, I want to show it for the recovered cases. See, this is the graph for the recovered cases because I have changed the value here, recovered. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You want me to make it green? So let's try to make it green so that it can be different shade. Let's say greens. Yeah. Here you can see for the recovered cases, I have taken here the green color. So here you can see my graph. So you can see, yes, you can see China, India, Russia, they are having the actually definitely active cases, but recovered cases are also there higher here. Why? Because maybe the reason can be the population also, because China and India are having definitely good population. Because of that, only if the active cases are more, recovered cases are also more over here, right? So let's compare the active cases here. In Canada, recovered cases are 0. But USA, the recovery cases are also definitely very high. Should change scale max also. Yes, definitely, Gopal. Definitely. You can change the scales totally easily. Like the thing is, it's like totally customizable plot. You can change it based on your requirement. Totally. You can change the scale here, 1 to 10,000, 1 lakh also you can take, right? It's totally up to you. Okay. So based on it, what I can find out here is active cases if I discuss. Active cases, if you see, okay, where you can find the very large number of active cases, guys. You can see India also, it is having large number of active cases, 495.99k. But I think the highest number of cases would be in the USA itself. See, if you see, it's in millions, 2.8144 millions. No, Subho, we cannot, Subho, we cannot see active and recovered cases both in the same map. We have to plot to different maps. Okay. So that is the thing. So through the Plotly, you can see how you can explore the Plotly library, guys, even though it's not in the curriculum, but you can explore it for your self-learning purpose. Okay, there is a documentation of Plotly where we have different such interactive plots like this. So this was analysis. Now here you can see I have done it for the active cases. I have done it for the recover cases. Now I am leaving it to you. Okay, guys, and every case I told you in the beginning itself, twice I will be doing and 2 you will be doing. Okay, so I have done for the active and recovered. So your homework is to create this plot for death cases and confirm cases. Okay, one more thing I would suggest, guys, here, instead of copying this code and pasting it over here, I would suggest you to learn the code and then type it for these active death and confirm cases. Okay, guys, will you be doing that? Okay, so that it will be practice for you. Do not copy the code and change here only the death or something, right? I want you to learn this syntax, and after learning the syntax, perform it for the death and confirm. That's why I'm giving it as an homework. If you want to copy paste, tell me now. I will be doing here copy paste. That will be the same thing, right? Okay, so I want you to learn the syntax, then do it for these two things. Okay. Okay, perfect, guys. Okay, so this is the thing. Now let's do the second analysis here. So in the second analysis, what we can do is let's check the data based on the dates. We have seen the data based on the countries itself. Okay, let's see the data based on the dates itself. Okay. See, I will make you understand by this code also. But before that, let's discuss this one. See, what will happen when I perform the group by based on the dates. Okay, now what I'm doing, guys, I am checking the confirmed cases in entire world, okay, based on the dates. Okay, what I want to figure out, I want to figure out in my entire worldwide, what are the number of confirmed cases by each date. Okay, so basically I want to see the trend, right? Basically what is my task here is I want to see what is the trend of confirmed cases in the world. Are they increasing or decreasing? Okay, this is a trend I want to know. So for that purpose, I need my data individual dates. So I want individual date, like let's say 22nd Jan, 23rd Jan, 24th Jan, 25th Jan, 26th Jan, so on till your 27th of July. Okay, so I want the occurrence of each unique date. So when I want the occurrence of each unique date, I would be grouping it based on the date column. Okay, now after getting the date column, also I want to perform it for the confirmed cases first. Then I would be performing for the recover cases, then for the death cases, then for the active cases one by one. Okay, so I'm performing here the trend of confirmed cases worldwide within these tenure, these 6 months. Okay, so that's why I'm grouping the data. You can see after grouping in 22nd of January, okay, 2020, entire the worldwide cases are 555. Okay, which is very less cases. Worldwide, I was having only 555 cases. But on the next day, cases increased to 654. Next day, cases increased to 941, and then 1434. So on, so on, so on. And by the most recent date, okay, that is the 27th July, which means after 6 months of this January, the cases are, if you remember, guys, the cases were every day. Was there any day when you were get to know that worldwide the cases are reducing? No, right? At that time in 2020, every day you will be hearing the news that cases increase, cases increase. It was very rare a case when the cases are decreasing. Correct. So if you see, guys, in the beginning the cases were very few, but by the end you can see by the end of 6 months you can see it's almost let me see, 1 tens 100,000 10,000 lakh 10 lakh crore. So almost 1 crore 64 lakh 80,485 cases are there on that day, right? So it's very much high. So that's what I want to analyze the trend. Are we having any reduction in the cases also, or like it's only increasing drastically? So just because of that only, I want to create here a plot. Okay, so what I'm doing here, defining a figure, PLT dot figure of size 20, 10. Then X sticks, I'm showing the rotation will be 90 degree, so that the thing is, if I'm not giving rotation 90 degree, it will be like, okay, these things are not required. Basically, if you want to put, you can, like font size or something, just to make it more customizable. Okay, if you do not want to, it's totally up to you. Okay, font size if you want to change, then font size of X text, font size of Y text. In the X label, I want the dates. In the Y labels, I want the total cases. Okay, so in the Y text or rotation also, I'm doing 90 degree. Okay, so if you see now, title I'm giving worldwide confirmed cases, and the data is total cases. Okay, total cases, that is this one, this data. Okay, so this entire data I'm storing in a total cases data frame. Okay, so this total frame data frame, dates I'm changing to date and time. Okay, so that there will be no issue to plot it in a plot. Okay, otherwise it will be considering it as an object itself. I'm converting it to date and time. That is also optional step, guys. Okay, here. Okay, X ticks. Okay, I'll tell you what is this X ticks, Y ticks if you're not aware of it. Okay, I'll tell you here. See, I'll tell you here. Let's do one thing. Let's do not perform the rotation here. Okay, I'll tell you this X ticks and Y ticks. Wait. Now here you can see I'm plotting here point plot. Okay, point plot is like it's just like a line plot. You can go with the line plot also. It's totally up to you, whichever you want to go. Okay, so X equals to total cases dot date. Okay, you're fetching the date column. Date dot dt dot date, like only the date one you want to fetch. Okay, otherwise date and time will be, or else what you can do is just skip this part. Instead of that, you can directly keep dot date. That would be also fine. because that is going to make it more complex itself. Okay, so if I run it, and in the y I want to take the confirm cases. So basically what I'm doing now, in the x-axis I'm taking these dates, and in the y-axis I'm taking these confirm cases. Okay, if I run it, color I'm giving red, and set labels are also not needed. Let's run it and let's see the output here. Yeah, here you can see these are the outputs I'm getting, correct? Now here if you see a trend, I can see increasing trend I can see, but here in the x-axis whatever the values are there, these are dates right now, right? So to customize your values in the x-axis, you have to use x ticks. So to customize your values in the y-axis, you have to take the y ticks. Okay, yes, the x labels name. So that is why you can see I have taken here x ticks so that I can customize it. Okay, but if you see guys, here in the x ticks the values are overlapping with each other, right? Because it's just like the dates, right? It's just like the dates. If I see like 22 of Jan 2022, and the next date is like 23 of Jan, 24th of Jan, they are overlapping with each other. So what my task is to rotate it so that it can be written like this: 22nd of Jan and 23rd of Jan, 24th of Jan, right? So that it can be more clear. So just because of that reason only, I'm going to rotate my x-axis, x ticks to the 90-degree. Yes, label rotation. If you see, I will perform here now rotation. This code rotation that I have rotated in the y-axis also, the same thing I'll perform here in the x-axis also. Okay, if I do it like this, now if I see the output, let's have a look. Wait for the output. See, now the dates are rotated. Now we can see each date individually: 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th. If you want to make it more flexible, you can increase the plot size. Okay, so you can see in each date how many cases are there. You can see, okay, based on each date, the number of cases. Okay, so number of cases, and you can see the trend, the overall trend if you want to see. So do we have any decrease in the trend? Okay, so what we are observing from here, trend guys, if you see the observation in the beginning phase, the what I can say, the cases are almost constant, right? It's like not exact constant, some values are upper and going down and so on the things, but in the beginning phase I can say the values are constant, but it start increasing by, you can see from here I can say 23rd of March, right? Correct everyone, it started increasing after 23rd of March, correct? Before that it was not constant, but it's nearby. Okay, but how, when it started actually increasing drastically after the March. Okay, okay, you're talking about, sorry, I'm reading it as no. Okay, go, sorry, my bad. The number of tests is also required to make an accurate assessment. See, yes, definitely it's yeah, if you want to make that much accurate, definitely you have to apply different tests, definitely. Okay, but here we are just getting an overall idea itself, we are not getting the exact value or something, just an overall idea I want to get. See, so my overall idea what I'm getting here is, see, it's always increasing. See, the cases are always increasing. In the beginning I can say at some point it was constant, but after.
Let's see our quiz question, guys. Which of the following is a characteristics of a normal distribution? Option A, asymmetric shape. Option B, bimodal peaks. Option C, bell-shaped curve. And option D, skewed to the right. I hope you have written your answers in the comment box. So now let's move on to our next session.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
March, the values are going to increase drastically if you see. Okay, about the confirmed cases. Now, the same thing, the same analysis you can do for the next part also. Let's say recovery part. Let me doing it for the recovery part. So what changes I can do here? So I can change here very firstly the recovered cases. Okay, and also I can share or change here. and this is the recovered cases. Let me change it with a different color. Let's say I'm going to give this blue color instead of red. Okay, so now recovery, you can see guys, we do have some variations in the recovery, right? If you see guys here, from here it's increasing, decreasing, and here you can see, and suddenly increasing, and here again suddenly increasing. You can see a small gap you can see in between, right? Little bit of fluctuations in between. Well, it's also increasing, like recovery cases are also increasing. We can see definitely guys, it's kind of a little bit of fact. If more people are there, recovery cases people will also be more, right? Definitely, if we have some vaccine or some treatment, if more people are getting infected, so people getting recovered will be also more, right? So that is the fact over here. So you can see that is also increasing the same way drastically. Okay, now after this, there will be difference between 14 to 21 days. Yes, can be maybe 14 to 21 days. Maybe the quarantine period, right, Jacob? Okay. All right, so this is the analysis that we can do. Okay, so in the same way, it's totally up to you whichever analysis you want to do, guys. Okay, like the increasing trend and decreasing trend if you want to see. Okay, so let's see what next trend we can do. Okay, now let's do one thing. Let's figure out the top 10 countries. Okay, my task is to figure out the top 10 countries with this highest number of cases. Okay, in active cases, in death cases, in recovery cases, and so on. I want to get the top 10 countries. Okay, so in the most recent day, let's say itself, if I'm talking about. So what I can do here is okay, top active countries. If I figure out here, see my next task is to figure out the top 10 countries. I want to figure out top 10 countries, the top 10 countries having the highest number of active cases. Now definitely if I'm finding the top 10 country with the highest active cases, you have to do it for the recovered cases also, the death cases also, and the active cases also, confirmed cases also. Okay, and the same thing guys, in the previous case also, I forgot to write it over here. Like homework is to perform this thing for homework. If I write here homework, it's like perform same analysis for active and death. Okay, same analysis you have to perform active and death, like this point plot. Can we combine recovered and the active in point plot? Definitely, definitely we can. We can combine, Rick Deepak. If you want, we can combine here. Let me just show you if you want me to show that. Okay, how you can combine it. Okay, but I have changed it into the same data frame. Okay, let me do one thing. Okay, I can do that. Okay, see. So what you can do here, Deepak, here is the code to do that. Okay, but what you have to do is a small change you have to do that definitely I'm not going to do right now. It's going to be late. So total cases I'm changing, saving here this data. In the same itself, I have to save the another, or else what I can do here is here only I will be calling the recover confirmed. Okay. Yeah, now I think it should work. See. Okay, see Deepak, within a same plot, we are plotting comparing both the active cases, confirmed cases and the recover cases. Okay. Okay. All right. Now the same thing you have to perform for the active and the deaths also. Okay. Now I'm checking the top 10 countries. Okay, this is on a whole data set. Yes, this is on a whole data set, Venkatesh. But we have group data according to you. Okay. 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 Now I'm trying to figure out the top 10 countries with the highest number of active cases, and I want you to perform this for the rest of the things also. Okay, like for the recover, death, and all the things, but let's perform here first. Okay, so what I do here, I would be writing here the code. See, if you remember, we have already created a data recent day, right? What is that recent day? That is the previous data that we have figured out, right? In the most recent date, how many cases I was having based on the countries. So I have grouped it according to countries, and I'm fetching the active cases from there. Okay, so if I fetch it, and or else I'll do one thing. Instead of doing this, I'm gonna fetch all the values, right, at once only. Active, let's say deaths. Siddesh, to increase the graph size, you have to define the figure. Here you can see this figure. Here you have to define the size, right? This is the size of x-axis, this is the size of y-axis. So these values you can change. Okay. Now here you can see I am fetching the top actives. Instead of top actives, I can save it in another data frame if you want. Okay. So it's totally up to you. By country we have provided. Okay. Yeah, it should have the list. Maybe that is the reason. Yeah, we have sorted it also, right? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, no issues. I'm gonna fix it in this way. So what I'm doing here is I'm finding out very firstly the active cases. Okay, from that country column. Okay, individually I want in each country what are the active cases that are there. Okay, very firstly if I do this much, I will get a like unordered data. What I want to do here is I want to do here sort my list. Okay, the entire data I want to sort it based on the ascending value. Okay, I'm sorting it based on the ascending value false. Okay, so here if you see the top 10, I can clearly see from here the top 10 would be these 10 countries. Okay, so to get the top 10, I'm performing here the head and performing the reset indexing so that a new indexes will be given to them. Okay, so this is the data I'm getting. Now I can visualize this data so that you can I can get a proper way. Yes, Charan, I got you. With double, yes, right, we have to give the double square brackets, right? But anyway, I have just now written the code for this. Okay, so here you can see if I write this thing, okay, again defining a figure, x ticks, y ticks, these are some extra parts just to customize your code. Otherwise, if you want to ignore it, you can ignore it. Without them also you can get the output. Okay, x labels I want to give total size, y label I want to, sorry, total cases, y label I want to give the countries, and title will be top 10 countries with the most active cases. If I run it, and here you can see in the bar plot I'm plotting, in the x-axis I'm taking from this data, this column will be the x-axis, country column, and y-axis will have the active column. So y-axis I'm having top actives, top countries, and x-axis I'm having the actives. Okay, if I run it, see which country is having how much number of active cases. You can see clearly like USA is like in the top, you can see, as compared to Brazil, India, United Kingdom. See, it's like even I can see the second most value is not even the 1/3 of the the USA, right? Everyone, can you see this, everyone? Because at that time, if maybe you might have also heard the cases. See, in the most recent data, if I'm talking about, see the cases. Just a second, where is my stylus? Just a second. In the most recent data, if you guys, if you remember, guys. Okay, that's very sarcastic. Okay, Pratish is saying US is number one in most of the ending scenarios. Okay, so if you remember, guys, on that time, okay, in the beginning, the cases of China was very high, right? But if you remember, guys, China's have also started recovering earlier. Yes, definitely. It was from the Corona itself. Corona of origin was from China itself, but still it's there, not in the top 10 list, right? Why? Because if you remember, at that time, in the initial phases, I was having high number of cases in China, but in the mid phases, China have started recovering, right? That's why you can see it's not in the list itself. But USA at that till that time, USA was highly impacted by the COVID, right? That is why here we can see this kind of data. They never published the correct number. Yeah, that can also be the fact, because that's what rumors we have heard from the world. Like China is not publishing their actual number of cases, right? And we have heard very dark news also, but let's not discuss that news, right? About killing people. Okay. After that, what we did here is, okay, just a second. So here you can see the highest number of country I'm having the, I can say the USA, then Brazil, India, United Kingdom, Russia. Okay, these are the top 10 countries I do have. Okay, so let's do one thing. Okay, now the same analysis you have to do with respect to the other columns also, right? It's totally up to you. How would you do that? Like by taking here, same thing you have to do here for the recovery cases, death cases, and so on. Like one by one, you have to create the data for other parts. Okay, let me do it for one more. For the other two, you can do this. Okay, so let's find out the top death cases. Okay, so I'm finding out the top death cases. These are the top death cases I'm having. So here it is, the top death cases. Now let's visualize these top death cases with the same plot itself, with the same code. So here you can see, yeah, the same thing, but this time for the death cases. Again, you can see USA in the number one. Okay, so in the death cases also. So death cases also fine. Okay, now I want you to do this for the rest of the things, that is for the recovered. Now, okay, one more visual I would like to do here, and then we can have a small break after that one visual. Okay, and we'll go for the forecasting part later on. But let's figure out one more analysis. Okay, so if you see, guys, in the active cases, we do have top 10 countries like USA, Brazil, India, United Kingdoms, and the Russia, right? So let's take these top 5 countries first. I want to analyze the cases of active cases, or let's say the death cases, or any of the case I can choose for these top 5 countries. Okay, let's choose this. So what I'll do here is, let me just create a data for that. What I have done here, I'm creating 5 different data frames for these 5 countries, one by one, where I'm putting a filter. df.countries would be USA. Okay, where I want the data of only that particular rows wherever the country is USA. Okay, and that data I'm grouping it based on the dates. Okay, so that I can get the US data only, but based on the dates itself. Okay, every date, like every day, how the US data was changing. Okay, and for that I'm getting recovered cases, death cases, confirmed cases. If I run it, and here you can see this is what I'm getting on that date. Yes, we can do in a loop also. It's totally up to you, Pratyush. If you can do in the loop, that will be definitely fine. On that day, recover cases, death cases, active cases in USA. Okay, and then same thing we have to do for the Russia also. You can see day wise. Okay, and same thing we have to go for UK, India, Brazil, all the countries. Okay, now once we get this data, now one by one we have to take each parameter of all the 5 data frames. Okay, either we'll take the recover cases, death cases, confirmed cases, or active cases, whichever you want to take. Okay, let's see. In my case, I'm taking here let's say the confirmed cases, or let's say active cases should be take. So what I want to do is, in a same plot, I want to compare, like on that particular date. Okay, not on that particular date, different these 5 countries, how the values are changing for these 5 countries till your from your 22nd January to your 27th of July. Okay, so I want to see this data. So what I'll do here is, again, creating a figure, x sticks. Now you can see here I'm plotting a 5 plots, point plots for all the 5 you can see countries. Very firstly for Brazil, you can see in the x-axis I'm taking Brazil.date, and y-axis I'm taking Brazil.confirmed cases, the confirmed cases. Then x in the x-axis I'm taking USA dates and USA confirmed cases, Russia dates, Russia confirmed cases, UK dates, and UK confirmed cases. Then India. Okay, all the 5 I'm keeping in a point plot. You can go for the line plot also. It's totally up to you. Blue is representing the Brazil, pink is representing the USA, green is representing the Russia, black is representing the UK, and red is representing the India. Okay. X-axis I'm labeling it as number of days, y-axis I'm labeling as confirmed cases, and title will be confirmed cases over the times. So if I run it, now here you can see a combined output. We will be get to know about the trend of these 5 countries, how the cases, confirmed cases, are varying in these 5 countries. That was my aim of this one analysis. Okay, so here you can see, based on the dates, how the confirmed cases were varying in these 5 countries. See, can you see the trend, guys? If I open it in a yes, Venkata, that you can add. Right now, we don't have enough time to make it more customized. Okay, you can add it over here, legend, right? So can we spend the date in the month? Yes, in the months we can, but the thing is that in that way you have to do a little bit trickier part. You have to very firstly fetch the only months of these particular dates, and then you have to group it according to the month, and that will be a little bit of complicated task, I can say, Ranjan. Okay, so here if you see, guys, in this tab, how the values are changing, you can see most of the cases. Okay, if you see, guys, where I can see the confirmed cases more drastical, you can see in case of USA. Right, US is having more drastically increasing confirmed cases as compared to any other country, right? Any other 5 countries. If we see for the India is like going very polite in the beginning, but here by at this point I can see it started increasing. Okay, the blue one is representing, I guess, Brazil, and that also having a little bit ups and downs. Okay, but if you see, guys, British, that is a UK, I think the black line is representing the you know UK. So in UK you can see almost the trend is constant, right? Right, everyone, can you see this black line? So this is basically representing the UK case. Okay, United Kingdoms. In United Kingdom the cases are there, but it's keeping like constant itself. It's not that much getting higher, it's not getting that much lower, right? Okay, I have taken death cases, it is so. Okay, just a second, let me check. Maybe I might be wrong here. Yes, please, just a sec. Thanks, Azad, for correcting me. Okay, yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Azaz, for correcting me. That's what I was thinking, how constant cases can be there. Okay, I'll take here confirmed. Yeah, here you can see again, still the UK is having little bit changes now. Okay, it's like not constant, but little bit changing. Not that much cases it is having. UK is not having that much confirmed cases. I'm just telling you a way how you can analyze it. Now, based on your analysis skills, your analytical skills, whichever plots you are aware of, every plot, definitely you can go with that one. Okay, there is no restriction to apply the plot, any plot, right? I think someone was also asking before, is there any criteria to apply the plots? Definitely not. Whichever plot you are aware of, and if you think like that will be applicable here, you are good to go with that plot. So this is the thing. Now I want you to plot this thing. Okay, so now this is the confirmed cases I'm analyzing here. Okay, you can, in the same way, you can analyze the recovered cases, death cases, and also the the active cases. Okay, clear everyone? So the same way you can do here. So same analysis. Okay, so this was the last analysis that I have done. Okay, now let's take here a small break, guys. Okay, we are done with the almost done with the analysis. Okay, so after break, we'll just start with the forecasting part, where we can forecast these values for the future based on the advanced algorithm that we have. Sorry, pip install profit. Okay, guys, most of the students will be doing this mistake only. The model's name is FB Profit. Okay, like the Facebook, the name FB is given through the Facebook itself, because Facebook have launched this model. So just because of that, it's named as FB Profit. But the actual name of model is Profit. Okay, we do not have FB Profit, it's Profit. Okay, so mostly people, what they do, they will be doing like FB Profit like this. If we do like this, Profit, so they will be having the error over here definitely. Okay, because we do not have, okay, FB Profit is a module, but when we'll be importing it over here, okay, let's say when we are going to import it, okay, at that time you cannot use a FB Profit. Okay, I'll tell you here. Very firstly, you are importing, see, that was automatically corrected. See, just a second. Yeah, so this is FB Profit. Now when you will be importing this, see, already it's just a second. So Ashok, might be it could be some network issue at your end, maybe because of that the voice is not properly audible to you. Just check with it once. Okay, okay guys, so as I told you earlier itself, okay, so what is this Profit now? Okay, I'll tell you here. So this Profit is a model, very advanced model, okay, that have been given by Facebook itself. Okay, so Facebook have given a model with the name of Profit. Okay, so the model's name is Profit. Okay, and now you know that the literal meaning of prophet is, right guys, like prophecy, the one who do prophecy, that will prophet, right everyone? That is who do the prediction of future, that is prophet. So in that way it was named it. Okay, so Prophet is like a model which is an advanced algorithm, as I already mentioned, like it is being released in 2018 or maybe 17, I guess. Okay, around this time it was released to the forecasting of the data that is based on the time series. Okay, if you remember, you have studied the models like ARIMA. Okay, you have studied the models like ARIMA. You have studied the SERIMA and the SERIMAX. Okay, so these are very traditional model, guys. Okay, I'm not saying these are not obsolete. I'm not saying these are obsolete or we cannot use them. Yes, we do use these models also in today's era, but very rarely. Mostly we use advanced algorithms. Okay, these are some fundamental algorithms, I can say. Okay, but we use some advanced algorithms such as Prophet. Okay, now if you remember, guys, whenever you'll be performing the ARIMA SERIMA, we have a lot of complexity to perform that, right? Remember, very firstly, we have to check the seasonality of the data, right? We have to check the trend of the data. We have to check, is there any residual in the data, correct everyone? And then after checking all these things, we have to check about the stationarity. This is very tricky concept over here, stationarity, right everyone? Remember, when you might have performed the time series hands-on, we have to check the stationarity of the data. If data is non-stationary, we have to make it to stationary, right? That was the step that we have to perform till now in these are traditional models, right? But what is the benefit of using FB Profit model now? Okay, if I'm using here the FB, then benefit over here is, there is no need of stationarity. Okay, there is no need to perform the stationarity of the data, no need to check the irregularities in the data, no need to check the trend, no need to check the seasonality. Okay, so that is the purpose of FB Profit, is like advanced algorithm in which we don't need to worry and we don't need to bother about these things, trends, seasonality, irregularities, and stationarity, and all the things. this model will automatically see the whatever the required things are there, whatever the things are needed, what are things are not needed, and what pattern is there, what seasonality is there, everything. It does not need to convert it into stationary data, right? It does not need to even if they have the irregular data, for that also it will be working perfect. Okay, that is the advancement of this algorithm. So we don't need to bother about these extra things. We directly need to implement the model and we'll get the output. Okay, as simple as that. Okay, so just have a look over here how we can do that. So as I already told you, you have to import here the pip install prophet here. Okay, so make sure the library's name is prophet with small p, but the model's name, that is class, is with a capital P. Okay, so that's why you can see what I'm writing here. From prophet, I want to import here prophet. Okay, got it, guys? Now, from prophet, I'm importing here prophet. Now what I will do here is I will be just creating the data set here first. Okay, if you remember, this is the data set that we are having, which is unchanged. If I show you this data set df, see, this is the actual data, right? Because we have not performed any of the manipulation in the data. Whatever manipulations we have done, guys, for the analysis purpose, every manipulation I was storing in a new data frame. You can see from the df I'm storing in UK or wherever I was doing the analysis, right? Everywhere I'm storing it in new data frame. See, TOF actives, or maybe wherever I'm doing any changes. Everywhere I'm storing it in a new data frame. Okay, so that actual one should not be affected. Okay, so you can now we have to use the same data frame itself, that is df, which is unchanged, in which I have not performed any group by any other thing. Just a second, I didn't understand why we have written reverse from an import. Can you please explain? No, Siddesh, we have not written reverse. If you see, this is how we write, right? In most of the libraries, when we have to import the models from this library, I want to import this. Usually if I'm directly importing the library, I write import this. Okay, but if I am importing some particular model from that library, we have to write from first. Okay, from this library, I want to import this particular model. So this is the correct way of importing a model. Import we will be writing first when we don't want to fetch sub model or something. If we directly want to import the entire library, okay, it's just like if you want to get the entire library, you can write like this: import prophet. That's it. Okay, or if you want to give any allies, you can give allies also. Okay, but if you are using some specific function or model from that, you have to do it in this. So now here what I was telling you guys, this is the data set in which we are working on. Okay, this is the original data I was having, right? Now if you feel like you might have done some changes in this df previously, you can again upload here the data set. Otherwise, if you feel like you haven't done any changes, directly go for the df itself. Okay, now as I said, we have to do the forecasting here. The second part was to forecast these 4 values for the next 12 weeks. Okay, I think so the next 7 days, sorry, not the 12 weeks. For the next 7 days, we have to do the forecasting, or any number of days you can choose. For the future, we have to do forecasting. What could be the confirmed cases, death cases, and recovery cases. Okay. Now, how we can do that? So let's create a separate data frames for them. Okay, so I need separate data frames. Let's say confirmed data frame will be df.group by. If I perform a group by, based on which column? Let's say I'm grouping it based on, okay, because I need individual dates, right, everyone? I need a date stamp. See, whenever we perform a time series model, guys, if you remember, you have already done the time series models. What you were having at that time, you were having the unique dates, correct, date stamps, and based on which you are having the target value or something that you need to predict. Correct, guys? Yes, guys, till now you have done hands-ons of time series. There we only see these 2 columns, right? We have the dates in the continuous format. Okay, date should be continuous and unique. Okay, date should not repeat, date should not be in different order, it should be in the continuous format. Okay, and based on it I have some values. So this much of data I need so that I can make it for the forecasting. Okay, so what I will do here is I will do here the group by date so that I can get the unique dates, and I would like to fetch here from here, okay, with the help of some value. Okay, I would be doing here, let's say, yeah, with the help of sum. Okay, and I would like to fetch few column from here. Which column? Confirmed cases column. Okay, I'll be fetching the column with the name of confirmed cases. Okay, because I'm doing it for the confirmed cases right now, I'll do it for the confirmed cases. Also, I want to perform preset indexing so that see, if I do this much, okay, so what I will be getting is I will be getting this thing should also be in the index. See, my dates are coming in the index. I don't want it to be in the index. So just because to remove that, I'll just perform here reset indexing. If dates are not unique, then how should we correct it? That is gonna be very tricky, Rahman. If the dates are not unique, okay. Very firstly, we have to sort the dates. Okay. After sorting the dates, if the repetitions of dates are there, we have to remove it. Okay, duplicates are to remove it. If it is a non-continuous series, definitely then forecasting it based on the time series is definitely difficult. Okay, so that is the thing. I need, if I want time series data, a date should be in the continuous format. Okay, no, dates are not getting aggregated. Dates are itself in the because we are grouping it according to the dates, right? Apart from date, whichever columns are there, that will be aggregated based on this sum value. Okay, now here you can see, if I run this, and now if I check the confirmed value, here you can see, okay, I have these dates. Based on these dates, I have the confirmed cases. It will, sorry, continuous if definitely the duplicate, this group by we are doing so that the duplicates see, it will be taking the unique dates. Now if I'm grouping it, unique dates will be taken, and if the repetitive dates are there, their values will be added, summed up. Okay, so basically what I'm getting is why I'm grouping it according to date, not according to the countries, because I want the worldwide data. Okay, so I want the worldwide data. So that's why what I'll do here is, so this is the, in that date, what is the total number of confirmed cases? On that day, what is the total number of confirmed cases? On next day, confirmed cases. Okay, so I have the total summed up value of entire world. I'm not talking about any particular state, any particular country. I'm talking about the entire world. Group by makes them into unique. Yeah, it adds all the confirmed number for all the countries for specific date. Exactly, correct, Ranjan. Continuous in the data means, Jyoti, is like continuity in the dates. If you see, guys, here 22nd Jan, then 23rd Jan, 24th Jan, 25th Jan, right? Continuity is there. If it is not continue, if I can say after 24, suddenly 27 is there. Okay, that is not continue. Okay, so that is the reason I can say I need a continuous data. See, it's not like only regular data should be there. If it is not a continuous, but it should have a regular interval, right? Let's suppose if I'm saying after 27, okay, after 27, if I say after for one date, if 2, 3, 4, 5 is there, that is continuous. Okay, but if 1 and then suddenly 5 and then suddenly 7, then suddenly 8, that is not continuous. Okay, but if I have this seasonal pattern, at least that will be also acceptable in the time series. Let's say, yes, equal interval should be there. Let's say 1, 5, then 10, then 15, then 20, right? Here you can see intervals are equal, correct? So interval should be equal. In that way, I can say it's a continuous time series. If intervals are, if the gaps are there, then the gaps must be equal in both the cases, in all the entire series. Okay. Now here you can see confirmed cases I have got here. Okay. Now after this confirmed cases, I can do forecasting for this confirmed cases. Okay. But I have to do the same thing for the other cases also, right? The active cases, the confirmed cases, death cases and recovery cases. So let me create data for them also. Okay. If I run it, and here if you can see, I have created a 3 more data set that is for the recovered. You can see these are recovered cases worldwide. These are recovered cases worldwide, like in based on the dates, how the recovery cases are there in the entire world. Then we have the active cases in the entire world, and then we have the death cases in the entire world. Okay, based on the dates. Now we have to forecast these one by one. As I can see, I have created here 4 data frames. One is for confirmed, recovered, active, and the deaths. Okay, one by one we have to forecast for each of them. Okay, I'll forecast here for the 2, and the rest of the 2 you have to forecast. Okay, so let's just forecast it for the, which one should I forecast, guys? Tell me. Shall I begin with confirmed cases? Okay, let me just forecast it with the confirmed cases. Okay, so I'm gonna take forecasting for confirmed cases. So before forecasting this, you should know 2 things from here. Okay, in my FB profits models criteria. Okay, whenever you're gonna apply the FB profit, now listen carefully, guys. This is very important point I'm putting here. Whenever you are applying FB profit model, okay, you should take care of 2 parameters over here. See, one is your date time, correct, and other is your the target that you have to predict, right? But there is a one basic necessity or requirement of this FB profit model. That FB profit model will be only forecasting if the column's name, date time column name is DS, and the target column that you have to predict, its name should be Y. Okay, so DS is the date stamp, Y is your target. Okay, so that is the basic requirement of my FB profit model, guys. Okay, every profit model is saying until unless I won't be finding the column name with these names, I won't be doing forecasting. Okay, so which means I cannot pass the column names date and confirm it directly to my FB profit. Okay, why? Because FB profit will only recognize them based on the basic name, that is standard name, that is DS and Y. Getting my point? If I directly pass this data to my FB profit, it will not recognize it. Okay, so if you want your model to recognize the date stamp and the target value that had to be predicted, you have to rename these columns. Okay, is that clear, guys? Getting my point? So I can write here one point also. Here you can see, here is a point. See, so for building a forecasting model using FP Profit library, there should be only two columns passed. The column name should be always DS and Y. Okay, so always the column name should be DS and Y. So let's just change it. Let's just change the column names. No, Devanshu, FA Profit is not having that feature to deal with two or more extra features. Like it does not have the multivariate time of series analysis. This is a model which will be doing only univariate analysis. Okay, so yes, maybe the advanced version of FA Profit will be able to handle this more than two features, but this one feature, this model will not be able to handle more than one feature. Yes, I have already mentioned. So DS and Y is where DS is your, it's like a date stamp, whereas your Y is definitely your target. It's represented as target in the machine learning. We represent Y with the target only, right? So I'm gonna take here, I'm gonna rename this column. Okay, I'm gonna use here the rename function. Okay, here I will be giving the columns. Okay, inside these columns, I'll give the dictionary. Inside the dictionary, the date, the actual name of the column is date. So date is going to be changed into your DS and your confirmed. See, this is how to change. Confirmed dot rename columns. I'm going to change date to DS and confirmed I'm changing to Y. Okay, and to make this changes permanent, I'm going to put here in place. In case I don't have date column and I just have country, is there any default rename should be declared? Okay, you do not have date column, Deepak. But no, if you do not have a date column, so you cannot go for the forecasting, time series forecasting, right? A date column is mandatory, right? A column should be there where dates are there. Only then we can go for the time series forecasting, correct? A time series model only applicable if we have the date stamps. Okay, if it is having different name, that is what eventually you have to rename it to DS itself. Okay, but a date stamp column should be there. Yes, irregularities in the date, definitely that won't you should have to check it only already. Okay, but in this data set we do not have irregularities. If minor irregularities are there, that is gonna be automatically handled with this FB Profit. As I said, it is advanced algorithm that is gonna handle the discrepancies in the data also a little bit. Okay, we don't need any pre-ED or something to perform this FB Profit model. So FB Profit should be continuous for each country, and there is and dates should be continuous for each countries. And very firstly we have, yes, it's not like in the actual data it should be continuous. When whatever data we are passing to our machine, in that data the data date should be continuous, because if you can see we have eventually performed the group by. After grouping it, my unique dates are coming. Now that doesn't matter to which country it belongs to, eventually it is being added only, right? So that is the reason here it's not bothering much. Okay, so when you are implementing the model, just before that whatever your data is there, in that case the date should be in the continuous format. Okay, can't will very much anymore for irregular dates. See, Ashok, that we can do, but definitely the thing is, it's not like models are not going to accept the irregular dates. They are going to accept it, but the thing is, my machine will not be able to learn the patterns properly from it. Okay, the forecasting will be always wrong. Okay, that is the reason. I'm not saying the models will be neglecting to get the continuous value. It will be accepting because it's a datetime format. But when you will be seeing the result, the forecasting will be always wrong. Because if we do not have a proper pattern in the dates, we do not have the continuity in the date. Okay, so definitely the patterns will not be created and machine will not be able to learn from it, and forecasting will be always wrong. Okay, sure. Okay. So let's move ahead with this one now. So you can see I have converted the table column names DS and Y successfully. Okay, now what I want is, after converting it into DS and Y, now I will be applying here the model. Let's say my model's name is, let's say, M or model. That will be equals to profit. I'm defining my model profit. And here I'll keep the interval with, there is a parameter, I'll tell you what is that. There is a parameter called as interval. Guys, have you heard of concept of confidence interval? How many of you are aware of confidence interval in financial statistics? Yes, guys. Tell me, guys, have you heard of confidence interval? in the inferential statistics? Okay, someone is aware. Someone is saying, okay, hard to remember. Okay, Chandra is saying no. See, I'll tell you in a short. I cannot explain you that much mathematical way, but confidence interval is something that tells you like how much confident you are that the given value is correct. Okay, it's like with how much confidence you want the value to be obtained. Okay, confidence interval is something range. Okay, it's like usually we give the range. Let's suppose if I'm saying you to predict to apply a hypothesis test. Uh, okay, we're not discuss. Okay, that is different thing. It's not discuss. We'll see that later. Okay, fine. No issues, guys. Don't worry, don't worry. So confidence interval was something like this, guys, right? Let's suppose if I'm predicting that the mean salary would be 30K. If I'm saying the mean salary would be 30K, that's my prediction. Okay, or let's say in my hypothesis testing, my prediction was, or let's say I have to prove that the person is having salary 30K. Okay, now if 30K is there, what could be the confidence interval? If I'm given the confidence interval of this, so if my confidence interval are 25 and 35, which means I can say I am 95% assured that okay, I'm sure that my values will be lying within these range. It will be between 25 to 35. Okay, so these are confidence interval side by, right? So usually we give the 95% of a confidence interval, which means the remaining 5% is the p value. Okay, it's like again the statistical concept. I cannot go back to the statistical concept again. Okay, let it be. So it's like 95% assured, like what is the confidence interval? Okay, I'll tell you that itself. Okay, when we'll run the model, we'll get one output here based on which you can understand this confidence interval width. Okay. So now here what I mean to say is 95, usually we give that standard confidence interval 95, right? So here in the profit model itself, the interval width is the same exactly like a confidence interval. We have to give here the 95%. We are assured that we want the 95% assured value. Okay, so here if we set the confidence interval, model is being successfully created. Okay, you will be understanding this more properly when I'll show you the output. Now the next thing we have is to create a future data frame. Okay, before that let me fit the model. So I want to fit the model. No, it's not like hypothesis testing, Amit. It's not like we are generating the hypothesis. It's like I'm explaining you interval width is exactly same as like confidence interval. Like in hypothesis testing, we have to give confidence interval to get our results within this range, right? So same way here, to get our prediction, we have to give the range that I want results within this range. Okay, there is no concept of hypothesis testing over here. Idea like this much of confidence, I want the result within this much of confidence. Okay, within this interval width. Okay, so here let's say this model has been created. I want to train this model. So model.fit if I do, and under the fit I will be give the data that I have prepared. So we are doing forecasting for confirmed, right? So if I just write here confirmed cases, so this confirmed cases data I have passed for training. Okay, now here I will be doing the prediction for the future, guys. Okay, so before prediction, okay, I need to create a make data frame. Okay, see now, as I told you in the beginning itself, I want to do forecasting for the 7 days. Okay, you can change the days also here in the periods. Which function I'm using, guys? See, I'm storing it in a data frame feature model dot make future data frame. Okay, what is this make future data frame? I'll tell you. Periods I have taken 7, like for how many days? Okay, if I run it and if I show you the future, see, I'll show you the purpose of this make future data frame. Tell me, guys. Okay, previously till what dates we have the data? No, Lina, we don't need train test bit, nothing we need here. Okay, see, okay, we have the most recent date, guys, 27th of July, right? 27th of July. No, it's not like, okay, I'll tell you that, Siddesh. Okay, so right now I have this 27th of July 2020 last date. Okay, I have added the 7 more periods. If I added the 7 more periods, make future data frame. If you see, when I print the future, I have some extra dates. If I want to show the tail, I would like to show the last 10 values. Okay, randomly I'm showing the last 10 values. See, I was having data till this point, correct? 27th of 2020, but as I have added 7 periods in the same data frame that my data have learned, new dates has been created automatically. So that is the purpose of this make future data frame, means that new periods will be added automatically. How many periods I want? I want 7 periods. So here you can see after this date, 7 more date stamps has been added. So automatically 7 date frames had been date stamps has been added just because of that make future data frame code. Okay, now here now Siddesh is asking that is period is by default days. No, it's not by default days. It's the by default whatever the current seasonality is there in your data. Right now, here I have that each date stamp is representing a day, right? So definitely 7 periods will be day itself. If it is representing your month, let's say January, February, March, so automatically 7 period means 7 months itself. Okay, yeah, it will be automatically taken here, okay, based on the data. Okay, is it for forecasting? Yes, Amit, definitely, because you know that we have the data till this point, right, Amit? If you see, we have the data till this point, correct? Like of previous, if I including all the previous data, till this point I have the data, like what is the number of cases till 27th of July. Now, as I'm saying, I have to do the forecasting for the next 7 days. So I have to, date should be there, right? If you see, if you want your machine to, if you're telling your machine to do forecasting for the next 7 days, you should tell your machine the next 7 days, right? So just to create that next 7 days, we have a function with the name of make future data frame. So here with that function, we have created a future data frame with the 7 periods. Okay, so yet we haven't not done the forecasting, guys. Yet forecasting is not done. We have only created the future dates. For these future dates, we will be doing the forecasting now. Okay, is it possible the data is not seasonality? Yes, definitely they can be there. It can be there. Whether the data is not seasonality, seasonality is there or not. Okay, definitely it can be possible. But that thing can be automatically handled with the FB Prophet. We don't need to check for the seasonality and all things. That thing will be automatically treated with the FB Prophet model. Is it automatically considering the period interval based on the previous data interval? Exactly, Siddesh. Fine. So this is the thing. Okay, so make future data frame will help me to create a data frame for the future 7 days. Okay, if you want to change the periods, you can change it. Okay, once I've created the periods, now I want my model to forecast for it. Okay, I want to make forecasting or the prediction for the future. So what I will be doing here is, now I would be asking my model to make the prediction. Okay, so what I'll do here is, yes, Avik, okay, I'll explain you about the interval width. Let's see the output here once. Okay, so then you will be able to understand more properly what exactly the interval width is. Okay, otherwise you need to understand the concept of statistics confidence interval. If you're not aware of it, let's wait for the output and then you will be able to understand the confidence interval. Okay, this interval width. Now here, if you see, now what I want is, I want to forecast this thing. Okay, see, what I'm doing is forecast model dot predict. I'm saying my model to predict for the future. What is this future? Future is containing the data, all the data, including my still starting dates, that is entire 6 months date, plus the next 7 days also. Okay, so entire data is being stored in the future. So I'm asking my machine to do the prediction for the entire dates. Okay, if I run it now, I am writing this code over here. Why? I'll tell you. See, if I do this forecasting, it will give me a lot of values that are not required. Definitely, if I show you the forecast here, if I print here the forecast, I will get a lot of extra thing that is not required because that has been computed with my machine itself. Okay, see, date stamp we have, trend we have, y hat lower, y hat upper, y hat trend lower, trend upper, additional term lower, right? It will be like so much of complex result it will be giving that definitely I don't need. This is a the backend calculation and backend inferences that my model have made from the data, right? That definitely I don't need. So I only need few columns from this data, and that column I have fetched here in this way. I need here only 4 columns from the data: ds, y hat, y lower, and y hat upper. Okay, so y hat lower, and y hat upper. Okay, so what are these y hat and y lower? It's basically see, date stamp with the date, right? This y hat is your actual prediction. Okay, y hat is your actual prediction that what could be the number of cases we do have. And what is this y lower and y low upper? This is the lower range of confidence interval. This is the lower confidence interval, lower confidence, upper confidence interval. It's like lower interval width, upper interval width. Okay, remember we have given the interval width of 95%. Okay, so basically, see guys, if to understand this interval width, you have to go back to your statistics concept. Okay, yeah, a threshold definitely, Chandra. So here you can see 95% threshold we have given. Remember, go back to the hypothesis testing. I'm not sure you're aware, remembering right now or not. So this is how your data looks like. If this is the data, so we give a confidence interval here that this is my 100% of data, right? This is 100% of the data I'm having, out of which this middle part is the 95% of the data. Okay, that is your confidence interval, and the remaining this part is 0.25, and this is your 0.25. Okay, so this is your 0.95, 0.025. Okay, so this is like including this, you will be having the 5% of the data. Okay, that is beyond your confidence level. So what you whatever I can say, what you make assumption that your value will lie within the confidence interval. You are 95% sure that your value will lie within the confidence interval, and we do have some threshold values here. Okay, if I'm expecting mean, so mean would be, let's say I'm expecting mean should be 30k. So my confidence level can be 25 to 35. I'm saying that I'm that 95% sure that the values the value that I'm predicting or assuming will be lying within the range of 25 to 35. Okay, so same way here. Okay, I cannot go in that much depth because it's your entire inferential statistics concept. So in same way, you can see here, this is the range now. As I said, remember in the confidence interval, I told you two values will be there, right? So here is your actual forecasted value. So these are the lower confidence interval, upper confidence interval, which means my machine is saying this is the actual value. My machine is 95% sure because I have taken the confidence interval of 95%, right? That is interval width as 95%. My machine is 95% sure that my values, these are my actual value. This can, if this is not the correct value, it can be go minimum to this range and maximum to maximum this range. Okay, basically this value is the actual value which will lie between these two ranges. This is a lower limit, this is the upper limit. Okay, got it guys now, Avik and everyone? So here, the purpose of putting low confidence interval is just to get assured that if this is not the actual value may vary because exact value prediction is definitely difficult for a model, right? But still it have predicted it, but he is 95% sure that this is the exact value. If 5%, remaining 5%, he is not sure. Why? Because value can vary, but within this range only. If the values are varying within this range, it cannot be less than this value, it cannot be less than more. Yes, we can make it to 99% guys, but that in that case there can be the type 1 type 2 errors that you might have learned in the inferential statistics, Hemant. Okay, we can make it 99, but you know it will be like keeping it more precise. Okay, if you are keeping it more strict, so that much prediction is definitely impossible, we can say, right? Because a 99% sure in like a surety in any of the prediction, it won't be possible for the future, right? If you make it, can't be sure whether it will be accurate or not. Okay, so that is the issue. So usually in the most standardized way, we take it to 95. We can reduce it to 90 or also, it's totally up to you, but most standardized way we take 95. Okay, okay, yeah, advanced algorithm I go through, it can take, yeah, exactly, that is the thing. So now here you can see this is the thing. Now you can see this is the actual predictions. Okay, this is the actual prediction. This is the lower limit and upper limit of the range. Now my values can vary within this range. Okay, now I want to plot this thing now. Okay, once I have run this thing, okay, I want to plot this my forecasting. So confirmed forecast plot model.plot. That's it. What you have to do, model.plot, inside which I have to save this forecast data. Okay, if you run it now, if you see, just have a look into the data forecasting. This is the forecasting of the data. So if you see guys here, can you see guys here my values? Okay, there is a can you see this? Okay, you can see the three components here. If I zoom it a little bit, okay, in this forecasting, you can see three components. One is a middle blue line, correct everyone? Can you see in this data, in this plot, one is a middle blue line. I can see a very dark middle blue line. Apart from that, I have some, okay, let me make it in this component way, right? A middle dark blue line, if you can see. Apart from that, with these blue lines, I have black dots also. Are you able to see this? See, if I put it in a big size, it's like this. These kind of dots are there in my web data. Okay, and apart from the dots, there is something like this also. If I just show you like this, this is how my plot field looks like. If you see, a blue shaded region is also there. Can you see that, guys? Do you want me to zoom it a little bit more? Blue shaded region is there. Within the blue shaded region, a dark blue line is there, and small black dots are there. Okay, what are that? I'll tell you here. Here, these black dots are, okay, these black dots are basically your actual data. Okay, black dots are actual data. Blue line is a forecasting, whereas this shaded region is a confidence interval or the interval width that you have taken. Okay, if you see here, okay, why I told you this black dots are actual data. See, it's overlapping. Black dot and blue lines are overlapping with each other, right? But here you can see, if you go up, here you can see. In the last data, we do not have black dots here. We only have blue lines and the blue shaded region. Can you see that, guys? Why so? Because these are the 7 periods that we have added, guys. You remember, till this point, this is the 27th July. Okay, this is the 27th July. After that, we have added more periods. 28th July, 29th July, 30th July, 30th August, sorry, 30th July, 31st July, and then 1st August, 2nd August, and so on. Okay, so just because of that only, till after this, we do not have the actual data. We only have the prediction. So this blue line is the prediction, and we do not have black dot over there because for those 7 days, we were not having the actual data, right? It was like the prediction only for that data. Okay, and this blue shaded region, you can see this blue shaded region is telling me that if values are lying, it will change from here to here. This blue shaded region is just telling me if value can vary, max to max it can go to upper value this much, and minimum to minimum it can go to lower value this much. Okay, so it's just in confidence interval that is telling me. So here you can see in this, so in such nice way we can plot this entire prediction in just one plot. Okay, the actual data, the prediction, and the confidence interval so precisely. Okay. Okay, so use prophet kills Arima. Nice, Abhishek. Yeah, isn't it very simple, guys? Can we do confidence interval as 80? Yes, we can, but in that case, we are less probable. Okay, in that case, we are less probable that the values are accurate or not, Chandra. We can change it, but usually we don't take it. Usually the most standardized way, we choose 95 itself. Apart from that, let's do one more plot. Okay, then I'll come to your doubts. Okay, whatever doubts you're having. Okay, can we print predictive values of 7 periods only? Yes, you can predict, basically, definitely, Priyadarshini. Okay, see, for that itself, okay, I'll tell you one more thing. For that, two ways I'll tell you. One way is just to get only the just slice your data for that 7 rows and plot it. Okay, and other way I'll tell you the more better way. Okay, let's wait for his guide. Wait, just hold your queries. Let's go to one more amazing thing. I was just want to show you one more amazing thing. So here, Priyadarshini was asking, like, can we do it for only 7 days? Okay, we can do it by slicing it, but instead of slicing you, I'll tell you one better way. See, again, new plot I've created. This time I will not plot my model. I will plot components. If I run it, now let's have a look at, guys. One more amazing thing. See, for those 7 days, we have the data here. See how the values are changing. This is the entire data, how the entire data is being changed. Okay, but if you see individually, by zooming it, see, this is the for the 7 days itself, from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Okay, these are the 7 periods that we have added. Okay, for these 7 periods only, if you want to see, so here you can see the forecasting. Okay, in a bigger amount, you will be seeing like it's a constant, but when you zoom it out, okay, and if you see, there are little bit changes in the amount. Okay, you can see in Sunday the cases were this much, Monday it is decreasing, by Tuesday it's decreasing too much, but after Tuesday suddenly cases start increasing and it's increasing by the Saturday. Clear about the 7 days also? So for those individual 7 days also, you can do the forecasting in this way. Can we check how accurate the model is done? Testing method. See, for this one testing method, okay, so Abe Prophet, you can go for the regression again. Okay, right now I cannot tell you in this way. Okay, you might have heard in Arima, we can use RMSE and all the things to see the accuracy of the model, right, with actual value, but that is a little bit complicated. We have to split the data based on training and testing, and then we have to compare like how accurate it is from testing data, how accurate it is from the actual value, right? Prediction, how well prediction are from the actual value. So that comparison we have to make. That will take a little bit of complicated time, but you can do it by just splitting your data into training and test. In case our data is monthly, then future make prediction will automatically do the next 7. Exactly, Lena, because this period is like timestamps, how many timestamps you have. So if you are having monthly data, so next 7 timestamps will be added, that is 7 months. 7 periods means 7 weeks. No, Jyoti, definitely not, Jyoti. It's like, see, guys, it's taking from the given timestamp, right now in the timestamp I am having date, right? 1 date, 2nd day, 3rd day. So if I put a period of 7 days will be added. If you are having month, like 1 month, 2nd month, 3rd month, 4th month, then 7 months will be added. Okay, if you have year, then 7 years will be added. Okay, so seasonality here, this it will be automatic. It's like kind of a flexible seasonality. Period is like flexible based on the given data interval.
So now in this line, I am writing setup. I am using my data in data and target variable is survived, correct? So it is doing automatically all the processing step like train, test automatically split, pre-process automatically and everything, right? Then time to check which model is best suited for this data. So here I am writing compare model. So according to this data, he's applying all the model: logistic, rigid classifier, extra tree classifier, naive Bayes, decision tree, random forest, ADA, boot, gradient boosting, whatever algorithm is possible. He's applying all of these things and saying that logistic regression is best suited for this particular algorithm, for this particular data. But here's some issue if you see, so precision and recall. There is some more fitting problem. Agree, all of you? When you see the precision recall, you know na ki what is the means problem, is overfitted or underfitted problem. So first of all, I need to create a model. Which model? LR model. So here I am creating a model and mention name LR. LR precision recall is not coming properly 7590. So tuning, I'm doing a hyperparameter tuning. So I'm only writing tune model LR and I'll store everything in tuned TT. So when I'll do that, see, precision recall is fine, accuracy is also fine. Then simple, I'll upload a new data, test data. Here, guys, see, my passenger ID start from 892 and here end it at 891. So this is totally new data, correct? Na? This is totally new data. And in this data, you don't have any survived column. See it properly. You don't have any survived column and my data name is data1. Before it is data. Yes. Actually, guys, Intellipaat requested me to start the session in next 3 to 5 minutes because Zoom and LMS have some issue. So that's why, guys, I'm discussing all these. I think all of you already aware, right? So, guys, is it correct for all of you? Any one of you any doubt here? No survive column. Now, if I want to predict this particular customer is survived or not, this is the prediction which we find it out. So here I'm using predicting model. My model name is TuneDT and my new data is data1. And this is my prediction, guys. See, prediction label is 0. Okay, that means this customer is not survived and the chances of not survived is 90. Correct, Pradeep. No worries, Pradeep. At last, again, I'll repeat this thing. This is the extra thing because there is some LMS issue or I think there is some Zoom issue. So people are joining late. So I'm taking a quick revision and I'm teaching one new thing. At last, if you want, again, I'll repeat the same. So guys, see. So all the prediction labels are there. This is the best thing which you have seen till now. No, Anshu. Right now, I'm not sharing anything. Right now, I'm only taking a quick recap. I'm normally asking in starting how many, if you make a proper model, do the proper EDA and apply the best model for any data set. So how many lines of code? So everyone is saying 100 line, 60 line, 70 line, 80 line, correct? So I'm saying we have some inbuilt tool in Python. If you use that, so in just 5 lines, you load the data set, your target variable is survived, you have given. So all the pre-processing step is done automatically. See, everything is imputing your null values with mean, mode, everything. Each and everything is done by his own. Target type binary is automatically transformed data, each and everything by your own. Then you can compare the models, which data, according to this data, which model is best suited for this. He apply according to all the algorithm and tells you where you're getting the best accuracy. If in the accuracy there is some precision recall issue like overfitted, underfitted issue, you need to tune your model. Here I'm creating a model. Here I'm tuned the model and apply a new data set and directly do the prediction. And in my prediction, if you want to save your model, you can save it. Save like this using finalized, using save model, everything you will saved it. And on the time of saving, he's telling you which particular things are saved is saved in .pkl file. And if you want to unpickle this, you can unpickle it. So he's using these particular independent variable to make your model to check if person is survived or not. I hope this is helpful for all of you. I will share my this file at last, no worries. So guys, like that, we have a number of tools to do the EDA. Like you have pandas profiling, you have SweetViz, you have number of visualization tools as well. So is it fine for all of you? Shobit, what about you? Is it helpful? Akash, all of you, quick response, guys. For all data set. After the class, I will share it. Tell me any of the data set. Guys, this is last part is for the deployment. If anyone is interested to aware about the deployment, I will write each and everything here. It's on you. If you are aware about Azure and everything, you will do that. Iris, Diamond. Guys, I don't have, Iris data is inbuilt data, na? See, I think, wait, I will show you my data set screen to all of you. These are the data set I already have. Air passenger, bank marketing, book, breast cancer, census income. Census income, can I use it? Okay. I'll use this data set, census income. Here I'm using copy the path and here paste it. This is the data set. And here your target variable is, guys, target variable is churn. So here I'm writing the target variable is, now after that I need to compare the models. So for comparing the models, which model is best suited for this data, I'm writing best model and use a function name compare model. So it is automatically telling you which model is best suited for this data. Yes, is in PyCaret library, Sangya. See, if you are using logistic regression, then 74% accuracy. If you use k nearest neighbor, then 78% accuracy. If you use naive Bayes, then 73% accuracy. And all the means not only accuracy, AUC, recall, precision. If you don't want to rely on accuracy, you can see other matrices as well. So whatever algorithm is possible, you'll apply each and everything here. Of course, Sangya. So you really think in the real time we apply all the data one by one? You really think whenever in the real time data, tell me one thing, in the real time, it's possible for you to apply all the models one by one and check where you get the best accuracy, where you're not getting it? No, na? On that time, how you know that? We have some inbuilt tools. See, each is doing each and everything by your own. Here, target mapping is in a binary yes, no. So no is 0, yes is 1, automatically is encoding it as well. Data transforming each and everything here. Yes, Anu. So Anu, I think if it is coming like this, so then you know na ki which is the best suited algo. Which is the best suited algo. So accordingly you will choose. Till now you at least means you need to aware about that. The full form of MCC is something Matthews correlation coefficient. So means in simple time, if I am saying this, instead of more reliable statistical rate, which produce a high accuracy only if the prediction obtain a good result in all four confusion matrix categories, right? So proportionally go to the size of. So MCC is the one of the method to check the performance matrix of binary classifier in the machine learning with the help of correlation. At last, you remind me, I can show you one demo and then I can help you on that particular part. And guys, one more thing. Again, I'm repeating the same thing. If I missed any doubt in by mistake, guys, I genuinely am not doing intentionally. So please raise your hand on the same time. I'll give you the mic access. You can ask me because sometimes in the chat box, number of questions. So maybe I'll miss. I'll try to know. I'm not missing any question. So guys, what do you want? I'll directly start the recommendation engine, or I will teach you how to map all these algorithm, all these things in a one go. It only take 10 minutes of time. My file is ready. Later, I will explain you each and everything in detail in my file, line by line, whatever you have suggested. So with this thing, start from mapping. I'm also agree with this because in starting, if you are aware about that, now how to map all these things. Okay, good. So guys, quickly, I'll make I'm write one flow chart. So flowchart starts from AI because everything, the agenda, whatever we are doing, the agenda is to make the things automated. Correct? Anyone? What is the full form of artificial intelligence? Is everyone? So AI is the full form of AI is artificial intelligence. But what is the aim of artificial intelligence? Any one of you? Quick response, guys. What is the aim of artificial to replace human? No, Arnab. So anyone, can you tell me, like when the baby was born, on that time, baby mind is totally blank? I'm talking about humans. In humans, when the baby was born, on that time, baby mind is totally blank. You train your baby, we train our baby how to talk, how to walk, how to behave, what is right, what is wrong. Agree? So, and we have teach according to our experiences. So we train our baby na how to talk, how to walk, what to think, what not to think, what to do, what not to do, what is right, what is wrong, each and everything. Correct? So when we are teaching our baby how to do, what not to do, so so slowly baby learn each and everything. So Ajit, but I think in starting parents teach na ki how to work, how to talk, what is correct, what is not correct. I think I can give you one example. I think most of you have watched one movie I have seen, Jungle Book, where baby is there, which is I think left over the jungle. So he doesn't know how what to talk, what not to talk, right? How to walk, each and everything. Animal trained him. So AI is totally inspired by the human brain. So here, that's why neurons, perceptrons, each and every topics you can find in AI later. So my question is, my objective is, when human mind needs training, so that means AI also need training. So when we train our machine, when we train our baby, when we train our, if you want to make a human brain, you need to give the proper training. for the training purpose, you need data. So that training part, with the help of machine learning, you can do the training. You will train your machine. You will train your machine ki what to do, what not to do. Correct. Means lot of updated data. Correct, Ajit. Like if we are train our baby, so we are teaching according to our experiences. Like example, our age is almost 35. 35, 40, our age is it is, right? Example. And baby is right now, baby was born. So after 20 years, baby means like my baby 20 years of experience, my 45, 55 years of experience. Accordingly, my baby trained, na? So how many means how much data we have given to our baby? This is correct. This is not correct. 20 years baby know means I think 18, 20 years is needed to know which is what is correct, what is not correct. So if you want to train your machine, so you need a lot of updated data. You need a lot of data. Correct, Chirag. So every time, like whatever model you make, so how well your baby is, how you know that? According to baby's success. So according to model success, according to model accuracy, you know that. Thousands of person have learned in the same school. After that, some of the people are going to learn, get the IITs, NITs. After that means in IITs, how many people are there? You can imagine thousands of people. And how many peoples are successful? Means every second you have created millions of data. Agree? Thousands of reels you guys are making. If you open an internet, now you are creating a data. If you clicking a picture, you are creating a data. If you deleting a picture, you are creating a data. So means every second you guys are creating a millions, trillions of a data. For handling these type of data, you need something. And guys, if I'm frankly saying, how many of you agree with me? If anyone found your data, means if anyone only take your mobile phone, so he know everything about yours. It means like if someone take my mobile phone, he know each and everything about myself. Is it correct? Each and everything. Okay, how much money I have. This is the physical thing. Correct? But how well I am in mentally. So if someone take my mobile phone, he know that thing as well. What is my next step? That people is also aware about that. Guys, right now you guys are doing data scientists. You are try to make a data analyst, each and everything. So there is some information with personal mind, not in mobile. Correct, Ajit. Agree with that. But you really think means if some data in your mind, somewhere you have write. Some means if you talk someone, you have write that. Maybe when you have called someone on that time, that data is generated in your mind. So if someone take your mobile phone, he know each and everything about you. He see your all the recording. He see your all the chats. He see which type of reels you have seen. He see which type of person you have. How much amount in your bank balance, person, where to go, when you go, each and everything in detail. Correct, each and everything. So for handling that type of things, that's why data scientists, data analysts are so much popular right now. But when if I'm talking about starting guys, in starting, most of the time we are playing with numbers, correct? And I think all of you already aware about that. We have three types of machine learning: supervised machine learning, unsupervised machine learning, and reinforcement machine learning. In some of the books, you have find one more, that is semi-supervised. Am I correct? I don't think I can tell you ki supervised machine learning how to identify ki all the labor data sets are called supervised, all the unlabeled data sets are called unsupervised. Label means when you are aware about your target variable, correct? So instead of all these concepts, you have two, three more concepts. That concepts are forecasting, and one more concept is recommendation, which is totally different from this. I think forecasting is already done. Time series is done in your batch. Now we will teach you recommendation today. Today I am here to teach you recommendation. So guys, always remember, once you identify the problem, then we make the solution. This is not from today, it's from 19th. In starting, I think all of you agree, before that, if I'm talking about why regression problem is coming first. Regression is one of the problem, na? Regression is one of the problem where you are dealing with a continuous data. Means if you want to find the car price, so you need to check how big your car is. So I think in 1990s, the size of car, the width of a car, that tells you the price of a car, not the engine, not the things. Means we are not focusing that much, because on that time no one wants to go that fast that today. I want a speed 400 km per hour. On that time, if 50, 60, 70 speed, I think is more than enough. So on that time, regression problem is there. So that's why we make linear regression to solve that problem. Correct? Later, what we identify ki we have one more problem. Which type of problem? Because every day we can increase the data. So when we find a classification problem, so guys, which algorithm is best suited for classification problem? Logistic. Correct? Logistic regression. So guys, if we solve, I think we only have two problems. One is regression, one is classification. Correct? Agree na? If we solve both the problems here, then why decision tree coming under the action? Quick response, guys. I think there are many other models as well. Correct, Anu? There are many other models are there. But my question is, like, I'm talking about major four models. There are number of models like Naive Bayes. I think I'll show you today. I think most of the model you have not heard about that. In the pie carrot, I will show you today. Na? Number of models are there. But I'm only talking about the four major models. Linear, logistic, decision tree, random forest. Later I will teach you about that. So Shruti is saying when the logistic regression assumptions are failed, then we use logistic regression. Guys, this is not perfectly correct. If you logically think, there is some limitation present in logistic regression. Logistic regression is best suited for binary classification. Agree? If you have multiple classification problem, then Ajit, agree? Shruti, for you, if you have multiple classification problem, then you use decision tree. Here you are using decision tree. In decision tree, you can solve all the problems. Regression plus classification. So guys, whenever we are making something new, like if in your mobile, I'll give you any upgrade of Android 14, like example. Right now in your phone, Android 14 is there. That doesn't mean like in your phone, the properties of Android 11, 12, 13 are not present. The properties of 11, 12, 13 are present, and we give some upgradation here. Later, if you means later when I'm getting some problem, decision tree like overfitted problem, underfitted problem, then we go for random forest. After that, XGBoost and so on, so on, so on. But later, guys, means when we solve this regression classification problem, with we are making number of algorithms. Then one more problem coming in front of us, that is forecasting. Guys, can I ask one quick question for all of you? Actually, I'm asking thousands of times this question in the interview, and I'm not getting a perfect answer for this. So the question is, if I'm giving you an option, you need to choose only one of them, either accuracy or time complexity. You want to make a model and you need to choose only one of them, either accuracy or time complexity. Which one you will choose it? Quick response. Okay. Number of answers are in the chat box. But guys, trust me, all the answers are wrong. I told you, number of times I'm asking this question in the interview, but no one gives me a perfect answer. Why? Because you cannot relate it. Now I'll explain. Guys, as a student, you are saying, sir, is totally depend on the problem statement. As an industrial expert, I suggest कि it's totally depend on my client requirement. whenever I'm making any model, is depend on that model which thing is necessary, accuracy or time complexity. I'll give you one example of both. So first I'm giving you the example. How many of you have played any game like PUBG? Correct. Both option is incorrect, Ajit. Correct option is totally depend on the problem statement or client requirement. Why I'm saying this? Because whenever I'm giving you any problem, accordingly you will tell me, na Ajit, कि sir, now here I want accuracy, here I want time complexity. I will give you one example of time complexity. How many of you have ever played PUBG? I think why I'm taking the example of PUBG, because I thought most of you have coming from from this generation. How many of you play PUBG game? So when you play the game, sometimes some glitches are coming. Glitches means when you try to pick a gun, when you try to pick a bullet, you cannot pick it, right? You called as glitch. But if you think so, that is the accuracy problem in the game. But whatever action you have done, it's means within a microsecond it is done. If you try to pick, means it means the game, your game avatar is try to pick that one number of times. That means engineer not compromise with the time complexity. Is only compromise with the accuracy. Because if the is compromising with the time complexity, no one play that game. Trust me, tell me, if means right now if you perform any action, like right now you shoot someone in the PUBG, so on that time you really think if means right now you have shoot after a 2 second, after 3 second your bullet is released. No one played that game. You ever played that game? If the time complexity problem is there, if someone not related from this example, I can give you one more example. Guys, in your phone, I think 2014 or 15, when in your phone face recognition system was introduced. On that time, guys, on that time, if you show your photo to your phone is unlocked. Phone was unlocked, na? If you show a photo to your phone was unlocked. That means engineer compromised with the accuracy, but not compromise with the time complexity. Why? Because no one hold our phone in a front of our face for 20 second, 30 second waiting for unlock the phone. Tell me, you can hold our phone in a front of face waiting for 10 seconds to unlock our phone. I think no one have that much of time. Time complexity example is clear for all of you. Now I'm giving you one best example for accuracy. Everyone can relate. All of you try to book our tickets, aeroplane tickets or train tickets every time. So whenever you do that, whenever you do the payment, one page is coming, redirecting to this page. Do not refresh, do not click on back button. Everyone patiently wait. So 30-second timer is going on. Everyone patiently wait. Why? Because on that time, my focus is on accuracy, not on time complexity. Correct? If you are making any healthcare app, like corona testing app or anything, so on that time, guys, your means if result is coming after 1 hour, everyone patiently wait or not? Correct? Everyone can patiently wait, because on that time, my aim is accuracy. Correct? 100%. The client wants both the things. Ashwin, accuracy and time complexity. So means compromising with the accuracy and time complexity doesn't mean we are compromising with the lot of accuracy, lot of time complexity. Like example, means how much we can compromise. Like example, I can tell you like 89.7% accuracy you are getting, but on that time complexity is 6 seconds. But if I reduce the accuracy, like instead of that, I am getting accuracy 88.9, and time complexity is on that time is somewhere around 2 seconds. So only that much means like compromise we will do that, or we will reverse it accordingly. Compromising doesn't mean means I don't want a single accuracy. We want accuracy, but we can little bit compromise with that. Depend on situation to situation. Guys, this thing is clear. And trust me, if you sit in any MLC company and someone asks you this question, 100% he will ask you. 1000% you can return it. This question he will ask you. Now, coming back. So once you have solved all these problem here, then one problem is coming for forecasting, because you have two different things. One is prediction, one is forecasting. These two problems are there. For solving this forecasting problem, you have time series. Like you have ARIMA, you have SARIMA, you have FB Profit, you have Neuro Profit. Number of algorithms are there here as well. Correct? When you solve the forecasting problem, then people are noticing that now everyone moves to on the social media. So in the social media, how all of you engage on social media? Why you guys have is scrolling the reel, and whatever reel you want, that type of reels is coming. Whatever Instagram photos, reels you want, only that much coming in front of you. Whenever you are opening your Netflix, Hotstar, Amazon Prime, and so on. I think right now I'm not aware thousands of OTT platforms are there. So whatever you want, guys, the same thing is coming in front of you. How it is possible? Some algorithm is working behind it. Guys, can I erase all these things? So that thing is, guys, that thing is your recommendation. That thing is your recommendation engine. So how it's work? Content based, collaborative, and hybrid. Everyone can relate with me. I can show you one real time demo as well. What is content filtering? Content filtering is the type of system use the characteristics of item that has a user have liked in a past to recommend similar items. Collaborative filtering, guys, is the type of system use the past behavior of a user to recommend item that you similar used have. I can give you one example of both. So here, guys, I'm using one app, Flipkart. I think all of you already aware about Flipkart, correct? So here I can give you the example of both. So now content basis, it is showing me content based na guys, content based simple ki the type of system that use the characteristics of item that a user has liked in a past. So like example, last I'll see the mobiles. So that's the reason starting it is showing me the mobiles. Like example, I'm opening one of the mobile phone. This one. Correct? One of the mobile phone. So this is the example of like I'm opening one of the mobile phone. This is the mobile phone. But here I'll show you the example of collaborative filtering. Collaborative filtering is this. Buy together. If you want to if you want to purchase the mobile phone, so most of the time people are purchasing this lemongrass, means the color lemongrass or USB charger or cover, back cover, all these things. Mobile phone with charger with this. This is content based. Sorry, this is collaborative. No, guys, this is collaborative, Chirag. Collaborative filtering means like example previously what he noticed whenever people are purchasing the phone, so most of the time simultaneously he's purchasing the charger and the back cover and all these things. Correct. So Shraddha, every time, like I think if you purchase the example, I can give you an example. If you purchase iPhone, so I think on the same time you can purchase charger as well, which he's seeing the purchasing power of all, means like the type of system that past behavior of users, group of users to recommend item to the similar users have liked. Like group of people are whenever he's purchasing iPhone, so on the same time he's purchasing charger as well. So now if you want to purchase the iPhone, he's automatically suggesting you the charger as well. That is collaborative. Content based means whatever you have searched previously, the same type of things it is showing you again. No, market basket analysis, Sangya, is a different thing. Market basket analysis with the help of support, with the help of a lift. Okay, whatever you have purchased previously, a person purchased previously. So what is the chances you will purchase that? That is the probability type of thing. This is like he's recommending something to you. Understand? So now coming back to the white page. Now example, if I'm giving you the example of Netflix, like Netflix data. So guys, in Netflix data, please let me know. If you watch, if I'm watching Iron Man, I think Marvel, you know that Marvel series. So if I'm watching Iron Man 1, so next movie, what he's suggesting me? Correct. Maybe Captain America, maybe Iron Man 2. Next part, very good. He's suggesting me Iron Man 3. He's suggesting me Captain America. He's suggesting me Guardian of Galaxy. Very good. Like this. All Marvel movies one by one accordingly. Correct. Maybe Hulk, maybe any other one. But how he's suggesting all these things? How he's suggesting? Because number of people have watched this in the same pattern. Correct. Number of people have watched in the same pattern. Ki like example, if Sobit is seeing a movie, Iron Man 1. After that, Siddhara is also seeing the movie Iron Man 1. After that, both the guys have seen Iron Man 2. Both the guys have seen Iron Man 3 because everyone wants to see the the next part of that, until unless the parts are not over. And not only you three, I think Shraddha, if you're also going you are also doing the same thing. If you watch Iron Man 1 first, then Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, means after that accordingly. So most of the people choosing the same thing. Now coming back, if I'm watching any horror movie like Nun, after that, all the horror genre movie he's suggesting me, either Nun 2 or after that any horror genre, correct? Horror genre or anything, Conjuring, correct? If I'll watch any Tom Cruise movie, so all the upcoming Tom Cruise movie or according to that, all the Tom Cruise movie is showing to me, he's choosing either the actor, either the genre, correct? Correct. Top Gun, MI, number of movies are there. So this is the pattern to recommend any one of you. Now, if I want to recommend anything with any particular guy, like if I want to recommend Shobit, okay, what Shobit like that? How I recommend? You really think only pattern is sufficient? Like Shobit is watching Iron Man 1. Then now identically I need directly assign the Iron Man 2 to Shobit. Correct? Correct, Davini? But on that time, so guys, on that time, my motive is we need to check if like Ritik or Shangya is seeing the movie Iron Man 2 after Iron Man 1, he's seeing Iron Man 2. So how many reviews he is given to Iron Man 2? Correct? You check the reviews as well. And you can only choose the 5-star rated movie. Now example, I'm not aware about Sangya. Like I doesn't know who is Anu Joseph. I don't know who is Ritik. I want to recommend the movie to Ritik, like example. And I'm not aware about anything about Ritik. Then how to recommend any movie to Ritik? In Netflix, like example, 1 CR movies are there. And Ajit, like example, you want to recommend, so you are saying top rated movie. So 1 CR, top rated movie according to you, Shraddha, all the 5-star movie, correct? Out of 1 CR, 40 lakhs are 5-star rated movie. Then how to decide? Which movie you want to suggest? Okay, you are saying with the help of language, very good. So one pattern I am choosing it, language. Means you are saying ki we need to add some benchmark, correct? Based on geography. So if I'll do each and everything, then also 1,000 movies are coming, like example, out of 40 lakhs. And I only want to recommend 10 movies. So guys, the whatever things I'm saying to all of you, na, the same thing I will teach you today, how to do the same thing. We add some benchmark and all of you can relate with me at the same time. If any one of you are saying, sir, I'm not agree with that, you can let me know at last. So can we start the hands-on? I think now everyone is interested na, how we do that. And guys, whatever we did till now, I think is helpful for all of you. Okay, now you know how the things are going on the real time. It's not waste of time for all of you, correct? Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I'm using one of the data set, guys. This is Netflix data set. In this data, you have millions of record, more than a crore record you have. Correct. So one by one, I'm importing pandas. Guys, is it fine? I'm using means pre-written file because this file is very huge. It's very difficult for me to write and explain all the things in the same time. So it's fine, na? Line by line, I explain you. No worries for that. If any line is not clear, you can let me know. Guys, data set is very huge. I will share it at last. It's 158 MB data set. I will upload everything in one of my drive, my file, my data set, and give it to all of you. That's why here also I'm not loading my data set. I'm directly importing from my drive. Yeah, thank you. So guys, here I'm loading import pandas as PD, import numpy, import matplotlib. Pandas for data manipulation, numpy for numerical Python, and matplotlib for the visualization. Then guys, this is the step to load the drive here. Because I don't want to load my complete file here, so I'm directly importing my drive, and in my drive, this file is already stored. I hope this is clear. No one have any doubt in this? Now I'm loading the data set. So guys, what the data set I'm loading it is it in zip file. So I'm directly loading it because 158 MB zip file is there. If I unzip it, then you can't imagine how huge the file is, the huge file it is. So I will show you something. I will try to open that data set in front of all of you. And you will see how huge the data set it is and how much time it will take. I'll go my desktop. I'm opening my data sets. And in data set, this is my data set. 158 MB. Wait. I need to remove this. First of all, by mistake, it is there. So now time to open this.
Let's see our quiz question, guys. The question is, which probability distribution is used to model the number of times an event occurs in a fixed interval of time or space? Option A, normal distribution. Option B, binomial distribution. Option C, Poisson distribution. Option D, uniform distribution. I hope you have written your answers in the comment box. Let's move on to our next session.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
See, this is the file. I'm opening this. So it's time for unzipping it. Unzip and I'll show to all of you. Is opening in my notepad. And guys, see, notepad is not responding. That much huge file it is. If you want, I will share this file to all of you in the chat box. You guys also try to open. So guys, 158.24 MB file. I'll share in the chat box, but it will take little time to upload. So till now, once is responded, then we just see. So till now, I'll explain this directly here. So guys, when you see this data set, so in this data set, I will tell you which type of data set is look like. So in this data, no worries, Abjeet. So I will share this file to Intellipaat. So in your LMS, the file and everything is there. At last, I will share the drive link as well. No worries for that. Okay. No worries, Shilpa. So at last, I will share my drive link so you can get each and everything. Not a single thing you have missed. Okay. Or I will share the file to Intellipaat. So at last, everything is available on your LMS. No problem. So guys, in this, my data set look like this basically. Movie one is there. So in this movie, like some customer and the movie, whatever the rating is giving, like 3 star. Then after that, which date I'm giving, like 1989. Then another customer and how much rating we have given and in which date I'm giving the rating. Like this, user, how much rating I'm giving and which date I'm giving, this type of the data. And later again user 2 and then user ID, then rating, then which date I'm giving the rating. Understand? So basically you have that type of data set. Guys, clear? Guys, yes, no, any one of you? Clear, good. So if you have that type of a data, so like one, so in front of one and nothing is there, na? Because here the one is the movie name. In the front of one, null is coming. Later, these are the user ID. When the movie 2 is coming, the front of movie 2 is none. Then users are there and their ratings. Correct? So that's the reason here. First, this is the movie title, movie ID. This is the movie ID, but it's coming under the customer ID. These are the customer ID. So guys, if you want to fetch the movies, how many movies you have, how you know that? I need to check how many null values present in the rating. Agree? All of you, any one of you have any doubt, please let me know. I'll again explain. Because like movie 1, none. Whenever movie 2 is there, on that time none. Whenever movie 3 is there, on that time none is coming. Correct? Okay, Farhan. Farhan, is it fine? Can I give you mic access, sir? So, Farhan, you have mic access. Can you please use it, sir? Okay, no mic issue, no worries. So, Farhan, sir, like example, you have a data like this, like this is your movie ID. One is your movie, like the first movie it is. So, is it possible, like the first movie, like example, the name of the movie is Three Idiots, or not Three Idiots, like I'm writing Mission Impossible. Am I? Mission Impossible. So maybe I'm watching. So my user ID is this, and I'm giving rating 4 star. Maybe you have watched, sir. So this is your user ID, and you are giving the rating 3.5. Correct? Or you are giving the rating 3. Later, like Anu is watching, so Anu's user ID is this, and Anu is giving the star rating 2 or 3. Then, if I'm talking about movie 2, so the second movie name is like example, uh, any, like if I'm talking about none. Okay, so here this is the I'm also watching, giving 4 star rating. Sir, you also watching, you have giving 4 star rating, and like now Shraddha is seeing and Shraddha is giving 1 star rating. So is it possible? So now here, but difference is here movie name is not there, only movie ID, and before means below the movie ID, which user have watched and how much rating it is giving. So for answer on that time, tell me if you want to know how many movies you have, how to find, what to do. Like third movie, some users, some rating, some users, some rating, some users, some rating. If you make everything in a data frame, so according to me, these things are coming in one data frame. Means all these things in one data frame and these in one data frame. Correct, Farhan? Farhan, correct, na? So here null is there, na? Nothing is there. Here also nothing. Here also nothing. So if you count how many null values present in the rating column, then you know how many movies are present. But guys, I appreciate if you are not getting it, no need to say yes. If you are asking, I'm telling thousand of time, it's my job. I'm here to teach you. This is my data set, look like this. This is my data. So guys, when I load the data set, so I don't want year. I only want two things. The things are here, no headers are there, directly the movie IDs and everything. So I'm giving the header like customer ID and rating. And I'm using the means zeroth column and first column. I don't want the third column name year or anything. That's the reason. So I hope the loading of data is fine for everyone. No one facing any issue in this line. Any one of you facing any issue, anything? So Anu, like if user have not giving any rating, na, so we don't have that user ID, na. This data is whoever user gave the ID, means user ID is there. Whoever gave the rating, we only have that users. If you are not giving the rating, so your name is not coming between that movie, means below that movie. because you have not you don't give any input, na? Correct. So like a new example, if you give rating to Intellipaat and Intellipaat fetch the rating from Google and you have means say Intellipaat something in the Google, right? So when you have download that data, so if you gave the rating, then only then your name is there. Correct. If you are not giving the rating, your name is not coming, na? Not row, first column. This is the first column. After that, second column, third column is your rating. Sorry, year. If you want year as well, then you can write the year and the third name. But I don't want year or anything. That's the reason. Now, guys, so this is my Netflix data set. So first of all, I need to check how many, what is the data type. So when I'll check the data type, so customer ID is in object and rating is in float. But customer ID is in object, why? All everywhere numbers are there. Why in object? Correct. Because of the semicolons. Because of the semicolons, this is there. So you really, guys, you don't think we need to separate this? Okay, I want customer ID in one column. I want rating in one column. And I want movie ID in one column. Like number of customer IDs, whatever customers, like 15 customers are there and is giving so 15 ratings. And I'm talking about movie one. So everywhere one is coming. That would be better. Correct, Anu? Correct, Sandeep? Very good. Good, Shobit. So later we will do that as well. So for doing this, I think we need a loop. We need to segregate it first. First of all, we can perform some EDA. We need to check how many 5-star rated movie, how many unique movies you have. If you want to find how many users are there, how to find? First, you check how many movies are there. Like example, 5,000 movies are there. So you need to subtract the count of all the customer ID minus 5,000. Why I'm saying this? Because you need to remove this. Now, this is the movie ID. Like whenever the 2 is coming, that is the movie ID. Correct? The same thing I'm doing it, guys. So here first I'll check the I'm checking the data type. So data type is customer ID and float. That is correct. This is the shape of my data, guys. See the shape. I think the types and shape is clear, na? Shape is, see how much huge data set we have. 2 crore 40 lakhs 58,263 rows you have. And how many columns? 2. So I think this is a really huge data set. That's the reason our notebook is not working. This notebook is not sufficient to open that much data. Agree, na? So you have ever worked with that much huge data set, that much rows? So guys, as you guys have suggested, we are checking the null values. So when we check the null values, so customer ID is 0 and rating is 449. That means how many movies you have? 4499 means 4499 movies. And how many users have rated that movies? 2 crore 40 lakhs 58,263. Correct? My statement is correct. Ki 4499 movie, that much user have rated. Till here is fine. Everything is going fine. Good. Now after that, to calculate how many customers you are having in this data set. So you need to check any unique count. Ki how many unique customers you have. Guys, because is it possible ki I am also watching this movie like movie one? So remember I'm talking about MI. And Shobit is also watching the same movie. Anu is also watching the same movie. When I'm talking about movie 1000, like the 1000th movie is like example Conjuring. So I'm watching this movie. Maybe Shobit and Anu is also watching the same movie and giving the rating. Correct, Sidara? So if you want to know how many unique customers, so these many unique customers are present. So now, so these many unique customer counts are there. So now I'm checking ki customer ID unique minus movie count, because here movie counts are also available. Correct, Ritik, very good. Okay, multiple movies watched by the same user and giving the rating as well. So here, what I am doing it, okay, Netflix customer ID unique data means unique customer subtracted by the movie count. Why movie count means null values? Because here means it's calculating one movie ID 1, movie ID 2 also as a unique value, na? Correct. So this step is clear. So when we subtract to these many user ID, these many ratings you have. Now tell me how many unique values are there in front of you, Chirag. How many unique values are present? You can calculate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Correct, na? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all are unique. But Chirag, here, these are the user IDs, na? This 1, 2, 3 are the movie ID. So you need to subtract the movie IDs, then you know how many unique user IDs you have. If you check only user ID, so 3 to 5, 5, 3, 9, and 9 to 11. Unnecessary, I'm taking these four. So same step I'm repeating. Same step I'm doing it. Clear? Now I think now my data is open in the notebook, notepad. See, this type of data set we have. This is the movie ID one, guys. This is the movie ID one. Here no movies are there, so that many users have watched movie ID. So this is the user ID, this one is the user ID, this one is the rating, and this one is in which date user rated that, giving that much that rating. So if I am using a filter and check second, so from here till before C, these many users have watched movie 1. After that movie ID 2. If I want to watch C, movie ID 200th, C. These many users have watched. Now it's clear for you, Chirag? And if you convert this is in a data frame, so one line, second line is coming like this, third line is coming like this, rating in separate column. This is the customer ID, this line, this one is rating. So now, so I hope this line is also clear for all of you, why I'm doing this. So you know how many unique values you have. So once you know how many movies are there, you can only subtract that count here. Then any one of you any doubt? Can we go forward? This step is clear. Good. So now time to check the ratings. How many ratings are there? So guys, if you want to do check the ratings also, then guys customer ID count total subtract by the movie count. Why I'm doing customer ID count? Because in rating so many null values are there. So these many ratings are available. Done. This thing is fixed. So after that, what is your aim? If you want to suggest a movie to someone, you need to check how many 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 star rated movie. Because I think everyone wants to focus only on 5 star rated movie, not on 4 star, 3 star, 2 star, 1 star. Yes. So now to find out how many people have rated the movie 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 5 star, guys, I'm making one variable named stars. We all are stars, so I'm making a variable name star. Here Netflix dataset, I'm doing group by. So go group by rating and aggregate function I'm using of count. We need to check the count, then you know that how many star, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star. So you know the count. This line is clear. Correct. So if I'll add one code here and show you the stars. So these many 1 star, these many 2 stars, these many 3 star, these many 4 star, and these many 5 star. So if I'm only talking about 5 stars, so see how many values are there. 55 lakhs 65,083. Correct? So now if you only take 5-star rated movie, then also you have more than enough data. And the same thing, guys, I'll show you in the time of, I'll picturize it in the visualization form. I'll star dot plot, kind means bar graph, I'll plot it. Legend, I don't want. Figure size I'm giving. And this is the title. The same title, whatever the title I want, I'll give the title, and I want everything coming in a grid. So this is the graph. So mostly you have seen 4-star, 3-star movies are more, but 5-star also have more than sufficient data you have. Guys, if anything is not clear till now, please raise your hand. You can ask me right now. Guys, I'm not doing any unnecessary steps only for visualizing. I need to show you thousands of EDA steps. I only show whatever I'm doing in the real time. Whatever data I need, I can only do whatever the things is coming in our mind logically. I'm only doing that thing. So time to convert that type of data frame, whatever you guys have suggested, like movie ID in one separate column, rating in one separate, customer ID in separate column, movie ID in separate column, and rating in a separate column. Means customer ID, movie ID, and rating. I want 3 columns now. So how to do that? First, I need to check the null values. So what I'm doing it, guys, this is the way. pd.data frame, pd is null, and Netflix dataset dot rating. So I will store everything in df none. So wherever null values are there, only that particular part true is coming, rest of everywhere false. That thing is okay, na? If I'm writing it here sum, then it is coming 4499. But if I'm not writing sum, then true false is coming. Wherever the null value is only true, rest of everywhere false is there. Correct? So now time to do that. So guys, if I want to know how many null values are there, so I need to check wherever in rating true is there. I want that indexing. So first indexing true is on 0th index, means first movie 1. Then the second movie is 548. Third movie is 694. Index, guys, I'm talking about index. So if you want to know how many movies, how many users have watched a movie 1, how you know that? 548 minus 0 minus 1. 547. Correct or not? Now, if you want to see how many users have watched movie 2, so I think 694 minus 548 minus 1. So 145 user have watched this movie. Very good. So the why minus 1 is, tell me one thing. At 548th index, another movie is there, na Shraddha? So you need to subtract that. Shraddha, you have mic access. Can you use it, please, ma'am? Ma'am, can you use your mic access? Is it fine for you? Here I am checking how many null values. So these are the null values. So I know in which particular index the movies are there. So accordingly, I know how many movies, and in every movie, how many users are there. I don't think anyone is facing issue is here now. This is normal coding, which I am using it. Correct, Ajit sir, 2012. So these steps are clear, I hope, right? Checking the null values, wherever true, I'll do the filtering part. So I know how many users have watched any particular movie. Head tail, I'm checking it, and I'll make one index column here. I'll make one index column here. Why I'm making one index column? Because after that I'm using one loop. And why I'm using a loop? So ma'am and sir, guys, what I'm doing it here, I'm using one column as customer ID, second is rating, and third is movie ID. So like example, this is the user. Okay, these are the user. He's giving some rating. 2, 3, like this. So everywhere like 694 times I need to put 1. I need to full 1 because all are from movie ID 1. We need to fill 1 every time. Until means how many times we do that? 547 times. Correct. We will use loop for the movie ID. Correct. Good. So here I'm using this loop, sir, ma'am. So see, I'm making one empty list name movie NP and movie ID start from 1. Everyone agree? Movie ID start from 1. So here for I and J in zip, df num indexing start from 1 to last and last to 1. So what is the use of this particular command? I know most of you have facing issues. No one remember what actually the use is. So I'm using this separate command here only for explaining, sir. This is the command. Okay, I'm using X, using zip, df none, indexing this and this. So if you see, so it's coming in one tuple. Sorry. Your data is coming in one tuple. 0 to 548, 548 to 694, 694 to 2097. This is the use of that. This is starting from movie ID 1, last to start. So last to start and here start to last. Clear? Use of this line is clear. Any one of you are not able to understand, please let me know. First movie is on 0th index. Second movie is on 548. Second movie is on 548. Third movie is on 694. Use of zip also, I think you know that everything is coming in one simple tuple. That's the reason we are using zip function. So now coming back to the agenda. Sorry. So here is the code. So this line is clear, everyone? Okay. So Sitara, the use of zip function is simple. Okay, if you want the value 548 and 0 in same index, then you can use a zip function. Then zip function is the best suited. If you want, can I show you write a small code for demo? Use of zip. Is it fine? Simple. I can show you the use of zip. Here I'll add one code. Like example, I'm writing list 1. For you guys, I'll write it. This is only for your reference. Later you remember why I'm writing this. Example. So now I'm writing list 1. So I am giving any list, like I'm giving 1, 2, 3. I'm giving list 2. And in list 2, I want A, B, and C. Now, guys, I want A1, A, 2, B, and 3, C. How can I do that? So on that time, guys, I'll introduce one concept named zipped. So in zipped function, I'm using a zip. Inside it, list 1, list 2. See your zipped function. Yes, we need to take a break also. Pradeep sir, can we finish this, then we can take a break? Is it fine, sir? Means only this code, whatever we have started, we finish that, then we won't break. So, and this is the use of zip function. So now here I am taking 2 loops for I and J in zip, and use of zip, you know that. So this indexing stored in I, this indexing stored in J. Correct? What is I? 548. What is J? 0. Correct? So I'm using the same code, whatever we have discussed earlier. I'm using temp as a variable, np.full, starting with 1, I, j, minus 1. I, j, minus 1 is 548 minus 0 minus 1. That means 547 times I need to fill with 1. Means 547 times I need to write 1. Agree? This code is clear? Temp is clear? How many of you have forgot the use of np.full? Guys, frankly speaking, I will show you the demo. Guys, I know that most of you are not saying, but maybe you forgot. So this is the use of np.full. If you are using np.full starting with 1 and 545 times, you want to write 2. 145 times you need to write a 2. Shape and fill values. So 145 times he is writing 2. If you want to write 3, you can write it. If you only want to write understand? Arnab sir, it's clear for you? What is the use of? Now here if I am writing 547 times, so starting with 1 till 547 times he is writing 3. Understand? So the use of full is the same code. Like if you want to write 3 547 times in anywhere, so instead of writing one by one, you are using np.full. Ki full that matrix with that particular number. Correct? So now, like first movie, how many users have watched? 547 users, Arnab sir. That thing is clear for you? So now, guys, simple. After that, I am using movie np. I'll append the value of movie np, these values here, and the value of temp also in movie np. And every time movie increase by 1, like first checking with movie 1, then movie 2, then movie 3, then movie 4, like this. Understand? Any one of you, any doubt, anything in this code? That is the demo code which we used. Now I'll apply the same in my data. Before, whatever I'm using, that is the code for your understanding. Here I'm using the same thing. I'm using last record np.full starting with 1. This is your data length of your Netflix minus the same, guys. Whatever the code we are making it na, np.ilog starting with -1 to 0 means last value 548 minus 0 minus 1, and everywhere you need to fill movie id and movie np. You can append these things. Here I'll apply my data set. For that is the demo code for explaining all of you. And once it's done na, I will show you how it's look like. Your data is look like customer id, rating, and movie id the same way you want. Guys, these are the steps only for your explaining part. Ki what is length, what is it means -1 to 1. So guys, after that, these are the code I'm writing only for your explaining part. Ki like how to use this zip and everything. This is only for explaining. Shape is only for explaining. So if you want, can I write comment ki this is only for explaining, not for use? I'll make a comment, guys. I'll make, instead of comment, I'll do one thing. I will use a hash ki you know that ki we are not using this. This is only for your explaining part. No need of all these things. Because later you guys have confused na ki why sir is writing that many code. What is the use of that? Or sir is not explaining me this. So these are the code for your explaining part. Here also I'm doing the same thing. This one I'll comment it, or example is fine. You remember that this is only for your example. So see, just after that this, and after this is the explaining part. We finish this means only these 3 lines and go on break, because after that new concept is coming. After the break we'll discuss that. Okay, so guys, here in Netflix data set, wherever the not null values in the rating, I'll store everything in the Netflix data set. Clear? And the movie id, guys, movie id, which data type we can write it? Shobit? Integer? Because movie id is always 1 2 3 4 5 6, not in float, not in uh, object. Integer is fine. Correct, Sitara, Shraddha, Abhijit, Akriti, Abhishek, Chirag? Yes. Then Netflix dataset customer id, and customer id also I want in integer. So now after that, guys, I'll print my dataset look like this: Netflix dataset dot head. I don't think any one of you are facing any issues. I'm normally assigning. So this is the dataset: customer ID, rating, and movie ID. So dataset look like this. And if you check the tails, dataset look like this. And the same thing, this is our agenda in starting. Chirag, so you doesn't know now if only 50 people have watched. So I think in movie more than 50 people worked. Only that people have watched and give the 5-star rated movie. Rest of all, whoever go, no one wants to give the review to that movie. No one wants to suggest that movie. Na? You have 55,000 or 55 lakhs record in your hand. So why you are spending time on this movie? Correct. Correct, Ajit. So we cannot give that movie. So first of all, we need to make one benchmark where if the movie is not touching that much criteria, we cannot suggest that movie to any one of you. Second, if less user have rate, like if guys, example, like I'm one of the user. Like if I'm one of the user, so I'm one of the user, I'm only rated 4 movies till now. So you consider me as a rater, means you can consider my rated movie. We have considered the movies of, means I think mostly when the critics who's ever have rated thousands of movie, we can consider that rating na, ki is a good movie or bad movie. First time example, I'm right, means 4 days ago I'm rated, my ID is generated like Harsh at the rate something, and I'm rated 4 movies and giving 5 star, 2 star, 5 star, 2 star. So you cannot consider my rating na. Maybe this is the fake account. So we need to suggest some benchmark, at least user have rated that much movies, then only we consider that user. So now I'll write, that's why I'm writing a comment as well. Now we will remove all the users that has rated less movies, and also all the movies that has been rated less in numbers. So guys, I'm using one variable name f. In the f, I want 2 commands. I want 2 functions. Whenever I'm using f, so 2 functions is working simultaneously. One is count, second one is mean. One is count, second one is mean. So if I'm talking about count, so example, data set summary, I'll group by movie ID with aggregate f. F means what I want, count and mean of my complete movie ID. Count and mean, na, count and average. That means according, Shobit, according to movie ID, like movie ID 1, what is the count of movie ID 1? What is the average of the movie ID 1? Rating average and all these things. Like example, tell me one thing. Like you have watched movie, you are giving 4 star, 3 star. I'm giving 4 star. Um, means anyone else is giving 2 star. Someone is giving 5 star. Someone is giving 2 star. I'm giving again 3 star, 4 star, like this. So if we find the average, then we means no 3.57 star, 4 star, like this na. Mean or on rating, correct? But in starting, when we do that, so we don't, it's not coming in our mind ki if I'm doing this, so this type of output is coming. Ki customer ID count means like movie ID, how many customers? 547. But I think no need of the average of customer ID na. This is unnecessary. So if I'll remove this, if I'm only consider movie ID, what is the, how many people have rated and whatever the average rating. So that is sufficient. That is sufficient na. This part is useless. The customer ID rating and count, I think no need, no use. Correct. So the same thing I will do in next step. I am doing movie ID with respect to rating only, an aggregate function f. So now movie ID 1, how many users? 547 users have watched, and the overall average rating is 3.7. Movie ID 2, only 145 users have watched, and overall rating is 3.5. This is something sensible rating, correct? So now time to remove some movies which is less number in count. So tell me one thing, means it's not possible for you. You can check for all 5,000 movies ki record, and accordingly you can select one benchmark. So can I use a quantile? So guys, here I am using quantile function. Dataset movie summary count. In count I'll use a quantile function. 70 percentile. Guys, quantile, you know that or not? Please let me know. If not, then please let me know. I'll explain you accordingly. No, very good. If you know that, it's really good. If anyone is not aware about that, guys, no worries. Please let me know. Just a brief explanation of quantile. Of course, Akriti. So Akriti, you have two things. One is a percentage and one is a percentile. So quantile is like when you divide percentile into 4 parts. 25, 50, 75. So we called as quantiles whenever you divide into a quarters. So basically we are talking about percentile, 70 percentile and percentage. Percentage means simple ki it's possible ki many of you are getting a same percentage. Okay, I can give you one example. I will give you one example. Then I think you better relate it. Uh, percentile is a way to understood where a particular value stand within a data set compared to other values. For instance, like if you scored 80th percentile on test, it means that 80% of the score in the group were lower than yours and only 20% were higher. So it helps to compare and understood how specific value relates to the rest of values. If I'm giving you any other example, like think of a percentile like ranking in a race. Okay, like ranking in a race. So let's say you are in a race with 100 people. Okay, so if you finish in the 75th percentile, 75th percentile, if you finish at the 75th percentile, so it means you were outranked 75% of the participant. Only 25% of the people finish ahead of you, while 75% people finished behind you. So the percentile helps to understand your position relative to other in a race. So now here I am taking 70 percentile. So guys, this percentile, it's on you. You can take according to you. If you want, you can choose 50%. If it's on you, if you want to take 40%, I suggest 70 is the decent, so I'll take it 70. Understood? So here I am taking 70 percentile. So if I'm doing 70 percentile, that means if any movie have rated almost 1800 times, means 1798 or 1799, then only we consider only that movies. If any movies is less than that, this benchmark, we cannot consider that movie. This is clear for everyone. What that mean? Ki we can only consider that movie which is more than 1799 times rate. If any movie which is rated less than that, I cannot consider that movie. So that means this is one of my benchmark. So now we will create a benchmark. This is the way I can show you. So now round my data set count and quantile 70 percentile. 0 because I need to apply on my first count, means movie ID. Count of a movie. We need to remove everything here. Na? We need to check it here. So this is 0. This is first. So 1799. This is my benchmark. So this is the summary of my data. So now guys, simple. I'll drop the movie list. I'll store one variable, drop movie list. So data set movie summary. I want all the movie count, which is less than my benchmark, all the index stored it in drop movie list. So first movie is removed, second movie is removed. So total 3149 movies removed out of 4499. Almost 349 movies removed. Clear? This step is also clear. So guys, same I'll apply for customer ID. Okay, customer ID rating aggregate function. So count is 153 and 3.3 is average rating. So this is the customer ID, like customer ID 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So how many movies is rated? Like customer 6 is rated 153 movies. Customer 7 is rated 195 movies. Customer 8 is rated only 21 movies. Customer 25 is rated only 4 movies. So you really think we can consider this customer? No. So I need to arrange some benchmark. The same benchmark code I'm using it here again. Here also I'm taking 70 percentile. So if any user have rated 52 movies, I'm only consider that user. And the same benchmark code. This is also clear. So if you don't write index in above code, what will we get? Okay, you are saying if I'm not writing index, here Sitara. So if I'm not writing index on that time, only the means complete data is coming and I don't want all the data is showing it here. That's why I'm writing only index. If you not write this, na, all the data is coming, which is removed, which is in dropped list. So it's very lengthy to organize or to assume that each and everything. So that's why I only want index. So I know that which particular user I have removed. So now the original data set shape is guys this 2 crore 40 lakhs 53,764 and 3 columns. And after trimmed is 1 crore 73 lakhs 37,458. Means almost 1 CR data we trimmed. Means lot of data we already trimmed. Correct? Now time to apply a model. Till here it's clear. Everyone, everything. We can do all our best. Now time to do. Now something model will also do. Na? We cannot remove each and everything by ourselves. So first of all, tell me one thing. Here only movie ID is there. but which without movie name, how you suggest it? You need a movie name as well, correct? So guys, here you need one more data name, movie title. I will share this data in a chat box, and I will share this data to all of you as well at last. And here I'm loading that data. I'll import pandas as PD and df title and load the dataset movie title. Actually, this data is not properly in CSV format, in a text format. So I'll encode it for the CSV format. And if you want, I can open that data and show it to all of you. So I'm opening the data set in front of all of you. So guys, my data set look like this. This is the movie ID, this is the year, and this is the movie name. So I want these three columns, 0, 1, 2, 3. I want to give the name as well because here nothing is mentioned. Correct? So same thing, I am doing it here. I'm using a column 0, 1, 2, and I'm giving the name. First is movie ID, second is year, third is name. So it's coming like this. And I'll set movie ID as an index. Why movie ID as an index? Later we will, accordingly we know that which movie it is, and we can compare. We have removed lot of movies, we have removed lot of users. So accordingly we'll map it according to index wise. So df title dot set index, so I'll make movie ID as an index, year and name, two columns we have. Like Dinosaur Planet, Else of Man, TT 2004 review, Character, The Rise of Fall of ECW, Sick, Eight Mans. So number of movies are there. So later guys, I need to import one package, surprise package. So guys, all of you are aware about PCA? How many of you know about PCA? What is the use of PCA? Guys, what is PCA? Guys, dimensional reduction technique. Feature selection, feature reduction, correct. Very good, Shobit. This like VIF, like all these things. So this thing you will use in unsupervised data. So whenever you have unsupervised data, so you will use PCA to reduce the data. You have LDA, linear discriminant analysis, to reduce the, this is also dimension reduction technique. This is for supervised data. So now whatever data you are using it, that is for matrix data. So here you can use SVD, singular value decomposition. This is also feature selection technique. Or you can say dimensional reduction technique. What is dimension reduction? Any one of you? Okay, I will help you. So now if I'm talking about selecting only wanted features, very good, Anu. So now here example, one column you have movie ID. Sorry guys. So like movie ID. So here, and so if you make one matrix, guys, matrix like this type of matrix. So matrix. So here guys, I'm giving movie ID like this. So number of movie IDs. So here you can consider all the movie IDs are coming in top, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. So number of matrix here, user IDs here fill with user ID, and above you can mention ratings. User like movie ID 1, these are the user, and users give whatever the rating it is. If user is not giving rating, then the things are blank. So you really think you need to consider these columns here also, the blank column, which user have not giving any rating, or we have removed already that users? Anu is saying no. Sitara is saying no, not necessary. So how you remove that? So for that particular purpose, we use SVD. Is automatically removing, in backend is working and is removing all the unnecessary features. Wherever he is finding this particular feature is not useful, he is removing that. Till now, you guys have used VIF, correct? In VIF, you are checking multi-clonarity. If two independent variables are related to each other, you only take one of them. I think you guys have used IV analysis. IV analysis, guys, is for checking means how well your, if you want to correlate target variable and your independent variable, how good they are correlated to each other, accordingly you will choose. Correct? With the help of correlation also you are checking it. I think you have used RFE technique as well. Guys, yes, no? Guys, yes, no? Please let me know. Okay, VIF and correlation only. Okay. I'll explain the same thing in a simple term. I'm opening one of the data set like customer churn. I think all of you already aware about that data. you already have seen in the new tab the data set. This is your customer churn data set. If I'm correct, this is your customer churn data. So now churn is a dependent variable. And if you want to choose independent variables, so what do you think? You need to take all the independent variables, or you can take some selective one. Choose some selective one, important one. So how you choose it? With the help of correlation, and you have removed unnecessary one, right? So now, right now, you have only 21 column. So with the help of correlation, you will do it. Correct, Sitara, Shraddha, all of you? But instead of that, if you have a thousands of column, right now, you have at how many? 5,000 rows. Means 5,000 movie IDs. So means 5,000 rows you have. Like example, this is the same type of data set it is. Here 5,000 movie IDs are coming in the column wise, row wise users, and how much rating you are giving according to movie. This user have giving this movie, is not giving for this movie, is giving for this movie, is not giving for this movie. So like that number of columns you have. So now right now only 21 columns. So one by one you can check the correlation and you can do it. But if you have 2,000, 3,000 or 5,000 column, so one by one it's possible for you to check and remove and take necessary column. Correct. So on that time you need some automated tool now, which is automatically selecting with the help of correlation. Give it whatever column is necessary is only choosing that column and removing rest of all the column. So PCA, LDA, RFE, SVD, these are the techniques. These are the libraries. Now it's clear for all of you. Good. And how to use it, I will show you in a simple step, guys. Only one line, because we are talking about Python, and Python is everything is inbuilt here. First, I load one package named surprise package, because we are dealing with matrix data. So surprise package is necessary, guys. Now I'll import a maths package, Seaborn, and import reader and dataset SVD. Why I'm using reader? To read the SVD algo. If you want to read the SVD algorithm, you need a reader to view that, to read that. So I need this, and cross validation and model selection, because guys, whenever you want to make a model, model selection is needed, and I'll import cross validation as a matrix. Till now, you guys have only imported accuracy, confusion matrix, correct? But how many times you need to cross validate? Is it correct or not? Guys, after exam, every time you are cross validate your copy. So once you are getting the accuracy, so how you rely it that this one is correct? You don't need another one. Cross checking it. Example, I can give you one example as well, guys. Like you are doing the train test split, Akriti, correct? So maybe you are choosing 70-30%. So it's taking this 30% data as a test data and this 70% data as a train data. So when you train by choosing this data, and you're getting accuracy 80%. Next time, if you are again applying the same thing, this time is taking this 30% data and about 70% data for training. This time your accuracy is 85%. Maybe the above one data is more accurate, but without cross validate, without knowing all these things, how you know that? Okay, which split is best suited? You guys are using random split and fix that split, whatever accuracy is coming, you think that is the only one. But that's not correct. That's the reason ki when you are doing any pie caret or anything, na, in the backend, he's cross validating 10, 12 times. If you remember here, when we compare the model, see, so he's checking accuracy, correct? AUC, everything. One accuracy, which is the highest accuracy, correct? But after making a model, here when I'll make a model, LR model, see. So 10 times he's checking the accuracy, sometimes 87, 77, 79, 87.71, 85, 80, 90% also you are getting. With different split, different fold, different accuracies coming. So this thing we called as validation, cross validate. Understand? And guys, I think now all of you have aware about this algo. So you know which particular algorithm is best suited, which is the best whole technique you can use it in this algorithm, how much accuracy you are getting it, each and everything you know purely. But I'm surprised you are not aware about this thing in previous classes, but it's okay. I will let you know about that. So now coming back, so I'm using a reader and stored in small reader. So now, guys, data set load df, my data set, customer ID, movie ID, rating, and I'm only taking 100k rows for the quick run time, because I think if I'm taking all the data, it's very difficult for me, for my machine to process. So for quick run time, I'm only taking 100k rows. So now guys, I'm making a model and cross validate. So SVD data and measure with the RMSE and MAE. Guys, RMSE, you know that, na? RMSE, MAE. RMSE means root mean squared error. MAE is mean absolute error. This thing, I think in linear regression, you are aware about that. So this is the way to make a model. I'm using a cross validate function. So I'm using SVD to reduce the dimensions. I don't want to take all the model. Where to reduce in my data, and how to validate with the help of RMSE and MAE. Wherever I'm getting the best, you can only choose that one. So it's automatically checking 5 times. If you are doing cross validate without giving any number, so by default it is checking 5 folds. If you are giving, you need to check 10 times, you can. If you want to check 20 times, you can. Clear? So how much RMSE you are getting it in first fold, RMSE in second fold, RMSE in third fold, RMSE in fourth fold, RMSE in fifth fold. MA in first fold, second fold, third fold, fourth fold, fifth fold. Any one of you any doubt in these two codes? Please let me know, guys. Of course, it's need practice. Guys, it's need practice. The first time when you see, the first time you have seen these type of things, because I don't want to show you the thing which is looking easy, but it's not useful for you in the future. Right now, if I'll show you these type of algorithms are present, how to do that. So now you have enough time ki you can do the practice and match the level. And if you are facing any difficulties, ki, sir, means after the class also, ki, sir, I'm not getting this. Can you please connect me through call and explain me this thing? So guys, if you want to learn, I'm available for you 24/7. You can only drop a mail to Intellipaat, mention my name Harsh. I will connect with all of you, whoever want, whenever you want. If you want to learn, I will give you the guidance. I will give you the tools. I will let you know ki whatever things are available, we will discuss. That's correct. One-on-one is difficult for me, but 100% I will connect you through call. Through call, whatever issue you have, I'll resolve it. So, is this clear for all of you? And guys, trust me, in real life, no one is here to help you. You need to solve your own problem. If I'm talking about my experience, sometimes in the industry, I doesn't know what to do. Me and my team are suddenly sitting in, we don't have any path where to go, and no one here to teach us. We need to search our path. We need to research. We need to do it. So I suggest all of you, whenever you are getting any error, so no need of worry. That is the error ki we are here to resolve this. So you will first try by your own. You can do whatever you want to do it. At last, you can generate, ki, sir, this, I will do my best. I'm not aware about that. Can you please let me know ki how to solve it? And once anyone, like not me, if an technical team is also solving your error, please ask, ki, sir, how you know that ki we solve this error like this? Understanding of error is very important. Trust me, right now, when you see all these things, it's looking very easy. Okay, I'm also doing the same thing. Everything is working fine. Try to write first 5 lines of a code. 100% you are getting one of the error. Any error, you are definitely getting it. So I suggest you guys, please start writing the code by your own. Please start writing. If you write wrong also, that's totally fine. Right now you have copy. You can check it ki why this code is not working. You can again cross check. So guys, go down. I'll make a model perfectly. My model is ready and my model is stored in SVD. Now, so now guys, after that, now time to check my data set. So this is my data set. Agree. This is my data set. I'm checking the head. This is my customer ID. If I want to suggest, if I want to recommend any movie to this particular customer, how to recommend? So what I am doing, I am taking this particular user 71226664. I am taking variable data set Netflix. I'll fetch the customer ID this and data set rating wherever this customer give the 5-star rated movie. I want all the movies. This filter, you know that any one of you are facing any difficulties? wherever this customer gave 5-star rated movie, fetch all the record of this customer, so we know the taste of this customer. Like if I want to suggest some movie to Ajit sir, so on that time I need to fetch the Ajit sir ID, and I am checking how many times Ajit sir give the 5-star rated movie, which type of movie he liked. So on that time accordingly you will choose it. Ajit, correct? I am correct. If you give 5-star movie to 15, 20, 30 movies, so I think you have liked that genre. You like that actor. You like that type of movies. So if we suggest the same type of movie, then you are more engaged with our channel. Correct, Siddhar? So the same thing. I am filter out all the 5-star rated movie of that particular user, and this is the data. So that means this user have rated 84 movies 5-star. So you know the movie ID as well, which movie is rated. Correct? This is the title of a movie. Now time to make a copy. Title copy I'll stored in user this. Guys, this is my movie ID, movie data. The new data which we load, I'll store in df title. And I'll make a copy of this df title and stored it in user 7122664. Means the user which I choose it here. Because here number of movies are there. 379, 175. So when I'm aware about which movies he liked, so accordingly we suggest. So I don't want to change anything in my real time data, so I'll make a copy. This step is clear. So once is done, I'll reset the index, and now movie ID is coming. Movie ID is coming as a column, correct? And now time to check. Here I am dropping all the movies. Guys, here I'm dropping, like these are my complete movie ID data. How many records? 17,770 row. But I don't want all the movies, na? I want to remove all the movies which is present in my drop movie list. Is in my drop movie list. I don't want that movies. Agree? Because that's why we are making a benchmark. We need to filter out this data as well, na? So in starting, we are setting some benchmark. If movie means 1800 times this movie is not rated, we don't want that movie. If user have 52 means user have not rated 52 movies, I don't want that user as well. So now time to apply this filter here, na, in this data. So the same filter I'll apply it here. Okay, whoever movie is available in the drop movie list, remove that. I don't want that movies. Of course, Pradeep sir. So Pradeep sir, what I am doing it here, simple. If you remember, sir, till here it's clear, na sir, ki why we reset the index. No worries, sir. No worries. So Pradeep sir, is it fine? Can I give you the mic access so quickly we'll finish this? So sir, you have the mic access. So see, this till here everything is clear ki you know what actually we are doing it. So this is my original data, correct? Original movie data which we load. Here 17,000 movies are there. So you really think we need all the movies? No. Here you have applied some filter, some benchmark you have decided na here. Some benchmarks. Ki user have rated that much movies. Correct? If user have 52 user means if user have rated 52 movies, we can only consider that user. If any movies are getting rated 1800 times, we can only choose that movies. Correct? Pradeep sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
Correct.
Understand.
So now here what I am doing it, this is my complete data. So we need to apply some filter here, na? So the filter is ki I want all
But
the data. I don't want that data which is not present in my drop movie list. Okay, this is the filter I'm applying it.
okay,
So now this is the filtered data. Before the record is 17,000. Now it is 14,000. Then 3,000 record is removed automatically. Instead of writing number of lines of code, I'm using lambda function. I think lambda, you know that single line function, anonymous function. Instead of writing 2, 3, means we already make a model. So now time to predict for that particular user. You know which type of movies that user like. So user estimated score and the movie ID. So I'll apply lambda function. In the lambda function, my model name is svd, remember? So I want to svd.predict for this user. And next is the variable. So .est. So I'm predicting for that particular user. And I'll drop the movie ID after that. I don't want movie ID, I only want the movie name. I want year, name, and estimated score. I don't want rest of all the things. Guys, you have two options. Either after training, you can do the prediction. After prediction, in next step, you can apply the filter and choosing only for this particular customer. What is the prediction for this customer? And then do that. Means using 3-4 lines. Or directly you can use a lambda function and apply in a one go. Okay, so here estimated score C. Now if you have suggest this movie, what is this? Do we know? So the user have not liking this movie. That means if you give that movie to that user only give 2.89 star rated. Means user not liking that movie. 2005, if you give 7 second, maybe user have like giving 3-star rated movie. This is the prediction. Never Die Alone, user gave only 3.5. So like that, if I'm giving character, then user have rated 4.24. Means all 14621 records are there. So this user have rated how much estimated score according to this user, according to his previous. Like example, I'm giving the example like Sitara ma'am. If you are like Pradeep, you have the mic access. So sir, like if I know which type of movie you liked, if I know which type of movie you liked, so accordingly I know which type of means how much rating you have giving if I'm suggesting any other movie to you. If I'm saying like if I know you have rated 81 movies and you are giving 5-star rated, so I know your taste, correct? Okay, I'm giving 2-star rated, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star. So if I want to suggest you the movies, so these are the top 10 movies I am suggesting to you. You have definitely like that, like character, something got a give, Leo and Stitch, Congo, Speed Fry Grill, according to your taste, because the same type of movie you have liked previously based on your rating. Correct, Chirag? Correct. So like this, you have means this is one of means we don't have that much huge system ki we have only 12 GB of RAM in Collab. So in 12 GB of RAM also, if I'll execute this complete command, na, it's not working properly. It's stuck after a time. This when I'll do that, na, so guys, my complete 12 GB RAM is exhausted. If I'll execute the complete code in a one go. So when we are only suggesting for one user. So now that's why we are doing all these things on cloud. The same process, the same thing, but on the cloud platforms, which is more faster than that. So now you know that now how we recommend the movies to the user, how the things are going on, how you know that how Netflix recommend you the movie, any step, anything.
I hope my screen is visible to you. Okay, so yeah, definitely doing the EDA in the fast forward manner. And also if I'm doing this thing, okay, I'll add few more approaches and techniques through which we can perform our tasks, whatever we are having. Okay, yeah, about the other topics, guys, please, I'm not the concerned person to know about this. Just let you can know from the team itself about the project, like about the Tableau, Power BI, on those things. Okay, so I'm not aware about it. Income project. Okay, so we are working on census income project. So basically what exactly census income project is, what type of data we are having. Let's have a look into the data. Let me share you the data set. Okay, yes guys, let me know if you get the data set. Okay, you got it right. Okay, so here in the census income project, okay guys, let's have a look into the data set, what kind of data set we are having. Okay, so let me upload a data set over here and then we'll have a look. So here, let's have a look into the dataset, guys. So let's say I have to import some basic libraries for that. Let's say I'm importing here pandas, visualizations. For the visualization, I'm going to import here matplotlib, pyplot. Okay, and also I'm going to import here, let's say, okay, seaborn. Okay, so this is the thing. Now, let's import the dataset over here. df will be equals to, let's say, pd.read csv. Okay, so here is the dataset's name, the census income, right? So it's a census, correct? This is the name of the dataset I'm having, census income.csv. If I run it and if I show you the dataset, so here you can see how the dataset looks like. Here we have the dataset. Now I'll tell you basically what exactly this dataset is. This is a dataset of census income. Okay, so basically it is the dataset of citizens in US basically. Okay, so their income data set they're having, like maybe I'm having the details of some of the citizens. So based on that, they're having the income. Okay, it's kind of a data we are having, their annual income, whether their annual income is greater than 50k or lesser than equals to 50k. Okay, so you can see I have the various details or the parameter of the customer, of a citizen. Let's say his age is 39, what kind of work he do, he does state government. Okay, not sure about this column, okay, then let's say education, whether he have pursued bachelor's or high grade, or I can say 11th standard. Okay, so different, this is your what, education, okay, his education level, I can say. Then education number, now this is, I don't know what, maybe this can be also labeled and quoted. If you can see, this point is also labeled and quoted, so we can't figure out what exactly column it is. Okay, marital status can be never married, married, or spoused, divorced. Okay, so different columns you have. Occupation, what occupation he do, so maybe uh admin clerical, or managerial, or handler freelancer. Okay, there are different tech support. Okay, machine operators, different what we have, occupations we do have. Okay, this is a classification problem for the characterized income, whether the greater 50K or not. So you understand it. So this is a categorical problem. Here you can see again, annual income is the target column over here, where we have to predict that for that particular citizen, can we expect annual income more than 50K or less than 50K. Okay, so if you see, the relationship is like, does it have any relationship? Maybe not in family, husband, not in family. Okay, so race, it's a US data, so at that time, maybe the previous data I'm having, so at that time race was also matter, so white, black, and all the things. Okay, so sex, like it's a male, female, or what. Okay, then we have capital gain, okay, by that particular person, capital loss, hours per week, maybe this is a work. Okay, like how many hours he works per week. So hours per week, native country is US, that United States, obviously, and by that I'm having the annual incomes. Okay, so basically, eventually, whichever columns are there, we should not get that into that much, because if we are not aware of column, that is fine, but which is our major target column, that should be, we should aware the target column is annual income. Okay, so annual income should be less than equals to 50K or more, greater than equals to 50K. Okay, if I show you, let's say, let's have a look into the, see, so here I'm having only two types of values, guys, two categories. I'm having two classes. One is less than equals to 50K, another is greater than 50K. Okay, so now this is basically, as you know, that categorical column, so that's why we have to go for the any of the classification algorithm. So maybe we can go for the logistic regression, as you have not learned other classification algorithms yet, so we can go for the logistic regression to implement this. Okay, so Yusuf is saying, when we see value counts, it's 75 by 25, so it is balanced data. Is it balanced data? See, no, it's not like that. Yes, definitely balanced data should be, is definitely needed. Okay, but that doesn't get much impact. Okay, if we have that much unbalanced, like if I say 90 and 10 ratio. Okay, 10 and 90 ratio, 1 by 9 ratio. So in that case, definitely I can say that much unbalanced data we should not prefer with. So 75-25, it's fine, no issue. Like every model is having the same approach. Okay, every model is having the same approach. Every problem statement is having the same approach, like processing the EDA, and then go for the pre-processing, and then go for the model building. Okay, so it's basically these again and again we are giving you, so that it can be a good practice for you. So I would say different results, because based on the approach of model. Okay, so different answers we will be getting. Okay, so depends, basically whichever will be the most optimal, that will be our finalized model. Okay, so now let's begin with this. Okay, so let's wrap up this ADA part like in the fast forward, and then we'll just move to the model building in detail. Okay, so here we go. Okay, let's begin with the, okay, so if you see, if you want to perform this thing, let's say what I'll do here is, I'll check here this unique values, okay, for all the columns. Let's suppose what I'll do here is, for X in df dot columns, I want to perform unique for all the columns. Okay, I want to perform unique for all the columns, and what I'll do is I'll print it out. Okay, so if you see, if I run this, okay, indentation. Okay, so here you can see I'm getting a unique values in each of the column, right? In the first column, this is the unique value. Second column, these are the unique values. And if you see, guys, in some columns, we do have some discrepancies in the data, right? You can see, guys, in this column, I have the question mark, right? And in the other columns, and here you can see Yeah, here also you can see in this columns also we do have question marks, correct? So in different columns we do have some question marks. Yeah, yes, Ravi. So yes, definitely the question marks means it's like a missing value, right? We are not sure what exactly the value over there. It's like missing value. So what we can do is, guys, if I show you this thing, let's suppose if I show you df dot is null. If I want to show you is null, okay. So let's say if I'm performing this code, and here you can see I'm not getting any of the null values, right now, which means I don't have any null values, but we do have a missing values, correct? So what we will be doing here is we have to replace all the question marks with the nulls first. Okay, right now basically these are actually null, but my data frame is not considering it to be null because it's in the question mark format. It is considering it to be one of the categories. Okay, so what is my task? My task is to replace all the question marks with the nulls first. Okay, correct? So what I'll do here is, see, I'll write here a code. Let's say df dot replace. Okay, in that entire data set, I want to replace my question marks. Okay, so there is a function np dot nan. Okay, so what is this np dot nan? This will be creating a null values, and that null values are gonna be replaced by this question marks. This is a data cleansing segment in which we are checking the discrepancies of the data. Okay, so if you see here. Okay, so now if I show you this same code, let's say if I show you the same code, this one, okay, the changes are not permanently changed. So let's assign it to the same variable, or even we can put an in place equals to true also. So let's do this. And now again, we are gonna check the same thing. And here you can see. See, so wherever the question marks were there, now they are replaced by the null values. Okay, and now if I check the df dot nulls, if I check the df dot nulls is null, now I'm getting null values in the 3 columns. Okay, so what does it mean, guys? It means initially I was not having any null values, but when we have replaced the question marks, which are actually the missing values, when we have replaced the question marks with the nan, then we got this null values in our data. Okay, so now tell me, guys, now entire video you will be helping me to do. Okay, so tell me what is the next process here. Okay, if we have the null values, how we can deal with it? Let's see the size of the data set first. Size of data set is almost 32561. Okay, this much values we do have, that is 32,561, out of which if I'm summing all the values, it will give me around 3000, correct? That is definitely it's very less null values we do have. Okay, so we can directly drop the null values, right, everyone? Because if we would have more null values and the scattered null values, in that case we can think about replacing them, correct? So here what I can do is I can drop the null values instead of let's say replacing the null values. Okay, so let's do here df dot drop na in place equals to true. Okay, I'm doing this. Now let's say again, if I check the df, I have left with 30,000 data. Out of 32,000, I'm left with 30,000 data. Definitely edge cases can be there in all the cases, right? We can go for the replacement also, but the thing is if we try to replace here, right now the choice is totally yours, either we want to replace or drop. But the thing is, right now all the null values are dedicated towards the columns, right? If you see other columns are having 0 null values, okay, but only these 3 columns are having dedicated null values, like clustered null value. Okay, maybe I'm not sure in the last batch I have told you that or not, that whenever we have a clustered null values, okay, at that time we should not go for the replacement. Okay, we have to go for the dropping. What I'm telling you basically for the null values, guys. Okay, well, guys, I think I might have already told you this rule already, but okay, let me come again. I was thinking I'll directly go to the model building. Okay, let me complete the idea over here. See, whenever we have, guys, according to industries, what I would recommend usually, okay, so if we have the null values, multiple null values, let's suppose if it is more than 10% null values are there, okay, then we have to go for the replacement. See, I'll write the rule here only. Okay, guys, if I'm doing here df if your data size, okay, if data no null value size, null values, if null values are more than or less than, okay, I can say less than 10%. Okay, if they are less than 10%, which means null values are less, then we can directly go for the dropping the data. Okay, this is the first rule, guys. Okay, second condition is if the null values are greater than 10%. Okay, if they are greater than 10%, in that case I have to check with the 2 rules. Okay, I'll go with the 2 more condition. If values are scattered, okay, I'll tell you the meaning of these two terms that I'm writing. Scattered or distributed. Yes, another thing is in the industry, different rules. It's not like only we stick to the only one rule. Okay, depend on the data. What kind of data we have to change the rule. But yeah, this is also, I can say, one of the industrial benchmark. I can say it's not like every industry we use the same benchmark. Okay, but this is one of the rule I can. I'm going to explain you the meaning of this clustered and the scattered or distributed. Okay, see now here you can see the very first rule is saying if the values are less than 10%, we can drop it. Right? This much is clear, everyone. But let me know very firstly this much. If the values are less than the 10% null values, then we should directly drop it. Correct. But if it is more than that, more than 10%, then we have to check for the two conditions. Okay. If the null values are distributed, distributed means what? Let's suppose if I'm saying out of this 30,000, let's suppose if I have the 30,000 data, out of the 30,000 data, 10%, which means 3,000 data are the null values. Correct. So more than 3,000, let's suppose 3,500 I'm saying. Now what if now what I'm saying about the distributed means these 35 null values are not in a single column. These are spreaded across the multiple columns, right? Let's suppose 1,000 here, 1,000 here, no, not 1,000. Let's suppose I can say 200 here, 300 here, 500 here, 400 here. In all the columns, in most of the columns, my values are distributed. Correct. That is what distributed null values. Okay. What is clustered null values? Clustered null values are like this. You can see in some particular columns only the major of the values are there. See, if we add both the values over here, these are only making up the 3,000 also. Correct. See, it's basically, and sometime it might also be happen like all the 3,500 values are clustered in the one column only, whereas the rest of the columns are having 0 null values, but only one or two columns are having the null values, and that is in the very large amount. Okay, that is what clustered null values. Okay, now is it clear, everyone? What is clustered null values and the distributed null values? Yes, guys, this much is clear. Correct. Now I'll tell you. See, now I'll tell you basically whenever we are having a distributed null values, we should go for the replacement. Okay, or whenever it is a clustered value, again we have to go for the dropping. Okay, now I'll tell you the reasons here. See, now I am saying if the distributed values are there, then we should go for the replacement. Why replacement? Because if I'm doing a replacement, it won't create much impact in my data. Okay, because let's suppose if I'll tell you, give you one example here. See, this is the data I'm having. Okay, let's say null here, null here, null here, and null here, and null here, and null here. Okay, so these much of values I'm having. Okay, well, remaining values are having some values 7, 8, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Okay, some values are there. Now, all over, if you see how many null values I'm having right now, see, just a second. Yeah, so you can see this is null value 1, null value 2, null value 1, null value 2, null value 1, and null value 2. So here I'm having the cluster scattered or distributed null values, guys. Why? Because you can see 2 null value here, 2 null value here, 2 null value here, right? Correct. So 2, 2, 2. Total of how many null values I'm having, guys? I'm having total of 6 null values, right? But all the 6 null values are scattered. Okay, or the distributed towards the column. So which means now even if we perform the replacement, if we replace this value with the mean and median, so let's suppose this value I'm replacing with the mean, this also I'm replacing with the mean. So in a single column, how much manipulation I have done, guys? Tell me, out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows, how much manipulation I have done in a single row? Only 2 manipulations. Correct? Yes, guys. Okay, so my manipulation is very less because in a single column I'm impacting only 2 values. That's it. Okay, but on the other hand, let's suppose if I change the scenario. Okay, if I change the scenario here, this is null 1, 2, 3, or rest of the values are having some values 4, 8, 9, 2, 4, 6, 1, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4, 8. Now you can see in this case, now you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have the 5 null values. All are in a single column. It's a column 1, column 2, column 3. So how many null values are there here? Here I'm having 5 null values. Here I'm having 0 null values and 0 null values. So this is an example of clustered null values. So here I'm having the clustered null values. Now just tell me, in this case, okay, in this case you can see 5 values are totally filled with the null values. So if I'm replacing them with the mean or with the median, isn't it like too much of manipulation, guys? If you can see, more than half data I am manipulating from my side. Isn't it like the biasness? Correct. So if I am manipulating more than half, even not even more than half also, if it's near to half, that is like too much of manipulation, I can say, guys. Okay, so that much of manipulation I would definitely not go for. Okay, because if I'm doing that much manipulation from my side, my result will be always biased, and that bias analysis I don't want in my code. Okay, so that is the reason, whenever if you have such null values in the single column itself, in that case eventually we have the only one way, that is to drop the values. Doesn't matter, after dropping this value all the values will be dropped, I will be left with very less data. Okay, I will be left with very less data. Data loss will be there definitely. Okay, if we have this clustered null values, data loss will be there, but whatever analysis we are doing, which will be not that much biased, at least biasness and the rogue analysis we are not doing. Okay, clear everyone? So here always we have to go for, either we have to check the whether the values are more than 10% or no. Can we drop the null values? See, Yusuf, we can drop the null values if I can say more than half, or I can say more than half, or I can say almost 90% rows are null. Okay, in that case we can think about dropping, but maybe if it is like 50% data is null, 50% is not null, so in that case we cannot drop it, because might be that column is important, right? Without considering the importance of that column, we cannot drop that column. We will not go about the correlation or something. We'll directly see that. Okay, we'll directly see that whether they are having okay, just a second. There is also method of imputation using KNN. Is that used frequently in industries? What is KNN is used for imputation? I mean, for the objective numericals. See, KNN imputation, okay, that rarely we are using. Okay, we do not use more frequently, I can say. Okay, so only in some exception cases we do use that. If we do have a lot of outliers in the data, okay, in that case mean will definitely will not be suitable factor, we can say, for the replacement. In that case we have to go for the median itself. Okay, but right now in our code, why I'm not performing outlier on the things, because we are not replacing it, because the values are clustered, it's not the scattered value, so we are directly dropping the values. Okay, so if I comment it down, so here you can see I'm dropping the values, drop null values. And now after null value, what is the next step, guys? Hurry up, tell me, we have to finish the EDA fast. So 23 duplicate values we are having. Okay, so let's remove these 23 duplicate values. What we can do is df dot drop na, not drop na, drop duplicates. So here also I'll put in place equals to true, so that all the duplicates values will be removed. There should be no redundancy in the data. Yes, exactly, Chandan, exactly. It is experimental, we can say, because we are not conceptually, you cannot decide which algorithm will be good, which approach will be good, right? It's like concepts will be telling you only the working of that particular approach. You cannot decide which approach is correct. So it's like whichever approach you know about that particular thing, you have to apply all the approaches, and whichever will be giving the best result, that will be your finalized thing. Okay, so this is how, yes, definitely it is an experimental, we can say. Okay, so this is the thing now. Okay, so duplicates are also removed. If you see, we have a little bit more data. So now tell me what's the next step, guys? Yes, guys, next step of data cleansing. Let me check before this code will say. So I'm gonna check df dot columns. If I'm fetching it in info, so it's like, okay, age integer, work class object. Okay, most are, everything is fine, I guess, right? Annual income object, native country object. Yes, data types is fine. Data types are fine. Okay, so now let's go for the next step, that is outlier analysis. Okay, we'll see that also. Just a second, Sonam. Okay, let's do the outlier analysis first. Okay, in the outlier analysis, what I will be doing here now, so let's create a box plot. Okay, with the help of loop itself, let's create it, right? So let's say for x in df dot columns. Okay, here I'll create for only for the numerical columns. Okay, if df of x dot d type equals to, or I can say not equals to, only then I will be creating the, so plt dot box plot for df of x column. Okay, I have to create a box plot. Also I'll write here plt dot title I want to give, let's say the column name. Okay, and here plt dot show. Okay, so let's see this. Okay, so we do have outliers in some of the columns, I can see. Okay, so here you can see we do have outliers in each column. Okay, in this FNLWGT, I'm not sure which exactly column it is. Okay, education num also, capital K also, and those. Okay, so you can see almost all the numerical columns are having outliers, right, everyone? Correct, except this one. Yes, guys. Do we have outliers in this capital gain and capital loss? Yes, guys. Do we have outliers in capital gain and capital loss? This is capital gain and capital loss. These are the exceptional columns because we are not getting a proper box here. If you see, note in the capital loss, note in the this capital gain. Okay, capital loss, capital gain, we are not having a proper box plot, which means these are the exceptional columns. Okay, we cannot go for the outlier analysis for these columns. Okay, clear everyone? Okay, yes, I will not for sure. Let's clear it in a fast forward manner itself. So yes, if you can see right now, we have to skip some of the columns. Which column? Let's see. Age is fine. This one is also fine. Education now is also fine. Capital gain we have to skip. Capital loss we have to skip. And hours per week we are okay. Hours per week is fine. Okay, even though if it's having a lot of null values, might be too much of data loss. I can handle in this case. Okay, let's check here the value count of counts of hours per week. Okay, because the thing is in hours per week I'm having too much of outliers. Okay, so in that case I don't think so it will be it will help cause too much of data loss. So let me do one thing. Okay, so I'm having majority of the data here only. Okay, 40, 50 and 45. Okay, then it's fine, I guess. No, I do have majority of data, guys, here within the range. You can see 40, 45, 60. This is the range of data, right? It's like about 30 or maybe, and majority of data is here only. Rest of data is having only one value, right? Only one value in other points, I can say. So I think it's not much of the outliers. Okay, it won't help me too much of data loss. Okay, so let's perform the outlier analysis code. Just a second. Case two things, because capping will take a lot of time to make this thing. Or secondly, it's not having that much outliers. See, we can feel that outliers are there, but these are only one values. Okay, major of the values are here only. Okay, so maybe outlier will cause a data loss, but in not that much manner. So let's not perform the capping right now. See, transforming it is like, so the thing is we should not do that much manipulation with the data. Okay, we want to see the output based on the actual generality of the data. Okay, we should not change it. Okay, let's see that. Let's see. Okay, yes, yes, fine. Let's see if creating removing outlier, okay, will cause a lot of data loss, I can say. In that case, what I can do is hours per week also I can take an exception. Okay, because the thing is, guys, we have to now understand the consequences of the data. Because if we remove it, maybe if there is too much of data loss, okay, and might be possible hours per week cannot have the outliers, right? Because the thing is, okay, see, in genuine industrial approach, what we do right now, as per the box plot, see, box plot, how box plot will know the higher values, these values outlier or not, because it is not lying in the normal range, right? This is the only factor the box plot choose to decide it as an outlier. Correct, everyone? Now maybe in a company or in a like country, there will be some citizens who will be working more than that hours, right? Let's suppose this much of hours are fine, this much of hours are fine. 100 hours, will that be fine? If I just see 24 into 7, if we do, so in a week, maybe, right? Hours per week. So it will be like 8. So 158, till 158 hours we can spend, but that is not possible. So max to max 100 is definitely still, let's say, possible if someone is working. Okay, so maybe some persons are definitely hard working, so because of that only the values cannot be outliers, but according to the box plot it's an outlier. Okay, so that confirmation we have to take from the clients itself. Like in your data, is it a valid point if someone is working 100 hours, okay, in a week? So that confirmation we have to get for the clients. If clients are saying, okay, this is a normal that a person who's working 100 hours in a week, so definitely if it's normal, then we have to exceptionally take out this as a exceptional column. Okay, if my clients are saying this is a normal for them, like if a person is working 100 hours per week, if this is normal, then in that case it is not an outlier. This is the only box plot telling me. Okay, exactly, that's more relevant, we can say. Okay, so that thing we have to get confirmation from the clients itself. Now in our case right now we do not have any clients or something through which we can get the confirmation. So in that case, just for the analysis purpose, what we can do is let's perform the outlier analysis for it. If too much of data loss we get, in that case we'll rerun the code and we'll just exclude this hours per week column also. Okay, will that be fine now, guys? Yes, guys, let's try to perform outlier analysis in this code. If we have too much of data loss, okay, if it's like more than my data is reduced to less than half, in that case I can go with excluding this hours per week column. Okay, is it clear, everyone? Okay, so let's perform this code over here. Okay, so I want this is the code that I got from the Abhijit have shared me the code since last class. So I need to create out columns here. The columns the list of all the columns which are having the outliers. Okay, so let's say if I create here the list of columns, let me write here df.columns. So here I'll give the entire list of columns, out of which I'll remove some of the column. Okay. So age is not having any, okay, age is having outliers, right? So let's say this work class, these are columns I don't think so we have to put. These are the object columns, right? And this capital gain, capital also have to exclude. Okay, so which all columns we are left with? Let me see. Okay, education num, FNLWGT. Definitely, as of now, see the thing is, I would have removed this column also, but right now I am not sure what exactly this column is, right? If you are not aware of the column, you cannot exclude it directly. Okay, so we have to get confirmation from the clients, like is it an important column or not, right? Until unless if we do not have confirmation, we have to proceed with that itself. Okay, as per the standards. So I'm proceeding with this one. So right now I'm having 1, 2, 3, 4 columns we are having. Okay, so let's remove the outliers from this 4 column and let's see if we have that much data loss or not. So we're running this, and in these out columns I'm running this out. So I hope everyone is aware of this code, right? I don't need to redefine this code. We are finding the first quartile, second quartile, finding the IQR. With the help of IQR, we're finding the linear lower limit and the upper limit of the box plot, and with the help of filtering we are removing the data which is more than and lesser than the which is beyond the limits. Okay, so that data we are removing and we are keeping the data which is in the limit. Okay, so now let's do one thing. So I'm sharing in a D itself, okay, so that we can roll back. Okay, so I think we are losing the data too much. I guess it's more than half, I guess. Yeah, 16861 rows. Yeah, so maybe in that case we have to exclude some of the column. Okay, then let's exclude this this one, hours per week. Okay, so let's exclude this, because definitely data loss is too much, so we can't handle that much data loss. So what we'll do is running this, and here instead of yeah, this much will be fine. Okay, so here we can go for the D. Now I think this much will be still fine, that we have 21,000 of data we have. Okay, so that data is still fine. Capping, yes, and then that is fine, but the thing is capping, I don't think so everyone is aware of capping. Okay, right now we cannot discuss it because capping might be confusing others right now. Okay, so we do have capping technique also. We will be I can't remember it exactly, maybe in unsupervised. Yes, in unsupervised there is a k-means case study, in that we are doing with the capping technique. Okay, so in that time definitely you will be having introduction to that. Okay, okay, we can exclude the maximum and minimum values. Model will can't perform for the genuine minimum and maximum values. Yes, that also we can do, Yusuf. No, standardization we will be doing, Yusuf, when we have the value range differences in multiple columns, not in a single value. That is a null itself, that is outliers itself. But if we have in the other columns also, we have range differences, then we can go for the standardization. Okay. So, okay, so yes, we have removed these null values. Okay, so let's so null, it was an outlier. So if I see right now I'm having in my data 21,000 of rows I'm having. Okay, so now in this row only I will be going for the model building. Okay, so let's do one thing now. Okay, tell me now, the data cleansing is almost done, right? So null values are done, duplicates are done, outliers are done. So what will be next step, guys? But before feature selection, are we forgetting something? Not correlation, not feature selection. One more thing we are forgetting. Guys, come on, you guys know EDA. Since last classes we are doing EDA continuously. So till now you should know all the EDA steps should be in your fingertips. So the label encoding we left with, right? So because we have to go for the label encoding, because most of the columns are object column itself, we have to go for label encoding first. So we have to go for label encoding first, guys, and then we'll go for the rest of the task, that is feature selection and all the things. Okay. All right, so now we have to go for the label encoding, guys, because if you can see most of the columns are categorical itself, right? So we have to convert all these categorical data into the numerical data first. Okay, so for that purpose we'll go for the label encoding. Okay, so let's perform here the label encoding. So for the label encoding, what we have to go for, we have to go for, okay, I'm importing here the label encoder class. So for this label encoder class I have to create an object. So let's say le dot is my object for this label encoder class. Okay, now here what I'll do is, for all the columns I will be doing except the numerical columns, right? So for I in df.columns, what I'll do is, if the df of that particular column is having the data type of object, only then I want to perform this code. Okay, so if it is an object column, in that case only I would be going for a code that is df of I will be equals to le dot. Now I'll perform the function. Which function, guys? Yes, everyone. Which function should I perform to change it to the labels? Yesterday only we had a discussion. Fit or fit transform? Which one? Fit transform. Perfect, everyone. Why fit transform? Because we have to get the data and transform it to the some values also, right? So fit transform, and here I'll give the values. Let's say this. From this column, I want to take the data and transform it to the labels. Okay. So if we do this, and yes, it's changing the code. If I see the df, and here we have the df. See, so all the values are now perfectly classified into the category numerical values. Okay. Now tell me which is the next step, guys. After doing the label and coding, which is the next step? Okay, checking the feature selection. So let's go for the feature selection over here. I'm checking the correlation df.core. If I can check, it will give me this kind of code. Yes, it's checking giving the correlation. But to visualize it, what we can do is okay, Abhijit, thanks for the code. Okay, Abhijit have given the code from our last sessions. So here we have the code where plt.figure, I'm defining a figure size. Okay, figure size will be this much. Now in the data, df.core, this is the data, cmaps, the color ranges I'm giving for the greens, and anode true will, which means I want to give the numerical values inside the tiles. Okay, like this. See, so anode true I'm giving so that I can get this actual values, correct? So if you see now, we have to see now which columns are showing good correlation with my target variable. Which is my target variable? That is your annual income, which means we have to check for the last column or the last row. Either we can go for the last column or the last row, whichever you can say. So let me choose here the last one. Yeah. So which column is having the highest correlation, guys? Tell me here. Which column is having highest correlation with my annual income? Okay, someone is saying education number. Let me see, education number is having how much? Okay, 0.33. Okay. Age 0.25. Okay. What about others? Race. No, race is not having highest. It's like 0.075. Okay. So race is not having Rohan. Race is like 0.07. It's like very small value. See how we can predict now the darkest value. As much as darkest it is the value, high is the value. You can see annual income with annual income is having the highest value, right? But that definitely we can't take it. But apart from that, which are the highest, I can say this is the darkest cell. This is the darkest value. And these are also a little bit of dark, I can say. Capital gain, okay. Overall correlation is bad. Need to move the VI part. Exactly. So yes, definitely, guys, you can see we are not getting any good correlation. The highest correlation is what? 0.33. Okay. And according to our rule, what we do only this much. Okay. So according to our rule, what we do is if the value is more than at least 0.7 or 0. More than that, so only then I will be.
Let's see our quiz question, guys. The question is, what statistical test is used to compare the means of two independent groups? Option A, t-test. Option B, chi-square test. Option C, ANOVA. Option D, Pearson correlation. Let's move on to our session.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Considering it's a high correlation, right? But right now it's a low correlation, correct? So let's proceed ahead now. So we can go with the second other techniques for the this I can say feature selection. Kunal is saying to try CMAP, RDY, LGNL. Yes, that also I can give. That's a different color variants I can say. RD. What if okay, Satish is saying what if one or two columns are having high correlation? We are taking all examples correlation, right? In that case, what we can do is okay. Let's suppose what I can do is see Now, let's suppose if I have a total of 5 columns. Okay, now listen carefully, guys. It's important. So let's suppose if we have total of 10 columns. Okay. Out of 10, I can say if 2 columns are there, which are showing me very much good correlation. Okay. 2 or 3 columns are there, which are showing very much good correlation. Let's say 0.8, 0.9, right? In that case, what we can do is these 2 columns, if we are choosing, and any other column which are showing at least intermediate correlation. Let's suppose with a correlation of 0.4, 0.3, like this. Okay, if we do have these all columns, so we can take only two these columns. So based on these 4 columns only, we can go for the target value. That is still acceptable. Okay, we can do that also. Why? Because we are having 2 very strong correlation and 2 at least intermediate correlation. So based on these 4 values only, we can go for the model building. Okay, but if we are having only 1 column or 2 column with highest correlation, okay, and let's say 0.7 or something, whereas other columns are having almost negligible correlation, 0.1, 0.2, or 0.001. So in that case, 2 columns are not enough to predict the annual charges. Okay, that will be enough, but the thing is that is now creating a dependency on these 2 columns only, not the other columns. Okay, so that is the reason. So we have to do analysis in this way, experimental, as I already mentioned. Like we have to see with the different combinations of column, like whichever will be giving the much better accuracies. Okay, Yusuf is saying if issue the correlation, if we select the 5 columns with correlation, then there are chances due to multipolarity we may exclude the 2 more columns at the end. Yes, definitely there can be the issue. This issue can be there. Now, as you can see, correlation is not working fine. So now, what we can go for the other feature selection technique. Okay, other feature selection technique. Shall we move to another VI technique, another feature selection technique? Yes, guys. Shall we move to any other feature selection technique? How about the RFE? PCA, PCA we cannot go with right now. Okay, it will be after unsupervised. It will be having time. But can we go for the RFE? Have you heard of RFE, everyone? RFE. Okay, guys. No issues. No, if you haven't heard, so we'll perform that also. See, basically RFE is recursive feature elimination technique. If I just tell you here, recursive feature elimination. So what is this recursive feature elimination? If I say the main goal, if I'm saying for the RFE, so RFE, if I'm saying the main goal of RFE is to improve the model's efficiency, I can say, okay, by focusing on the most informative features. Okay, it really helps us to reduce the overfitting. You know, yesterday I told you like how we can reduce the overfitting and all the things. So maybe because of the too much of the data, definitely overfitting is there. So it helped me to take out the important columns, whichever the features are more important, I can say, and in that way it will be helping me to reduce. Okay. Uh, Particularly this is useful where the dataset contains a large number of features and not all of them are contributing equally to the model's performance, right? Because some columns are might be not that much important, some are not. Because here you can see I'm not aware what is this FLNTPW, which column it is, right? So I'm not sure which column it is and how much it is contributing. So definitely, so in this case I can go for the RFE, that is recursive feature elimination technique, in which it will be basically in this column what happened, my model it's like, you know, based on the model, which model I want to apply, it's kind of algorithm, right? RF is an algorithm that will be implementing in the inner working with the help of like which model I want to implement. Okay, based on that information, it can see which all columns can be important based on this algorithm. I have to mention whenever I will be implementing the RFE, right, everyone? So it's like let me just show you here only. Basically, what will be happening? Let's suppose whenever I will be implementing the RFE model. Okay, RFE is a model itself that is being used for the feature selection. Okay, RFE is a model itself that is being used for the feature selection. Now in the RFE, what I have to do is I have to give the data. Okay, I have to give the data, and in the data what I will be, very firstly I will be giving the data as well as I will be giving the model name also. Okay, I have to give the model name also. Now RFE need model name. Why? RFE want to know for the given data, for the given model, how the accuracies can vary with respect to the reducing the columns. Okay, so what is the, why it is a recursive feature elimination? Recursive means what? What is the meaning of recursive, guys? Yes, guys, what is the meaning of recursive? Repeating, correct. So basically, again and again, it repeats the steps to remove the features. Basically, you know what it will be doing? Let's suppose if we are mentioning the model name, let's say I'm mentioning the model name logistic. Okay, I have given these two information to the RFE model, that data and the logistic. These two things I will be given to the RFE, correct? Now, RFE will be implementing the logistic regression model for this particular data, okay, with all the columns. okay, with all the columns. Now based on that, it will be giving ranking to those columns. Let's suppose all the columns. Now which column is, if we think like some columns are not important, he will be recursively eliminating the columns. Let's suppose what I can say is this much. I think everyone is clear. We will be passing the model name to the RFE. Now model name will be doing, let's say, column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, column 5, column 6. Let's say 6 columns are there from the recursion itself. That is calling itself again and again, right? So but calling their elimination again and again. Okay, so now here you can see very firstly it will be implementing the logistic regression model with all the columns. Now it will be moving the column which it will be thinking. Now, the thing is, the model will be checking the patterns. Right now we are not able to check the patterns of the data, but my model can check the pattern. Based on the model's pattern, it will be figuring out which column can be the less important, right? Let's suppose my model is thinking this column can be the less. Now in that case, what it will be doing is model will be removing this column, and it will be just giving it an rank. Okay, let's say this is the 6th rank because it's the least important. So this column will be eliminated, and again the model will be implemented based on the rest of the column. Okay, so based on the rest of the column, again out of all the column which is least important. So this is the least important. So this will be given the rank of 5. Okay, and this will be also eliminated. Okay, and again model will be implemented again and again. You can say I am doing the elimination of the model again and again based on the importance or the information that we are getting from that column. Exactly, it reduces the dimensions recursively by recursively eliminating the columns. Okay, so by the end what I will be getting is I will be getting the important columns. Okay, so how can I do that? Let's say I'll perform that code for it. Just a second, guys. Let me see what all the requirement is there, because we also need to split the data actually also here. Independent dependent data. Okay, let's do the splitting first, guys. Okay, yeah, it's much better than VIF, I can say. See, VIF is something that is going to evaluate the multicollinearity only, but this is gonna choose out the important features over here. Okay, so what we can do here is let's do the splitting also priorly. Okay, if we run it. Okay, so it's being imported. Now what I want is RFE. Okay, inside this RFE, what I want to pass the model. Okay, I want to pass the model which I want to use. Okay, so now that also I want to store in an object itself. Let's say if I store it in an object. See, this is a kind of a model. RFE is a model itself. Okay, so for this model I want to create an object. So object is, let's say, small RFE. That will be equals to RFE. Okay, the class we are doing, but when we are running a class, okay, when we are declaring a class, we have to pass here the model that I want to use. Okay, so which model I want to use, guys? Yes, guys, which model I will be using? Based on which model we are working on this project, everyone? Logistic. Perfect, everyone. So here what RFE we are doing, we have to tell the RFE, right, like which model we are trying to implement. So we're trying to implement the logistic, correct? So let me import the logistic also first. So let's say from sklearn dot model selection, I'm going to import here, let's say logistic regression. Okay, so logistic regression I'm using. Now here inside, okay, just a second, some errors, some spelling mistake or what? Let me see. Okay, sorry, not it's a model selection, it's a linear model. My bad. Linear model. Okay, now it will be fine. Okay, so from the linear models we have imported this linear regression. Okay, sorry, logistic regression. Now here what I'll do is RFE, in the RFE what I'll do here, I'll mention the name of this algorithm. See, I'm telling my RFE I want to do implementation based on this model, RFE logistic model. If I run it, okay, RFE is working fine. Now what I need to do is, before implementing the RFE, I need to split the data. Okay, till now the RFE model is being created. Now I have to split the data. Okay, so let's perform the splitting of data first. Splitting the, okay, I have to give the independent in the beginning only for this RFE. Basically, see, if I'm passing the RFE, right, I have to tell my model like what independent data I'm having, what independent are there, right? Because the thing is, guys, let's say if RFE is going to build up the logistic model or test for the logistic models, importance of the column. So we have to tell the RFE, right, that out of these columns, which all columns are important to predict this column, right? Correct, everyone? If I want to check which columns are important, I have to tell my machine, or I have to tell my algorithm like both the value, right? Not getting, right? Let's see. Basically what I'm saying is, what is the purpose of RFE? RFE is a model. RFE is a model itself. Okay, so for this model I want to create an object. So object is, let's say, small RFE. Okay, what is the purpose of RFE? The purpose of RFP is to get the important columns, okay, which are important to predict my, right? The purpose of RFP is to get the columns which are important to predict the target. Now, don't I have to pass both the things now separately here? I am saying my RFE, like out of these columns, see, these are column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Out of these columns, which all columns are important to predict this target column? So I have to give both the data. The independent data separately we have to give X, and we have to give the dependent. That out of this independent, which all are important to predict the dependent. Okay, so I need here data to be split into the X and Y at least. Okay, not in the training testing. I'm not splitting in the training testing, guys. I'm only splitting in the dependent and independent, because when I'm implementing in the RFE model, I have to pass the splitted data itself. Only then my RFE will be able to figure out of these columns, which all columns are important to predict the target one. Okay, is that clear now, everyone? Yes, guys, is that clear now, everyone? Okay, so let's do one thing here. Now let's split the data into dependent and independent so that we can pass it to the RFE. Okay, this is just a random forest randomly selecting the features for creating a model. No, it's not randomly selecting, but it will be checking after doing this, implementing the models with all the columns one by one. It will be eliminating the features and then again and again implementing the model. Yes, Samir. Yes, RFE will be able to identify that. Let's run it first. So here X will be what? X will be your let's say apart from the last column, rest of the columns will be X, correct? So I can write here df dot iloc. I can say like this, right, everyone? I hope everyone is aware what I'm doing here. This iloc, see, all the columns except the last column will be my X, right? And Y will be my, let's say, df of annual charges column, correct? So because it will be seeing which all columns will be important to implement the logistic regression, the best optimal columns which are good for the logistic model in this case. Okay, it will be choosing based on the accuracy itself. So here we have, and if you see this thing, okay, so X and Y's are being defined, right? X and Y's both we have created. Now I will be doing here what? Now I will be telling here that now I'll be giving the fitting. Okay, now the model's name is RFE, right? So see, RFE, do not think it's like a kind of a VI for something. It's kind of a model itself. Okay, so what I have to do is just like the same step that we do for the model, we have to do. We have defined the model, correct? Now we have to train the model. So I will be training the model RFE, like basically passing the data, okay, based on the dependent and independent. No, splitting we won't be doing right now, Yusuf. Splitting we'll do for the later on, but for the RFE we only have to pass the independent dependent because it's not predicting something. See, train test split when we will be doing, Yusuf, when we have to test also, right? We have to test the model is predicting good or not, but here we are not going for the predictions, correct? Here we are only saying my model to take out the important patterns. So just for that only, what I'll do is, this is my RFE model, RFE dot fit. Inside this fit, I'll pass both the data X, Y. Okay, both the data I'm passing, independent and dependent. Okay, so if I run it, and here you can see, voila, and we have with, okay, the model is being trained on this data. Now how we can check this thing? Okay, like okay, model have run successfully. Now I have to check which all columns are important, right, according to the RFE. So what I can do here is RFE dot ranking. Let's do RFE dot ranking over here. Okay, yeah, here you can see. So here we have the rankings of the important functions, I can say. Okay, well, let's do one thing. Let's do here df dot columns, inside which I want, let's say, RFE dot, I'll tell you basically what is this ranking here. Let me show you this code. Get support. So basically now you can see out of this column how much important they are. See, these are the actual column names, correct, everyone? These are the column names, and each column has been given their ranks now, okay, based on their importance. So you can see which are the most important columns over here. If you see the work class, see, the first column is having the 4th rank, second column is having the rank 1. Okay, if it is having rank 1, which means it is the important column over here. Okay, getting my point, guys? Yes, everyone, getting this concept? See, all the columns are being ranked over here. See, age column is having 4th rank, this is having 1 rank, this is having 2 rank. So you can see this column is definitely not important, right? Till now we were not figuring out whether it's important or not, and you can see actually it's not important because it is having the least rank, right? The 8th rank. So definitely it's not important. Education is also important. Education num is also important. Marital status and other things. Okay. So What we have figured out here, we have figured out the only the okay, if we perform this, RFP would get support. So this get support will be helping me to get all the values or all the functions with the highest rank. Okay, all the features with the highest rank. So if you see the ranks with this, and all this first rank if we fetched out, so we'll get with columns: work class, education number, marital status, relationship, race, sex, hours per week. Okay, so these are the important column as according to my RFP model. Okay, how things has been done. See, Rohit, ranking has to be done basically based on the patterns now that machine have fetched from the data, right? Right now, we are not aware of the patterns. Maybe it might have checked the similarities or maybe the variation in the data with respect to change in one value or other value, right? So I'm not sure basically what exactly the approach machine have used, but you know that like the complexity of machine, how it can take out the patterns from the complex data itself. Okay, so based on it only, my machine have taken out the rankings over there. Okay, so now machine have said like these columns are ranked. Yeah, exactly, Hemant. See, if you think like only few values are there with the rank 1, okay, so you can take the rank 2 also. But if you think we do have enough of the columns in the rank 1, we have to choose only the that columns only. Okay, Hemant. So right now you can see we do have enough columns with the rank 1, right? You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 columns we do have with the rank 1. Correct? So I think that would be enough for us, right? If you want to add, yes, definitely. If you want to add, like if you think like this, there are not enough of the columns with the rank 1, in that case you can go for the rank 2 also. Yes, Ravi, as I said already, see, if you want to explore it, okay guys, see, right now I cannot go, it's not like randomly it will be doing. There is some mathematical formulas also, right, behind this that definitely I cannot cover in the session right now, because theory I cannot cover right now because we are working on the project and hands-on part itself. Okay, so how it works, what is the working, what is the mathematical intuitions behind this, that definitely I cannot cover right now. Okay, you can explore it a little bit in the internet. Okay, most probably it handle the patterns itself, so you cannot give a valid answer to it, but yeah, a kind of a formulas or something you can learn about it. Okay, you cannot say how it is working, but on what basis and what principles it is working, that you can check and go and check the explore the internet. Well, we did VIF, then what if the multi-community suggested us to remove one of the top 3 links into your training and testing? Okay, because right now guys, till now we haven't performed training and testing because we are not supposed to test the RFE, right? We are only supposed to give the data so that it can find out the best parameters. Correct. Now here splitting the I'm going to split the data into training and testing so that my logistic model I can apply, right? Because you know that in the logistic model we have to split the data so that I can test also whether the model is able to learn properly or not, right? So splitting the data into training and testing. Okay. Okay. So I'm splitting the data into training and testing. Okay. Now here I'm having two things, guys. Okay. I'm having here two things to split. Okay. After splitting the data, let's split the data first. Let's say x of train, comma x of test, comma y of train, comma y of test. Okay. Now if I'm implementing the model, let's say from sklearn dot model selection. Okay, I can see that few chats were there already, guys. Okay, so what I would suggest you guys, those who were having errors, okay, I can see that if you are having errors also. So if you are having errors, just keep it as of now. Okay, so let's do one thing. Actually, the thing is right now I can't see your screen, so I can't fix that error. Or let me do one thing. By the end of the session, if I get time, I will be resolving it. Okay, or else what I can do is you can attach your snapshots of or code files in the mail itself so that I can team will be passing those errors to me and I'll just try to resolve them. Okay, as of now I can't see your screen, so can't resolve your error. Sorry for that. Okay, so we need to have and pass introduction. Yes, exactly, Chandan. Yeah, so here you can see I'm gonna import here from the sklearn.model selection. I'm gonna import here the columns, that is function, that is your train, test, split. Okay, so train test split I have performed. Now what you can do is, right, okay, you are having two options over here. Either when you're passing here train test split, okay, when I'm running here train test split, so which all data we have to pass, guys? Let's say inside that, very firstly I need independent and dependent data. Correct, everyone? I need independent and dependent data. right? So here I have the two options. Okay, either I can pass here these selected columns, selected features from this independent data. Okay, basically if I do like this, let's say from the x, if I choose here, let's say these selected columns. Okay, if I do like this, just a second. Yeah, if I do like this, you can see I will be getting only these important columns, right? That my RFP have given me, correct? Now this thing I can store it somewhere. Either I can store it, let's say, to my small x. Let's say I'm storing it in a small x. So that thing I can pass over here in the x. Okay, this is the very first thing I can do. Okay, this is the first way to implement this model. Or else what you can do is just pass your normal data itself, your actual data itself. Okay, then keeping the test size over here, test size as your 0.7. Okay, sorry, 3. And the random state I'm giving, let's say anything. Okay, now this is the second way I'm doing, right? First way is what, guys? I already told you. This is the first way. I'm gonna comment it down. Okay, so we can pass this x into the train test bit, or else what we can do is, if we are passing the original x, what is the original x, guys? That is having all the columns, correct? Hope you're getting it. Original x is what? That is having all the columns, right? Yet I have not used the selected columns. If you do not want to use selected column in this way, what you can do is you can transform your data. Okay, so I can take the help of here, the transform function over here. Okay, so how my transform function will be working over here? So let's say what I'll do here is, just a second. Yeah, so what I'll do is, let's say x test. Okay, so this, after doing this, my data will be transformed, right? If you see x train, if I run it, so data is being transformed, correct? Now what I want is, sorry, it's being splitted. Now what I'll do is x train will be equals to x dot x of train. Okay, it's in array format itself. Okay, so right now what is it, guys? Now if I just create it in data frame format, if you want to create, it's not mandatory, guys. Okay, if I'm converting it into a data frame format, it will be like, if I check the shape of this external transform. So see now what you get it, guys. See, here we have splitted it into the 7 columns, right? If you see here, see, selected features are 7 columns. If you see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, right? Now either you can directly take out these columns and you can put inside the another variable and you can pass here the x. Okay, or alternatively what you can do is you can pass your actual data x, and whatever your x train is there and your x of test are there, both you can perform the transformation. Okay, here x train and the x test, you can transform it according to the RF. So this thing, what we'll be doing, this function, as I said, the transform function will transform your data, okay, based on the whatever that particular object is saying. Okay, so object has choose the 7 core features. So based on the 7 features, this x transform will be automatically changed. Okay, so let's say I can see here some error is there. Let me see. So this is your x train, and your x test will be having the size of, okay, training data with 7 columns, you can see, and testing data with 7 columns. Okay, is it clear, everyone? Can we also RFPs additional 2 algorithms? Right? Yes, it is definitely. That's what I said. As I said, RFP is also a algorithm itself that is going to select the models. It's like just like your algorithm implementation. It's not like a VIF it's not some function like a VIF. It is a model itself. No, RFP to transform will be doing what? Whatever your data is there, it will be automatically selecting those columns that was selected according to the RFP. Okay, it's like gonna transform my actual data. See, earlier my x train was from the actual independent data, right? Now if I'm performing RFP to transform, so whichever the new train data will be there, that will be automatically selecting the selected column. If I'm performing RFP to transform, which means this transform function will transform your actual data as per the RFP selected columns. Okay, so either of you can do. If you think like this is a complex, if you think this is a complex, what you can do alternatively, instead of this x, here you can pass this value, this small x, where in the x I have selected, I have two difference. It's like manually I'm selecting the features and I'm putting inside the x, and here my RFE model transform function is automatically putting into the that columns. Okay, so two differences are there. So whichever you think will be more easy for you, you can go with that. Okay, so either you can go with this thing, like you are selecting the features and putting inside the X another way data type, or you are keeping it to the model itself, so that model can transform the data as per the requirement. So here you can see X train, X test we have created. Now your Y test we don't need to transform because that is the result itself. So Y test will be this, and if I show you the shape dot shape of the Y test, now you can see the rows of training data should be same. So if you can see, this is the training data having the rows of 14,757, and it's exactly same with the Y train, and same goes with here X test and Y test. Okay, now they are having the same shapes. Now we can implement our model. Okay, so we have splitted the data X train, X test, Y train, Y test, and whichever the selected columns are there, based on that columns itself, we have created a splitted the data. Okay, now here is the model implementation part. Model implementation. So under the model implementation, let's say we can do let's say from sklearn, I'm gonna import from linear model. From sklearn.linear model, I want to import the logistic regression. Okay, so let's create an object for logistic regression as it is a model. So LO model equals to the object of this particular class. Okay, so object is being created, which means model is being created. Now I have to go for model dot fit. Okay, why should I telling you? You should tell me, guys. Tell me. Next step is to train the model, right? So under the fitting, what all data should I pass, guys? While fitting the data, while training the model, logistic model, which all data should I pass over here? Yeah, both the trains data, right? Your X train and your Y trains. So here it would be like your X train here and a Y train. X train plus Y train. I'm saying my machine, this is the questions or this is the inputs. Based on this, this is the outputs. Okay, X train versus Y train. So if we run it, and here we have, okay, model is being created. Let's even a model is being trained also. Let's test the model. So I'm testing the model here. So model dot predict, I'm predicting for the X test. Okay, as I'm testing it, so X test will be the testing data. Okay, and let me store it in a predict any variable. Let's say allo predictions. These are my predictions by the machine, and let's see the actual values. Actual values are Y test. So these are actual values. You can see some are the correct, some are incorrect. Okay, let's see. Let's check the accuracy. But before that, Chandan, you're having some doubts. Yes, Chandan, please ask. Okay, after class you wanna ask. Okay, fine. Sure. Okay, after class, let me remind me. Okay. Okay, last 15 minutes I will be keeping for the doubt session itself. Okay. Okay. So here we have, okay, this is the actual data versus your prediction data. Let's compare it with the help of accuracies. So from sklearn dot metrics, I want to import star. Okay, if I'm importing star, let's check the accuracy score between your Y test and the Y pred, or let's say the allopred logistic predictions. If you compare the accuracy, yeah, here you can see almost 79% of accuracies we are getting. Okay, so which is almost 79.5, which means almost 80% we can say. Okay, so it's like fine, the accuracy is good. Okay, so we can enhance it more definitely by tuning it, or we can say by applying any other models, all the things. Okay, but definitely this is as of now it's fine. Okay, so we can go for the classic confusion matrix also. So let's say from I want to put out here confusion matrix. Okay, so here we have the values. Okay, the values are in exponential form. So let me change it the format. FMT equals to D. Okay, so here you can see now how many correctly classified and how many incorrectly classified values we are having. Okay, so let's say here. Okay, so if you see, this is your true positive, true negative. This is your true positive. This is your false positive. This is your false negative. Okay, now here it's like how many times the actual value is negative. Negative means 0, positive means 1. Okay, how many times the actual value is 0? Okay, that is actual value is saying no. Census income is less than or something. If okay, here we have classified zeros and ones. Okay, just a second. We have performed, see, okay, two things we are having in the categories, guys, right? One is less than 50k, less than equals to 50k, and the other one is greater than 50K. Okay, so the first one will be 0 and second one will be 1. So how many times it has been correctly classified that the values are less than equal to 50K. So this is the correctly classified values. How many times it is correctly classified the values are greater than 50K is like 679, 76. So out of you can see total values, total correct classified are 4354 plus 676. These are the correctly classified values. If you add them, so almost 5330 times I can say the values are correctly classified. Whereas I can say 966, these are incorrectly classified. Okay, plus 329, I have 15, so almost 1285 times, I guess, approx. These are the correct prediction. Okay, so yes, model is bad in predicting one, definitely. So I can say yeah, just a second, guys. One by one, I have a lot of queries in the chat. Okay, those who are getting errors, guys, just hold for a sec. Is there any error is coming up? User warning. Warnings are not basically, it does not create any issues in a code. Warnings you can ignore. Yes, model has less accuracy predicting the lower annual income, because that can be the issue. Because yes, definitely, if you remember, we have the imbalance in the data, right? Because the second values are less, right? So maybe because of that only, the people with more salary, let's say people with more than 50K are less as compared to people with less than 50K salaries. See, Ravi, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That can be the reason. See, it is predicting bad in predicting one, but the reason for that may be the imbalancing also, right? Right now, I have given the imbalanced data, so this is, I cannot say the prediction is wrong. Okay, I cannot say the prediction is bad. Even if the after giving the balanced data, then if we get such things, then that case we can say that prediction is wrong. Okay, but in this case, we have already given the in this ratio only, right? 75 ratio to 25. If you, I think you have only told me in the beginning itself, I have the data in the ratio of 75 ratio 25. So if in that way only I'm getting the prediction, so I think that is correct predictions, I can say. If the balanced data we have given and after balanced data we are getting this thing, then I can say definitely the prediction is wrong. Yes, Kunal, I can, but not right now. Like it will be in the upcoming classes when we will be covering up all the most of the supervised algorithms. Okay, then there are the concepts of hyperparameter tuning and through which we can increase the accuracy, right? Optimization techniques through which we can go for it. Okay, but not right now. We cannot go for it. Okay, it's not the time right now. Yes, definitely we can do that also, Ravi. That definitely we can do. If you see, it depends basically if we want the balanced data. If from the client side, if they have mentioned they want, if they want to give us the balanced data, based on only if we can try to improve it. Okay, otherwise if we do not have balanced data, we have to go for in this way only. Okay, we cannot see the wrong prediction. If after passing balanced data we are getting this, so definitely issue will be there. Confusion is used to for the logistic only, or 39 type 1. No, okay, confusion, Chandan. Okay, confusion matrix you will be using not only for the logistic regression, but all for the old classification algorithms. Okay, like you cannot use it for the linear regression. Okay, but whichever the classification algorithms are there, which are, let's say, decision tree, random forest, for them you can go for the confusion matrix. Okay, and second query, you are having 329 and 966 are type 1 and type 2 errors. See, no, these are not errors basically. Kind of we can say, but in statistics, if you're saying that is different thing, type 1 type 2 different, so maybe I'm not sure in which way you're talking about it. Okay, so okay, type 1 type 2 basically, I guess I'm also getting confused over here. Yes, Ravi. Yes, when the correct, it's like correctly predicted correct value, it's wrongly predicted, that is I think type 1, and wrong values when incorrectly predicted, that is what your type 2, I guess. So I'm still also getting confused here. You can check over there the theory part of that. Okay, as Ravi is giving the confirmation here, 966 is the type 1, which means the true values when incorrectly predicted, that is your type 1, and the false value, negative values, when they are incorrectly predicted, that is your uh, type 2 error. Okay, you can go with that. And then I have, after that, what you can check for. Okay, there is one more thing I think someone was asking yesterday also, like about the classification report. Okay, so let's create a classification report for this particular data. So classification, okay, but I need some theory, so I'll be just checking on the internet just a second, so that I can explain in a more better way the definitions of these parameters. Okay, so let's say classification report. Here I'll give the y test, comma, y-pred, that is allo predictions. Let me print this classification report. Okay, got it now. Yes. Okay. So what I have done is I have just taken out some set of information from the internet itself, like the details of all these parameters. Okay, for your reference purpose. Okay. So here, let's see now. If you see here, precision, what exactly precision, which is also called as positive predictive values. Okay. So what is positive predictive value? Like majorly, it will be, it's like it's gonna evaluate the performance of positively predicted values. Okay, and whether my model is good for the positively predicted values or not. Okay, so let's see that how we can calculate that. So if you see, precision is a ratio of correctly predicted positive observations to the total number of predictive observations. It's like I want to see that how many total like correctly predictive positive predictions are there. Okay, so if you have to find out that ratio, so you will be getting the precision formula, that is true positive divided by true positive plus false negative. Okay, so basically your true positives, this is a true positives 676 divided by 676 plus false positives. False positives is this. Basically what we are seeking is, if you see here, these are the positives, correct? Let's say true positives, true negatives, false negatives, and false positives. Correct. This is what we have. Now the F1 score, the precision is saying what? It is all about checking how truly predicted values, what is the ratio of truly predicted values, truly positive true positive predictions values. Okay, so true positive is basically, let's say 679 true positive divided by true positive plus false positive, that is 676 plus 966. So can someone calculate this? What will be the amount? So I think the amount will be almost 0.82. Okay, so how many? It's almost 0.82 we have. I can say that. Okay, so it will be around 0.82, I guess. Let's say I have not calculated, but it will be around this only. So based on that, I can see this is okay. Not 0.8. It will be like 0.67. That is for the true predictions, right? We are finding for the true predictions, not for the zeros one. We are finding for the true ones. Okay, the positive ones. Now it will be like around 0.67 over here. Okay, now second is recall, which is also called as sensitivity, which is the true positive rates. Okay, now what is this true positive rates? It tells the just a second, guys. I can see here something. Someone have dropped such big message in the chat box, because I would suggest you to only restart the code, Sonam. Okay, because I can see whatever issues you are getting, size issue, that maybe you have run the upcoming cells, not the previous cells, maybe because of that issue, right? So from my side, I can only do the help is like you can just go for the restart your code. Okay, because I cannot see your file also, right? And maybe you don't have any option to share the file. Yes or no? Do you have the option to share the file in the chat box? Okay, that is the issue. So no issues, Sonam. Don't worry. As of now, just try to fix it. Okay, just restart the code and check each cell one by one. You can compare it with my file. If you did not get it, if you are not able to resolve it, so what you can do is just drop a mail, and in the mail you can just put your file. Okay, and you can also, if you want, you can connect with me also. You can request the team to connect with me. So I will be helping you to do that. Okay. Okay. Now the next is recall. So recall is basically the ratio of correctly predicted positive observations to the all observations. Okay, so it's like basically what you have to do is true positive divided by true positive plus false negatives. Okay, so this is the formula, guys. I think though is no such explanation is required. Everything is written over here in the like I can say the definitions. Okay, so basically what exactly it is, it gives the true positive rate, it gives the positive predictive values, right? So if we see the F1 score is basically the harmonic mean of basically precision and recall. It's a mathematical term, I can say. If we take the harmonic mean of precision and recall, that will be F1 score. Like different matrices are there. Okay, that we can use. Okay, so support is basically the total number of actual occurrences of class specified data. I can say like here you can see support value is like how many truly predicted negative values are there. We do have 4683, right, total. So including this and negative values are there truly predicted, this one. Okay, if we do just a second. Okay, so total number of negative values here and total number of positive values here. Okay, so that is the support we have. If you see here, the number of actual occurrences. Okay, how many times they are actually occurring. Okay, so actual occurrences is like how many times zero is actually occurring. Zero is occurring actually, it's like almost this much number of time, and this much number of time is negative is occurring. So we have to add both the values basically. Where it is, where is the confusion matrix? So where I couldn't find it. Yeah, So here you can see this is the number of times 0 is actually occurring, right? If I add both the values, that will be the support of 0. And if we add these two values, so that will be support of 1. So that is what we have support. Now, if you see the accuracy, I think everyone know, right? Accuracy is a ratio of correctly predicting instance. Okay, that I think everyone know. If we to calculate the accuracy, what we will be doing is true positive, all the true predictions, true positive plus two negatives divided by true positive plus two negatives plus false positives plus false negatives. Okay, all the values we will be adding, and adding all the values and getting divided by the only the total true predictions. Okay, so that will be giving the accuracy of the data. Clear, everyone? So hope you will be learning these things, guys. These are very theoretical concepts, so I don't think so I have to go for right now about these. Okay, it's like only theoretical concept we have, precision and very much of mathematical, I can say. We got accuracy only. Yes, that is accuracy itself, Ravi. By the end you can see the accuracy score that we have figured out, right? That is itself the accuracy here. If you see here, we have figured out the accuracy was 0.79 something. Okay, and rounding it off, you will be getting accuracy of, you can say, 0.80. Okay, so that is, it's a round off value of the this accuracy. Is it clear, everyone? Yes, guys. Is that clear? What should be important here for the interview? See, important here, three in the classification report, which all parameters are there. It's like very basic questions. These are very basic questions over here. Okay, so importance here, what we can say is, like matrices they can ask you, right? Like which all matrices we can use for the classification, which can be used for the regression, right? How to improve the score? Okay, so that I think I already told you. For that we do have some optimization techniques. Okay, like we have hyperparameter tuning, we have random search CV, grid search CV, right? All these things we do have, but that is for the decision tree and all the things. Okay, so okay, so this is the thing. Just a second. Someone is saying mostly asked question, what is the difference between precision and recall? See, yeah, precision is basically, see, what you can say is precision is about the positive predictions. Okay, and that is true, true positive predictions. Basically, we are talking about the true positive predictions. Whereas, see, recall is basically the rate. Okay, recall is basically the ratio of, like if I show you this matrix. Okay, let me show you the confusion matrix. Or the confusion matrix, this classification report. Okay, so here you can see, okay, see, the precision is the ratio of correctly predicted positive observations to the total predicted positive observations. Okay, hey, see, we are saying truly predictive positive observations to the truly and negative predictive observations. So it's like we are giving the ratio of true predictions, okay, to positive predictions with the total of positive predictions, right? But in case of so this I can say recall, we are giving the predictions of true. Okay, we are giving the predictions of true positives, but with respect to the true positive as well as the false negatives also. Okay, like falsely predicting negative values also. Okay, so that is a kind of a reason we can say. Okay, can we see the model data like coefficient variable so that we can explain to business? See, coefficient, what kind of coefficient you're asking you? So I'm not getting it. Yes, and then definitely I can give you. Okay, just a second. Let me just wrap this up. Okay, let me share this files and all the things. Then definitely I can give you mic access for your routes. Okay, weightage of variables you're talking about these variables you're talking about, or like say I think the columns you're talking about, right? Yeah, see, if you want to calculate the weightage, that I think this ranking was giving you, right? Let's suppose if I am finding out the ranking of this model here in the RFE, that is giving me how much weightage they are having, like how much rank they are having in the information. Let me do one thing first. Let me save this. Okay, yeah, everything is done. Everything is done from our agenda, if you see. So we have almost done a lot of things. We have covered a lot of things today. And whatever the things are there, I know everyone is asking about other things also, like improvising it, like optimization techniques like CVs also we do have, cross validation and all the things, right? So that what I'm thinking is right now I should not cover those because it will be creating a lot of more confusion to you also, because right now also today also you have learned a lot of other new things like RFE and all the things, right? So I don't want you to make more confused. So it will be cover optimization, further optimization definitely it will be covered in the upcoming sessions. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, so here it is. Okay, I have given it. Just a second. Sneha is saying, so please teach the code validation. Cross validation. Okay, Sneha. Okay, let me do one thing. I cannot teach you from the scratch itself. Let me see if I have some file where I have used a cross validation. I can explain you that code. Okay, hope that will be fine over here for predictions. Okay, now how we can pass the new data? Usually what we do is we split the data, right? We split the data, and whatever the split data is there that we have kept for testing, that only we pass for the prediction, right? But how we can pass the new data? Because see, all over. My purpose is what? Let's suppose in this census income itself, I have the data of customers, citizens, correct, and their annual income, whether they are more than 50K or not, correct. Now, what if the new citizen is coming and I want to predict that what will be his salary? Will it be less than 50K or more than 50K? Correct. So for the new people, how can I add that value? So to add that value, we don't have to do anything. Yes, exactly. So then the Y test value, we have to change it, but we don't have anything to compare with, right? We can pass the value, my machine can predict it, but we cannot evaluate that whether it's correct or not. Okay, let's say how. Let's say your model name is LO model, right? So LO model. Here you need to only make here hello model dot predict. Only predict function you have to call, right? Inside the predict function, you have to pass a series of data. Okay, I can say in the list also I can pass. Let's say which all columns were there, guys? Let me just tell you. Wait, these are the columns, right? These are the columns based on which my model is working, right? So for these columns, tell me which value I can give. But the thing is now issue is when you want to pass the data manually, you do not want to go for the testing data or something, you have to also pass the value based on the label and code value, right? Let's suppose if a work class if you're doing, so based on the work class, maybe based on whatever the values they were having earlier in the work class, okay, let's say the beginning itself. See, if they have anything, let's say the first value is state government, right? So I want to pass this value only. The state government, what is the label of state government? If I perform, just a second. See, so I have passed here few value. Maybe work, let's say a new customer is there whose work class will be 5. He belongs to 5th work class. His education will be 6. His marital status will be 2. His relationship 1. Race 0. That is he's white. Sorry, he's black. And then sex will be, let's say, male. And hours per week he's spending 60 hours. Okay, based on it, my machine have predicted 0. 0 means what? That his salary will be his annual salary will be less than equals to 50K. Okay, this is what my machine have predicted. Okay, this is how we can pass the real-time data. But the thing is, there is nothing to verify it, right? Like if machine is predicting 0, what is the evidence that this value is truly predicted, right? That thing we cannot do. That is the reason that we have the need of splitting the data into training and testing. Okay, otherwise we can directly pass X and Y and we can make the prediction like this, right? But what is how we can verify that the predictions are good or not? So that's because of that only train test split are needed. Okay. Okay, everyone. So here, based on these output, my machine have predicted that particular customer's data that I have passed, or customer, let's say citizen's data that I have passed, he will be having a salary less than equals to 50K. Okay, is it clear, everyone? So now I'm 80% sure that the value can be correct. Now it's totally up to you if whether you want to believe it or not. But my model is saying I am 80% sure this is correct, right? If you can take a chance, 80% of surety, it's fine, definitely. Otherwise, you can. They can be the chances, right? Like one in the rare case, right? We can take that also. So, but as of now, we are 80% sure that it will be true, so we can go for it as in true itself. Okay. So we can do it from scratch also by dividing the whole data into the key folds and the group. Okay, yeah, we can do that also. Okay, let me give the code here for the cross validation. Don't worry. Which work class is getting more analytical? See that thing. Okay, so Yusuf, if you want to explore that thing, right? So basically that any function cannot give you, but that thing you can go with the visualization maybe. See, if you visualize this thing, okay, if you visualize this thing, the annual income with respect to the work class, so right, in that case maybe you can see the relation basically, like how change in the work class is affecting the annual income, right? So in that way we can do maybe, but as of now we don't have any function or something that can provide you such explanation over there, right? So that is, so that I totally agree with your point. You're not getting the change basically, right? How the values are being changed or something, right? So what you can do is for that you need to go for the self exploration. You have to go for the visualization. You have to explore the data correlation. Well, we have already checked it, but with the help of visually with different visuals, how the values are varying, that you need to check for. Okay, okay, then I can, okay, let me do one thing. Okay, okay, fine. Let me just okay, fine. Gonna give here the code of cross validation first. Okay, guys, let me just give you the code of cross validation first, because Sneha is asking since a very long time for the code for this cross validation. Okay, okay, Sneha, let's just perform the CV. Okay, so here, guys, let's do thing. Here cross validation. So cross validation is, that basically, guys, in which we provides the folds in the data. Okay, I'll tell you basically what exactly is. Let's just import the cross validation. Let's say performing cross validation. Okay, I'm performing here the cross validation. So for that I have to import it from sklearn dot model selection. I have to import here cross val score. Okay, so this is the cross validation model name. Now what I'll do is, let's suppose I'm defining a model. Just a second. Maybe some spelling. Oh, selection. Okay, spelling is mistake. Okay, so we have imported this model, guys. Okay, so basically this is also one of the optimization model, okay, through which I can optimize the accuracy of my machine. Okay, so now what I'll do here is I'll choose here, let's say my model's name is, let's say, logistic regression, let's say LG, as in your logistic regression. Okay, okay, this is the model. LG is my logistic model. Okay, now what I want is, I want to implement this thing. Okay, it should be, just a second. Yeah, okay, so model I have created. Now what I'll do is, I will create a object for this cross validation itself. Okay, so what I'll say is, I'll say here, see, so here, let's say my model name is CV, or let's say, yeah, let's say cross is my model's name, that I will be importing from here. Okay, now inside this I have to pass the model's name. My model name is LG. Okay, my model's name is LG. Okay, now based on this LG model, I'm gonna pass my independent dependent data. If you remember, my independent was X, my dependent was Y, and then based on this CV. What is the CVs now? CV is like how many folds in the data you want. Okay, I'll explain you basically what exactly these folds are. Okay, so CV, let's say I'm giving here, let's say 3 CVs, 3 folds if I'm giving. Okay, and then I want scoring. So here you can see I have built a CV with the 3 folds. Okay, now I'll tell you basically what exactly these folds are, guys. Okay, so it's like I'm implementing the model with the different folds of my training. Okay, it's like, let's suppose this is my independent and dependent data I'm having. Okay, see, this is my independent data I'm having. Now let's say if I've given the 3 folds. Okay, so what will be happening in 3 folds? It's like I'm having the dividing the data into 3 folds. Okay, now in that case, what will be happening? Let's say in my first case, first combination, let's say this much is my training data. Okay, this much will be my training data, and this remaining part I can say, let's say let me change the color. Yeah, this much part will be the training. Okay, and this much part will be for the testing. Okay, so you can see I have divided into 3 folds, right? So like 2 folds are given for the training. Okay, and 1 fold is for the testing. Okay, now in the second combination, maybe these 2 will be for the training. These are training folds, and this is the testing fold. Okay, and in the third fold, this much and this much, these are for the training folds, and the middle one is for the testing fold. Okay, so in the different folds, I will be getting different output and accuracy. So I'm keeping here the scoring criteria as an accuracy. So wherever I'm getting the higher accuracy, that will be my finalized fold, and based on that, my model will be implemented. Okay, it will give me the best combination for the training and testing. Okay, so let's do this. Now after doing this, see, I have already performed the CV over here, right? So now what I'll just check is, I'll check the scores. Okay, I want to check the scores basically. So how would I check that? Just a second. See. So you can see in my first fold, the accuracy is this. Second fold accuracy is this. Third fold, second fold accuracy is this. Third fold accuracy is this. Okay, but let's do one thing here. Why I'm getting less accuracy? Maybe because I'm directly working on X itself, right? I'm working on directly in the X itself. That is the without selecting the column, right, everyone? If you remember, the X is what? That is the data in which I have not selected the columns. So right, selected the sum column. So what I'll do is, let's come to the, like, after I have not applied RFE in this X, right? So let's do this after applying the RFE. So here it is. After applying the RFE, here we get the list of selected features, right? Maybe, yeah, you can see accuracy is little bit increased. In the first fold, the accuracy is 78. Second fold, accuracy is 79. In the third fold, accuracy is 0.799. Okay, which is almost exactly 80%. Okay, this is we can give. We can also change the folds here if you want. So we can change here the 5 folds. Let's see in the 5 folds how much we will be getting. It's like see, out of the different combinations, in which case we are getting the best accuracy that we choose. See, that's why see, training testing, if we are doing randomly already, it does not create much impact, but little bit impact can be created. That impact I can see that. Okay, with the help of close validation. Okay, so fine, I hope it's clear. Okay. Okay, Chandan, I'm going to unmute you. Okay, Chandan, but do it quickly as we are running out of the time.
So now, coming to the first question, what are the steps involved in data analysis? There are several steps involved in data analysis. So now, talking about the first step in data analysis process is to define your objective. And in data analytics, this is sometimes called the problem statement. Now let's move to the second step, that is collecting the data. Once you have established your objective, you will need to create a strategy for collecting and aggregating the appropriate data. A key part of this is determining which data you need. This might be quantitative data or qualitative data. Moving ahead, the third step is data cleaning or pre-processing. Once you have collected your data, the next step is to get ready for analysis. This means cleaning or scrubbing it, and it is crucial in making sure that you are working with high quality data. Key data cleaning tasks include removing major errors, duplicates, and outliers. Also, it is used to remove unwanted data points and bring structure to your data. So now, moving ahead, we are having next step as data exploration. Data exploration is used to explore and visualize data to uncover insights from the start or identify areas or patterns to dig into more. Next, we are having data modeling. Data modeling is the process of analyzing and defining all the different data your business collects and produces, as well as the relationship between those bits of data. The next step is data validation. Data validation is the practice of checking the integrity, accuracy, and structure of data before it is used for a business operation. And last, we are having implementation. So in this, we're going to implement our business operation. So these are the important steps for data analysis. So now, let's jump into the second question. What are the key differences between data analysis and data mining? Talking about data analysis, it involves the process of cleaning, organizing, and using data to produce meaningful insights, whereas data mining is used to search for hidden patterns in the data. Also, data analysis produces results that are far more comprehensible by a variety of audiences than the results from data mining. So this was the difference between data analysis and data mining. Now moving to the question number 3, what is data profiling? Data profiling is a methodology that involves analyzing all entities present in data to a greater depth. The goal here is to provide high accurate information based on the data and its attributes such as the data type, frequency of occurrence, and more. So this is all about data profiling. So now, moving to the question number 4, what are the top tools used to perform data analysis? So there is a wide spectrum of tools that can be used in the field of data analysis. Here are some of the tools. The first one is the Microsoft Excel. As we know that Microsoft Excel is used in major companies for the data analysis. Along with that, we are having Power BI, Tableau, RapidMiner, and many more. So these are the top tools that are used to perform data analysis. So now, let's check out the next question. What is an outlier? Outliers are the data points or observations that are significantly different from other data points because of their abnormal distance from the rest. Here you can see that in this graph, we are having the outlier present that is marked with an orange color, right? So as I told you the formal definition that outliers are the data points that are significantly different from the other data points. Here you can see that the data points are having some pattern, right? But this is an outlier that is significantly different from other data points. Now talking about the outliers, there are two types of outliers. The first one is univariate and the other one is multivariate. So this is the basic idea about an outlier. Now moving ahead, what are some of the popular tools used in big data? There are multiple tools that are used to handle big data. Some of the most popular ones are as follows. The first one is Apache Hadoop. Moving ahead, we are having Apache Spark, Apache Storm, Flink. You can also use MongoDB and RapidMiner. So these are the popular tools that are used in big data. Moving to the next interview question. What is the use of pivot table? So this is a question of Excel, right? So talking about pivot tables are one of the key features of Excel.
They allow a user to view and summarize the entirety of large datasets simply. Most of the operations with pivot tables include drag and drop operations that aid in the quick creation of reports. So this is the idea about pivot tables. So now let's move to the question number 8. Explain different types of data validation techniques used in data analysis. There are many types of data validation techniques that are used today. Some of them are field level validation. Talking about the field level validation, it is done across each of the fields to ensure that there are no errors in the data entered by the user. The next one is form level validation. Here, validation is done when the user completes working with the form but before the information is saved. The third one is data saving validation. This form of validation takes place when the file or the database record is being saved. And the last, we are having search criteria validation. This kind of validation is used to check whether valid results are returned when the user is looking for something. So this is the basic idea about different types of data validation techniques. Moving to the next question, we are having what are the top Apache frameworks used in a distributed computing environment. So we already know that Hadoop and MapReduce are considered to be the top Apache frameworks when the situation calls for working with a huge dataset in a distributed working environment. So we are using here Hadoop and MapReduce for the distributed computing environment. Moving to the next question, what are the ideal situations in which t-test or z-test can be used? It is a standard practice that a t-test is used when there is a sample size less than 30. Now, coming to the z-test, it is considered when the sample size exceeds 30 in most cases. So this is the situation in which we use t-test or z-test. When the sample size is less than 30, we use t-test, and when it is greater than 30, we use z-test. Now, moving to the question number 11, what are the disadvantages of data analytics? Compared to the plethora of advantages, there are few disadvantages while doing data analytics. Some of the disadvantages are listed below. The first one is data analytics can cause a breach in customer privacy and their information such as transactions, purchases, and subscriptions. Moving ahead, some of the tools are complex and require prior training. So this is the biggest disadvantage of data analytics. And the last point, it takes a lot of skills and expertise to select the right analytics tool every time. Alright guys, it's time to move to the next question. Moving ahead, how can one handle suspicious or missing data in a dataset while performing analysis? So let's suppose if there are any discrepancies in the data, a user can go on to use any of the following methods. The first one is applying several strategies together to find missing values and using approximation if needed. Moving to the second point, user can replace the invalid data with the corresponding valid and up-to-date data. Moving ahead, it can create a validation report with details about the data in discussion. And the last point is that escalating the same to an experienced data analyst to look at it and take a call. So this is a way to handle missing data. Also, you can replace the value with mean, median, and mode. So these are the ways to handle missing data. Moving to the next question, what is the difference between the concept of recall and the true positive rate? So let me clarify you. Recall and the true positive rate are totally the same. Talking about the recall, recall is a metric that quantifies the number of correct positive predictions made out of all positive predictions that could have been made. So when somebody is asking you the formal definition of recall, you can say that out of the total positive, what percentage are predicted positive. Now talking about the formula of recall, it is true positive upon true positive plus false negative. Now moving to the question number 14, what is the simple difference between standardized and unstandardized coefficients? In the case of standardized coefficients, they are interpreted based on their standard deviation values, whereas the unstandardized coefficient is measured based on the actual value present in the dataset. So this is the difference between standardized and unstandardized coefficients. So basically, it is asking what are the ways or techniques that are used to detect outliers. So the first one is box plot. So we know that while using box plot, we can easily find outliers, right? The second technique is z-score, and the last one is interquartile range. So these are the techniques to detect outliers. Moving to the next question, what are z-test, chi-square test, f-test, and t-test? As I already told you about the t-test is used when your sample size is small, basically when the sample size is less than 30. Alright guys, so now after understanding what is t-test, now let's see what is z-test. So z-test is used for large sample. Basically when your size of the sample exceeds more than 30, we are using z-test. Now coming to the chi-square test, people used to pronounce it chi-square test also. This kind of hypothesis testing is used when there is a requirement to find out the level of association between the categorical variables in a sample. The test of significance is to determine the difference between observed and expected frequencies of certain observations. Now, moving ahead, we are having F-test. So in F-test, hypotheses of interest are about the differences between population means. So this is the idea about Z-test, chi-square test, F-test and T-test. Moving ahead, we are having what are the advantages of using version control. There are numerous benefits of using version control. Now let's see. The first one is it establishes an easy way to compare files, identify differences and merge if any changes are done. Moving ahead, it creates an easy way to track the life cycle of an application build, including every stage in it such as development, production, testing, etc. It also brings a good way to establish a collaborative work culture. Along with that, it makes ensure that every version and variant of code is kept safe and secure. So these are the numerous benefits of using version control. Moving to the next question, what is collaborative filtering? Collaborative filtering is an algorithm used to create recommendation systems mainly considering the behavioral data of a customer or a user. For example, when browsing the e-commerce sites, a section called recommended for you is present, right? This is done using the browsing history alongside analyzing the previous purchases and collaborative filtering. So this is the idea about collaborative filtering. Moving ahead, the next question is what are the properties of clustering algorithms? Any clustering algorithm when implemented will have the following properties. The first one is hierarchical or flat. Moving ahead, we are having iterative and the last one is disjunctive. So these are the properties of clustering algorithms. Now, moving to the question number 20, explain the term normal distribution. Normal distribution is also known as Gaussian distribution. It is a type of probability distribution that is symmetric about the mean. It shows that the data is closer to the mean and the frequency of occurrences in data are far from the mean. In normal distribution, mean, median, mode are equal. So this is the basic idea about normal distribution. Now, moving to the next question, that is question number 21, what is the difference between overfitting versus underfitting? Overfitting and underfitting are the two main problems that occur in machine learning and degrade the performance of the machine learning models. Now talking about overfitting, it occurs when our machine learning model tries to cover all data points or more than the required data points present in the given dataset. Because of this, the model starts catching noise and inaccurate values present in the dataset, and all these factors reduce the efficiency and accuracy of the model. The overfitted model has low bias and high variance. The chances of occurrence of overfitting increases as much we provide training to our model. The more chances of occurring the overfitted model. For example, the concept of overfitting can be understood by the above graph of linear regression output. For example, you can see this graph. In this graph, the model is trying to covering all the data points. Hence, it results in the overfitting. Now, after understanding overfitting, let's see how to avoid overfitting in the model. So there are several ways by which we can reduce the occurrence of overfitting in our model. The first one is cross-validation. The second one is you can train with more data. And the last one is removing features. And there are some other techniques such as ensembling, regularization and many more. So after understanding overfitting, it's time to understand what is underfitting. It occurs when our machine learning model is not able to capture the underlying trend of the data. To avoid the overfitting in the model, the fed of the training data can be stopped at an early stage, due to which the model may not learn enough from the training data. As a result, it may fail to find the best fit of the dominant trend in this data. In the case of underfitting, the model is not able to learn enough from the training data, and hence it reduces the accuracy and produces unreliable predictions. An underfitted model has high bias and low variance. For example, in this graph, you can see that the model is unable to capture the data points present in the plot. So this is the basic idea about underfitting. Now let's see how we can avoid underfitting. So we can increase the model's training time, and also we have to increase the number of features to avoid underfitting. So this is the basic idea about overfitting and underfitting. Now moving to the question number 22, what is RMSE in a linear regression model? RMSE stands for root mean square error. It is computed by taking the square root of MSE. The lower the RMSE, the better the model and its predictions. So this is the basic idea about root mean square error. Moving ahead, we are having the question number 23. What is naive Bayes? Naive Bayes classifiers are a collection of classification algorithms based on Bayes' theorem. It is not a single algorithm, but a family of algorithms where all of them share a common principle. That is, every pair of features being classified is independent of each other. The fundamental naive Bayes assumption is that each feature makes an independent and equal. So this is the basic idea about naive Bayes. Moving ahead, we are having the question number 24, that is, explain univariate, bivariate and multivariate analysis. So now, talking about the univariate analysis involves analyzing data with only one variable, or in other words, a single column or a vector of the data. This analysis allows us to understand the data and extract patterns and trends out of it. For example, analyzing the weight of a group of people. Now, let's move to the bivariate analysis. Bivariate analysis involves analyzing the data with exactly two variables, or in other words, the data can be put into a two-column table. This kind of analysis allows us to figure out the relationship between the variables. For example, analyzing the data that contains temperature and altitude. Now moving to the last one, that is multivariate analysis. Multivariate analysis involves analyzing the data with more than two variables. The number of columns of the data can be anything more than 2. This kind of analysis allows us to figure out the effects of all other variables on a single variable. For example, if you want to analyze data about house prices, which contains information about the houses such as locality, crime rate, area, the number of floors, etc. So this is the basic idea about univariate, bivariate and multivariate analysis. Now, moving to the next question, what are the different statistical techniques used in data analysis? The first one is the correlation. It establishes and measures relationship between different variables. For example, let's suppose if you are having a data set, so in that data sets you will be having features as well as the output variable. So basically the correlation will establish the relationship between the features and the output variables. Now talking about the regression, it allows identifying if the evolution of one variable affects the other. So we are having different types of regression such as linear regression, multiple regression, right? So in linear regression we can see that one variable can affect the other dependent variable. For example, you can consider experience versus salary. So as the experience will increase, your salary will also increase. So this is an example of linear regression. Now, the last one is time series. It predicts future values by analyzing sequence of past values. So basically, you can use the time series for the forecasting, right, based on the past data. So this is a basic idea about the different types of statistical techniques used by data analysts. Moving next, we are having type 1 and type 2 error. So the question is, what is type 1 and type 2 error? Talking about the type 1 error, so type 1 error is also known as false positive. Basically, it occurs when a null hypothesis is rejected based on the statistical findings, even if it is true. For example, if a person is having a symptoms of COVID and he knows that he is COVID positive, but in the end, the results come negative. So this is a type of false positive case, right? That is type 1 error. Now talking about the type 2 error, it is also known as false negative. It occurs when the null hypothesis is not rejected based on the statistical finding, even it is false. So this is the basic idea about type 1 and type 2 error. Now moving to the question number 27, what is the difference between where and having? So the first difference that I will tell you about where, that in where you are not allowed to work with the aggregate functions, whereas talking about the having, you can work with the aggregate functions. Now where is a clause which is used to filter records prior to grouping, whereas having clause is used to filter values within a group. Also, where is implemented in row operations, whereas having is implemented in column operations. So now talking about the last point of where clause, this clause can be used with the select, update and delete statements, whereas having clause can only be used with the select statement. So this is the difference between where and having. So now let's move to the next question. Next question is, what are the different types of methods to create a data frame? Now you can create a data frame with the dictionary, with the list. Also you can create a data frame by uploading the CSV file or Excel file. So now let's see the first way, that is dictionary. So here I will create a dictionary with the variable name as dict1, right? So as you know that dictionary will have key as well as value pair, right? So this is the key. So the key is here as student and the value is here Gaurav, Dilesh, Rishabh, Vaseem and Priyansi. So the another key that we are having as marks. So this is a key and the values are here, right? Now if you want to create a data frame, then I have to upload the library, right? So I'll just simply write here import pandas as PD. Okay, so here I am writing here as PD. So PD is an alias. So I'll just simply write here PD dot data frame function. Make sure that D and F are capital, and inside that I will put the dictionary, right? So this is a dictionary variable name dict1, right? So when I'm just writing this, you can see that the output will be displayed with the student and marks as the column, right? And here the value of the key will be displayed, that is nothing but Gaurav, Nilesh, Rishabh, Vaseem and Priyansi, and so as the marks. Okay, so this is the way to create a data frame via dictionary. Now if you want to create with the list, so what I will do here simply, I'll just create a list with list1, and here I will simply write Gaurav and 82, right? And then I will just simply write the another name with the marks. So you can see that when I'm writing here pd dot data frame list1, so there will be no column since I'm just writing here the records. So now if you want to print the column, so I'll just simply write pd dot data frame, and inside that I will pass the list, and I will just pass another parameter with the name columns, and inside that I will just write student and marks. So what will happen when you are executing it, you will see that student and marks are the columns, right? And these are the records. So this is a way to create via list. Now another way, as I already told you, that you can upload a CSV or Excel files to create a data frame. So for that, let's suppose if you are having a CSV file, so you have to write pd.read_csv and inside that the file name. And for the Excel file, you have to write pd.read_excel. So in this way, you can create a data frame even through the CSV or Excel files. So these are the ways to create a data frame. So this is the basic idea about how to create a data frame. Now moving to the next question, that is question number 29, extract, store and type columns from the data frame. So here you can see that this was our data frame, right? And from this data frame, I want to only extract, store and type, right? So our data frame variable name was df. So I'll just simply write here df, and inside that I'll just create a list and I will just write the column name, that is store and type. So you can see that this is a way to extract, store and type columns from the data frame. So now coming to the question number 30, is telling that fetch the records where size is greater than 50,000 and type is B. So you can see that it's basically a condition based statement, right? You have to write here condition. So first I have to write here the data frame, and our data frame is having the variable name as df. So inside that df, I will just write the column name as df size and greater than 50,000, and here I will use the AND operator. And what is the type here? Type here is B, right? So simply I will write here df type is equal to B. And when you are writing this code, you can see that here we will get the type that is of B type and size is greater than 50,000. So this is a way to fetch the records where size is greater than 50,000 and type is B. Now moving to the question number 31, is telling that add a new column with an address. So in our data frame, let's suppose if you want to add any new column. So the data frame variable name is df. So I'll just simply write here df, and inside that I will just write here address. So our new column has been generated. Now I have to put the value there. So I'll just simply write random values. Let's suppose Bangalore, Chennai, Gurugram, Mumbai and Delhi. So when you are writing df.head, then it will display the new column also along with the records inserted in it. So this is a way to create a new column. Now moving to the question number 32, what are the different types of sampling techniques? So there are different types of sampling. So now let's see the first one, that is simple random sampling. In a simple random sample, every member of the population has an equal chance of being selected. Your sampling frame should include the whole population here. To conduct this type of sampling, you can use tools like random number generators or other techniques that are based entirely on your choice, right? So this is the basic idea about simple random sampling. Now, let's see what is systematic sampling. Systematic sampling is similar to simple random sampling, but it is usually slightly easier to conduct. Here, every member of the population is listed with a number, but instead of randomly generating numbers, individuals are chosen at regular intervals, right? Moving ahead, we are having the cluster sampling. Cluster sampling also involves dividing the population into subgroups, but each subgroup should have similar characteristics to the whole sample. Instead of sampling individuals from each subgroup, you randomly select entire subgroups. So this is the idea about cluster sampling. The next one is the stratified sampling. It involves dividing the population into subpopulations that may differ in important ways. It allows you to draw more precise conclusions by ensuring that every subgroup is properly represented in the sample. Alright guys, after that we are having the purposive sampling. Purposive sampling refers to a group of non-probability sampling techniques in which units are selected because they have characteristics that you need in your sample. So these are the different types of sampling techniques. Now, coming to the question number 33, what are the different types of charts that Tableau provides? So there are several charts that Tableau used to provide, starting from bar chart, line chart, pie chart, maps, Gantt chart, scatter plot, tree map, box plot, density maps, and many more. Okay, let's move ahead. Now, coming to the question number 34, explain hypothesis testing. Now, let me give you an idea about the hypothesis testing. Talking about the hypothesis testing, it is the process of testing assumptions for a population parameter on a sample of data. The process involves different hypotheses and statistical proof to accept or reject the hypothesis. Here, the null hypothesis is represented by H0, whereas alternate hypothesis is denoted by H1. Now, let's see the steps involved in hypothesis testing. The first one is stating the hypothesis. Moving ahead, we are having the collect data. Then we will see the evidence to fail or accept the hypothesis. Then we will test the hypothesis, and according to that, we'll make the decisions. For example, let's suppose there is a student with height more than 5 feet have BMI more than 20. So this will considered as a null hypothesis. Now, what will be the alternate hypothesis? The students with height more than 5 feet do not have BMI more than 20. So this is our alternate hypothesis. Now, what we'll do, we'll apply here statistical test to support the hypothesis, whether we have to accept null hypothesis or reject null hypothesis, right? And at last, we'll make our decisions. So this is how hypothesis testing works. Moving to the next question, what do you mean by the term data wrangling? Data wrangling, also called data cleaning, data remediation, or data munging, it refers to a variety of processes designed to transform raw data into more readily used formats. The exact methods differ from project to project depending on the data you are leveraging and the goal you are trying to achieve. Now let's see some examples of data wrangling. It is used to merge multiple data sources into a single dataset for analysis. It also identifies gaps in data and either filling or deleting them. It deletes data that's either unnecessary or irrelevant to the project you are working on. Data wrangling can be manual or automated process. In scenarios where datasets are exceptionally large, automated data cleaning becomes a necessity. That being said, this is the basic idea about the data wrangling. Now, moving to the question number 36, what is the difference between count, count blank, and countf in Excel? The count function in Excel is used to count cells that contains numbers. Talking about the count blank, it is used to count cells that are blank. Now what about the countf? COUNTIF is used to count the cells that meets a specified criteria. Now moving ahead to the next question, we are having what is the difference between correlation and covariance. Talking about the covariance, it indicates the direction of the linear relationship between variables, whereas correlation is a statistical measure that indicates how strongly two variables are related. For example, in a data set, we are having the feature and the dependent variable. So what will correlation do here? It will see how much a variable. So here the correlation will tell the collinearity between the two variables. Now, next point is covariance range from -infinity to infinity, whereas correlation ranges from -1 to 1. Right? Now talking about the covariance, it is affected by scale of a variable, whereas correlation is not affected by a scale. So this is the difference between correlation and covariance. So now let's see, when do we use normalization and standardization? So first I will discuss about the normalization. Normalization is used when features are of different scales. Also, it scales values between 0 to 1 or -1 to 1, depends. Along with that, the important point is note here, it is really affected by outliers. Now, if you want to implement normalization, then there is a library known as scikit-learn. So using scikit-learn, you can apply a transformer called min-max scalar. Now, it is useful when we don't know about the distribution. So now, after understanding what is normalization, let's see standardization. So the most important point of standardization is that it is useful when the feature distribution is normal or Gaussian. Talking about the standardization, it is used when we want to ensure zero mean and unit standard deviation. Also, it is not bounded to a certain range like normalization. In normalization, the range was from 0 to 1 or -1 to 1, but here it is not bounded to a certain range. Along with that, it is much less affected by outliers. So here also there is a scikit-learn library that provides a transformer called standard scaler. So if you want to standardize your data, you can apply this library. So this is the basic idea about normalization and standardization. Now let's move to the question number 39. So what is the use of p-value? We use the p-value to understand whether the given data really describe the observed effect or not. Basically, p-value is the measure of statistical importance of an observation. It is the probability that shows the significance of output to the data. If the p-value is less than 0.05, we will reject the null hypothesis, or we will accept the null hypothesis if it's greater than 0.05. So this is the basic idea about p-value. Moving to the last question for this top 40 data analyst interview question. What is a skewed distribution? A skewed distribution takes place when one tail is longer than the other. So there are basically two different types of skewed distribution. The first one is left skewed distribution and the other one is the right skewed distribution. Talking about the left skewed distribution, it occurs when the long tail is on the left side of the distribution, whereas in right skewed distribution, it occurs when the long tail is on the right side of the distribution. Now, let's see the figure to understand in a simpler way. So here you can see that in this graph, the tail is on the left side, right? So what is it? This is a left skewed distribution. And here the tail is on the right side. So this is the right skewed distribution. Okay? In left skewed distribution, mode is greater than median and median is greater than mean. You can clearly see that mode is greater than median and median is greater than mean. Now talking about the right skewed, here the mean is greater than the median and the median is greater than the mode. Also, talking about the left skewed distribution, it is known as negatively skewed distribution, whereas right skewed distribution is known as positively skewed distribution. So this is the basic idea about the skewed distribution. Well, that being said, I wish you good luck on your data analyst journey. I hope these steps will help you plan your learning schedule. That's all we have for this video. I hope this video was informative for all of you guys out there, willing to take your career to new heights with data analyst. Thank you for being here till the end of this video. If you have liked this video, make sure to hit the thumbs up button. Also, do not forget to enable subscribe button to never miss any update from Intellipaat YouTube channel.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Pavatak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.